argue, put under floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Granger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Walking into a building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
When your coffee game isn't strong, people can tell. Good morning! See what I mean? But at McDonald's, your coffee game is always strong. A medium caramel or mocha frappe, just $3.89. A medium iced coffee, only $2.79. Big flavor, cool refreshment. And your morning's back on track. Don't risk a weak coffee game. Keep it strong at McDonald's. Order ahead in the app today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and Diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Mostly cloudy for San Jose today. High temperature 62.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
And here is Jake Moody. Snap a bit high. Kick is good. And the Bears win it. Jake Moody, a hero tonight.
Jacob Moody. Good for Jake Moody. Joe Buck on the call, ESPN. The Chicago Bears go into enemy territory, and the hero is not Caleb Williams. It is not DeAndre Swift. It is not Tremaine Edmonds, who had like 13 or 15, 20 tackles. You could have told me. It's Jake Moody. Jake Moody, of all people, was a hero on a prime time, nationally televised game.
Do you feel validated?
I do, actually. Thank you for saying that. I always believed in Jake. Obviously, both parties needed to go their separate ways. And it happened, and the 49ers are better for it. Eddie Pinheiro, Eddie Money has been a perfect match
I think he's
so far.
15 of 15 or 16 of 16 as a Niner.
Hasn't missed a field goal, only missed one extra point, I believe.
Yep.
He's been great. It's been perfect. And Jake, you know what? Got his number called yesterday, had the one block. If we want to blame him for that, fine. But he made the one that mattered the most. And this is why, before the season, you don't know anything. Who knew heading into last night that it would be the Falcons beating up on the Buffalo Bills the way they did?
Suffocating.
They look bad. The Bills' offense looked horrible. Shout out Raheem Morris, their head coach for the Atlanta Falcons, knew what he was doing when it came to Josh Allen. And then who would have called the Bears going in to enemy territory in Washington or wherever the hell they play? I don't know, Maryland, whatever. They're going to build it in D.C., I think, their new stadium. But going into there, the team that was just in the NFC Championship, the talk of last year, Joe, was what? Jaden Daniels, the offensive rookie of the year. Oh, the Bears made a mistake drafting Caleb Williams. It should have been Jaden Daniels. Well, Caleb, when it mattered most, put the team in a position to win, and they won yesterday after just a horrible turnover. But for Jake Moody.
Yesterday was kind of a revelation regarding draft picks.
Yeah.
You had Jake Moody, a third-rounder, miss an attempt because he shanked it low and left, blocked by Javon Kinlaw, former first-round pick of the Niners. In a game where Deebo Samuel, second-round pick, who was traded for a fifth-rounder, had like 4 catches. I mean, it was like a masterclass in draft capital for the 49ers and why they're kind of in the situation that they're in right now. And now I get to the Niners, and they got Atlanta. You saw a good look at Atlanta. I'll give you who Atlanta reminds me of. Atlanta reminds me a lot of the Mike Singletary Niners. They've got great talent. I'm not sure they got a good coach.
Maybe. It's early. I'll give you.
That's what I'm saying. I just don't know. I don't know what to make of their coach.
Maybe.
Right? They can play up. They lost 30-0 to the Carolina Panthers and then went out and beat the Buffalo Bills.
As we know, Bonte will tell us at 8 o'clock because he's in studio every Tuesday. Division games are different.
30-0 to the Carolina Panthers is kind of crazy.
Division games are different, Joe.
Sure, it might be different. 30-0 different? Like, again, I'm not trying to diss anyone.
Panthers had a good win last week. They might not be as bad as we all thought they were.
Joe, the point is this, is that I don't know what to make of the Atlanta Falcons, other than they have great personnel.
Other than Bijan Robinson.
And Drake London.
He's going to have 200 yards from scrimmage next week.
Yeah, he looks incredible.
He's incredible.
Michael Penix has tools. I don't know. I don't know what, like, he's kind of all over the place, but I like Michael Penix, and that defense hits hard, and I thought they did a great job suffocating the Buffalo Bills yesterday. So now I look to the 49ers, and I'm trying to get past what happened with Fred Warner, and we'll have a discussion on why Fred's so beloved. But I'm thinking about the 49ers, and I'm saying to myself, right, on a night where I watch your former first-round draft pick flame out, block a kick from your former third-round pick flame out, while the other second-round pick stud, who was like basically given away for a fifth-rounder, which might have been the right move, but might have not been, or I'm not even sure. Play your guys. Suit up Nick Martin. What are we doing? Suit him up. Third-round pick, 75th overall. This defense was so bad last year, the 49ers. So bad. You're telling me your third-round pick couldn't make the field? We all watched the Niners. They're 6-11 last year. Every single one of their first 5 picks should have been on the field for the first quarter of the season. And the fact that Nick Martin couldn't suit up because you had to suit up some guy Gifford because he's a special teamer is ridiculous. And it speaks to their draft philosophy and the frustration of the fans. It should be plug and play in the first 3 or 4 rounds, especially for a team that has as many holes and is as top heavy as what the Niners were. The other guy I want to see this week is Jordan Watkins, the wide receiver that they took, I believe, in the 4th round this year. I want to see these guys. I want to see them on the field. I want to see them play this week. So I know we're mourning everything that's going on with Fred Warner. Now I'm picking myself off the ground, and I'm saying, how can we win this week? Because the season is not over. I was looking at the schedule. There are winnable games.
Yeah. It's not over. It's not. And I want to hear from the callers today and all the people, because this is, again, the best show is every single Tuesday, every single week during football season. You don't want to go anywhere else. We got Brian Baldinger every single Tuesday, 7:30, Baldy's Breakdowns. The guy is locked in on everything, and I know Baldy's hurting when he saw the Fred Warner injury, because there's no one that loves Fred Warner more than Brian Baldinger.
I know.
So we're going to talk to him at 7:30. We got Bonte in studio, 8 to 10. We'll talk about it all with Bonte. We got Quinton Post as well, QP3. Yeah, we're talking some Dubs today. Dubs playing the Portland Trailblazers tonight for preseason action. We do got to touch on the Dubs maybe a little bit too, because they got some injuries creeping up on them. You see Jimmy Butler all of a sudden dealing with something.
Ooh.
Not very.
I'm a little numb regarding injuries in the Bay right now.
I know. I have to be the harbinger of bad things.
Since the Randy Rodriguez, Tommy John news, we've gotten no good injury news whatsoever.
None. So yeah, Jimmy Butler, Moses Moody, but we'll talk to Quinton Post at 6:50. We'll call it the Morning Post, that segment. So can't wait to do that. Baldy 7:30, Bonte 8 o'clock. All of that right here on the Morning Roast.
Season's not over. So if you're Kyle Shanahan, you woke up yesterday and you're like, yeah, this sucks. I got to deal with this head on, but I'm got to get ready for Atlanta.
Yep.
And you do have an advantage. Like Atlanta's working on a short week where they have to travel, and they're coming off of a big emotional win. So they're probably feeling really good about themselves. I'm sure they're not going to overlook the Niners. You heard Bijan Robinson as he's walking off the field praising God over and over again and saying, hey, it's just a win. We got to get ready for the Niners. That's your star player already thinking about who the next opponent is. So I'm looking at it here. You play this Sunday the 19th against Atlanta at home, Sunday Night Football. Then next week you travel to Houston. That's the 26th. Then you go to New York, a 10 a.m. start, Sunday, November 2nd. Well, November 3rd is the trade deadline.
Sneaks up on you.
It does.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at this like equation, and I'm asking myself, and I want to hear from you. Let's say you go 3-0. Best case scenario. Are you buying?
How does it look? And what team, like what's around you?
You win by 1 point every week.
Oh, my God.
And you look just good enough. You look exactly the way you've looked through the first 5 games before this last one.
I mean,
don't break defense.
Let's
situational
for the
offense.
sake of the argument, because this is a sports talk show that we're talking to each other for 4 hours, so I can't just say maybe. Let's say if they are buyers, I don't think they're giving up anything of significant draft capital wise. I just don't think they're going to.
So if you go 3-0, I think you owe it to yourself. You owe it to yourself to be on. Every year is its own entity. I'm not saying you got to trade multiple firsts or you need to go get something that can help you now and into the future.
Well, what's your definition of significant draft capital? Because mine is anything 3rd round or lower. That's a significant.
Meaning 3rd, 2nd, 1st?
Correct. That's significant draft capital.
If Kayvon Thibodeau could be had for a 3rd rounder, I think you should be all about it. You should be all about it. Like if I even if it was like a 3rd and then the next year's 4th, I'd be all in on that because they need to get guys who could suit up not just for 2025 but into 2026. Right?
Some housekeeping. November 4th, actually, it is because it's the day after the final. I know. I got a producer. Am I telling me? All right, I got to do it.
You got to be accurate.
You got to be accurate
guys. You got to know by that Monday night whether you're buying or selling. Well, that's the point.
Joe, as you know, it's election day too, so I know you're going to be out there voting. You're going to wear a little sticker that says "I voted," and you're going to be a part of it. And then you're going to be voting for the 49ers to make a move. But conversely, if they go 0-3, could they be sellers to you?
I think I would sell very specific parts.
Continue.
Well, like I think you've got to entertain something like even Bryce Huff. You know, something like Trent Williams, where you can get mid-round picks. They've crushed in the mid-round picks. I'd love to be able to get one. Trent Williams is probably done after this year. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, if you can get anything for him, I would probably do that.
Juwan Jennings? What's left of him?
Juwan Jennings, yeah. I mean, you got to make a decision on him. Absolutely.
I don't know how many ribs he'll have at that point.
I don't know what you're going to get for him. Now, if you go 1-2, I think you stand pat.
Yeah.
Now, 2-1, I still think you're in buy mode. See, to me, 3-0, 2-1, I'm still in buy mode. You know, these are winnable games. Like Atlanta, they had a huge win last night. We're going to be underdogs in this one. There's no doubt about it. They have unbelievable personnel. I am fearing their personnel already. But Kyle Shanahan's had a hell of a year coaching, X's and O's. Kyle, the personnel guy, different story. Saleh's had a pretty good year coaching. I mean, look at their personnel. It's not good.
I know, but it gets to a point, and I was watching that game last night on the ESPN broadcast. It was Chris Fowler, Orlovsky, and Louis Riddick. And just the loss of Fred Warner.
Someone's going to have to step up.
I kept watching Bijan. I was like, oh, my God. Like, that is the player that I do not want to face.
But I would have feared him
Sunday
with
night.
Fred.
No, you would have. But you would have felt better with Fred Warner out there in the communication. And now who's going to be wearing the green dot, all that? Who's going to be doing that? Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media yesterday. We'll get into what he had to say about it.
I mean, look, if you win against Atlanta, okay, You're 5-2. Let's say you lose to Houston. You're 5-3. And then you got the New York Giants. Now, they're gritty. They're tough. They're riding high on emotion. If you can win that one, 6-3? 6-3? I know, for as bad as everything's been, if you can get to about 10 wins, you can make the playoffs.
You would have matched your season win total of the prior year.
Would we agree? 10 wins would be almost a miracle.
Yeah. At this point, it would be an unbelievable season, and you're giving Kyle Shanahan the coach of the year. If he gets to 10 wins with this squad, he's the coach of the year.
All right.
It's not even close.
So, that's why, to me, getting to 6-3, trying to be 2-1 over the next 3, which feels like a gauntlet. It feels like a very difficult task. You've got to find a way to do it. You got to find a way to win a couple games here and just get yourself to 6-3. If you can get to 6-3 before the deadline, I think you're all in on the deadline and you're buying something, at least something.
By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube. We are streaming there all day long. Hit us up there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. It's been raining out there, people, so please be safe on those roadways. Don't be speeding. Don't do anything dumb. Don't be tailgating. Don't be doing that aggressive driving. I know I learned the hard way back in high school, Joey. I hydroplaned on the highway, did a 180 into the guardrail at speeding.
This is why you don't give your kids a car at 16.
Well, I had my driver's license.
No, that has no.
Whoa. Give the car. It was not my car. It was a family car, and they let me drive it to school.
My dad would never let us drive.
Okay, well,
any of his vehicles.
Okay, that's fine. It was the again.
He's like, you can get a driver's license all you want. You ain't driving any of our cars.
Okay, that's fine. So your dad did it your way.
He was old school,
and I also had to drive 30 minutes to my school to Salinas from Pacific Grove, so they weren't going to drive me all the way out there.
Did they give you a bus?
There were buses there, but they didn't want them. They said, "Hey, you can drive to and from." They gave me freedom, Joe. It was very nice. It was very nice of my parents to bestow that.
Thank you, William Wallace.
And then of course, freedom. They may take our cars, but they'll never take our freedom. I watched that movie the other day. It's still so good. Even if
I'm jealous of people who got vehicles early.
It's okay.
I am. I admit it. I know Carter probably was driving in an Escalade.
But when the accident in your vehicle happened, I know I don't mean to open up old wounds. I felt that because it happened to me in high school once upon a time. So why are you looking at me like that? Did you get a new car yet?
I'm working on that.
Working on it?
Yeah.
Frontier Ford?
I put in no, Ceremony Ford.
Ceremony Ford, excuse me. There you go. Okay.
Frontier's someone else's sponsorship.
I think that's
not mine.
I think that's the stations. There you go. So we always love Ceremony Ford, excuse me. The Mach-E, of course. Yes, the Mustangs. Continue. I just gave you a poop sandwich and I just made you eat it right there.
Yeah, I don't know where you were going with that.
Well, no, I was telling people to be safe out there because it is raining. Like, legitimately, there was big puddles. It was storming yesterday.
I thought it was the end of the world at one point.
What?
Oh, yeah, it was dumping really hard.
No, but
really hard.
And as you know, you get older and then you say things like your parents used to say, we needed the rain. Well, we did. We needed the rain. And we do.
Ridiculous.
We needed the rain.
All right, let's play a little exercise
I just don't want rain on Levi Stadium Sunday night. I will be monitoring that all week long.
All right, let's play a little exercise here at the beginning of the show.
There's a weatherman.
Is this a game that they can win? Okay?
Okay.
Is this a game that they can win? I'm not saying that they're going to win, but I'm looking at...
Can they?
Yes, like given their health and where they're at, not knowing who the quarterback would be.
And I'm not going to be cynical and say any given Sunday anyone can beat anybody.
No, I'm just like everybody said at the beginning of the year, the schedule's so easy. I think we've now learned schedule's irrelevant. Every game is difficult in the NFL.
Especially with this version of the Niners.
Now, when you get to the last 3 weeks of the season and teams have mailed it in, it's a different story. But, exactly. So let's just play this. Is this a winnable game? Atlanta.
Yes, it's winnable.
I think it's an uphill one, but I think it's winnable. Okay. So the Atlanta game is winnable. Okay. Would we all agree? Consensus?
Yes.
All right. Houston, at Houston. Winnable?
Yeah.
I think that's a really tough one.
It's winnable, though. It's not like the Texans' offense has been that incredible.
Okay.
And I like CJ. I'm a CJ Stroud guy.
You are.
Yes.
You are. All right. At New York.
Yes.
I think that's definitely a winnable game.
Although I do love me some Jackson Dart. It's such a cool name, and the turtleneck and the hair and everything. I'm all in.
Versus the LA Rams at home.
Yes, that's winnable. It's a division game. You've already beaten them when the worst version of yourself, like personnel wise, right?
Yeah.
So you can't tell me
you were super banged up in the rain.
Still could have beaten them.
You still could have beaten them. At Arizona.
Yeah. Did you guys see what's going on with Kyler Murray? He's got a Liz Frank foot injury. They're not calling it a Liz Frank, but it's as close as you can get to one.
Yeah, they're in trouble. Brissett stinks.
Yeah.
Versus Carolina. Yes. That's a primetime game. Carolina.
Sorry, you stopped me right there when that's a primetime game.
It is.
We theoretically could have Mac Jones versus Bryce Young in that one.
That would be amazing.
That would be. Bama v. Bama?
At Cleveland. It could be the Shador weekend, Sunday, November 30th.
That actually makes it a little juicier if it is Shador Sanders.
Jim Schwartz still the DC over there.
Oh, that's right. Maybe it's not a winnable game.
Is that winnable? That defense is really good.
Miles Garrett is
really
going to dominate.
But we would agree it's a
winnable.
winnable game.
Yes.
First Tennessee, who just fired their coach.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Indianapolis. I think that's a loss. I don't think that's
winnable, though.
You think so?
Let's see where the Colts are at then.
Yeah, in Indy, a 5-15
The
Monday.
Cardinals almost beat them over the weekend. Yes, with Brissett. I'm not crowning the Colts yet. I'm not.
Versus Chicago. You watched the Bears last night. They got pretty good personnel.
They got personnel, but the Niners can beat them.
Okay.
It comes down to a field goal.
Week 18 against Seattle.
They could beat them.
All right. Every single game, hypothetically, is a winnable game. I'm not saying you're going to, but we act like this week it's the Chiefs, next week it's the Bills. Like, it's not. Look, why are you looking at me like I'm crazy? Why are you looking at me like I'm crazy?
Well, he's just mad because he left something in a Waymo.
No, I'm looking at you because I disagree about the schedule thing. That's why.
Well, you know what?
On the other side, I want to hear your argument.
Let's do that. By the way,
I'm not saying these are easy. Like, these are not easy games. But we act like, roll the ball out. Chiefs are going to put up 60 on the Niners. Like, look, all these teams have flaws. The Niners have tremendous flaws.
Joe,
look, they could easily lose every one of these games.
We're through 6 weeks. I can't tell you who the best team in the NFL is.
See, there you go.
I don't know. You don't know. I don't know.
You
no one knows. You don't know. I thought it was the Lions until it wasn't, right?
Did you see Josh Allen throwing multiple interceptions last night?
He did not look good yesterday.
He looked terrible.
He did.
And I'm like one of the biggest Josh Allen fans on the planet.
We got to go.
The season's not over. You got to pick yourself up here.
Baldy, 7:30. Bonte in studio, 8 to 10 o'clock. Plus, Quinton Post coming up in about 25 minutes at 6:50. QP3, Warriors second-year center. And it's all going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you, here for good.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief.
Viant, innovating digital advertising. Didn't think you could advertise on the largest sport platforms? Think again. Viant helps brands show up where it counts, on live sports, where audiences are the most engaged. It's simple, smart, and built for results you can actually measure. No wasted time, no wasted spend. Viant. Visit ViantCTV.com and get your message in front of the right audience today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Granger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Granger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-814-1500. That's 800-814-1500. 800-814-1500.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS, or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is Greg Nemitz from the Autism Society. The Pettinelli Financial Golf Tournament raised over $100,000 for our organization. Thank you, sponsors, players, volunteers, and thank you, Pettinelli Financial.
Now back to the morning roast.
Want to talk about basketball?
With Joe Spadoni.
Anything about the game?
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
No, it's the game within the game. That's what we're talking about. Niners got a big one next Sunday night at home, Levi Stadium, and the now all of a sudden red hot Atlanta coming into town. The Falcons 24-14 last night against the Bills.
Old NFC West rivals.
Which is still so weird.
It's not weird.
Well, no,
it's what I grew up with.
Well, sorry, like Georgia being in the West of any kind is the most ridiculous thing anywhere.
It was New Orleans, Atlanta, Carolina, the Niners, the Rams. It was great.
There's still some of them that
Those were the times.
Like Texas being in the NFC East, like at Dallas.
Was perfect.
Makes no sense.
No, it was chef's kiss.
Geographically, Joe, I'm just saying.
I want Arizona to go back into that division.
Back into the East? Yeah, because when I think Arizona, I think East.
Well, they used to be in St. Louis.
Yeah, still, that's in the Midwest. But you're gonna get me on a tangent here this morning. I'm not going to do it. By the way, Dub Nation, Warriors basketball is back. And we got Quinton Post joining us in about 17 minutes, QP3. And don't miss your chance to see the Warriors take on the Clippers at Chase Center this Friday, October 17th. The first 10,000 fans in attendance will get a Best Buddies bobblehead. Buy your tickets at Warriors.com, and for your chance to score one of those bobbleheads, you got to listen all week long between 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. Carter, for this sounder. You're going to hear it in a second, and it's going to be the sounder. It's going to be great because it's going to be about Buddy Hield. It's going to be about Jimmy Buckets. It's going to be about all of it. And you'll hear the sounder in a second. And you got to be caller number 5 to the contest line at 415-523-4652, and you'll win. Remember, that's between 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. So Baldy starts at 7:30. Then we got Bonte after that. You got it?
Why they pick him?
So you're going to hear that. You got to be caller number 5 to the contest line, courtesy of the Golden State Warriors. And we're doing that all week long. Went swimmingly yesterday, and hopefully we'll be able to execute it nicely today, Joe.
Now, Carter said something right before the break where he disagreed with some of my 49er schedule takes. Carter, I want to hear this opinion, and then I will allow, an opportunity for you to come at me.
Yeah, no, I'm not coming at you. My opinion on the schedule is, I agree. At the beginning of the season, you cannot just go, well, that's a win, that's a loss, because you don't know what's going to happen, right? But at the same time, I think things do shake out relatively the same. Obviously, teams like the Ravens and the Bengals, right? Their seasons have been derailed.
Mm-hmm.
But
New Orleans is not good, but yet they fight really hard.
Exactly, right? Not a good team. They're going to be top 3. There's no doubt in the NFL draft.
But they play really hard.
Right, 100%. But if you were to have put the Chiefs, the Lions, and the Bills as 3 of the games in a 3-game sequence, Spadoni would have said no to all those. He said yes to everything. And there's a reason. That's all. That's my only...
Well, that's why I went through the schedule of winnable game or not. Yet those 3 might be the only 3 in the league. For about 6 years, I would have thrown Baltimore in there.
Packers now?
Maybe the Packers. Definitely. But I'm still a little iffy. But yes, they're closer to that group. So are the Rams. The Rams are for me. But because of the familiarity between the Niners and LaFleur, because of the familiarity between the Niners and McVay, they do have a leg up in some of those situations.
And it is cliche to say any given Sunday, but it really it's true. We were talking about on the show call last week when the game had just started between the Giants and Eagles, and no one was giving the Giants a chance, even though
I wasn't.
But the writing's on the wall with those games because it's Thursday Night Football and it's a divisional game. So if you're gonna win, if you're gonna have an upset within the division, it's probably gonna be in a day like that. I've seen it time in and time out. Whether it's the Raiders against the Chiefs or whether it's as we saw the Giants against the Eagles, weird things happen in those games and in those situations. And if you were to tell me before the season, the Eagles will be 4-2 and they feel like they're in shambles, it's just wait, what? Huh?
I would also add, now you have such a talent gap between you, let's say, and the Green Bay Packers, right? Just with the actual rosters themselves
that I would agree
due
with.
to injuries, that I think that this exercise is going to be really hard to...
well, I'm looking at it today.
Yeah.
And today I don't know. When will Kittle be back? When will Pearsall be back? When will Purdy be back?
And what version of these players are you getting?
And then who else is going to be gone?
Correct.
Right? And that's the other thing is, what are these other teams dealing with? Let me just say this. Was the 2023 season a phenomenal season for the Niners? Regular season?
Yes.
Okay. They lost to the Cleveland Browns.
They did. P.J. Walker.
They lost to the Minnesota Vikings.
They did.
And they lost to the Cincinnati Bengals. They also lost to the Ravens.
The Bengals were
and
good,
the Rams.
though. Bengals were good, though. Bengals are a good team.
No,
yeah,
I would agree.
Yeah,
that year they went 9-8.
Yeah, but we knew the offense. Yes,
I'm just saying.
I hear you.
And he got hurt. What's his face?
Yeah, Joe
but
Burrow.
They lost to a 7-10 Viking team, and they lost to a Cleveland Browns team that did win the division at 11-6 because they went Flacco crazy.
They did. That's right.
I guess they were second in the
AFC.
AFC.
In that game, it wasn't Flacco. It was P.J. Walker.
Exactly.
And they did have an opportunity to win the game, and the guy that made the game-winning kick last night for the Chicago Bears, Jake Moody, missed the game-winning kick.
I guess what I'm saying is a 12-5 season, you're going to have some ugly losses. So, case in point, Detroit losing to the Chiefs. They got kind of manhandled in that game. You're going to have 4 or 5 of those. You could still have a 13 or 12-win season and have a great year. The Bills as well. The Niners they're not Super Bowl caliber. That doesn't mean that they can't find a way to win 9 or 10 games. Things got to bounce. They got to get healthier. They're going to have to get a little lucky. I mean, I know people don't want to hear that in sports, but sometimes you got to get a little lucky, whether that's health luck, whether that's the other team has some unhealthy players, whether that's the ball bouncing in your direction. They're going to need a little luck here. There's no doubt about it.
Through 6 weeks, the number 1 overall seed in the NFC is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Are Niner fans coming away from that game saying, wow, the Bucs are just that much better than us?
No, they're not. They're not some juggernaut, but they're a very good team.
They are very good. But
I did feel that they were not head and shoulders, but they were a significantly better team than the Niners, and that was without Mike Evans and without Bucky Irvin, Godwin, yes, and Ibuka, and so I am giving them a little bit of I'm trying to put it in perspective.
And Baker's playing out the best ball I've ever seen. Best ball I've ever seen in his professional career, absolutely. And then you got the Packers, obviously. I know everyone was crowning the Packers after a couple weeks. The Micah Parsons trade. No, they are. They are. They also played a 40-year-old Joe Flacco over the weekend, and that was kind of a game still in the fourth quarter. And by the way, I don't know if any of you heard what Mike Tomlin had to say about the in-division trade between the Bengals and Browns yesterday, the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. But at some point, maybe not today, but we are going to play that sound because it was refreshing to hear at least a coach be honest about dude, why are you trying to help within the division? It's a peak Mike Tomlin. The standard is the standard. Quote. We'll get to it at some point. We got Brian Baldinger joining us in about less than an hour from now at 7:30.
I guess where I'm at is yesterday I was devastated. Today, as much as it rained yesterday, which was almost reflective of where Fred Warner stands in our hearts.
Is that how you felt?
As Niner fans.
God was crying in San Francisco for a reason?
And we'll get into it. I want to compare him to a couple of players in my life that I think are just seminal people on the defensive side that connect to the fans. But my big takeaway is the season's not over. I allowed yesterday all the negativity. All right, I've moved on. Now it's how can we try to win this game? And that's where I'm at right now. And they need Kittle back. They need Pearsall back. Bad. They need to suit up Nick Martin. They need to find a way to get their best players on the field, and they need to get their quarterback healthy again. All of those things need to come to fruition, and they got to find a way to run the ball. They are the worst in terms of yards per carry. They're the worst team in the NFL.
And
3.1.
I don't even know what the team stats are, but I got to imagine the Falcons they're definitely in the top 5 running the ball, right? I mean, I'm just saying because I got Bijan fantasy because I know all of you care about my fantasy football team. The guy's been unbelievable all season long.
Yeah.
And not only in the running game, but in the passing game, in the intermediate game, when the middle of the field, Joe, where you were missing, obviously, now Fred Warner and obviously on top of Nick Bosa. And since Nick Bosa's been out, what has it been? 3 quarterback hits and 2 sacks? That's it? It's not going to cut it, Joe. It's just not. You got to get pressure on Penix. And Penix, if you pressure him, he will flounder. I have seen that early on in his young career. We got to go. We got Quinton Post coming up on the other side. 2nd-year center out of Boston College. The Flying Dutchman joining us here on the Morning Post. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first serve. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly Open Phone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Do you owe back taxes to the IRS? Whether it's due to job loss, a divorce, a new business venture, or you just didn't file your taxes, don't lose hope. Powerful relief programs are now available that can help you and may reduce or even eliminate what you owe the IRS. With the cost of living affecting millions across the country, Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying anyone with $5, $50, or even $500,000 in back taxes to the IRS to call to get relief options. With over 1,000 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, TRA is America's trusted choice for real tax relief. Relief options are now available that can give you a fresh start and peace of mind. End your tax nightmare today by calling our tax relief hotline. Dial 800-390-8432. 800-390-8432. That's 800-390-8432. Or visit TRA.com. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Jumpstart MD is your Bay Area expert in weight loss and hormone care. And October is Menopause Awareness Month. Let's be real, one size fits all doesn't work. That's why Jumpstart MD created a personalized program that combines weight loss and hormone optimization, all for one low price. Even better, you'll save $200 this month when you choose the plan that fits your life. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to reclaim your energy, your balance, and your confidence.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Granger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Granger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I want to thank you guys, Shasky, and I listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way better.
Thanks, man. You good over there, Joe? You bobbing your head? You feeling good? What?
Just the conversations at the break are just, they're disturbing.
They're unhinged. That's why
I work with a bunch of just savages.
There's a lot of really intense football conversation. That's what it is.
That's exactly what it is, Sam.
Intense is exactly how I would describe you, Sam.
Mm-hmm. That's how I would also describe...
To a T.
That's how I describe Golden State serving the Bear for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. The Warriors taking on the Portland Trailblazers tonight, 7 o'clock. And again, you can find all of your Warriors coverage right here on 95.7 The Game, your home for Golden State Warriors basketball. Yeah, are we officially a week away from Lakers Warriors? You kidding me? 1 week to go? No LeBron. We talked to Doc Pondia yesterday. The sciatica, he's not going to be there. Is Jimmy Butler going to be there? Is Moses Moody going to be there? Is Stephen Curry? All of a sudden, we got injuries popping up. We got uncertainty. You're going to be sidelined throughout the preseason. There's setbacks. There's ankle sprain, they're calling it, for Jimmy Buckets, and it happened on Friday in practice. So we'll obviously be monitoring that all week long leading up to the season opener down at Crypto.com Arena. All right. We good? We got him? We got our guy? Thumbs up? All right. We are happy to be joined by Warriors second-year center Quinton Post, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. We are calling it the Morning Post, not the Morning Roast. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. Hey, Quinton, how you doing, man?
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me.
Where are you at? I just want to get the lay of the land right now. Obviously, kind of just an up and down rookie year. You didn't know what your role was going to be. You know, you had some playoff moments. You get in and out of the lineup. I thought, all things considered, you had a pretty successful year, but I wonder how you would grade your rookie season overall.
First instance, I was obviously very happy to get in the rotation, playing the first stint of my NBA year in the G League. And, I had some burn in the playoffs, but looking back at it, there's also a lot of points of my game that I want to improve on from that first season. But, overall, I would say I was happy with my first year, but definitely looking to improve upon it.
What are some of the things that you do want to work on heading into this year to kind of make your game a little more robust?
That interior presence, both offensively and defensively. I thought I had a lot of success shooting the ball and beating that space big. But just rounding out my game into these other facets, I think will help me out a lot.
Do you think adding Al Horford into the mix, being able to see the way he practices, the way he plays, to hear the way he talks, do you think that's going to be a positive for your development?
No, 100%. I mean, we've been with Al for a couple weeks now, and he's been absolutely great. Like as an old vet, and he's still very good player, and seeing how he kind of plays that stretch big role. It's been very good for me.
Quinton Post joining us here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. 3 threes last night against the Lakers in Los Angeles. And Quinton, can you share kind of like what the conversations are like? So your season ends, right? Second round, not the way you guys wanted to. Steph gets hurt. But, you have a conversation or like a season-ending conversation with the head coach, Steve Kerr, or some of the other coaches. What do they share with you after your rookie season and, talk about some of the things that they wanted from you to improve on from last year?
No, they were happy with how I improved throughout that first year, and they shared some of the same things that I just mentioned earlier. Working on my inside game, guarding without fouling. But overall, I think they look back on my first year as a positive, but still a lot of room to grow.
What do you think was the biggest part of the transition from college to the professional game? A lot of guys say, hey, it's the speed of the game. For you, where do you think the biggest difference was from college to pros?
Yeah, it's just a mental adjustment, in college, you're like, when you're on this stage, when you're a draft pick, usually in college, you're like the guy, and that was also the case for me. And then you come to a system like the Warriors, and now you just have to kind of find your role and how can you help these really good players play even better. And what is your role in that system, And for me, I figured out, if I space the floor, I open up a lot of space for guys like Jimmy, J.K., Steph, and within that, you kind of find your role and you find your own strengths, and that's an adjustment. So that takes a while, and then defensively, the game is a lot different than college. So but that just takes a while, probably.
Quinton, and we're talking to Quinton Post here on the Morning Roast. We're calling it the Morning Post, and were you at all starstruck? Like, there has to be a part of you where you're like, dude, I'm on the court right now as a rookie with Stephen Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, a bunch of these like Hall of Fame types of talent. Are you kidding me? Did you allow yourself at all to, kind of take a step back and say, wow, this is pretty freaking amazing?
Yeah, I mean, you have those thoughts come up, but usually it's more like after you play the game where you're like, oh yeah, it is really cool that I'm on the court with, legends like these. But when you're on the court, it's all game, you're just trying to, it's just another basketball game in the end, and you're trying to win, and you're trying to do everything to make that happen.
Steve Kerr had referenced you as a legit 7-footer. And obviously your shooting prowess allows you to stretch the floor and be a spacer on this team with so many lethal scorers. But have you been working on your back-to-the-basket game? Because the Warriors have yet to have a legitimate post-up player really since Andrew Bogut. Is that an element of your game that maybe you've worked on or that the coaching staff wants to implement this year?
I haven't heard anything about wanting to implement me playing back to the basket in our system. In a way, when you have so much talent on the court, why would I go play with my back to the basket when you can give the ball to Steph Curry or to Jimmy Butler? But in case of emergency, it is something I worked on a little bit this summer, of course, and I wouldn't expect it to be a huge part of my game, but who knows?
Talking to Quinton Post here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, second-year Warriors center. And Quinton, obviously the expectations this season are high, coming off what you guys were able to do last year after the trade deadline. You add Jimmy Butler and go on this amazing run, and then you get the Steph injury, and it all kind of falls apart a little bit. It's tough. Just to recalibrate where you are at with this team, your guys' mindset, having a full offseason now with Jimmy instead of him just getting thrusted in halfway through the season.
No, it's a big difference for sure. Having all this time now to kind of work out our offensive schemes and our defensive schemes, and I do feel like the expectations are there. We have a very talented, experienced roster with some good young guys, and we set the bar very high for ourselves.
Quinton, let's do a little rapid fire. I'm going to fire off some questions at you, and just don't think too hard on them. We're going to have a little fun here, all right? You ready for a little rapid fire?
Let's do it.
All right. How many of your teammates actually know where you were born?
How many? Maybe half of them? No, more than half.
Okay. Who's the worst driver on the team? If you think you might be the best driver of a vehicle, who would be the worst driver on the team?
Oof. I honestly have no clue. I don't know how they drive in Brazil, so and I've never seen Guy drive, but I would just have to see how he drives his car there in Brazil.
Okay.
I know that they have rowdy roads out there.
It's true. Definitely. Who's the funniest guy on the team?
Funniest guy? I think Buddy is hilarious.
All right. What's your favorite part of the Bay Area thus far? You've only been here a couple years. Well, what do you think is your favorite part of the Bay Area?
I don't know. I live super close to Chase Center, so that's the area I'm cool with. But I like to go downtown, eat at some good places. So
what's your go-to? What's your go-to restaurant right now?
There's this restaurant called Original Joe's. It's like an old Italian spot. I've been there a couple times, and I know the owner. Oh. He's a good dude and a great restaurant.
I know Mr. Dugan quite well. He'll be thrilled to hear you say that. It's my spot, too.
Yes, exactly.
Hey, Quinton, I want to ask some more rapid fire here, but do you get stopped on the street at all? Like clearly your size, so people walk up to you like, you got to be famous, but you're starting to get recognized more and more on the streets, right?
A little bit, yeah. I remember last year when the season was really going and I had some games under my belt, just walking downtown, there's definitely more people recognizing me and, that I'm part of this organization. But being 7 foot, it does or doesn't help. Depending on how you want to look at it.
Right, no, for sure. And, we're talking to Quinton Post here on the River Islands guest line. This rapid fire, it says, what is your career high and what game was it in? Are we trying to do a gotcha on Quinton Post right now? Quinton, do you know your NBA career high and the day you did it on?
Oh, it was 20 points versus the Bulls somewhere late January or early February, probably.
There, January 23rd, 2025. The guy knows his stuff, Joey.
I love that. If you weren't a basketball player, Quinton, what would you have become?
I would probably clean windows, With my height, it's easier to get to the upper ones.
That is pretty funny.
Well, he's going to be cleaning the glass on the boards, getting all those rebounds this year, Joey. Am I right? Hold on. I don't want to cut you off, Joe. We do have this thing called the World Cup coming to America next year. I know you're a diehard Netherlands soccer team fan, the Flying Dutchman, all the orange, right? I'm sure I'm butchering the name of what the national team's actually called in your native language, Quinton. But are you all in on the Dutchman? And for your second team, you got to go the red, white, and blue now, right? Because, come on, Levi Stadium's going to be hosting stuff. We're going to be locked in come next summer. You're going to be locked in on some red, white, and blue soccer, too?
Oh, yeah. No, it's the Dutch team first for sure, but I'll give Team USA the second nod.
Let's go.
Sure. Do you play FIFA on, PS5 or Xbox?
Not on the regular, but I'm not bad. What's
the game that you like to play on PS? Are you Xbox or PS5?
PS5. I don't know. I like to play Call of Duty or.
There we go.
I just finished what's it called? I'm forgetting the name. It's like the single player game, whatever. But I don't game too much.
Okay. What's the best movie or book you've either watched or read in the last 6 months?
My favorite movie of all time, I actually watched it not that long ago, is The Dark Knight, the first one with the Joker.
Oh, love that. Love that. Christian Bale, obviously, and then you got the Joker himself. I mean, Heath Ledger. One of the all-time performances, Quinn. I need some Joker performances from him this year, not Nikola Jokic, although you are going to be playing that guy a bunch this year, too, hopefully in the playoffs.
I got to ask you one last one. Give me one thing about Draymond Green that people wouldn't know. Like, everybody thinks they know Draymond, right? He's obviously, he could be, a lot on the court. Give me one element of Draymond Green that maybe people don't know.
One element of Draymond Green that people don't know. Dre's a great teammate. I mean, he talks a lot to the other teams or the rest, but he's actually a very uplifting teammate. Especially, last year he helped me a lot. So I would say that he's just I feel like he helps the young guys a lot. So that's something I would say.
Who has more confidence? Last one here on Rapid Fire. Steph Curry or Brandon Pajemski?
I think BP's getting there. He had a really good game yesterday, and he's very confident in himself, but I still think Steph has that over him right now.
Talking to Quinton Post here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest slide. Quinton, I know famously last year you talked about the experience of Steph giving you a ride home when you needed one from the airport. Will you be needing more rides from Stephen Curry at all this season, or have you gotten yourself a car?
I don't have a car yet, but I don't think I'll be needing any more Steph Curry rides home.
Have you taken a Waymo?
I was going to say, the driverless cars, Quinton, you using those?
Have you used the Waymo?
I haven't used Waymo too much. I've more so used Uber. I got myself a bike. I usually bike from home to the arena. I kind of have to figure out how I do it on game days, with there's a lot of fans out there. Outside, I like the bike.
Well, the Netherlands, you guys are huge in cycling out there, right? It's a big deal.
Exactly.
That's got to be a pretty big custom bike, right? I mean, my uncle owns a bicycle company. Yeah, where'd you go?
It is. It's a bike by Specialized. They actually hooked me up with a bike my size. So big shout out to them.
Very cool, Quinn. Well, we really appreciate having you on this morning, and we're big fans of yours, and we're rooting for you, and obviously rooting for the team, and we're just really excited for the new season, and we hope you guys get off to a great start.
Okay, thank you guys. I appreciate it.
That was really good stuff. Quinton Post, second-year man, Warrior Center, as the Warriors take on the Portland Trailblazers tonight in Portland. And I'm very curious to see what his role is going to look like going forward, Joe. As you're listening to 95 in the game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. At one point last year, he was like the feel-good story of the season, right? And then this is before they got Jimmy Butler, integrated him into the offense, and then the rest was history. He kind of got phased out a little bit. And, he was kind of part of that young trio with their first, big cup of coffee, if you will, in the playoffs that just, it felt like the lights were too bright, whether it was for Quinton, whether it was for Moses Moody, Pajemski. I'm hoping those young guys, Kuminga obviously included in that, could take just another leap. And what would that look like for a Quinton Post? I don't know. I want to feel his size a little bit more. And I think we were trying to get to that in the interview. As Steve said last year, you have that dumb smirk on your face. I don't know what you're doing over there.
Well, no, it's just, it's, I think somebody like ask very difficult, specific questions. Like the guy's, he's a young player trying to find himself on the team. So I think asking a couple of questions about the team and the Warriors, and then a couple of questions about who he is as a person. Don't you want to root for these people?
I'm not trying to get into the triangle offense and the X's and O's of the ball movement with him. I'm not. I want to get to know these guys exactly.
Well, and
it's an interesting story. The guy's from the Netherlands.
I know. I mean, really, you could hear it in his accent.
Yes.
And a specialized bike.
Yeah, well, I mean, are you kidding me? Guy's 7 feet tall.
Carter, do you own a bicycle? That's because you're 6'8". Do you own a bicycle?
Big time.
Is it custom?
What are you eating?
No. Just put the seat way up, like way up.
Put the seat way up.
Yeah, now I'm out. I'm more of a scooter guy.
Yeah, Carter, we're during the break here. Carter is eating right now a croissant that is a sandwich that his lovely wife
ended up. Sandwich.
Yeah,
okay.
She made it for him. And I've told this story, and I'll tell it again. At my brother's wedding, I remember my brother and his beautiful bride, Laura. They now have 3 children. They did their own vows. And in the vows, she said something to the effect of...
I would hope they have done their own vows. Yes.
Well, I mean, we did the biblical ones where, they go back and forth.
Oh, yeah. No, for sure. But usually you're supposed to write your own, right? That's like... Are people chat GPTing their vows now? Did you do that, Carter?
No, I took the easy route. I went with the Catholic wedding, and they did the vows for me, and I just I do.
And then 2 hours later, it was over.
Yeah.
Catholic wedding.
Actually, it was like 45 minutes.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So Laura says to my brother something to the effect of, and I've promised to let you golf every time you want. Liar! And I'm going to make your lunch for work every single day. And, classic me, I'm doing the best man speech. And I'm like, Laura, that was so sweet. It was so beautiful, your vows. And there's not a chance in hell you're going to let this guy golf a year from now whenever he wants. There's not a chance in hell a year from now you're going to be making his meal every single day. And now with 3 kids and a bunch of problems,
Thank
Guru,
you.
my brother, I can't, and I'm not trying to hate it. Laura is the best mom. She's amazing. Not a chance in hell she's making him a meal right now. Like, he's got to fend for himself, dude. He's a grown boy. So, Carter, your wife saying she's going to make you a meal every single day,
Sierra.
That is expiring soon, young man. Enjoy it while it lasts.
No, it's not, Chasky. It's not going anywhere, I promise you, ever. She baked me a fresh baked chocolate croissant today.
Well, when she's not sleeping a couple months from now, and you're
ridiculous.
not sleeping either because you're having a baby, things change. But
it's not
what?
about her not being a great person and not loving you. That's not what this is about. It's called raising a child, maybe multiple if you get that point, is really difficult. And you're always tired.
Spoiler alert.
And you're always fighting it. There's always not enough hours in the day to do anything. So on the list of things that come first in the Carter household, okay, the Chickering household priorities, you're going to get bumped all the way down to the bottom, buddy. I'm just letting you know.
That's what the butler's for.
That's right.
I don't know, Shasky. I think she enjoys it. She loves seeing me smile, Shasky. That's all.
She enjoys it. Put it on the poll right now. Will Carter's wife continue to make him meals post-childbirth?
I kind of want to get Sierra on the phone line, on the River Islands guest line. Do you enjoy making Carter food every day? That's really what I want to ask her.
I'm not even trying to be a hater. Being a mom and a dad is very, very difficult. And meal to meal, you feel like you're Rambo in Last Blood. You're just in the forest, and you've got the knife, and you're like, I don't know what's going to happen.
I'm so glad I won't have to deal with that.
The face of Shasky right now. By the way, if we're talking about being like moms and dads and everything, shout out my 3-year-old today. Yes, 3 years old today. Elnora Diana Spadoni. Happy birthday. I love you, sweetheart. We're doing a little, we have the show meeting today, but it's got to be quick because at 11:30, it's got to be quick because at 11:30, we're doing like the pizza for like your little preschool class, bringing the pizza, bringing the cupcakes. So talking about it being chaos, it's going to be chaos at 11:30 there at a Oakland school to be named later. So there you go. Shout out baby Nora.
Yeah, last year
she'll always be baby Nora. She doesn't like when I call her baby Nora.
Yeah.
I'm not a baby anymore. No, you're always going to be the baby.
Yeah, always.
Always. Forever.
My brother is the baby of the family.
Yeah.
He's almost 40. He's still the baby in every aspect. Like, trust me on this one. Except the part where his wife is making him his meal.
You know, we're talking about making food for the significant others and whether or not that goes away after having kids. Casey and Marin has a take on this.
I want to hear it.
I didn't even know there were takes on this.
I want to hear it.
Casey and Marin, what's up,
man?
man?
Give it to me.
Gentlemen, good morning. I love this conversation. It's so adorable that he thinks his wife is going to do this. I love that she does. I used to make fresh, organic food for my first child every single day for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. My second child got whatever the hell was on the ground and they could grab. No way this is going to continue.
Thank you. Thank you.
Casey,
come on,
Marin.
Casey.
Voice of reason, Casey.
Hey, bro,
Marin
let me tell you something. And it took me a long time to be a father. And I'm telling you, all the stories I heard, very emotional regarding this. Every single story I heard from everybody is like, you'll never be prepared. You don't have any idea. You literally don't. Like, you have to go through the crucible.
But there's a lot of fear-mongering when it comes to that, too, that I don't buy.
No, Joe, it's the greatest. No, it's the greatest and also simultaneously one of the most difficult things you'll do in your life.
Of course it's difficult, but the whole thing, you're never going to sleep a day again in your life. Yeah, but you know what? Those early weeks, those first few months, I kind of don't want to sleep because I love each and every one of those seconds that I have with that newborn child.
Like, you're making me out to be a bad dad.
No, you're not. I'm saying, but there is a lot of, you'll realize this because you realize, it's hard, but it's not as scary as everyone made it out to be.
No.
Because there's no instruction manual. You're going to be your own parent. It's okay.
But
take time to be a dad today.
But your wife prioritizing you as you wake up at 3:30 in the morning with croissant sandwiches that have love and care, and I bet they've been wrapped in foil. I bet it's perfect.
She loves a kiss.
Hold on. I like that it being wrapped in foil is the best. Like, that's the part that really gets me, the wrapped in foil.
Do you know how often we order from like Uber Eats and Grubhub? She's just like throwing food at me. I'm standing up. I'm feeding myself. I'm feeding him. The food's falling on the floor. The dog's just eating. I'm like, all right, we just.
No, it's so difficult to eat food.
The cleaner
Sierra
will be here
loves it.
Friday.
She really enjoys it. Getting up and making my breakfast in the morning. It's like her thing. So
You know what I really enjoy?
I feel. Get your girl on the phone here.
You know what I really
This is
enjoy waking up to,
ridiculous.
boys? I enjoy waking up every single Tuesday knowing Brian Baldinger is going to be talking football with us. 7:30. Baldy coming up next. By the way, be listening starting at 7:30. Again, between 7:30 and 8:30, your chance to win a Best Buddies bobblehead, courtesy of the Warriors. That starts again right when Baldy starts. Between that time, 7:30 and 8:30, be listening. And we're doing that all week long. And this Sunday night, the kickoff show with Lawrence O'Neill and Evan Giddings will be live from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale starting at 3 o'clock. They'll have all the early games on, plus the beer garden will be rocking with the DJ and bartenders serving Gold Bar whiskey specials. If you're going to the game, you can sign up for the free shuttle to and from the stadium. Again, free. First come, first serve. Go to the Eventbrite page on the website, 957thegame.com to sign up now. That's 957thegame.com. It's also going to be brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief.
Don't watch the game alone on your tiny screen. Ghostwood Kitchen is the ultimate destination for every major sporting event. They have huge screens, energetic atmosphere, and ice-cold craft beer. Their bar is ready to pour your favorite drink, and the menu is packed with delicious game day food perfect for sharing. Bring your team spirit, rally your friends, and catch every single moment with us at Ghostwood Kitchen, where the game is always on. And when the game is not on, we have the arcade to keep you going. Ghostwood Kitchen, 911 Main Street in Redwood City.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Granger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Oh, heck yes.
I want to feel his size.
This is Big Pun from South City. You're now listening to Original Joe and the one and only Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
I do. I want to feel Quinton Post size a little bit more this year. I didn't feel it last year. Steve Kerr said, hey, he's not a fake 7-footer. Well, let's go out and prove it. There's some more boards. There you go. That's why you were smirking when I said I want to feel his size. You guys are so childish. You know what? And we got a special guest in the line. We're going to get to her in just a second, but I got to let her and the audience know. Dub Nation, Warriors basketball is back. Don't miss your chance to see the Warriors take on the Los Angeles Clippers at Chase Center this Friday, October 17th. The first 10,000 fans in attendance will get a Best Buddies bobblehead. Buy your tickets at Warriors.com. And for your chance to score one of those bobbleheads, it's really cool. Listen all this week between 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. Carter, for this sounder.
Why they pick him?
When you hear that sounder, be caller number 5 to the contest line at 415-523-4652, and you'll win courtesy of the Golden State Warriors. Now, prior to the break, we were discussing Carter Chickering, our producer extraordinaire there in the back, and his lovely wife now, Sierra Chickering, I guess makes him breakfast every single day. I don't know what the weekends, like, did you get like a feast on the weekends? You get brunch?
Yeah, brunch.
Okay, brunch is great. So she's doing she's doing the mimosas too?
Yeah.
While she's pregnant, she's doing that for you.
Little eggs Benny.
She gives you all that.
Little eggs Benny.
She's
making the hollandaise sauce without burning it,
rubbing it. Yeah, you're just rubbing
it's
it
like
in
an
her
us
face.
thing. It's not a her thing, you know?
It's an us thing. So what part of the equation are you involved in? Besides eating. What?
The cooking.
The cooking and the cleaning?
I feel like we just asked her this.
Okay, let's bring her on right now. Courtesy of River Island's guest line, the lovely Sierra Chickering here, the first lady of the roast alongside Michelle, of course. Sierra, good morning. Do you enjoy making food for Carter every morning?
I do love it. But I have to be clear that, like, there's trade-offs in it. Like, I don't make breakfast and lunch, and I also don't make brunch on the weekends. I only make the waffles, let's be clear.
You're a sweetheart for doing this, and God, you must be going straight to heaven to be married to this man, because he's quite a degenerate as much as I love him.
Because he's going straight to hell is what you wanted to say. There you go.
You wake up at 3:30 in the morning and make him breakfast? Is that serious?
No, I like today's a croissant and a banana. That was packed last night. Oh. And the breakfast burrito's done at night, too. I'm not waking up, but I do wake up to, like, give it to him and give him a hug.
Oh, that's really sweet. You don't deserve her, Carter.
How long have you guys been married?
6 months, 7 months.
Oh, my goodness.
And when's the baby due?
February 28th.
Oh, so I'm predicting by March 1st that all ends. I know, I'm
Chassie,
Cupid.
There's seasons to life. This is just the season of making breakfast.
Oh, you are a sweetheart.
Hey, Sierra, you really are the best. We appreciate you being a trooper. Even though you're lying through your teeth right now that you enjoy it, we appreciate you coming on.
You know what, Sierra? This is when I knew you were a real one. When you and Carter showed up to my 8th grade playoff basketball game that I was coaching, the St. Brendan's Bears at Cathedral. That was a hell of a matchup. Everyone thinks I'm psycho. I'm a good coach, right? I'm nice. I'm good with the kids. I'm not some lunatic.
You don't have to lie, Sierra.
No. You're a great coach, but your wife and your son were also there too. So they're like number one too.
Exactly. As you'll find out, your child will be number one and Carter will take a back seat.
Well, he'll be number 3. It goes the child, the mom, and then the dad.
Yeah.
In that order. Absolutely. Sierra, thank you so much.
Dog.
And then the dog. The dog.
What's the dog's name? Dollar?
Cobbler.
Cobbler.
Oh, she's going to make. Hopefully, you don't have to make a cobbler for this guy later. I do love a peach cobbler, though.
You're a sweetheart. We love you.
I hope the pregnancy goes well, Sierra.
Absolutely.
And congratulations on the front end on behalf of the morning roast. The roasters are also happy for you guys. And good luck in the future with this guy. You're going to need it.
I know.
You guys are going to need it too.
I know.
We're in it together.
There you go. We're all in this together.
You learned that.
Shout out High School Musical. Thank you, Sierra.
In it together.
The lovely
St. Vincent de Paul's finest, his beautiful bride, Sierra.
The lovely Sierra Chickering, courtesy of River Islands. And we got Brian Baldinger joining us here in about 7 minutes. So that was fun. There we go. Now we got to peek inside of the personalities of the roast.
Gives him a hug and gives him his food before he leaves. Look at him. He's like, he is cringing back there, laughing so hard. Dude, you are living like right now. You're in that honeymoon phase, dude. It's so adorable.
I mean, even better. Spadoni put in her head baking a dessert tonight. I mean, life's getting good.
A cobbler? That's the name of your dog, by the way?
Great idea.
A cobbler?
Yeah, because that's what the breeder named it, and I felt bad changing the name 8 weeks in, you know?
Hold on, you just said the breeder, so that just tells you all you need to know. What was it, a golden retriever?
A breeder for this dog. What dog is it? What kind of dog?
It's a half Cocker Spaniel, half Golden Retriever, so a mini Golden Retriever is what they like to call them.
Jesus. The most
spare no expense.
Yeah, what was that? That's Jurassic Park. We spared no expense.
I mean, you got to live with the thing.
The thing. You're digging yourself a hole here. You want to talk some?
Honestly, Carter, you've become the greatest character on this show. I didn't think anyone could like one up Lubman because like his one-liners and raging out over the Giants with Bonte over like a random John Brebbia start. Like no one I thought could top that. But this whole, I don't know, man. This character is incredible.
Now I feel challenged.
This has been some insight into the life of Carter Chickering. And
that's what it is.
I think we've all met Sierra. She is a very sweet person, and the fact that she has to put up with you, Carter, is a testament to her character and her strong will. So we appreciate Sierra.
She's playing the long game.
She's almost like a 49er fan in that regard. Like she has to like endure this season. Like she has to endure Carter going forward. Speaking of that, you want some updates on the 49ers injury report?
One last second. As she wakes up to say like goodbye, this is what my wake up is. I roll over, turn your alarm off. The baby's in the bed with us. I have to get up like I'm the Dark Knight, okay?
Hold on, like you didn't know the baby was in bed with you,
no,
probably.
I was out cold. When I'm sleeping, I'm out cold.
Oh, I'm the opposite.
I'll sleep through like an earthquake, dude. Like, I'm back.
I'm opposite.
Yeah, horrible. I told you, the deviated septum. I can't even breathe. I can let alone. So I'm out cold, right? And I roll over. I'm like, oh, my God. She's like, don't wake him up. You idiot. Don't wake him up. And I'm like sneaking out of my own house. That's what you have to look forward to in a couple of years. Now you can get to the Niners.
Thank you. Kyle Shanahan. Conference call yesterday. Injury updates.
All right, guys. The injuries from yesterday, Fred Warner did have fractured, dislocated ankle. His surgery set for tomorrow. Nothing else from the game right now. Updates on players who missed the game. We got Jordan Watkins with his calf. Expected to get him back in practice this week. Ricky with his knee. Still evaluating it, whether he can come back this week. We'll have to see him on Wednesday. Brock Purdy, similar with his toe. Hopefully he can get back in and do a little bit more this week. Tour with his hamstring will have to continue to rehab. And our IR guys, Kevin Givens, will continue to practice. And we're expecting to get George Kittle back into practice this week.
So
we're not going to the Super Bowl.
Whoa. Relax. The Brock Purdy thing was interesting. He'll hopefully be able to do a little more than he did last week. What exactly did he do on the field last week? I thought he wasn't on the actual field last week.
Well, he was on the side, remember? We had Matt Lively on, KPIX, covers the team, Channel 5. And he was saying he was doing some jogging, right? He said he was doing that, but he wouldn't call it like full-on sprinting.
No.
So
do a little more. So, okay. I'm trying to like find, clues as to who's going to play and who's not. That to me makes it feel like doubtful for the game on Sunday.
I'm saying this right now. I have no idea what it's going to look like this week. It's Tuesday, October 14th. We got a couple days to go here. I would be surprised if Brock Purdy played this Sunday. I think they're going to wait.
He's played 2 games, dude. Yeah. I mean, I'm not like I feel bad for him. Yeah. It's like a lost season.
I think Mac is going to play this week. I would be surprised if Brock.
No, where's Mac at in terms of his knee?
That's a great question. He didn't mention it there, did he? I don't think he mentioned anything. And
so
Mac
we're just going to pretend like the knee's not hurt, like he's not on one leg?
Well, this is what he had to say about it after the game.
Nothing serious. And like I said, everyone's dealing with stuff. And I just really want to get back out there and practice and see what I can do better and really just get ready for next week.
Now, Trent Williams, after the game, said we're all going through some stuff in regards to Juwan Jennings talking about his 5 broken ribs. And he said that Mac Jones had to get a shot in his ribs before the game.
Yeah, they were talking about his oblique.
Did anyone ask Shanahan about that?
Well, he had said that he had an oblique injury prior. I don't know if you noticed, but during the game, he put on a sleeve on his right arm.
Yes, I did notice that.
So, like in baseball, like when your elbow's tight, right? Like we'll see Mike Yastrzemski does this a lot. But like let's say your throwing arm, your elbow, when it's tight, you put on one of those compression sleeves. I'm telling you, dude, it does. Well, that and 3 Motrin, it eases the pain.
We actually got the sound from Trent Williams, the one that we were just reading the quotes from, and I want to play it because it's very interesting as we're talking about all these injuries. Because obviously the talk, and we'll talk about it with Baldy, we'll talk about Bonte at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock, through 10 o'clock right here in studio on the Morning Roast, Bonte Hill, every single Tuesday at that time. He talked about Juwan Jennings, and this is what Trent had to say about we're all going through something on top of losing Fred Warner for the season.
We all going through something. Not everybody's going through broken ribs and ankle sprain, but, we all going through something. This is football. I mean, Mac just had to get a shot in his rib. So, we're all going through something. Obviously, you never want to see anybody hurt, but it's the game. It's the game we play. I was super, super happy he gritted it out and suited up for us. We really need guys like that. So, but it's a part of the game. Honestly, it's a part of the game.
Part of the game.
I don't know if you saw Trent Williams, like his body when he was talking at his locker after the game. His leg, I do this a lot when I'm like not angry, but like you get that nervous.
The twitch.
It's just like this, like he was like playing with his hands and his leg was like not shaking, but he was, what do they call that? Like a nervous tick or whatever.
Sure.
Like he was amped up.
Fidgeting.
Yes. Okay,
So
maybe that's the way to put it.
He needed a fidget spinner is what you're saying.
Yeah, but like he was upset. Like that was my read on after the game. I don't know about what. I just think he was upset overall.
I don't think
probably the Fred Warner thing like jarred him.
Well, it's the Fred, and then on top of that, it's Juwan talking about his injuries. Because I do think there's an unspoken thing, we'll ask Baldy about this, in locker rooms, Joe, especially in football ones. Yeah, no one wants to hear about all your injuries.
Especially when that guy gets hurt that way.
Correct.
You ever been on the field when someone has a serious injury and like the ambulance has to come?
Not an ambulance, but I have even in like Little League, I remember this kid, the third baseman, I forget his name, but we were playing, we were trying to do a pickoff play, right?
Yeah.
The third kid wasn't paying attention. The quick pitch right in the eye.
Yeah.
And he was wearing glasses too, and his glasses like shattered, hit him right in the eye. It's actually really scary because like we'd stopped play for a long time.
Joe.
Yeah, so
it can be very scary.
Yeah.
And when as a coach,
that was like when I was like 7 years old, so I remember it then.
Yeah.
So yeah.
As a coach, you're sitting there watching. Like I've seen kids get blasted in the orbital, a few times, or break an arm or break a leg, and you're like it's jarring. And then you have to all right, we got to find a way to go back out there. Everything feels so inconsequential after, and that's youth sports. When you're playing as an athlete, it's hard to not think about a collision or a guy dropping, falling, whacking his head, and have Sharks here. Let's talk about it.
Let's go. Baldy.
Let's get right to
Let's go. Shark Week, baby. Shasky, you jumped out of the boat, which was that take immediately for Shark Week. That was incredible. Baldy with us. Brian Baldinger, presented by our proud partner, Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com, and he joins us now on the River Islands guest line every single Tuesday at this time. And Baldy, obviously, we just got to start off. Niners losing Fred Warner for the season, it looks like. Fractured and dislocated ankle. Just another brutal loss for this team that absolutely could not afford to lose a guy like that.
No, they couldn't. Nobody can. There's only one Fred Warner in this whole league. I mean, I do this every week, sit in this film room and watch every game and every play. There's nobody I would rather watch on a daily basis than Fred Warner play football, because there's an absolute joy to his violence and the way they played. And you just, for I remember, I'll never forget this, guys. His rookie year was 2018, his third round pick, BYU. And I'm doing the game, 49ers and Vikings at US Bank Stadium. And I'm down the field before the game and I see John Lynch. And I asked John about who's their Mike linebacker going to be. And he didn't hesitate. Fred Warner's our Mike linebacker. And there was a lot of other guys there then. And from that first day in 2018, for 132 straight starts, Fred Warner lined up every Sunday, every week, every game. And you just think that he's just going to go like a maniac, like a Full Metal Jacket, go make every play like he does, and just bounce up off the ground like he always did. And he was just going to do this forever. And then you see Tristan Wirfs, literally the left tackle of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, called for the medics right away. They saw the ankle dislocated. And it just I just froze. I'm like, Fred Warner's not going to get up from this hit. And you just I mean, it is the game. Everybody gets hurt at some point, but you never thought that would happen to Fred. Like, if there's a pulse in San Francisco, regardless of what the record is, how they're playing. If there's a pulse, it ran through Fred Warner, and it's just going to be a tough to overcome.
Baldy, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, we're gutted, right? Obviously, I mean, we're trying to pick ourselves up and make the argument for getting ready for Atlanta, and we'll get to them in a second. I was thinking of like the Bryant Young play where Ken Norton blasted his leg and just fractured his leg on national television. I thought about the Navarro Bowman play where he's ripping the ball from Marshawn Lynch at the goal line only to have his leg go in the other direction. I mean, it's just there are certain guys that you just can't lose. They're a heartbeat. No. On that play, though, there were only 10 guys on the field. I mean, how does that happen? And I don't know. I'm not looking for anyone to blame. It's just sucks that it happened that way. And then you find out afterwards, like, only 10 guys on the field? How does that even happen?
It's actually alarming that it happened on Fred's watch. I mean, if anybody, would recognize that, it would be Fred, just because he's the ultimate conductor out there. But, I mean, that's Salah's job. That's, it's Fred's job. That's, ultimately, it's, Kyle's got to see it. But, he's thinking about the next series. So, I mean, it's disappointing. It happens. You see it around the league where nobody recognizes it and nobody calls a timeout. So it's unusual, but it does happen.
Now, it's a huge loss. Take me through some of the guys that might be on that defense. And, how are they rallying in the middle of that game when that happens, when you see someone like Fred? He's different than some of the other guys. I know you just keep going. Or the cart came out. He had his leg in an air cast. I mean, you could tell. I mean, it jarred the team. So take me through some of the players when you're on the field when something like that happens.
Well, I mean, he was the one veteran guy you had out there. It's a bunch of kids out there right now, just a bunch of pups that are learning the game. And so, I mean, but I'm sure Fred has already had an impact on all of them, at some point. But even Renardo Green, a young player, I mean, all those guys are going to feel that impact. And I don't know if they understand how big the loss is, because you lost Nick, and that's a loss. That's a tremendous. So you lost your two best players on defense for the season. They're not coming back. And so now these kids got to grow up quicker, faster. D's got to take over at that job. And, he's had a great season so far, but he's a new starter. And, I mean, Fred just had this, I was in Pittsburgh a couple of years ago, first game of the season, and I'm just standing on a sideline. I don't know if I'm talking to Nick or talking to somebody, and somebody just jumps, leapfrogs, jumps right over me. It's Fred Warner. Guy just, he was out there having a good time, just having fun, and, that sort of in the huddle, we need to stop here. We got a third down, all those, that voice just traveled to everybody, calling the signal in the huddle, coming off the sideline, rallying the troops on the sideline. Need to stop here, to finish the game. That was the commander. So I don't know if there's anybody that can. Somebody has to, but I don't know who's going to fill those shoes right now.
How did Bethune play in his absence?
He's fine. He's fine. I mean, it'd be great if they could, have really shut Tampa down. I thought they did a good job against the run for the most part, against a good offensive line. Rashad White, is okay. But, the kid, the kid came in 44 and bounced one to the outside, untouched to the end zone. Okay, how did Bethune play? Well, would that have happened if Fred was out there? The guy put everybody in the deep freeze and then he went untouched 20-something yards for a touchdown. I don't know if that's happening out there with Fred coming full speed, to blow that up.
Dr. Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast, our Odyssey NFL Insider, each and every Tuesday at this time. And Baldy, I'm glad you mentioned that Pittsburgh game a couple of years ago in regards to Fred Warner, because the first opening series, remember Najee Harris just getting blasted by Fred earlier in that game. It felt like it set the tone not only for the game, but for that season, which ultimately ended in a Super Bowl loss at Allegiant Stadium. But, no Fred Warner, no Nick Bosa now for the rest of the season on this defense. Niner fans are waking up this morning after kind of reeling yesterday and just feeling down in the dumps. They want to know, Baldy, can they still make the playoffs at this point? The season's not over. You can't, they're 4-2. It's not over. And playoffs, right? Can this season still even be salvaged, I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, I mean, this is cliche, and some people don't subscribe to it anymore, but defense wins championships. Defense gets you to the playoffs. In this league right now, if you give a good quarterback 80 yards of field in a minute and 30 seconds, the good ones score. And if you take your two best players out of the lineup and you're in that situation, you've seen already this year how many games that they've played have come down to the final drive. You know, whether Arizona game, just go through them. Seattle, like you're coming down to the final drive and you're going up against Matthew Stafford. You're going up against some of these guys in his business right now. Can you get a stop, you know, to win a game? Like, I don't know if they can do that right now. And then, you know, it's about taking the ball away. Like, you know, the turnover battle is the most important battle in every one of these games. And who was responsible for more turnovers or takeaways than Nick and Fred? And so, you know, that who's gonna step up? I mean, obviously Alfred Collins is the play of the year on Thursday night against the Rams. So can some of these guys like recognize just how important this whole thing is and how important that battle is, and, you know, continue to make a play like that in a key spot?
You know, there were a couple of plays that I felt in succession of drives really like stymied the Niners. The first one, it's 1st and 10. They're finally in the red zone. They throw a screen to CMC, and Juwan Jennings just blows up the kid Parrish for no reason, sets them back. They end up settling for a field goal. So now it's 19-20, and that was the original drive of the second half. And Baker's marching, and it's 3rd and 14, though. And he steps back, and two guys look like they're going to sack him. He spins
Bryce
out.
Huff and Michael Williams.
Yes.
Both have him.
He spins out of it. I thought Michael Williams is getting held in the middle of the field by the offensive lineman. Baker scrambles to the left. Multiple guys just whiff on him. That was the play of the game. Next play, boom, touchdown.
No doubt.
Those sequences were just hard to stomach.
I mean, Baker's been doing this now all year, but he can shake one guy. He can't shake two. I mean, that's Huff and Michael Williams right there. They've got him right where they want him. They're going to punt. There's not going to be a score. You're getting the ball back. He's dead in the water. But then to see him stretch for that, you know, he had to stretch to get that first down. Like they had him really stopped with a 13-yard gain. He stretches to get it 15 yards. Like that just, I mean, that play broke their back, Joe, be honest with you, man. It broke their back. I mean, it's a great play by Baker. But honestly, like they got to get him to the ground. They just can't let that happen.
And then they get the busted coverage. The play after that, Tez Johnson touchdown is an incredible catch, but just a brutal gut punch for them. And all that being said,
I mean, I don't understand the breakdown though. Cameron Johnson, I understand number 19. Nobody knew. I don't care what the name of the back of the jersey is. It's a simple motion across the formation for nobody to see that and to give just it's an easy layup. You got to make these teams earn their points. Like you can't break down like that. They walk through a three-man bunch formation, motion to the other side. Like this stuff is automatic. What the coverage is going to be and who's going to rotate, whatever. To blow that coverage against that play, that's a kid's first catch in the NFL, by the way. First catch in the NFL is that was a 34-yard touchdown, and he's untouched.
So, Baldy, it's like. They have no pass rush right now. I mean, Bryce Huff was exhausted by the end of that game. That's 2 weeks in a row where he's just gassed. They're not hitting the quarterback. He's got all the time in the world. So it's really difficult to play in the secondary right now. But that being said, I'm seeing very poor safety play. And Jair Brown was kind of back out there. They had him in like a slot, nickel. It almost felt like he was a linebacker, I guess, to a degree. But they moved him to safety. Siegel's been out there. What are they doing on the line, the defensive line, and on the back end right now with the safeties? It feels like they're both very poor.
Yeah, well, they don't look like they're playing with real confidence where they can make full speed plays, like they really seeing the play, and so they're hesitant. Mustafa, like they just look hesitant back there. There's no impact from that position. They've always had great safeties here. You know, under Kyle Shanahan for 10 years, they've had even Hufanga when he first came in the league. Like they've had great safety play, and honestly, your defense is going to be as good as your safeties, Joe. I mean, because the safeties, if you miss tackles, you miss coverages, you miss playing the ball in the air, you're giving up big plays or touchdowns, and that's what's happening right now. But I don't know. The trade deadline is coming up. They got. I mean, if they want to be competitive, they got to make a move. They have to make. If they sit and just say we're going to develop our young guys, we're sitting tight like that. I don't know. Like if I'm John Lynch, you got to make a move. You might have to eat some salary. You got to move some guys around, extends whatever you got to do. Like they've got to make a move right now.
Well, is there
typically what you do is you raid good players from bad teams, and so whether it's Trey Hendrickson, whatever. Like I feel like they've got to be aggressive at this point to really stay in this game right now.
Well, and I didn't mean to cut you off there, Baldy. It's a good point. Like linebacker-wise, like is there a name out there that maybe Niner fans should be looking at? Because it feels like defensive ends, it's more of a sexy position these days. You know them. But when you don't have a good linebacker, I'm looking out there in the free agency circle, and it's slim pickings.
He drafted Nick Martin. I want to see him suit up.
I know.
Well, I mean, this can be an opportunity. You never know what any of these guys are going to do until they get an opportunity. And so it's going to be that he's going to get an opportunity. That's all you can ask for.
Baldy, it feels like, we've been having like an internal civil war amongst Niner fans regarding the quarterback. And it felt a little insignificant coming out of that game because of the loss of Fred. But also, like, the offensive line just played so bad. I thought Mac played admirable. Your point about not turning the ball over was the point that I kept making over and over. The margins are just too thin right now. That being said, like both interceptions I thought were tough ones. The late one, it almost felt like it was going to be a turnover on downs. They fooled him, thought he had two guys underneath. How would you evaluate Mac Jones's play on Sunday?
No, I mean, he gave him a chance to win. I mean, nobody wants to turn the ball over, but those things are going to happen. You're making these aggressive throws in the middle of the field to Kendrick Bourne. He drops, they had some drops, which didn't help, and so, I felt like guys were having a hard time on that field, to be honest with you. Guys were slipping all over the place. I saw Trent, slipping like he's looking at the field. His feet went right out from underneath him, trying to stop a bull rush of Yaya Diaby. I thought I saw Christian, come to a 2-foot stop and just, feet were coming out from underneath him. And I don't know, I don't know if they had a college game on that field the day before. Sometimes South Florida plays there, but that field looked like it was in horrible shape, and I thought the players were affected by it.
Talking to Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast, our Odyssey NFL insider. What did you make of Mac Jones's, overall performance, and has he done enough, you think? Because that was the story, Baldy, heading into this game, and we're about 15 minutes into this interview, and we really haven't talked about the quarterback much. Obviously, when you lose a guy like Fred Warner, that's going to dominate discussion. But prior to it, it was all, Mac Jones, Brock Purdy, Mac Jones. We're going to see how Brock goes this week, being limited, and we'll see. But would you stick with Mac Jones at this point and give Brock some more rest if he's not going to be 100%?
Well, he had the two explosive pass plays, which, you're throwing the ball for, 40-something and 56 yards. Like, those two explosive pass plays have been missing from the 49ers offense.
Yeah, 200 yards at half, Baldy. 200 yards at the half.
Yeah, you make up for a lot of misgivings, when you're making plays like that. And you're putting the ball, you're hitting Kendrick in stride down the field like that. I mean, those plays have been kind of missing from this offense, but you can make up for a lot of shortcomings with chunk plays like that. And obviously he's got a special relationship with Bourne and, 2 weeks in a row now. And I don't know if Brock is going to be able to make those throws or not. I mean, he might win in certain other areas, but those type of pass plays, everybody would welcome those.
What's going on with this offensive line? Like, what are you seeing right now? They're the worst yards per attempt in terms of carries for runners in the league right now, 3.1. It's really bad. I feel like whoever is the quarterback doesn't have a lot of time to throw and is having to climb the pocket and do everything they can to survive. So what is your evaluation of the O-line currently?
I remember doing a breakdown in the run game, and regardless of formation or motions or shifts, the 49ers basically ran 5 plays. And they always came back to that. There was a wind back play at I formation. There's, outside zone stretch. There's a power where the guard's pulling. Like, I don't know that they have a signature run right now that they can count on that's going to get them yards when they need yards, and or just a drive starter on first down. where they're picking up 6. I just don't see it now. Losing Kittle, you lose a lot on the edge in all those plays. Okay, but they haven't really established a run that they can really go to right now, where you can really crease the defense, and so that to me that they're still struggling to find that. Now you could say, okay, the offensive line, they've had to change at left guard. The center doesn't look great right now. McKivitz has had some trouble. Trent's not the same guy. You can say all that stuff, but those are going to be the 5 guys who are going to be out there week in, week out right now. The guys that we saw, Barch at left guard. So I just think they got to get to where they've got back to their 5 basic runs that they can count on. And until they do that, I think they're going to struggle because the play action pass isn't going to be as strong without it.
Yesterday, Shanahan announced, Baldy, that George Kittle is going to return to practice this week. Obviously, this team needs any and all leadership, but also just the playmaking ability of George Kittle. But I kind of want to ask you, what do they need more from Kittle right now? Is it the receiving or is it the blocking for the O-line?
I'd say the blocking, because they run 2 main plays where George is at a focal. They run an outside zone where they pull a tight end across, and they double the outside edge player with 2 tight ends, and then they work up to the second level. And then at I formation with Juice at fullback, they'll run just basic fullback lead, and George has to block the outside defensive end or outside linebacker. And there's really nobody at the point of attack better than George. So I'd say he's more important right now, because Tongas has been okay in the passing game. He's not going to give you the yards after catch that George will give you, but he's been okay. But I think at the point of attack, they miss George right now in the run game.
Yeah, and Kendrick Bourne cannot be your most explosive player. I mean, he is right now. Like he's playing admirably, but they're getting no chunk plays from anyone. And one of the guys who had a monster year last year was Juwan Jennings. I don't know if you caught it, but on the broadcast, we saw a tiny glimpse of it, but the beat reporters were saying that Juwan Jennings was yelling at Kyle Shanahan, and then Kyle Shanahan, I don't know if he yelled back or maybe he ignored him, but somebody had to hold back Jennings during the 2-minute drill. And here was Kyle Shanahan addressing it in the postgame.
Just intense competitive conversation between 2 people and at the end of the second quarter, but we were good.
And then after the game, Juwan Jennings comes out and says, hey, I've got actually 5 cracked ribs. I don't know if you got that sound, Joe, but it was interesting. And Trent Williams was kind of yeah, we're all hurt. So here's Juwan Jennings after the game talking to reporters.
Yeah, I got 5 broken ribs.
Is your plan to just do pain tolerance?
Oh, yeah, it's football. I love pain. I wouldn't be playing this sport if I didn't. It's part of it, man. You got to enjoy every little thing that comes with it, and pain is one of those.
I mean, what do you make of the Juwan Jennings saga? He got an extension, or he wanted to get an extension. He got an incentive contract. He's been hurt in and out of the lineup. I mean, this just feels like a debacle right now.
Well, look, they're 4-2. And so, we can take any sort of sound bites right here, stuff on the sideline, guys hurt. He's not a number 1 wide receiver, okay? He's never going to be a number 1 wide receiver. But he's a productive player, and he's good in the run game. If you've got cracked ribs, you got cracked ribs. You're not going to be as good. You can numb those things up before the game. You're not going to be the same person. You're not going to be as physical as you want to be in the run game. He's always been a pretty good blocker. You're probably not going to be as aggressive. You can't be as aggressive with the ball in the air when you have that condition. So I'm sure, everybody's affected by something. Some guys a little bit more, but cracked ribs aren't fun. You can't practice. You can't breathe. You can't sleep. It's a pain. It's a constant pain. It never goes away until it heals. And the only way, time is the only thing that heals ribs. But, it's, when you struggle like they did a little bit, I mean, they had chances to win that game multiple times, and they didn't come out on top. That's just the disappointment of losing. But at the end of the day, they're 4-2, and they've lost a lot of great players, and they've overcome a lot of it. But they got to find a way to, get back in the winning track, however that is.
It feels like to me that I feel like Kyle Shanahan's doing a great job in terms of X's and O's. I could argue about his drafting philosophy of maybe getting a running back or getting some offensive linemen, but I do feel like the X's and O's and throwing to Jake Tonjes and finding Kendrick Bourne on big chunk plays, being able to throw the ball to Christian McCaffrey, he has been really good this year. What are you seeing in terms of play designs from Kyle Shanahan? Why does this team keep kicking field goals? Is it personnel? Or is it play calls when they get down on the other side of the field?
I don't have a short answer to that, Joe. Everybody's trying to become, a better, more productive red zone team. You can draw up a lot of plays. I mean, you're sitting back and, you're playing, quarters coverage. There's not going to be a lot of holes there. You can run, combination route and stack routes and everything. And you're just sitting, waiting on it, And so, how you defeat, the best way to defeat it is to run it. That's the best way to defeat quarters coverage if that's what they're seeing, which they're seeing. And so the holes are going to be more compressed. They're going to be tighter. The timing has got to be more crisp. The ball's got to come out hot. And so it's a little bit of all of that I'm describing. But ultimately, if you can run the ball in the red zone, that's the best panacea for red zone issues.
Do they miss Deebo Samuel in the motion stuff in the red zone? Just someone that they have to honor? Like, I thought it was time to move on, but do they miss him schematically?
Well, they miss his playmaking ability. I mean, with the ball in his hands, he's about as tough as they come. He's having a fullback at that position, whether it's fly sweeps or short passes or the quick game, where a guy's going to break the initial tackle. And then, once he gets any kind of a head of steam up, he's going to bulldoze his way through a lot of contact. So they don't have a guy like that, on this roster.
Talking to Brian Baldinger here on the River Islands Guest Line Morning Roast, our Odyssey NFL insider. And Baldy, you were probably watching the games last night. A lot of Niner fans were watching this Falcons team because they're coming Sunday night to Levi Stadium. And this guy, Bijan Robinson, you already lost Nick Bosa, but you lose Fred Warner on top of it. I don't know what concerns me more for the 49ers defense going up against this guy, his pass-catching ability or his in-between-the-tackle running ability. But they're going to have their hands full Sunday against this guy, aren't they?
Honestly, Bijan could play any skilled position on offense. He could be a quarterback. He could be your slot receiver, wide receiver, tailback. You got to count for him in everything. They screened the ball to him. The 81-yard touchdown run last night, it was a simple off-tackle play. And, he outran two safeties, to go down the sideline. So, he's got home run hitting ability. He honestly is playing the best he's ever played. He looks like Christian from 2 years ago. The guy is just dancing through these holes. He's leaping over safeties. He's just a special player. But, Drake London, I said it in training camp when I went down to Atlanta. I said, if you were building a fantasy team, you would take Drake London. He's going to get targeted as much as any receiver in this league. He's big as hell. You see the touchdown where he's just sticking the ball out over the goal line. He's a power forward at wide receiver. And, they feed him a lot. And so you've got to defend those two animals on the perimeter, in the passing game, in the run game. That's where the ball's going. And, you're looking at a left-handed quarterback, so you don't see it. You do see it when you see, certain guys. But, the ball's going to come out a different way. It's going to be, they're a left-handed team. Drake is going to be over there. That's you talk about red zone. It's a luxury to have a guy like Drake where you can just throw the ball up to him, and he has that sort of reach and, that radius that he's got.
Real quick, Baldy, you mentioned last week, obviously you did the Red River Rivalry over on the radio side, and then you did the Raiders-Titans game. You may have witnessed the last head coaching performance ever from Brian Callahan, who got fired yesterday from the Tennessee Titans gig. At all shocked after watching that performance on Sunday at Allegiant?
Not at all. And I tell you, we're seeing around the league right now these reclamation projects. You just saw Baker Mayfield. You've already seen, what Sam's doing up in Seattle. You're seeing, all these different quarterbacks. Daniel Jones in Indianapolis. And I feel like Cam Ward, I talked to him before the game. He's a great kid. You want him being your quarterback. Like what they're doing to that kid is what happened to Sam and Baker, and Daniel Jones. Like until he's in a stable organization with a good coach and a good system, you're never going to see the best of him. And I feel like it's already beginning. Like this organization, and the irony is they got rid of Mike Vrabel. Why would you get rid of Mike Vrabel? And here comes Mike Vrabel this weekend. Here comes the Patriots into Tennessee this weekend. And they're going to see that's the guy that should still be coaching that team. And so, there's no love lost. That was a horrible, horrible performance. And Cam Ward deserves better, but no quarterback. Like he could become Baker and one of these guys if he's stuck there for the next 2 or 3 years. And then he'll go someplace where it's stable. They know how to build a team. They know how to build a roster, and he'll be successful.
Hey, Baldy, good stuff. We really appreciate your time, and we'll do it again next week, man.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Yep, hang in there, man.
Yep.
I'll talk to you.
All right,
Yep.
There he goes. Injury report time. All right, Niners could be getting George Kittle back as soon as this week. Kyle Shanahan said yesterday that the hope is for Kittle to suit up this Sunday night against the Falcons. Kittle has missed the last 5 games with a hamstring injury that he suffered in the 49ers' Week 1 win in Seattle. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. It's coming up next, right out of the break. Don't go anywhere. Right out of the break, your chance to win a Best Buddies bobblehead. That's what's coming up alongside Bonte Hill in studio for the rest of the show, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Golden State Lumber and Showroom reaches far and wide across the Bay Area. Their Stockton Yard is the go-to resource for building professionals in San Joaquin County. With over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public, Golden State makes it easy to find what you need. With on-site milling services, you can get that perfect cut every time. Need expert advice? Their experienced team is ready to help, whether that means loading your truck or assisting with an important decision. For larger orders, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely next-day delivery, if not the same day. It's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget. They can even join you on the job site. Golden State app provides resources, guides, important codes, and much more. Building a better Bay Area for 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapo Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise.
Wake up!
It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, we're locked and loaded, baby. Halfway home here on a Tuesday, which, as you know, it's the best day of the week here on 95.7 The Game. For the Morning Roast, that is. I don't know about those other shows, but the Morning Roast is crushing on Tuesdays. We got Baldy every Tuesday, 7:30. Just had him. If you missed any of that interview, find it on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. And now joining us momentarily for the rest of the show in studio, as he does each and every Tuesday at this time, Bonte Hill, courtesy of River Islands. As we are streaming on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing of the dealer. And as always,
Why they pick him?
Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, which is Ratchley Brewed in San Francisco. And you heard that, folks. Play it again. Just play it again.
Why they pick him?
Right there. That's the sounder. Be caller number 5 to the contest line at 415-523-4652. That's caller number 5 to 415-523-4652. And you'll win a Best Buddies bobblehead, courtesy of the Golden State Warriors. Bonte, good morning. Shasky, good morning. You guys look healthy and ready to go. You just had a sandwich or a burrito?
I was unhinged.
That's okay. You need to eat. There you go.
Eating all in the studio stuff.
In the studios.
You're a lot better mood than yesterday. I couldn't understand you yesterday.
Well, the sun came up.
It was raining a bunch yesterday.
Look at.
No, I understand why you were doing the gloom. Like Spidoni's up here saying, "Hey, you're 4-2. You're 4-2."
That's right.
Nobody wants to hear that right now. That on Monday.
Nobody wants to hear that.
So I don't know if you've read the Lowell Cone, Bill Walsh memoirs, but one thing that Bill Walsh did, which I so relate to, I'm not pretending that I'm Bill Walsh, but when they would lose or he would lose a player, he would agonize for multiple days over all the things that he didn't do right, what they didn't do right. And then by Thursday, Wednesday, he would slowly start to pick himself up off the mat and then get super optimistic and fired up for the game on Sunday. And it's kind of the cycle I put myself through of like I'm riding high when they win. When they lose, I'm really low. But like losing Fred Warner, It's a bigger blow than I think people, want to admit.
No, it's a huge blow. It's the one guy who was irreplaceable. We talked about it when Nick Bosa got hurt, saying, yeah, Nick Bosa, that's a tough injury. You could trade for pass rushers, though. You can't trade for linebackers like Fred Warner. He's the best linebacker in football. And what he embodies for this franchise on and off the football field. I've had many run-ins with Fred Warner. Fred and his wife, Sydney, are just amazing, amazing people. Sydney's taking time out just to talk to Anna and chop it up for multiple times. And even Anna was like, oh, I'm not Fred, oh, Sydney, oh, my God. Like, it's the one guy because he's gotten hurt. I remember the Philadelphia game in the NFC Championship game. He was down on the ground for a while.
Oh, the stinger, right?
Yeah, the stinger, but he got back in the game.
Yeah.
We saw him in Seattle. The pellets coming into his eyes. They're like, oh, no, not Fred. He was back in 2 plays later. So, with Bill Walsh, because I've read that book, not Lowell Cone's book, but I've actually read Lowell Cone's book, but Bill Walsh has another book, either it's Winning Time or something else, but he talks about how the losses, he didn't want to be bothered. He was a jerk. He was a jerk after a loss. He didn't want to be bothered. He was depressed. He was sick. He locked himself up in the office because he didn't think he called the right play or whatnot. So anyway, I mean, it's tough. So when you think about Monday morning, I'll say this about the Fred Warner injury real quick. I know I'm long-winded. Kevin Durant, Game 5 in Toronto. I'll never forget watching that injury because when it happened, I'm like, oh, why is he handling the ball? Why is he handling the ball? And his Achilles snaps. Yeah. I was in a fog for the next 20 minutes. What happened in the game, I don't remember it. I had to go back and watch. It's like, wow, DeMarcus Cousins had a great second quarter, stabilized the game. Same thing happened on Sunday. I text Jessica, I didn't give a damn what happened before halftime.
It felt very irrelevant.
Yeah, the result did not matter to me whatsoever. So, and that same feeling. Now, it's not a career-threatening injury. He'll be back on the field for OTAs, but for this season.
It's not a good one.
For this season, I mean, he'll be back in OTAs, and I think he'll bounce back and be the Fred Warner that we've seen before. But for this season, it stinks.
Well, you were bringing up like what he represents, and I think defensive players are different, right? Like you're either a lunatic, and we know that, Bill Romanowski, Charles Haley, or you're one of these like leadership guys. And in my lifetime, we're the same age. I wanted to bring this list up. I had done this on the podcast. I got a new podcast, everybody. It's called The Butcher Shop.
Look at you. You're hopping on Alice. You got a new podcast? Look at you.
Odyssey's just using me. Ronnie Lott personified leadership on and off the field and played with a reckless abandon where the opponent and his teammates feared him and respected him.
Yep.
Bryant Young. Class personified, leadership in a different way, not as outwardly loud as Ronnie was. Ronnie, I could see him talking to Jerry on the side, like, we got you on this one, or telling George Seifert to what they need to do on the next defensive possession. But Bryant Young was a leader on and off the field, class personified, respected by teammates and feared by opponents, and respected as well. Patrick Willis, the same thing. Fred is, to me, similar to those guys in my life, Ronnie Lott, Bryant Young, Patrick Willis. You just don't replace those guys.
No, you don't.
They just mean a little more. Now, Navarro, similarly had like a devastating injury and
he was never the same.
No,
see, I think Warner can bounce back from a dislocated ankle. He'll have OTAs or whatnot.
Yeah,
I think he'll be able to.
What the actual injury is.
Yeah, but it's a dislocated ankle and a broken ankle. So basically, I think he'll be okay. It's not a fibula. It's not an Achilles. Guys have come back from ankle injuries. Dak Prescott had the injury. Yeah. He's throwing the ball very well after he had that injury. Even after the injury, he was playing like an MVP.
He's playing great right now. But the injury reminded me of the Bryant Young injury when I was at the game, and the whole team for the New York Giants was like, come over, come over.
I didn't go. I remember that injury. We thought it was career threatening.
We thought it was over.
Thought it was over.
I mean, his leg went the other way.
Fred Warner had the air cast on the ankle. I said, that sucks for the season. But I do believe Fred Warner's going to be back.
I just meant more the reaction of the guys on the field.
I hear you. No doubt. When the cart comes out, same thing happened with Trey Lance. The cart came out so fast, a whole team comes around you. We saw it with James Conner a couple weeks ago in Arizona, the whole team. So whenever a cart comes out, because guys put in so much work in the offseason to get ready for the season, and you get to October where the separation is about to begin in the NFL.
Yeah.
The cream is about to rise to the top, and you don't have your main guy there, Fred Warner. So that's what stinks about that.
And he's just a great ambassador for the game. And Baldy was kind of talking about that, and I was talking about that yesterday. It's like, it's one thing if you just lose it for your team. And again, we're selfish. This is our guy on our team. But just as like a fan of football, you don't want to see guys like that. That's why you heard Baker after the game saying, before he started talking about or taking any questions, he's like, that sucks that we lost Fred. Like that sucks. Todd Bowles mentioned it too. He's like, you want to see things like that. You want your best players out there to promote the product, right? It sucks that Joe Burrow, I've had to miss these first 3 months. I don't want to miss that. And so as a fan of football, you feel like you're losing on top of already losing Nick Bosa. Bonte?
He missed one game in his first 8 years.
Yeah, he's been a gladiator.
Yeah, I mean, just absolute warrior. And I heard Baldy talking about, he's told us that story before about the Minnesota game, where we thought Reuben Foster was going to wear the green dot helmet. And it was this guy wearing number 48 who forces a fumble on Dalvin Cook by hustling on the play. He never left the lineup since then. He changes his number to 54, becomes one of the best players in all of football, not just defensively, and what you mentioned on and off the field and in the community. He's embraced the Bay Area. He's always wearing Giants hats. He's at Warrior games or whatnot. So, look, it's a huge loss because not only do you lose the player who's productive, but the voice, the guy who's communicating, the guys who's lining guys up. Like that breakdown in the second half on a young man Cameron Williams, who scores his first touchdown, that doesn't happen with Fred.
Yeah.
At least the breakdown like that. He's pointing, hey, get over there, motion. But the fact that he gets hurt on the play in which there's only 10 guys on the football field, I heard Gibson was on special teams. He was supposed to be at the DN on that play. Whoever blew that, because Tristan Wirfs all of a sudden is coming downhill with the running start on Fred Warner. I mean, the fact that nobody knows to say, hold on, we need to call a timeout. You burned a timeout in the first. We got 10 men on the field. Wake up.
Especially in the first half.
I guess Shanahan spoke about it. I guess the same guy that was on the special teams play prior was supposed to stay on the field. There was miscommunication in all parts, and it's just unfortunate.
Yeah,
it
sucks.
On the play like that.
So it's funny that you bring up he only missed one game. I was just doing a deep dive on all, some of my favorite players. Willis only played the 8 seasons, and he missed time with that foot injury, and Larry Grant had to fill in for him. Bryant Young, in 14 years, missed 16 games.
Yep.
You want to know about defensive line gladiator?
Yeah.
14 years in the NFL, he missed a total of 16 games.
Fred Warner's in that same boat when it comes to Brian Young being a leader. But he's more, as you mentioned, more boisterous. He's more vocal. Patrick Willis wasn't as vocal.
Not till later.
Later on, then next thing you know, he's breaking down the team, saying, we got to have it. We got to have it. I love when Patrick Willis break down the team because he started to become more vocal. And then it was gone just like that.
Right.
Roddy Lott obviously cutting his pinky off. Michael Irvin had that great rant last week where he brought up Roddy Lott. He always brings up Roddy Lott. Hey, Roddy Lott trying to take my head off. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
So, because, we'll get to that. These young punks who think that the game was invented yesterday and they think that everything is so great today. I'm so glad Michael Irvin said what he said. Oh, I felt every single second of that. One of the greatest rants I've ever seen. But, Fred, you're 4-2 right now. We watched Bijan Robinson last night.
It's going to be difficult.
You got Houston coming up.
Drake London.
You got Cam Scatterboo coming up in a few weeks. You got the Rams coming back to town.
Can we talk about Scatterboo for just a quick second?
Bonte, you wanted him. I remember that.
I wanted him bad.
Anyone that watched college football was like, this guy can play.
Here's the problem, too.
Everyone knew it.
Here's the problem, too. We watched Cam Scatterboo doing the bow and arrow against Texas. He's putting on the show.
He was the best player on the field.
Big 12 championship against Iowa State.
Receiving.
Receiving. He's doing everything.
How many guys from Texas got drafted?
He threw the bomb. He carried Arizona State nearly to one of the biggest upsets I've ever seen in college football. And then Jordan James, who's yet to hit the practice field. And I keep saying this. My lasting image of Jordan James was him walking down a tunnel, I believe, in the Rose Bowl early in that football game with his helmet off because Ohio State was hitting too hard. And I'm thinking to myself, he can't get on the field, and Cam Scatterboo's taking over the city of New York. I mean, he was the perfect fit. You know how many Scatterboo jerseys going to be selling out here?
He reminds me of Toby Gerhart, but with more wiggle.
I like that.
Yeah, because I think Gerhart was so underrated, and he went behind Adrian Peterson. People forget. I thought he would have been a legit back.
See, I think he's got a little more Mike Allstott in him than we all want to admit. Because Mike Allstott,
I just remember
he was
Gerhart
a fullback.
so
Gerhart was great, but
Allstott was badass.
Cup of coffee. Gerhart had a good game against the Niners one year.
Gerhart was a good player.
He's a good player. He's better in college, but
yes,
he should have won the Heisman as well at Stanford. But who knows? Who cares? East Coast bias.
And Dominican Sue should have won that.
Scatterboo, the way he runs, it bounces off of people, reminds me a little of Mike Allstott.
He's got the energy. But here's the thing with the Niners. Like right now, I'm looking at their offense. Let's start with their offense just for a second. I'm not hating on this guy. He's been amazing. Kendrick Bourne cannot be your most electric player. No, like that, he can't. We're throwing to Jake Ton. I like Jake. He's a solid chain mover right now. Jake Tonjes, Valdez Scantling, Juwan's obviously injured. We'll get to him. But, if Kendrick Bourne's your most explosive player, they've got to get Jordan Watkins on the field. They have got to find a way, whether it's Isaac Guerrero, Jordan James. I have to get playmakers on the field. And right now, CMC running the ball, it's not, for whatever reason, it's not working. They've got to get creative.
Yeah, they do. They do. Jordan Watkins was coming on to training camp. He was making some plays there. Look, the fact is you can't run the football right now. You're dead last in running at 3.1 yards a carry. They haven't had a game yet in which they averaged over 4 yards a carry.
It's going to be the battle of the worst versus the best next week when it comes to running the football.
Yeah, it's not good. Last year, their first game against the Jets, the Niners was averaging 4.7 yards a carry without Christian McCaffrey. Yeah, Jordan Mason, but the offensive line was a lot better. So the interior of this offensive line, Dominic Purdy with the PCL, he's not right.
No, he's not the same.
He's not right. He's getting beat. I mean,
the
second drive when he split the double team on Jake Brindle and Dominic Purdy. Jake Brindle, they need a center so bad. They need to invest in a center so bad. It's one of the most undervalued positions in all of football. They need a center so bad. So the interior of the offensive line is not good. And I'm with you on Kendrick Bourne being the number one. It's a great story.
No, it's great.
This is why, with the whole Brandon Ayuk situation, I wanted Brandon Ayuk because it's hard to get true bona fide. We underrate the rapport that Brock Purdy had with Brandon Ayuk.
I would agree.
And if Brandon Ayuk's out there healthy, now he's hurt, we don't know when he's coming back. You need a bona fide number one wide receiver. I know people try to devalue wide receiver. I saw Mark Willard on Twitter said, look, Kendrick Bourne's going crazy. You don't really need to invest in a wide receiver. How many teams game plan for Kendrick Bourne as opposed to maybe a Brandon Ayuk or opposed to a A.J. Brown or whatever top wide receiver? Same thing. We talk about Nick Bosa. You got a game plan for Nick Bosa? You ain't game planning for the Sam Okawadu and Bryce Huff right now.
Did anyone watch Drake London last night?
Right.
Oh, my God.
He's a beast.
He's a beast.
I'm actually a big fan of his.
Right.
You brought up Dominic Purdy. Let me just give you some quick ones on the pressures from the game. Dominic gave up 6 pressures against the Bucs. Trent Williams 4, Connor Colby 3, Jake Brendel 2, And then the combination of McKivitz, CMC, and Farrell had 1 each.
Yeah, it's not good. You're not running the ball.
6.
You're not blocking. You're not
4 for Trent.
He's not
Brian
right.
Robinson
They're
was
running
0
the ball.
carries.
They're
0.
running the ball to the right side, not the left side.
Well, they can't because everybody knows they want to run it to the left side. So they're slamming the left side. Trent said this last week at the Rams game, saying they're slamming the run. But even when you are throwing and loosen up the defense, they don't fear the wide receivers.
No.
They don't fear the. So, yeah, sure, Mac Jones is throwing for a lot of yards. But look at the scoreboard here. They've yet to score more than 26 points in a football game. All right? Think about that.
Yeah, but see, to me, I think that's a combination of 2 things.
Injuries, I get it.
Well, you don't have playmakers. Playmakers score in the red zone.
No doubt, but you're stalling out in the red zone.
No, I agree. But here's a great example.
They're 28th in the red zone.
But here's a great
now,
example.
They're 9-21 in the red
First
zone.
drive
I
of
don't
the
care
third
who's
quarter.
out there. They're not finishing drives
No,
for
I
whatever
know, but
reason.
this is why. One of your guys in Juwan Jennings, they get into the red zone, okay? 3rd and 1. It's a CMC gun run. Vita Vea's on the sideline for 3 straight plays, and they go right down the field. Now they're in the red zone. It's 1st and 10. It's a CMC swing screen pass, and Juwan Jennings blasts this kid Parrish.
I know.
While the ball's still in the air, I thought it was slightly dirty play, and it backs you up, and now you stall out. So is that on Shanahan or is that on Juwan Jennings?
It's everybody. It's everybody. You're 9-21 in the red zone. You're 28th in the league.
Mental
so it ain't
errors,
just it's
yeah.
mental errors. It's lack of execution. It's everything.
False start on Pooney,
It's
then you
penalties.
get the false start.
43% in the red zone. So you're not finishing drives. You're not running the ball well. You're not getting after the quarterback. That is a recipe for disaster. Now, you bring up Juwan Jennings.
He had a false start to start the second half. To start the second half.
I mean, I got to pull this up because I was curious on what a former player thought about.
5 broken ribs, Bonta.
Yeah, well, he let everybody know. So I asked the former player, I said, what do you think about Jennings? Did he break the code? He goes, this former player replied, Jennings needs to be quiet and either thug it out or not play. He's worried about getting targets, bro, to an 18-week season. Kyle trying to protect you. He knows you're hurt. Just go with the flow and heal. But he want to talk to the reporters about his ribs. Now teams are going to know that and aim for your ribs, dummy.
Yeah.
This is from a former player.
Trent Williams was not happy about that
We
either.
know why he's just. I mean, like, look, he
held out.
No,
basically.
he did, but he got an incentive-laden deal, missed all of training camp, and now, like, every target that doesn't go his way, I understand his POV, his point of view on this one, but it's like, dude, it's the big picture, it's the team. If you just buy in, things will go your way.
Well, if you're gonna talk about, hey man, my shoulder's at 20%, I got a low and high ankle sprain, I got 5 broken ribs. I'm sure everybody's hurt, but the other players like, it's just like Tua Tagovailoa the other day going on talking about leadership. Some things need to stay in the locker room.
Yeah, I
you
agree.
don't need to tell for a reporter or content. 5 broken
what
ribs.
about him yelling on the sidelines to Shanahan? It's one thing when Jerry Rice is yelling at an offensive coordinator.
Right.
It's another when Juwan Jennings is screaming at your head coach.
Yeah, I don't.
I compared it to Travis Kelce did Andy Reid in the Super Bowl, right? That's Travis Kelce and Andy Reid.
Exactly. And their relationship is pretty established.
Right. I mean, you're talking about one of the best tight ends in pro football history.
Yeah.
He's on a short list.
And Andy helped identify him, draft him, and develop him.
But this is Juwan Jennings. Come on.
I'm not trying to hate on Jennings. Like, he was really good last year.
And
he's not a number 1 wide receiver, though.
He's not.
And he thinks he is.
Right. Well, last year, everybody gassed him up like he was a number 1. He had a couple nice, good games, but he's not a true number 1. He never was.
No.
He never was. He's a nice role player for this football team, but he's playing with 5 broken ribs. He shouldn't be playing. He shouldn't be playing. But to let the reporters know, and then you don't think Raheem Morris and the Atlanta Falcons like, number 15, here's the target area.
That defense.
And then you got the Houston Texans 2 weeks from now. Will Anderson and Daniel Hunter and all those guys with D'Amico Ryans.
They got 2 D-lines in a row that could suffocate.
Yes. Abdul Carter and Brian Burns and Dexter Lawrence.
They hit hard.
That gets me back to the quarterback. Like, as I think Mac had an admirable game. You can't turn the ball over. This offensive line, I don't care whether it's Purdy or Mac, they're not going to survive the season with both of these quarterbacks if this offensive line doesn't get a little better.
Yeah, that's why I wonder about Brock Purdy. And I know he's going to try to hit the practice field this week. Do you want his first game to be against the Houston Texans?
No.
On that turf?
The New York Giants is after that.
MetLife Stadium. I know.
Malik Neighbors is on line 1.
So,
Joe Wall.
and look, Mac Jones is having some good runs. He made some nice,
he's on
really
one leg
nice
too.
throws. But even, I thought Todd Bowles had a great game plan. or especially on the first interception.
You can't throw that ball.
You can't throw that ball because even if Bourne runs the right route, I don't think he gets to that ball.
No, I thought the safety jumped it.
And the corner was jumping in anyway. So either Bourne gets blown up, it's a bad incompletion, or bad things happen. Matt can't throw that ball. On the fourth down where he throws a pick and he throws it into triple coverage, Tonjes is right there.
Two guys.
Hit Tonjes right there on the out route. Just do it. So, look, Mac Jones is a good story. He's a good story, but I'm starting to see some limitations here, extending plays, which Brock Purdy can do well.
He gets locked into his first read.
And we act like Brock Purdy hasn't had – Brock Purdy had that same game in Tampa last year where he threw for 353. But Jake Moody was out there missing field goals left and right. So this offensive line is really, really irritating. The interior of this offensive line is not getting the job done.
Well, I think this goes back to – and like Holmgren has talked about this. Andy Reid has talked about this. Gruden has now reflected and talked about this. It's really difficult to be the GM and the head coach. And sometimes your personnel decisions make you being the head coach, it limits who you are. And I think one of their philosophies is, we don't invest in the offensive line in the draft. They have the second fewest capital in the draft, in the O-line, of anyone in football since they started. They did a deep dive on this. Now, look, you traded for Trent Williams, and that ended up working out for you. That was a great move. Staley retired out of nowhere. But you do have to invest in it. And I look about when the Niners had a great O-line when Harbaugh was here. They took Staley in the first round. They took Upati and Anthony Davis in the first round. They invested in free agency for John Goodwin. They've got to make the offensive line a priority.
Well, they invested in Mike McGlinchey, right? First round pick.
Yeah, but they didn't re-sign him.
Didn't necessarily work out. They took Banks in the second round.
They did.
He's
now in Green Bay. He's now in Green Bay.
I don't think I loved paying him $20 million a year either. But to your point, and then they had Laken Tomlinson too.
He was really good when he was healthy.
Yeah,
Banks
I agree.
Was really good next to Trent Williams. You took a flyer on Burford in the fourth round. Dominic Pooty's a third round pick.
I know.
So are they investing high draft picks for them? Not necessarily after McGlinchey, but you are taking some guys in the middle rounds.
This is where I get frustrated. You took a punter. You took a kicker in the third and fourth round. You took Nick Martin in the third round. He can't suit up on the worst defense in last year, in the league.
Well, he'll suit up now. You don't have
to
worry about that.
But that's the 75th pick overall.
Haven't seen Jordan James. Haven't seen Jordan Watkins. Haven't seen either of those guys.
But this team can ill afford the red shirt positions.
No, I 100% agree. But when you did take the kicker and the punter, there weren't a lot of spots that you needed at the time. Let's be real. Now, in hindsight, we could say, boy, they could have taken an extra pick here, an extra pick there. And I get it. It's a punter and it's a kicker. And now the kicker's in Chicago, making game with a field goals on Monday Night Football.
And getting blocked by Javon Kinlaw.
Right,
how ironic.
Debo on the sideline.
Debo on the sideline. It was just unbelievable, right? The NFL, man. This is the world's greatest reality show ever.
Did you hear Troy Aikman and Buck are like, he wasn't that great in San Francisco. You kind of want to get this a little closer.
Right, yeah. No, I was thinking is Chicago really playing for a 45-yard field goal? Don't do that to Jake. And he had that look in his eyes where it was like, oh, no, he's going to miss it.
You did the Guru?
You did the
Guru? I looked in his eyes?
I looked in his eyes. And then the kick started. I was like,
I did too.
And then Bonte, the post game, he didn't take the helmet off. He kept the helmet on.
But he had a smile. Did you see the players?
Ricky Williams.
And they put him on his shoulder.
Hey, good for him.
And he was smiling left and right. That's what I was saying. Good for him.
Good for him.
And people were coming at me wrong like, oh, man, screw him.
No, he had to go. He had to go, but you can still root for him.
Yeah, Carter was not rooting for Jake Moody yesterday. By the way, Bonte Hill in studio the rest of the show each and every Tuesday. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Alameda County. Let's dive more into this game and the future matchup as well. Plus, the Warriors are playing a regular season game a week from today. Are they not, Bonte? They are.
They are, yeah. Wake me up when the preseason's over.
Okay, well, I think
it's hard to watch preseason anything.
Well, they're playing the Blazers tonight. You're going to be locked in on that. Come on.
Blazers got a good roster, man.
Hey, win one for Chauncey, right?
You're not laughing at the Blazers no more, huh? You're not laughing at the Blazers no more. I keep laughing.
I'm not laughing at them. My guy, Denny Avdia. You know I've always liked Denny. Yeah. Avdia. There we go. We'll figure it out on the other side. Bonte in studio. Right, and you know what? Come on. We can accept some calls here. 888-957-9570. The phone lines are open. Niner fans, where are you at with this team? Mentally, emotionally, the season's not over. They are 4-2. Yesterday was a down day. We're looking forward to this week. Kittle is coming back. We'll get your thoughts on that. George Kittle coming back to practice. More of that. Will Brock Purdy suit up this week? 888-957-9570. It's all going to be brought to you by Alameda County.
Looking for more than just a paycheck? Consider a career at Alameda County and make a real difference. Enjoy career growth, flexible schedules, and superior retirement plans. Apply today at acjobs.org. That's acjobs.org. Alameda County, our community, your purpose.
You gotta know your roots. I know Bonte does. I know Shasky does. He's devouring this like Italian sandwich in the studio. And you know what? There's good eats still at the Oakland Coliseum because that's where the Oakland Roots play, and their final game at home is Saturday, October 25th against Lexington SC, again, at the historic Oakland Coliseum. We've already seen football there. We've seen some baseball. It's all about soccer now, baby. Let's go. Come out, show your Oakland pride, and enjoy the energy of an Oakland Roots game. Take your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your daughter, your son, your loved ones, mom and dad. It's family friendly for all. And following the game on October 25th, there will be a performance, get this, Bonte, by Ruby Red plus fireworks. Who doesn't love fireworks? Go to oaklandrootssc.com to get your tickets today. You can also watch the game on KTV Plus or ESPN Plus.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapo Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Granger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Granger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi?
I gotta make it
if
quick.
You did,
My wife's
it'd be
gonna kill me.
Xfinity,
I'm
and
late.
it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Warriors basketball is back. Don't miss your chance to cheer on your Doves at Chase Center as they make another run for the postseason. And be sure to listen to the Morning Roast all this week for your chance to score a Best Buddies bobblehead. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni.
Listen to that guy driving the bus, man. Damn, Spadoni. Damn, you sound good.
And Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, we're having a good time here, even if it's raining outside.
You know I'm a stunt. This is just a banger.
Bonte Hill in studio as he is each and every Tuesday at this time for the entire 8 to 10 slot. Good to have you, Bonte. We're happy about it, courtesy of River Islands. By the way, this Sunday night, the kickoff show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings will be live from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale starting at 3 o'clock. They'll have all the early games on, and the beer garden will be rocking with a DJ and bartenders serving Gold Bar whiskey specials. I know you love a Gold Bar whiskey special, Bonte.
I love Carter on the beats. You guys don't, when I'm in the car and Carter's playing beats, I'm like, you guys don't appreciate it enough. Like, he's just flying through it.
Well, I've been told...
He's playing slappers.
I've been told that I focus too much on some of the rejoins and that I need to just get back into the nitty-gritty about the Niners games and stuff.
I never got that chat.
Oh,
We
well.
talk about rejoins for 5 minutes.
Yeah, you can't be doing that. If you're going to the game...
You can stay out of it. Let them do their show.
If you're going to the game, by the way, you can sign up for the free shuttle to the stadium right now. First come, first serve. Go to the Eventbrite page on our website, 957thegame.com. Sign up now. That's 957thegame.com.
And
seriously,
I'm going to go to, I think me and Carter are going to go to the game this weekend together, and I think we're going to go to Laughing Monk and make a quick appearance. Yeah, what do you get, private chopper? You going to let me use the private chopper?
Get to the chopper now. We actually had Carter's lovely wife, Sierra, call in earlier.
Oh, she did?
Well, because, as you know, Sierra's pregnant, so congratulations to Sierra and I guess Carter over there. But I don't know if you know this, Bonte. Sierra makes Carter food for breakfast every single night.
And they used to do that for me.
When did that change,
Used
though?
to.
Yeah, when did that change?
When I left the morning show.
Since up to that,
she's hooking up. Yeah, she had 2 boiled eggs for me, or
boiled
tortillas.
eggs.
Yeah, she would make breakfast for me. It happens. We did good to your lady. They return the favor.
So Carter, you hear this?
You guys are not doing something right. It ain't my fault. You guys are slipping in your pippin.
Wow.
I mean, come on, man.
Yeah,
slacking in your backing.
Well, we'll see.
What size head are you?
As the only one with 2 children on the show, it changes. So there you go.
Hey, I'm just saying, you and Shasky, y'all doing something right. Y'all got to spend money for breakfast, man. Hey, Carter, keep doing what you're doing over there.
I actually don't eat
Shout out Sierra.
I don't eat breakfast. I started eating lunch at 12 o'clock. So you got this thing called intermittent fasting, Bonte.
Oh, okay.
It helps. By the way, we are accepting calls.
Wait, you're intermittent
888-957-9570.
fasting?
That's right.
What was that little brownie thingy that you had earlier?
Well, this is my cheat day, so I'm allowed to. It was coffee.
And that nose just gets a little bigger.
It's always been this big.
Incredible.
I have often said Pinocchio is loosely based on my life. We look the same, but it was a coffee cake from a Hostess, and they were very delicious. I have a grocery outlet near me, so sometimes they have those little deals right when you leave, and they had coffee cakes for $1.50, like a box of 10 Bonte, and $1.50. I mean, you gotta get it at that point. Right? It's good. It's great value right now. Speaking of great value, the 49ers have not gotten great value from the 3 guys that they re-signed this offseason. That is Brock Purdy, Fred Warner, and George Kittle. What was the
So I did the
math on
they
that.
gave out essentially $270 million guaranteed, and they've all just played like a quarter together because of the injuries. And it's just, how could anyone have foreseen that when Kittle looked unbelievable in training camp by all reports?
Yeah.
Brock Purdy participated in everything, and Fred Warner misses nothing. So, I mean, I just don't know. Like, everyone always looks for someone to blame, and sometimes things just happen and it's unblameable. It's just unfortunate.
I'm not blaming anyone. It's just I think you needed to do that. You needed to reward Kittle for the year that he was coming off, second team All-Pro. Fred Warner, first team All-Pro.
Yeah.
Like, you needed to lock those guys up, and then Brock Purdy, obviously, you needed to pay the quarterback. I like how they actually conducted their business this offseason. We've talked about that, Bonte, ad nauseum, and Shasky as well. Like, there was no drama, really, this offseason, and I love that aspect of it. But now there's a lot of drama during the season just because of all these injuries. Hopefully, Kittle will provide them something, both blocking and the pass game, because they desperately missed him.
Yeah, they miss him in the red zone. They miss teams game planning for him. He opens up things for wide receivers. The only team that's probably got it worse than the Niners is the Baltimore Ravens.
Right.
Look how much money they have on IR on the sidelines. They've got millions of dollars. The quarterback, I mean, their defensive line's beat up. Roquan, who is it? Queen? Not Queen.
Patrick Queen's
Roquan
over
Smith.
in,
Roquan Smith from Georgia.
Yeah.
He's been hurt. I mean, injuries have hit a lot of teams in this league. A lot of Tampa Bay's got beat up too.
But what Baltimore didn't have that the Niners had working against them was $100 million in dead cap for players that aren't on the team.
No doubt.
Right? So when you factor in the amount of money they're paying for guys to be moved on, and then the amount of money they've budgeted for these really good players, it probably hits them a little harder than some of these other teams because of the lack of depth that you can spread out.
No doubt. But we're just talking about what Warner, Kittle, and Purdy, and I'm looking at the Baltimore Ravens. They got a slew of guys out. Tampa Bay's got a slew of guys out. There's teams all over the league that are just beat up. And that's where, going back to Jerry Rice, I'm kind of with him now. I've been down in camp. I've gone back and forth with the whole preseason thing. I think now they need to start playing preseason. If you get hurt in preseason, you get hurt. It just happens, right? But these teams aren't ready to go in September. And we're seeing a lot of bad football early on in the NFL season. And then all of a sudden you start seeing teams catch their stride maybe a little in October. But think about all the parity and everybody beating up each other. Because guys don't practice enough.
Well, I think
they don't practice enough together.
Well, that's that. So you just nailed it.
At game speed, too. At game speed.
So, like, I know Gruden is Gruden. So you can roll your eyes at some of the stuff he says.
He's a Super Bowl winning head coach.
He does know. Like, and one of the things he was like explaining is they were going over, it's not just that no one plays in the preseason games. It's that the actual practices themselves are a lot smaller than they used to be. So you would get hours, I don't know how many, but hours together as an offensive line unit every single day, and that synergy's not built up. Then you factor in all of the soft tissue injuries.
Yep.
The rosters aren't big enough to build more continuity. Mm-hmm. And so what he was getting at was that you're trying to work in all these other guys to make sure they get reps. There's just not enough time because of the CBA. Yeah. There's not enough padded practice, and guys negotiated more time off. Well, the offset of that is we're not going to have the callus of hitting and the continuity of playing together.
Yeah, that's why I just got to say, that's why I have to say, just, you know what, the ones, you're getting all the reps today. The hell with the twos right now. You guys watch, and when your opportunity comes, it comes. But I got 80% of the reps need to go to the number ones.
Well, that's something, you saw DeMarcus Robinson a lot in training camp?
Yeah. He got 13 snaps the other day against Tampa Bay.
How much, at a normal practice, he was the number one?
No. Ricky Pearsall.
Okay, so he was the two.
He was a two. Because Jennings wasn't out there.
Day after day after day.
Day after day.
And then now come the season.
He's got 13 snaps on Sunday, which doesn't make sense to me. Bryce Huff, 24 snaps on Sunday. Sema Okuwanu had 40 snaps. Brian Robinson Jr., for some reason, you trade for him.
Didn't carry a ball.
He had 5 snaps on Sunday. 5 snaps.
For a team that can't rush the ball.
I just don't get it. So, to your point about getting ready to this, you got to give the ones the reps. Like, by the way, I come from the school of the Rich Gaddeds and the Joe Martinez and the Steve Youngs and all that. They didn't want to leave the practice field.
Tom Brady.
Peyton Manning wasn't leaving the practice field.
Yeah.
So the hell with sharing reps. I need every single rep. If I'm not going to play in the preseason, then I need to get 90% of the reps in practice. So we got to figure this out here because the first month of the season, yeah, we all love the NFL being back, but if you look at the quality of play, it's not great. It really isn't.
Well, we were talking about before the show, like, I can't even tell you through 6 weeks, and again, it's 6 weeks, but can you tell me who the best team in the NFL is right now?
I can't even.
No one knows.
I've seen Seattle play 4 games, almost start to finish. I still don't know what kind of team.
And Carter just got in my ear and said the Kansas City Chiefs, who are, by the way, the 3-3.
Well, the Chiefs they get Rashee Rice this
Yeah,
week.
they're going to
the best team in the
Raiders.
AFC. I don't care what their record is. Denver and Kansas City, to me, are the 2 best teams in the AFC. And it's inevitable with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yes, correct.
Because they will be active. They will make a move. And you look at the NFC right now, Philly's a mess. They have no passing game. They miss Kellen Moore. Green Bay, I don't know what to make of Green Bay.
Right. That's another team.
I just don't know about Jordan Love.
Like Seattle, like we've seen them. I don't know if you've watched all the games that I have, but like I still don't know what they are. I still don't know what Sam Darnold is. I know Jackson Smith and Jigba's awesome. They've won some games without Witherspoon. Their run game is all over the place. They're like a one-weapon offense, and yet I fear them.
Jackson Smith and Jigba's unbelievable.
He's amazing.
He might be the best wide receiver in football right now.
He's on
so
fire
good.
right now. He's on fire. I mean, just maybe the best of the bunch out of Ohio State.
Did you see the thing I posted or I showed yesterday? There was 5 on the 2021 team. It was Olave.
Yeah.
Garrett Wilson,
Olave, Marvin Harrison, JSN, and Mecco Buka.
Yeah, and then Jameson Williams was on like the sidelines.
Right.
He was going to go to
He
Bama.
had to transfer to Alabama. Because he's boys with all those guys. He took pictures. He transfers to Alabama to make himself a star. And I remember that because the Rose Bowl, Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave elected to not play because it was against Washington. They weren't playing for a title. So then all of a sudden, we're like, wait, Marvin Harrison has a son? That's Marvin Harrison Jr.? And then Jackson Smith and Jigba receives for over, 300 yards? It was
Incredible.
Unbelievable. So I don't know. I don't know what Seattle is either, but right now they're a factor in the NFC West.
I'm not going to dismiss them.
They're a problem.
If the season ended now, they'd be in the playoffs. But like again, we don't know anything because the Detroit Lions at one point looked incredible. Now that they don't have a secondary, everyone's getting hurt, and the Kansas City Chiefs ran away with it in the fourth quarter.
I did love the way Dan Campbell was like, we just kind of needed to get our butt kicked.
Yeah, it's great. A great philosophy after it. Just, you know what? We need to get our asses kicked.
Finishing drives, though. Yeah. You don't finish that first drive where you take up nearly 10 minutes off the clock. You have to settle for 3.
I mean, third down, St. Brown should have caught it. I know it was a low throw, but you got to catch those.
Yep.
And they went for it on fourth down to kind of flip the field. Kansas City scores immediately. The rest is history. And we were talking about it last week with Baldy, and Baldy's like, yeah, I'm still taking the Kansas City Chiefs probably still to win at 2-3 of the division. And it's because the Chargers are going to Charger. Unfortunately, that's what injury. We're talking about injuries with the Niners. It feels like it always happens with the Chargers. They lost their left tackle, the right tackle. They look like they can't do anything. I mean, they barely beat the Tua Tagovailoa, dumpster fire Dolphins. And by the way, that team's going to blow it up next.
You should look this up.
What?
The Chargers' history in Miami. I don't know have they ever won a game in South Beach, Miami? I swear to God, if you go look at their record in Miami, look this up.
Get it.
I remember betting on this. I remember betting on this a decade ago, and I made a mistake, and I was like, damn. That was a
betting
sucker
on
bet.
The Chargers is
betting
not...
on the Chargers. They were good that year, but they have some weird record in Miami. I think they've won like 1 game in their history in Miami. True story.
That's crazy.
So I'm telling you.
Phillip Rivers back then? It must have been, right?
Down in Miami? No, it was they've struggled in Miami. Like the one game they won, I think, with Dan Fouts and Kellen Winslow, the great game in overtime, the playoff game that NFL Network always shows. Go ahead, Carter.
They lost 10 consecutive games there between 1995 and 2008.
There you go.
Oh, okay, 10 consecutive. Jesus. Look at that knowledge. Look at you. Your Dolphins, Chargers in Miami knowledge, Bonte.
I'm well-rounded.
888-957-9570.
You guys forget about that?
You are.
Yeah, I did.
You guys forget about that?
Completely forgot. Yeah. You never let us know about it. Chris and Clovis wants to join in the conversation. What's up, Chris?
What's going on, man? We're playing the Atlanta Falcons, man. What we saw Monday night, man, we got to stop that running game, man. We got to get Evan Anderson or Seabass. No offense to C.J. West and Kalia Davis and those guys with the clubs, bro. That ain't going to cut it, bro. Even when you play with clubs, you have a disadvantage. You got to get some of the big bodies out there, man.
The big bodies.
Thanks, Chris. That's Chris and Clovis. The club. Who had it last year? Hufanga for one point had the club on his hand. Couldn't get the interception. That was against Up in the Club. 888-957-9570. By the way, Sports Talk on 957 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL and CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday. All season long, visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Excuse me, guys. I have to correct myself here. The AI was wrong. It was
wait, hold on.
Oh my
You're depending on AI?
You went on ChatGPT?
I made the mistake of depending on Google AI, which stinks.
God.
Sorry. Sam double-checked here, though. 82 to 2019.
The Chargers didn't win a game, and I told you it's weird. So for that organization, that's a monster win down in South Beach, Miami.
Time out. What exactly did you tell us?
So 37 years in a row they could not win down in South
incredible.
Beach.
But you only play every 8 years down there.
No, but they play. They're in the same.
No,
conference.
they're in the same conference. So it's scheduling quirk sometimes. You go down there a bunch.
Right.
So there you go.
So that's why when he was like the dumpster fire, I was like, hey, they have a hard time, that organization, winning in Miami. It's been a house of horrors.
Do you have any thoughts on the Titans firing Brian Callahan, Bonte? We asked Baldy about it because he called the game over the weekend at Allegiant Stadium.
They were lifeless. You had to do what you got to do. You got Cam Ward who can make every throw on the football field. You got to jumpstart this thing. Now, I always wonder what firing a coach can do for your team midway through the year. Who you're going to hire? Who's the interim coach?
Last year.
Look
at the Bears last year. They lost that game to Washington, then lost 10 in a row, basically to end the year. Did it really matter to get Eberflus out?
That's what I'm saying.
Or did it actually probably do worse?
I'm paying the guy just to leave? Yeah. Is he that toxic? Eberflus didn't seem toxic. He just seemed like he was in over his head.
And they wanted to pair an offensive guy clearly with their future in Caleb Williams.
Right.
This is what it felt like.
So, but
why
Callahan,
can't you do that in December?
Oh, well, this one was... The writing was on the wall at post game because I don't know if you guys saw Jeffrey Simmons' comments, who's the defensive.
No, I'm not following Titans.
Well, no, but they posted it because it was interesting. Because I think it was Pelissero. Someone quote tweeted it, or maybe it was Jordan Schultz, quote tweeted it. And after the game, he was like, "Yeah, we just had our best win of the season, and then we follow up with our worst practice of the year with zero urgency. I kind of saw this coming." Is basically what he said, which is a total indictment on the coaching staff. So not that I was like shocked that he got fired, but those comments were jarring to me. So Brian Callahan, and again, in this league, you have to pair the young guy up, it feels like, with the next offensive guru that is. And what we learned from Kevin O'Connell, and what do you say, Joe? We've been talking about it.
You're not going to find that guy today.
But Kevin O'Connell always says this, organizations fail the quarterback more than the quarterback fails the organization.
I agree, but I guess what I'm saying is, so now you're going to elevate everyone in the entire staff up to a position that they're probably not ready for.
Well, Mike McCoy's been a former coach. He's the interim now. He's been a former head coach of the league. Mike McCoy, former Chargers head coach.
Oh, Mike McCoy, Mr. Mediocre. What did Arizona's coach do for a while? Where did he coach? All over.
But Joe, now who's their offensive coordinator?
You're thinking of Wisenhunt.
So now who's their offensive coordinator? Now who's their going to be their quarterback coach? Everyone gets elevated in the middle. It's not a good thing.
It's not. No, it's definitely not.
And then who are they going to hire? I'm hearing that Mike McCarthy may be on their wish list. Why would you want to hire Mike McCarthy?
You know what, though?
He's not bad as an offensive mind.
Get Cam Ward right.
You know what? You make a good point there. He will get Cam Ward right.
Stabilize him.
Right. I was thinking if the Browns fire Kevin Stefanski, because I kind of like Stefanski.
I do too.
I just think that organization stinks.
Well, no, the owner made him go get Deshaun Watson.
Mike McCoy does have a playoff win under his belt as a head coach of the Chargers. They beat the Bengals.
Don't sell me on Mike McCoy.
I'm just telling you.
Oh, yeah, they beat the Bengals at Cincinnati, right?
Thank you.
That's
you
right.
remember that. Well, the Bengals always
won. Marvin Lewis? Was that Marvin Lewis?
They always lost. They
Mike
never
McCoy,
won.
let's go. Come on now.
And then they lost a tight one to the eventual AFC champion Denver Broncos. Remember that, Bonte? Divisional games are always different, especially in the playoffs. 24-17.
Division games are different. You guys like that up. Hey, Giants beat the Eagles on Thursday Night Football, right?
Hey, that was,
what other division game did we see this past weekend?
Calling them the CTE bros.
Oh my God! You can't say that.
I'm not going to do
Get canceled. Scattaboo. We love Scattaboo, though. Here we do. I love Jackson's Dart. The dances and celebration. They're a fun team. By the way, that team's that's looking a little different in a couple weeks here against the Giants.
Well, I never thought that was going to be an easy game. Here's the other problem too. This is driving me crazy, and I got it. I'm bothered by this because I keep hearing it. Well, you lost Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, but the good thing is the schedule gets a little softer. It's like, guys, are you not watching football? I swear to God, some people only watch their own teams and don't watch their league. And I'm talking about radio hosts, beat writers, people in the media, fans. I swear to God, that Giants game was always going to be a little tough. A 10 a.m. start after playing the Houston Texans with that defensive line. Now, teams may be looking at the 49ers saying, that's the soft game right now. We can get right against the 49ers because that defense is Swiss cheese. They've got 3 quarterback hits in 3 games. We can get right against them. So this whole thing that the schedule's getting softer for the Niners, the Giants look better right now. The Texans look better. Oh, how about the Indianapolis Colts?
Well, they look incredible.
They look incredible. Jonathan Taylor. Oh, my God, I fear him.
I think that's the second best running team in the league.
Yeah, you're facing the best one.
And you got the best one coming up on Sunday.
Bijan
and then you got the Rams coming to Levi Stadium. The Rams, they're still not right, But for them to win that game in the fashion that they did, I think it did something for that locker room. So the Rams are going to get right. You just brought up the Seahawks. The schedule's not getting easier.
Well,
the Bears are coming to town.
You don't know where Kyler's going to be with Arizona. Who knows where the Bears are at in 7-8 weeks?
I'm sorry. This whole schedule is soft, this and that. I've been hearing it all season, and it drives me insane.
No, that I agree with. But there are a lot of what I would deem to be winnable or losable games. Not automatic losses and not automatic wins, but winnable or losable games.
I didn't think that with this team, with the young defense, with a lot of inexperience on this team, I never thought there was a lot of winnable games. I mean, in terms of, there's automatic wins. I should say.
Different.
Automatic wins.
Different.
They just say, but people are just, they're going to win 12 games because the schedule stinks. No, it doesn't. Yeah. Jacksonville's better. Colts are better. There's always surprise teams in the league. And so when I keep hearing it till this day, they're going to still win 10 games, I don't know about that.
Well, and teams that you think are going to be good take a step back because of injuries. The Baltimore Ravens, who had them being 1-5 at this point, right? Because things change. The Cincinnati Bengals, same thing.
There you go.
And then last night, I think, was a perfect example of all this. Like, both those teams were underdogs that one. The Chicago Bears and the Atlanta Falcons.
Were the Niners good in 2022, not 2023?
2022, they were okay.
They were okay? They went on a run.
The year they went to the NFC Championship game, but they started, what did they start, 3-5?
Yeah.
Yep.
So, do you know that they lost to a 3-win Bears team?
Yep.
They lost to a 5-win Denver Bronco team.
Yep.
Right? Like, this is just the beginning of the year.
That was the pick 8.
Dante, you were at that Bears game in the monsoon.
I was at that
The Falcons, they lost to, they were a 7-win team.
Yep.
I guess the point that I'm going at, you won, I'm just going to look over here, you won 13 games that year, 13-4, and you have some horrible losses. Horrible. Nathaniel Hackett beat.
Well, that's when they lost to the Chiefs that year, right? At home, that was McCaffrey's first
Jimmy
game.
threw the red zone pick.
Yeah. And then Mahomes
made
threw
the
for like
greatest
over
throw I've ever seen ever
threw for like 400
game.
yards, and I couldn't go to the game because the Warriors were opening up against the Sacramento Kings. Thanks, Kings.
Kyle Draper.
Kyle Draper. He won. Listen, but then that's when McCaffrey went down to SoFi, had the passing touchdown, the receiving touchdown, and the rushing touchdown, and they go on a run. Debo gets hurt later in the year, but no doubt it was a fun year. It was definitely a fun year. They went to the NFC Championship game.
No, I know, but I guess what I'm more saying is like anybody can beat anybody.
Yeah, especially now with all the parity.
Well, it leads me to this, Bonte. Like expectations now. Like Niner fans are waking up this morning. Okay, no Fred, no Bosa. Well, I don't even know who my starting quarterback's going to be. Is it going to be Brock? Is it going to be Mac? Who knows? The offensive line isn't protecting anyone. Mac Jones got sacked like 20 times last week. George Kittle's going back to practice. That will help, obviously. But where are you at with this team, just like mentally and going into this game on Sunday night?
Well, after the 24-hour period where you're thinking about Fred Warner, like, damn, really puts a damper on your Super Bowl hopes, right? Your chances decrease for hosting a Lombardi at Levi Stadium. Okay, let's move forward. I actually get excited about moments like this because now I get to see who's going to step up and be good players for the 49ers in the foreseeable future.
Men from the boys, right?
Tatum Bethune, what you got? Nick Martin, what you got?
I'm shocked Nick Martin didn't suit up prior to this.
Marquise Siegel, what you got? Upton Stout. I want to see more of Upton Stout. Michael Williams, CJ West, Alfred Collins. Let's see how they develop and grow in year 1 to year 2.
Can I ask you about the safeties just because you bring up Marquise Siegel? At practice, was Jair Brown, was he practicing at, this is in the training camp, was he at safety or was he at nickel?
He wasn't at the big nickel. He was playing safety.
Okay, because in the games.
But he was hurt for a lot of training camp. Remember, he missed a few weeks.
No, I don't remember. That's why I'm asking.
He missed a couple weeks.
Okay.
So Marquise Siegel got a lot of reps in safety next to Jason Pinnock.
When they went to him in the big nickel, where he's basically playing like a linebacker.
They did that in the Saints game.
Yes, I like that. Then they moved him back to safety this week, and I didn't like that.
I don't like the safeties as a whole. First of all, you haven't had a pick in God knows how long. 13 games? Has it been 13 games? 14
so
games?
NFL record, yes.
Yeah, NFL record. You don't have a pick this year. I want Xavier Watts on the Atlanta Falcons coming out of Notre Dame. The guy I think he had like 7 or 8 picks in Notre Dame. Just a ball-hawking safety. Juan Thornhill, I don't think he's in the league. Is he in the league? Did he get picked up? Because I remember
I saw his name last week.
They hosted him on the visit in the offseason. I got really excited because I like Juan Thornhill.
Steelers.
Is he with the Steelers?
Yeah.
Damn.
That was the 6:30 game last week.
No, they played Cleveland. They played Cleveland.
No, but they played the Jets, I think. Was it
those the Broncos played the Jets. Oh, they had the week before they played the Vikings.
Yeah, that's where I saw his name, yeah.
Dublin, right? Yeah, Dublin, Ireland.
Yeah,
Dublin, okay. So Juan Thornhill. Marquise Siegel is a big nickel. Yeah, sure, because you know why he's playing big nickel? Because he can't cover.
Yeah, exactly.
So you need him in the box. And so when he comes out and says that, hey, I'm a top 5 safety in the league, okay, I get you got confidence about yourself or whatnot. But when you're battling with the rookie for playing time, I don't think it's appropriate to come out and say, hey, I'm a top 5 safety in the league. Like, it just sounds ridiculous. And then
Quinton Post,
they had
I'm a top center, top
Right.
5 center in the
So
NBA.
you take out Luke Gifford as a weak side linebacker, you say, you know what? Let me just go ahead and play Jair Brown as the big nickel. I mean, come on, man. So the safety position is – but, I again, you asked me the expectations. We now get to see who's going to be players for the foreseeable future.
Well, I like number 20, Upton Stout. Chase Lucas, I feel like, needs to get a little more run. Like, find a way to get him on the field. I know that they drafted him in the 3rd round, and so they want to, showcase him, Upton Stout. But, like, I was really impressed with Chase Lucas at the end of the Rams game and in preseason. He was like a revelation.
Good dude.
It's pretty incredible that obviously no Bosa, no Warner. It's like all 3 levels. And now like the grizzled vet is Diamador Lenore, who's kind of has to be that leader out there for everyone.
Behind
it's pretty
him,
insane.
Yeah. Behind him, like Jordan Elliott.
Yeah,
like,
right? No, seriously. Like, yeah.
I know Bryce Huff's been in the league a long time, but like they have no
Sam Okuwan.
They're in a tough spot defense.
They're
And like,
so young.
They're going to have to win shootouts here moving forward, which is going to be hard to do because, again, this is hard to do. Without Nick Bosa in the last 3 games, these numbers are staggering to me. 3 quarterback hits in the last 3 games and only 2 sacks. 3 quarterback hits. And so you can't blitz because you got young secondary. You got Upton Stout and Jair Brown.
Not in this
league.
league.
Siegel beat deep by Tez Johnson. I'm not sure who's responsible, but he runs down the seam.
Tez won't throw it to me.
Yeah, runs down. Siegel's just getting torched in the pass game, and I like the young man. So you can't blitz because you leave yourself in one-on-one situations with rookies out there, Upton Stout and Marquise Siegel. But if you don't blitz, you don't get to the quarterback.
Well, the other thing is they're now in like a conundrum with like Michael Williams where it's like you drafted him to kind of be a complementary player alongside Bosa early on, right? And now he's kind of forced to the outside. He's just not an outside guy.
Yeah, he's not. And that's what they didn't draft him to be an outside guy early on. You know what I'm saying? They saw him in that Eric Armstead role. We could dip him inside on pass downs. He can hold the edge down in the run game, and he's doing a good job in the run game.
I agree.
But the explosion getting to the quarterback, which is what fans want. They want those quarterback sacks.
Correct.
They want those pass
this
rushes.
team needs.
And they need it. And unfortunately, he's not there yet. And so fans are going to hang on to that, said Michael Williams. I don't know. The casual fan doesn't understand the run game and run fits and how you contain and how you keep funnel everything inside. So, yeah, he's got one quarter. He had one quarterback hit in the sack against Tampa. Baby, that's not enough.
No, he was good early.
That's not enough.
He was good early, but it just feels like their missed tackles are all piling up.
Yeah, no doubt. And then you get Bryce Huff, who only plays 24 snaps on Sunday.
And he looked exhausted in the fourth
he
quarter.
only played 24 snaps, though. So we mentioned this as soon as Bosa got hurt. When you take away Nick Bosa, now those opposing offenses, they no longer have to game plan for number 97. And now you're getting more attention, Mike Hill. You're getting more attention, Bryce. You're getting more attention, Sam Okawanu. And right now it's not 3 quarterback hits in 3 games. Unbelievable.
Bonte Hill in studio joining the Morning Roast as he does each and every Tuesday at this time as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk studio.
Do you do the legal right at 9 o'clock?
No, actually, I just needed to remember because I've actually been slacking a little bit lately.
Did you go 9:05?
No, dude, I did like 9:09 the other day. I was like, man, I'm pulling a Bonte. There we go.
Hey,
they happen very rarely, though.
Thank you. Yes.
For the most part, he's very good at getting
The only
on
one
time.
that does it like early is Steiny. He does it like 5 minutes before the top
he
of the
runs out of
hour.
material and he just goes to the legal default.
Well, it's a deep.
You like that, Sasky? That's why everybody laughed.
Well, it's funny you bring all this up in regards to like, the depth
Sounded
and everything.
like a villain there. Can you just save that laugh? He sounded like somebody in Inspector Gadget. Like, Batman. I'm going to leave you in this room dangling over a bottle of acid.
It's the Kyle Draper laugh. Yeah. There you go. Baldy joined us last hour, Bonte. I know you were listening and knee-deep in that. We talked about it. Should the 49ers be adding to this team right now with all like the loss of Bosa, with Fred Warner? This is what he had to say.
Trade deadline is coming up. I mean, if they want to be competitive, they got to make a move. They have to make – if they sit and just say, we're going to develop our young guys, we're sitting tight, like that, I don't know. Like, if I'm John Lynch, you got to make a move. You might have to eat some salary. You got to move some guys around, extends whatever you got to do. Like they've got to make a move right now.
Well, is there
and typically what you do is you raid good players from bad teams, whether it's Trey Hendrickson, whatever. Like I feel like they've got to be aggressive at this point to really stay in this game right now.
It was a false start from me, 5-yard penalty. Me and Dominic Pooney, I'll own that one. But he said they need to be aggressive, Bonte. You agree with that?
I don't. Not right now. John Lynch mentioned it a couple of weeks ago. Now, you know I love Baldy, but John Lynch said it. Make me make a deal. What are you going to do Sunday Night Football against Atlanta? What are you going to do in Houston? What are you going to do against the New York Giants?
I'm frightened.
What does it look like?
By this Falcons
All right, so let me
team? What
ask
does it
you.
look like?
Let me ask you. They go 3-0. I think we're all in agreement. Buy something, right?
7-2. Yeah, you buy something.
Okay. They go 2-1. What do you do?
I may buy something for the cheap.
What about you?
Yeah, well, I told him earlier, I'm not third round or lower, I'm not doing anything. Fourth round,
yeah, I can't
that's
be.
it.
I can't be mortgaging a bunch of picks when I have a bunch of holes on this team.
Yeah,
obviously I'm going to read.
Okay, but you took a third rounder who has yet to suit up for you 6 games into the season.
I understand that. Trust me, I don't get it. I don't get it. But at the same time, who's out there and what are you going to get for a third round pick?
If you could get Kayvon Thibodeau, I'm just hypothetical.
Right.
Kayvon Thibodeau, third round pick.
Then you do it because you have control for another year.
1 and 2.
I've got to stand pat. I got to keep these picks.
Well, you wouldn't trade away.
I have to keep these picks. I have to keep these because then the all season happens, right?
No, I'm saying you wouldn't trade away one of your guys if you're 1 and 2. Somebody calls you and says, "Hey, we'll give you a second round pick for Trent Williams."
Ooh.
I think you owe it to yourself.
Think about it.
I think about it. I would think about that. I'm not sure if I would do it, but I think about that for sure.
What about at 0-3?
Yeah, 0-3, you're not making any moves.
No.
You're probably trying to sell parts like Jawan Jennings. You're probably looking to see if anybody wants Brandon Ayuk. You're looking to see if anybody wants one of your defensive players, Jair Brown.
I was going to say, is there anyone that you're not trading at all? Obviously, no one's going to, like Michael Williams. Like, no, they're not trading their first round pick from this past year.
Yeah, I'm not trading George Kittle.
Okay.
I'm not trading Fred Warner. I don't think you could trade Brock Purdy, even though I wouldn't trade Brock Purdy.
What about Christian McCaffrey?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm trading Christian McCaffrey. I'm keeping Christian McCaffrey.
What's his contract look like after this year?
It's a good question. We'll get on that in the back. Yeah, spot track that.
I believe there's a team option with Christian McCaffrey, but I'm not trading Christian McCaffrey.
What are you making of his season so far? It's like it's fascinating, like because they can't run a lick. And Baldy made the point. That's how I was kind of watching the game last night. Like, God, Bijan looks just like CMC did 2 seasons ago. Right. He's having an offensive player of the year type of season. Looks incredible, and like he's not obviously doesn't have that burst. He doesn't have that same kind of like wow CMC from a couple seasons ago. But he's still like I still watch him make plays left and right in the passing game.
Yeah. You guys asked me the question, does he look washed? Does he look like he lost a step? And if he was washed, he wouldn't be making the plays.
No, he's productive, but not explosive.
But he's not explosive. But the run game as a whole is not explosive.
There's a potential out at the end of this year.
Potential out, right?
Yep. Yeah, potential out. So this could be his final year.
It could be the final year. But I don't think I'm trading Christian McCaffrey.
No, okay. No, just I'd ask.
I'm not trading. Look, these conversations are all valid. It's all valid. If you go 0-3, everything is on the table. And you got to look for 2026. You got to look for it. And knowing Shanahan, he's not going to be attached to a lot of guys. He's not going to be. He's going to say, hey, we got to do something for the future here. And if you got to get picks now, you can say, hey, picks, they don't make good picks, right? And that's the problem with draft picks, where everybody wants to trade for draft picks. Well, there's no guarantee you're going to hit on that draft pick. And the Niners are proving that they don't hit on every draft pick. But a lot of teams don't hit on every draft pick. So what type of veterans are you going to bring in? Or what type of NFL-proven talent can you bring in if you want to make deals? That's the bigger question. And who's going to be available? So there's a lot of moving parts here in the NFL. But when it comes to trading Christian McCaffrey, he's one guy who's productive week in and week out on my football team.
I know.
I have a hard time trading. Who are you going to hand the ball off to? Isaac Orlando?
Well,
seriously?
Brian, we know it's not Brian Robinson who didn't get a carry last week.
Look, I was arguing going into the draft. There's a strong reason, an argument to be made for taking a running back in the first 3 rounds. People thought I was insane.
No, you were the only one saying maybe if Genty falls to you, think about it.
You had to consider it to me.
I wanted Tyler Warren.
We talked about
tight end. We talked about
him. I wanted Tyler Warren. I wanted Tyler Warren at 12 overall.
Warren.
People thought I was crazy.
Yeah.
Tyler Warren looks sick.
I mean, what were the Bears doing passing up Tyler Ward for Loveland?
Look,
I do like Loveland, but not ahead of
Tyler Ward was
Not
a
ahead of
monster.
Ward.
I know. I agree with you. And we're talking about this too, on top of the fact that you drafted a wide receiver that you haven't seen this year and a running back. Like Niner fans don't even know who these guys are because you haven't seen them.
Jordan Watkins is a wide receiver. You've seen him at practice. What is he?
He was ascending.
What is he, though?
I mean, I don't know what he is yet because he hasn't played in the
he?
game. He's like 6'1", 6'2", but he's kind of thick.
Okay.
He has speed. Watched him a couple times at Ole Miss. He could get deep.
He's listed at 5'11", 196.
5'11". Is he 5'8"? Is he that it?
Yeah, I
thought he was 6 feet. I thought he was 6 feet. He looks bigger.
Okay, he plays bigger.
He plays bigger. I thought he was starting to make some strides, but again, in the back of my mind, rookie wide receivers of Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
How many really get on the full? How many? Yeah, unless you're Debo, who really came on in the second half of that season. Yeah. Ricky Pearsall, we didn't unfortunately get to see him right away. So
the other thing is, I don't want to play like, retrospective, but it is true. Like, we knew that they needed to probably move off Debo, but I do believe part of the run game is stymied right now because all the motioning with Juice, nobody's honoring that. Yeah. With Debo, you at least, even when he's washed and angry and not productive, teams are like, oh yeah, I gotta move.
They miss Debo.
They do miss Debo.
They miss Debo. And he's having a nice little resurgence in Washington. I'm happy for him because he was a good Niner.
He was a great Niner.
And because the attitude last year, I felt like it was time to move on. And you know me, he's one of the few guys where, we always have draft crushes, right? We want this guy. I wanted Debo very bad and actually drafted Debo Samuel. And he became a really good Niner.
And it never works out that way. You're the guy you love. Your team never
works out that way.
I would argue he had a couple great Niner seasons.
Niner seasons.
Great.
And they missed Debo. And that's been underrated. Also been underrated is they missed Brandon Ayuk as well.
Yeah.
We were talking training camp going into 2023 when they had the spectacular offensive season, which we were having a conversation. Can this offense be as good as the 94 offense? And it was at times. With 4 guys going over 1,000 yards. We were talking about the dynamic duo that Brandon Ayuk and Debo Samuel was, as being one of the best tandems in Niners history and being one of the best tandems across the NFL. Yep. And we underrated both of those guys, unfortunately. And Brandon Ayuk may never be the same, and Debo's now in the nation's capital.
Well, and here's where it's tough. The guy that they took to replace those guys is also hurt, even though he's productive. But the element that he doesn't bring that Debo did, he's not a red zone target today. The Ricky Pearsall. Yeah. He can get open in the red zone, but red zone to me is like mano a mano. Right. Can I make a contested catch?
You know who was?
Sam Laporta.
Brandon Ayuk was pretty damn good in the red zone.
He developed into that, absolutely. Yeah. And he would high point the ball. Ricky's just not there right now. And they miss him really bad right now.
Well, especially, I just thought of immediately George Kittle coming back. That being that threat in the red zone can help so much. I was just watching the Sunday night game. I know you guys both were too. That catch that Sam Laporta just jumping over everyone. Yeah. I mean, it was an incredible one-hander. He gets both feet. But that's something George Kittle can do. He's a future Hall of Famer. And we were talking to Baldy about it, Bonte, and he actually made the argument, man, they miss his blocking even more than they're receiving right now. And hopefully he can play, obviously, against the Falcons this weekend. Sunday Night Football. Levi, say, are you going to be there?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
All right. Bonte,
I think so. I got some
making
things
the appearance. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm always around.
Well, no, I know. You're going to be locked in tonight. Obviously, Portland Trailblazers.
I'll be locked
Golden
in
State
Portland.
Warriors.
Dodgers, Brewers. Can we get into baseball a little bit?
You want to?
Maybe you. I don't want to dictate the show, but
we
know what
can.
Another thing that's grinding my gears?
What?
You take out Scooble Friday night after 99 pitches in the 6th inning. And then you take out Blake Snell last night.
Dave Roberts.
You're cheating these guys out of historic performances. 103 pitches after 8 innings. You gave out 1 stinking hit. And we got to pull this guy. God forbid anybody throw for 120 pitches now. And Dodgers should have Dave Roberts is so lucky they won that damn
game. You think Blake Snell's having flashbacks to the World Series?
He was.
I
guarantee you he was.
Kevin Cash, right?
I guarantee you he was. What was Detroit doing? You got the best pitcher in baseball dealing 13 strikeouts, smokes Cal Raleigh on a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, and let's go ahead and pull him and ask our bullpen to get 9 outs, and you give up the lead right away. Well, I just can't stand it.
Turang yesterday needed to take one for the team. You got to let that ball hit you.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to pull a Roger Dorn.
It's easier said than done because instinctually you're like taught to like just get away from it. But right in that situation, you just had to hit it. And it would have tied the game. What's coming to the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Speak now, forever hold your peace. If you want to join the conversation, the phone lines are open. 888-957-9570 is the number. Niner fans, how are we feeling about this team going forward? No Fred Warner, no Nick Bosa. George Kittle hopefully comes back this week, is practicing. We'll see with Brock Purdy as the week goes on. We'll see with Ricky Pearsall. Obviously, Brandon Ayuk, and we'll see if you get anything from him this year. But quite frankly, it'll be gravy. But if you want to join the conversation, there's that. Plus, I do want to talk some Dubs with you, Bonte, because there are some injuries lingering with this team. I don't know if they're concerning you, but some Warriors fans might be.
I have
concerned.
a silver lining on it.
Oh, a silver lining with your mouthful too? 888-957-9570. We'll get Shasky's silver lining on the other side. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Blue and gold fans, let's get engaged. Cast your vote in our Expo online before every basketball game on Willard and Dibs. Brought to you by Shaneco, your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit Shaneco today.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief.
In San Diego, kids are standing up against big tobacco.
We are here to discuss the urgent issue of vapes being sold near schools and other places where people gather.
I was enticed, like so many others my age, and this is exactly how the tobacco market was trying to get me to react, and I was completely unaware.
Today, over 100 California communities restrict tobacco sales near youth spaces, like schools and parks. Learn how these teens and other Californians are beating big tobacco at undo.org.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Granger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is Matt Steinmetz, and you're listening to The Morning Show with Spadoni and Shasky. This ought to be good.
Who's that?
Oh, Steiner.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, we have rejoins for everyone else.
I can feel that energy.
There you go. You love that energy. You love Steiny.
My favorite is the commercial. Yeah, Willard. Yeah, new vodka.
That was it? Yeah, new vodka. That was it.
Hey, I'm not going to lie. I'm listening to them on Friday. They had a good show. Mike Delaview's on.
Yeah.
Steiny Guru. But I was like, it's a football Friday. Niners and Bucks, 4-1 teams. And we're talking GM surveys. Only Steiny.
Wait, he was talking what?
GM survey. What was the athletic survey?
Hold on, let me do my best impression. Hold on. All right, yeah, Mac Jones, Brock Purdy, quarterback controversy. 888-957-957. Hey, Goo, you see this? GM surveys. Goo. Oh, my God. You hear what they said about Steve Kerr? There you go. That was my best Steiny.
You're going to have to work on your little advertisement with new vodka.
Why? Oh, boy.
You do not sound happy, bro.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, Mark. Yeah, I love it. It's great, Mark. Very cool.
I love Filmo's white guy voice. It's so good. Chuck Taylor from Chappelle Show.
Did new vodka renew with this? Or is that a thing of the past?
I don't know.
Don't talk about that. By the way, this Sunday night, the kickoff show.
Stay tuned till 10 a.m.
Stay tuned. I missed that drop.
Wow.
Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings will be live from Laughing Monk Sunnyvale starting at 3 o'clock.
Oh, my
They'll have
God.
all the early games on. The beer garden will be rocking with the DJ and bartender serving Gold Bar whiskey specials. And if you're going to the game, this is the best part. You can sign up for the free shuttle to and from the stadium. That's right. First come, first serve. Go to the Eventbrite page on our website, 957thegame.com. Sign up now. That's 957thegame.com. We got some calls here that wanted we got a Dodger fan calling in. I know you were hot on the Dodgers win last night in Milwaukee, or as we pronounce it, Milwaukee.
No, I can't stand the Dodgers. It's inevitable, but it's just the process of what these managers are doing. Jack Morris went 10 innings in 91 in Game 7 against the Atlanta Braves. 10 innings. You know, Bob Gibson, one of the greatest pitchers ever. Greg Maddux dealing deep. Andy Pettit. I mean, the Niscos. Roger. These guys are taking the ball from him after 6 innings. Oh, my God, God forbid. 100 pitches. Oh, it's too much. Let's sit him down. You're in October. You load manage in May, June, July, August, September to get to October. Let it rip. Stop taking these dudes out. You can't. Jordan Zimmerman, ask any national fan. Any national fan, Jordan Zimmerman, the clubhouse for the Giants said, oh my God, we got life. Zimmerman's out of there.
It's one of the dumbest pitching decisions of all time.
I mean, Blake Snell was dealing, couldn't be touched. We want to see something historic. These are the playoffs. Let him get his Paul Bunyan moment. 9 innings, shutout, 1-hit ball in the NLCS. And yet we want to take the ball out of him. Now you got to go through 2 relievers to get the damn win.
Well, and here's the thing. I've pushed back on the whole, raw pitch count thing. And just over and over, I go, we had this conversation with Kapler, and he actually got stymied when I asked him these questions. But I'm like, is it the number of breaking balls? Is it the number of pitches from the windup? How many are you charting? How many pitches in between innings? What about warm-up pitches?
Yeah.
This raw number of once you get about to 99, about 100, you're done. What?
The Scooble thing. The Scooble thing
bizarre.
Friday night. It's like
they got lucky.
You deserve to lose. Detroit, you deserve to lose.
They got lucky to go to extras is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no doubt. They did get lucky. They did get lucky. And it was inevitable that Seattle's going to find a way to win that game. And I watched every single pitch of that game. And Scooble sitting there at 99 pitches, 13 strikeouts. He can't go total rubber in the 7th inning?
It's ridiculous. No, I agree. Sam in Vallejo wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. Bless you, Bonte. What's up, Sam? You're on the Morning Roast with Bonte.
Dude, what up, Spadoni?
What's up, bro? What you got?
Bonte?
What's up, man?
Thanks for taking my call, man. First-time caller, by the way.
It shows. What's up, man?
Hold on. My battery's on. Like 5%. So
Yeah, we're going to hold on for you. First-time caller, making a great impression, Sammy.
Sammy, what you got, man? Come on, Sam, what you got? What you going to hold on for you, dude? Get the hell out of here, man. You're wasting our time, dude. No, seriously.
Great screen call.
I was going to say, man, he's a Dodger fan. I can expect so much.
Honestly, it was a great call because it made me laugh.
His phone was working when I talked to him.
What a jerk.
That was 3 minutes of goodness.
It said, no, in the description, it said Dodger fan - 49ers defense. So there you go. That's all you needed to know.
Those are the guys who used to irritate me. I don't miss that. Just some idiots who just want to waste your time.
I know who you miss, though.
Who's that?
TC in Sacramento.
Oh, boy.
That's who you really miss. Who wants to join the conversation? TC, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up with my bros? Bonte, what's up, bro? It's been a minute. I had to tap in with the homie.
TC, I miss you, man. I miss you. You still got that Trey Lance jersey?
Hey, man, you know I got it, bro.
I know you do. I
just wore it last Sunday.
Hey, TC, I'll never forget meeting you at training camp. We were so happy. We were so hyped.
Yeah. Bonte, wasn't we, bro? Hey, listen, man. Hey, oh, man. But listen, 5'4", listen. I'm
listening.
That was a gruesome injury. Oh, Joe, I know since you here. Okay. Well, let's bring it full circle then, right? So, brutal injury, right? But hey, do we want to go down Shanahan's line? Is that what y'all want to hear?
Hey, I want to hear from you, TC. Whatever you got, give me whatever you got.
All right, we're gonna shoot it straight, bro. We not all right. Hey, I'm gonna throw a twist. We ain't even gonna blame the game. That loss, that ain't on Shanahan. But you know what's on Shanahan that he hasn't done his whole tenure here. And do we trust him if we want to start trading people away for picks? Do we trust him? The offensive line. That's what I put on him, bro. Holding Mac Jones and Brock Purdy up straight, bro. He been playing with this offensive line. That's what I'm going to put on him. We've been talking about that for years. So when I called the other day, Joe know what I was talking about. Say if we do, Bonte, you guys answer this. Do we trust Kyle Shanahan? Say if we got 5 first-round picks today, do we trust him to draft an offensive lineman? He going to draft 3 receivers, and the other 2 picks is going to be on the defensive line, bro. Let's be honest, man. So do we trust this guy with this offensive line moving forward, bro? I know we banged up his Fred Warner, but do we trust the guy, bro? That was my whole thing, man, with this guy.
Trust him to what? To draft?
Yes, to draft and move forward, bro.
Well,
the 2 most. Go, Joe.
I was going to say,
over y'all.
No. They've made some incredible draft picks. They've made some awful draft picks. Yeah. Philosophically, I disagree with the way they've invested in the team via the draft, but I also can't argue the results. When you win as much as they've won, and they've won a lot of high-level games, like their results speak for themselves. My counter to them would be, yeah, but you've gotten your quarterback hurt, whether by accident, by freak nature, or by design, you have failed to protect your quarterback for a good chunk of your tenure here in San Francisco. It has done you in. So is that football? Is that draft philosophy?
Well, I think the offensive line play has never been worse. I've been saying this for over a decade. It gets worse and worse and worse and worse. And you see the style of play in college football. Everybody's out there in 3 wide, 4 wide receiver sets. Linemen are in 2-point stands instead of having your head in the dirt in 3-point stands. Then you come to the league, and you got teams that line up under center. Sometimes they'll split it up, go shotgun, they'll line up under center. But the philosophy is so much different. The run game is so much different in the pros as opposed to college football. How many teams in college are running a zone read scheme? You know what I'm saying?
Not many.
You're playing basically in the spread formation, running the gun run that we run on NCAA all the time.
Who are the 3 best offensive lines in the league?
3 best offensive lines?
Just pick a couple.
Well, Eagles are usually regarded as that.
They've invested in that offensive line year after year after year. Landon Dickerson is injured right now, but they drafted Kelsey's replacement while he was on the roster.
No doubt.
I think the Broncos are one of them.
Broncos are interesting.
They have Mike McGlinchey, too, which is crazy.
They gave him $50 million in free agency, which I don't agree with.
And then I think the Chiefs, I was
going to say Indy and Detroit.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. But the Chiefs have also spent a lot to fix their offensive line.
And you see what Chicago did? They spent over $72 million to fix their offensive line, and they ran the ball very well yesterday.
But the other two are, right.
So Penei Sewell, top 5 pick. Okay, the kid Quinton Nelson, top 10 pick.
Yeah.
Like, there is something to be said. Now, you're going to miss. No one's saying that you can't miss. But there is something to be said for, like, hey, we are going to build the tip of the spear and get the offensive line right. Now, for the Chargers, great example. They got Rashawn Slater. They drafted Joe Alt. Both are hurt right now.
But
now, whose fault is that?
But you also look at the 49ers, right? How many top 5 picks have they had to go get offensive linemen? Top 10 picks to get offensive linemen.
Well, they had a 10 pick this year.
You think about they got Michael Williams because they needed an edge guy, right?
I know.
Did they not?
But they went D-line, which I get why, but they went D-line 1, 2, the second, third round pick, and then again later on.
Well, they went C.J. West 4th round, Nick Martin 3rd round, Alfred Collins 2nd round, Michael Williams 1st round. And I think we're all pleased so far with Michael Williams and Alfred Collins. They're playing good football. Those picks right now are solid. Right? We know what Alfred Collins is. He's going to plug the gaps. He's going to try to stop the run. And he came up with one of the biggest plays the Niners have had in recent memory. Michael Williams has been solid. Not great, but he's been solid. You look at last year, okay, they go wide receiver 1st round. I think we think Ricky Pearsall's a good player.
Yeah.
When he's on the football field, he's productive, right?
Yeah. Sure.
2nd round pick, Renardo Green. Not a bad quarter. He's not bad.
I don't know what to make yet.
But he's not bad.
Yeah.
Dominic Purdy had a hell of a rookie year.
Yes, he did.
Because with the PCL injury training camp, he hasn't been the same. That was a 3rd round pick. You look at 2023, they didn't have a 1st or 2nd round pick.
Yeah, but
you know what I'm saying?
They've had Trent Williams, who we've kind of like been doing this dance every couple years. Like, is he going to retire? Is he going to stay? Like, you needed to draft a tackle to replace him.
Yeah, but you didn't have high draft capital, right?
This was about a 2nd, 3rd, or 4th round pick.
So they did that with Pooty. They drafted Pooty in the 3rd round. They drafted Pooty to guard. They drafted Jared Kingston. He's not good.
That they've invested in the offensive line?
You look at their top picks, right? The 2nd round pick. I'm just looking at the draft right now.
The data 2022. They did an advanced run. No.
2022, they didn't have a 1st round pick. They drafted Drake Jackson. Their first pick was 61 overall in 2022. They drafted Drake Jackson.
And it was a terrible pick.
It was terrible. He had flashes, and then his body gave out. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you're going to miss.
Yeah, but I was reading this book. It's inarguable. Since the day they started, they did advanced analytics on this. They are the 2nd least amount of draft capital on the offensive line as anyone in the league.
They signed free agents, and they've had some of the better offenses in all of football, right? Have they not?
No,
they've got 3 NFC championship games and 2 Super Bowls.
Bonte,
have they not?
They have.
What has done them in when it's all said and done, though?
Bad execution. I
think the quarterback getting hurt.
Fumbling. Bad throws. Quarterback didn't get hurt against the Kansas City Chiefs in Las Vegas.
Well, but you had a botched play by the offensive line.
You had a botched play, but you also had a botched play with the punt return.
You really
had
think
a blown
that they
assignment
in the offensive line?
No, not as much, but you got to think about where they've been picked. So 2021, right? We all thought they needed a quarterback.
Yeah.
They drafted Trey Lance.
Yeah.
2nd round pick, they drafted Aaron Banks. He moves on to Green Bay, but he was a damn good guard, right? Jalen Moore got $15 million a year from Kansas City.
Yeah.
They drafted him in the 5th round.
Yeah, but he never played for you.
5th round.
He never played for you.
Now he's in Kansas City starting.
Yeah.
So maybe it's on the coaching.
That?
Maybe it's on the coaching staff not developing this talent. Maybe you got to put the onus on them.
Straight face and say drafting a backup blocking tight end in the 4th round.
He started Sunday night against the Detroit Lions. No, Jalen Moore.
No, it's about Cameron Latu. Like
you're gonna miss on picks.
No, but why are you taking blocking linemen, blocking tight ends and kickers before you take linemen?
Like something better to rely to. They missed on the
disagree.
pick. They missed on the pick. We can focus all the time on the missed picks. But teams usually only hit on 40% of their picks. It's not like we're going to hit 100% every single year.
Taking enough linemen.
Maybe not. Maybe not. It's doing them in this season, but looking at the past draft history, but looking at the past draft, well, they had injuries galore last year. McCaffrey was never even suited up. He played 2 games. Two games.
You and I won't see eye to eye on this. I think that they need to adjust their draft philosophy regarding offensive line.
I think they need to adjust to it, but to sit here and say that they have top 10 picks to draft offensive linemen, they haven't had that.
No, what I'm saying is you've wasted, in this regime, you've wasted how many second, third, and fourth round picks on guys who literally couldn't finish the year out for you and got cut?
Things happen. Things happen to draft picks. They're not the only team that's missing on picks, Shasky.
No, but
they're not the only team missing on wide receivers or linemen or defensive linemen or corners. Green Bay's drafted wide receivers. How many wide receivers has Green Bay drafted in the last 10 years? And they still are trying to find a wide receiver.
Sure.
It is a crapshoot in the NFL draft.
In this past first round, a different thing. I'm arguing they are not putting enough infrastructure in the draft into their offensive line, which I think is inarguable.
They've also gone the free agency route, right? With Weston Richburg. They tried to sign Weston Richburg. He gave them a lot of money.
9 years ago.
But they went to a Super Bowl with Weston Richburg. He got hurt.
He wasn't.
He got hurt. He got hurt.
In this first round in the 2025 draft, there was 3 offensive tackles taken above the Niners. There was Kelvin Banks Jr., there was Armand Membu, and then obviously Will Campbell, the top guy that went to the New England Patriots, who are now in first in their division. And then after that in the first round, because obviously the Niners took Michael Williams, you had a couple late in the 20s. You had offensive guard Donovan Jackson to the Minnesota Vikings. You had Josh Connerly.
The kid to Kansas City.
And then you got Josh Simmons, at the very end to Kansas City.
And he was coming off an ACL injury.
Yes.
And he would have been a top 5 or 10 pick if he didn't get hurt.
Imagine if the Niners take Simmons, right? Because Simmons was a good player.
Or Gray Zabel as well. Gray Zabel, the guy.
Niner fans would have lost their minds if they drafted a guy coming off a torn ACL.
Oh, because there would have been flashbacks to Trent Baalke, for sure.
We would have lost our minds if they drafted Simmons. We would have lost our mind. Come on, Shasky.
Well, hold on. If he fell to the second, though, it would have been different. If he fell to the second.
He didn't fall to the second.
But Nick Bosa didn't play. He got drafted off an ACL.
But everybody thought he was a can't miss. Well,
this guy was also
he had the core muscle injury. And decided to back out of Ohio State.
Some people wanted Quinton Williams, too. There was a conversation about Quinton Williams. Yes. I hear you on that, though.
Look, I'm going to go down with it. They need to be able to invest into the offensive line. I don't think that's a crazy hot take.
I'm not disputing that. What we're talking about is looking at the past where they traded for the left tackle. So you got your left tackle. You try to pay for sitters, Alex Mack or Weston Richburg or whatnot. All right, Brindle, I'm not a big fan of Brindle, but you have scored a lot of points with Brindle at center. Let's not be mistaken. You drafted Aaron Banks in the second round.
Okay.
You went to a Super Bowl with Banks. You decided not to pay him. I think we all agree that paying him probably wasn't the best business for the 49ers, considering where their books were at. Right? Am I not?
No, but
they
drafted
McGlinchey in the first round, thinking he's going to be their right tackle for 10 years.
They traded Trent Brown before he even played a down for Shanahan.
They didn't want him in the system.
10th overall.
They didn't want Trent Brown.
The guy who went right after him, Colton Miller, has been a better player than him.
But they drafted Mike McGlinchey. My point is, they used the first round pick.
They did.
On Mike McGlinchey, thinking he was going to be the tackle for the next 10 years. And they didn't believe in Trent Brown to run their system. That's on them. I like Trent Brown, but they didn't like Trent Brown. That's on them. So you drafted a right tackle you thought was going to be your right tackle for 10 years. You trade for Trent Williams, who's your left tackle to this day. You drafted Banks in the second round. You've tried to invest free agency capital on the center position. A right guard, all right, you flipped the third round pick. You try to get Purdy. You try to get guys in here.
Fine.
So, yes, moving forward, absolutely you need to invest in drafting offensive linemen. But at the time of these picks and where they were picking, the only conversation that's debatable to me is the Kinlaw pick, where Tristan Wirfs is sitting right there.
Yeah.
So that to me is the one where it's like, yeah, you probably should have gone worse. But other than that, I have no problem. I have no problem. I have no problem.
Tight end who's a blocker.
I have no problem with the way they've gone about their business with the offensive line, because they've been one of the most potent offenses in all of football under Shanahan when they're right.
Have you been underwhelmed, both of you, by Michael Williams thus far? I'm just asking.
I'm not underwhelmed. No, he's been who I thought he was going to be, which a lot of seeing him in training camp. He's going to be good against the run, and he's going to be raw against in terms of rushing the passer.
Okay.
I think the jury's still out on him. Okay. I like the player, but like,
why, are you underwhelmed?
Yes, I haven't really seen much flashing.
Well, there's not much
him.
on that D line.
Well, correct. No, that's what I'm saying. But you invested a first round
pick.
pick.
When Bosa hit the scene, like they had D Ford that they traded for. They had DeForest Buckner coming off of playing every snap the year prior, and Eric Armstead finally was in the right position. So he joined a team where he didn't have to be the best player on the line.
Well, Bonte, you made the point, like this is like the opportunity for guys to separate themselves going forward. I would like to see more from Michael this year. And I know it's
What
tough.
are you not seeing from Michael?
He's an edge rusher. I want him to get to the quarterback.
Yeah, they have him playing and he's not.
But that's the problem. I feel like he was kind of sold to be that guy from Georgia with that defense.
He wasn't sold to be that guy.
Well, Daniel Jeremiah and all these guys were telling me he was.
Well, that's Daniel Jeremiah. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan said there from day one about this guy. He's going to play inside on late downs. On early downs, he's going to play outside to contain a run game.
So he drafted another defensive tackle, basically, is what you're telling me.
Interchangeable tackles, what they did.
Okay.
Kinda.
That's not. Yeah. That.
But
makes,
they also thought
that
Bosa
doesn't
was
make
going to
me
be healthy.
feel good as I see Nick Bosa go down. I need someone else to step up. Is what I'm saying.
They gave him $100 million. I mean, like
I
you
know,
expect him to play.
It's tough, and I expect a first round to show like flashes of being a first round pick. Is what I'm saying.
Yes.
And I just haven't felt that. I don't think that's a hot take.
Well, this is where I want to see them suit up Nick Martin. Like I just want to see the guy play. You took him 75th overall.
Michael Williams, they all said it. He's not an edge rusher right away.
Okay, right away.
On third downs, he's going to play.
I know he's getting baptized by fire here because you don't have Nick Bosa, which sucks. Like I hear that. You thought you were going to have Nick Bosa, learn from him.
I thought he had a solid game agaed Tampa Bay.
He did
a few guys who play well
early. Yeah,
they play well
for sure.
It's not his fault they had coverage bust back there.
People are fired up, by the way, about this conversation. We got like full phone lines. Let's get to them before we hit fast five. Steve in San Francisco, kick things off. What's up, Steve? You're on the Morning Roast with Bonte.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
What's up?
Getting back to Shasky's point, I think it stems deeper. It's not a drafting philosophy issue. It's a Kyle Shanahan offense and personnel philosophy issue, which, again, I think that's why a lot of his shortcomings come from somebody just not counterbalancing that. Bonta, I mean, you're talking about Weston Richburg and mid-round picks as a rebuttal that they're prioritizing, but those, to me, reinforce Shasky's point. They're picking from the scrap heap and cobbling together. Shanahan's admitted that even in interviews. He said he explained his philosophy of how much worse it can be with a offensive lineman. Like if you're picking, the value's just not there for him. I have to go back and see where it is, but
it was something about I'll take the skill position guys early as opposed to the linemen.
Right,
and it makes sense, but like right now they need meat and potatoes.
Steve, my point is Dominic Pooney had a solid rookie year. He strains his PCL right before the start of the season. He's not the same guy. But we said, wow, what value in the third round? You got yourself a starting right guard. All right? You trade for Trent Williams. You don't have to worry about left tackle anymore because Trent's been playing at a Hall of Fame level for so long. Now, Father Time is coming, and you need to invest in his potential replacement. You had a left guard in Banks that you spent the second-round draft pick in, Steve. That's all I'm saying.
But he replaced a guy who you traded for in Laken Tomlinson.
Oh, I agree.
Who you also let go. Like, at some point, you have to replenish that.
No doubt. But they let him go, and I thought it was a good move because Laken Tomlinson hasn't been heard of since he left.
Thanks, Steve.
I agree, but Aaron Banks, like, when you draft him, you either going to keep him or you're going to draft his replacement.
I agree. But you didn't draft it. So you got Ben Barch and you have Connor Colby, and Colby had a good game against the Saints, and he's regressed a bit. Yeah. He's a rookie. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Do we remember Banks' rookie year? Everybody wrote him off because he basically didn't play, and he redshirted. Then he comes in his second year, and he plays at a damn near Pro Bowl level.
The last tackle The last tackle they took early was Anthony Davis in 2010.
Mike McGlinchey?
Yeah,
that's true.
Early. 18.
So 10 years ago.
Right. Yeah. It took Michael Glitchy.
God, that was almost 10 years ago.
And we were all ready to run him out the building.
Well, because you had a tackle.
But we all wanted to run Michael Glitchy out the building, right? At right tackle?
Well, not the initial pick. I think people were happy and excited about the pick initially.
I wasn't excited about the pick.
Derwin James.
And then 5 years later, he's gone.
Yeah.
And now he's in Denver. And damn, you just mentioned it. Denver's got one of the better offensive lines in football.
Let's go to Dave in Pleasanton wants to talk about this. Dave, what's up, man? You're on the Morning Roast.
What's up, fellas? So I got 2 points. First off, Monte, you're 100% wrong. If you go over the last 10 years, we have always prioritized defensive line in the draft.
Listen, I think you guys are missing my point. I never said that they didn't prioritize offensive linemen. I'm saying that they have spent offensive line, and offensive line has not been the biggest issue in the world because this offense has been flying high, running the ball down people's throats, and scoring over 30 points a game when they're humming and healthy. That's what I'm saying. They have to spend high draft capital because they're the biggest holes. They have bigger holes.
My second point would be Jake Brendel, career backup. He is not good, never was good as a Niner. Then you go right tackle. Mike McFlinchy, we all ran him out of town, and we let somebody that wasn't better than him take over for him. If he was better, he would have taken over earlier. Then you go to Aaron Banks. Aaron Banks had a bad year the last year he was here. Ben Bartz couldn't take his job. So that tells me he's worse than Aaron Banks in that last year he played here. We have done nothing to bring in. We always bring in defensive linemen.
Did they not spend a second-round pick on Banks?
How long ago was that?
They spent the second-round pick on him, and he walked away this offseason, and what did everybody say? Let him walk. Right?
Yeah, but I guess what he's saying is if you look at the defensive line philosophy, when guys walk, they have a replenishment. Like they have someone that they're either going to pay, like Javon Hargrave, to come in, or they're going to draft guys.
Well, that's the bigger issue, in my opinion. That's the bigger issue. Defensive line. They've not replaced DeForest Buckner. They haven't replaced Eric Armstead, and they've thrown so many picks. And I agree. And it's swift, and it's been terrible. Terrible.
They've been trying to find the running mate for Bosa forever. They just have not been able to. As Drake Jackson signs today with the Washington Commanders. Remember that second-round pick?
But where they've been on the draft board and where they've picked, and the picks that they've had, who was there available for them to take
Let's
go. You know what I'm saying?
For example, they had 2 wide receivers under contract, and they took Pearsall. Why? Because they had a succession plan in their mind down the line. They don't use that same philosophy on offensive line. That's all.
That's a Shanahan thing.
Yeah,
that's okay.
And we played the sound from it.
I don't think it is. Because right now
it's a Shanahan thing.
Multiple receivers to not play for you. The one that you did draft is injured, even though I like him as a player. Like, that's what I'm saying. You're calling it a Shanahan thing, and I'm saying on that philosophy of drafting and running your personnel, I think he needs to pivot a little.
But what I'm saying is when you look at the history of these last 5 drafts and where they've picked and their picks that have been there, who are they going to take there? You already had your left tackle set up. You had your replacement in Mike McGlinchey. You go to McKivitz. McKivitz ain't been that bad. He hasn't been that bad. He hasn't been that bad. He hasn't been that bad, but they've made him into a starting right tackle. He hasn't been that bad. Again, you spent capital on Banks. You decided to move off of him. You thought Barch and Kobe could be better.
He wasn't even playing for the Jags.
I know that, but that's how they felt. They felt like Banks was expendable, even though they spent a second-round pick on him.
Okay,
a second-round pick.
Again, like the wide receiver, they had a succession plan. Where's the succession?
Their succession plan, obviously, is Kobe and Barch. They let Banks walk this offseason. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I agree with that, but that's what they feel like.
Well, it's not
that's
working.
Their successful plan. But at the same time, but hey, did you want to pay Banks in the offseason?
No, but I wanted to have a guy in tow. But I also didn't want to draft a kicker.
Did you want to play McGlinchey? Did you guys want to play McGlinchey? You didn't want to pay McGlinchey.
Time out. I didn't want to draft a kicker in the 3rd round. I didn't want to take, multiple running backs who never play on your team. Isaac Garendo, for example. Like, all these guys that they've taken at other positions where they had other people, they don't even make the team.
Garendo show flashes, and he's whiffed. Yep. Again, what about the picks that have hit? I'm looking at the last 2 drafts.
Jordan Mason.
I'm looking at the last 2 drafts.
CMC.
You got Marquise Siegel out of Jordan Mason. Jordan Mason didn't want to be here anymore. And that's the other thing. Jordan Mason wanted a bigger role. He wasn't going to get that role here with Christian McCaffrey in front of him.
Did he speak upon that?
No, he knows that. He knows that for sure. We all know that. If you know, I mean, it's obvious. The proof is in the pudding.
I don't know. Even if they had Jordan Mason,
think about the way Jordan Mason was acting towards the tail end of last season with some of the attitude issues.
Miss him.
And they do. I'm not saying they don't. But he knew that he wasn't get the opportunity he has right now in Minnesota here in San Francisco.
Right, and I hear you because Brian Robinson and the lack of burst. I just don't think they're a Jordan Mason away from this being an all of a sudden better run offense. But to your point, you guys can both agree, offensive line's clearly their biggest struggle right now, right? Like 6 sacks. You're going to be on your third string quarterback potentially, and Adrian Martinez, if this keeps coming up.
Is that the biggest issue, or is it getting 3 quarterback hits in 3 games?
I think it's the O-line because right now I think I don't know. You don't have any.
You got to protect your $200 million.
You also have to get an interception. They don't have an interception in 14 games.
Yeah, but I would say to you that what they did this year was they took 3 straight picks or whatever it was, 3 out of 4 picks to try to address that. I would love to see a similar philosophy on the offensive line.
I hear you.
Let's go to that guy in San Francisco before we get to Fast Five. That guy, you're on the Morning Roast with Bonte. What's up, man?
Hey, good morning, fellas. I called you guys once last week, my first time. I call your show JoJo on the go because I'm always on the go when I'm listening to you. And then Bonte Hill. Hey, my brother, I used to listen to you back when you were with Pop, and I saw you over at the Taste Center, man. You're a real one. I appreciate everything you do, and I'm always rooting for you, brother. But on this thing with the Niners, I got 2 points. The first one is we need to stop this pity party now. We need to just move on. This is the last day we lick our wounds because if you remember back to last year, there was a team that was very similar. They had a strong offense, and they lost a lot of their key components on defense. That was the Detroit Lions. Yep. Remember? And they very similar to how the Niners lost big guys on but that offense was so strong. And if there's any guy like Shanahan that can put this offense back together and get it rolling, they ran out of gas against Washington last year, but they made a real strong try. So if we can get some defensive guys somewhere off the draft or something, I'm very confident that with this Pearsall coming back and Kittle and getting the top guys back on offense, this offense can get rolling and somehow plug in the holes on defense. We can make a hard run like Detroit did last year.
Detroit is so good. Here's the thing with Detroit last year. You had 2 running backs, even though Montgomery did get hurt for a minute. You had the 2 running backs, an elite offensive line. Jameson broke out last year.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Laporta was healthy, and Jared Goff had one of his finest seasons.
And I will look at this team right now. It's one thing if you were to tell me, hey, Nick Bosa, that sucks. Okay, find an edge guy out there. Usually you can find a player to help rush the passer. Linebacker, the quality has never been lower at that position.
Think about it, though, where we're at right now. They've been trying to replace Dee Ford for how long?
6 years.
They've been trying to replace Buckner for how long?
For a while.
Jimmy
Ward, solid,
now we look at Jimmy Ward at free safety.
They miss him. Well, and also corner.
And that slot corner. Yeah. But I think Stout's solid.
Yeah.
So it's not just offensive line. There's a lot of misses on this football team.
Safety has been a hole.
And they've been one of the better running teams in the last 5 years. Have they not? This is by far their worst year running the football.
This is the year where it's all coming to a head, I feel like, and that's where fans are at because they've just never been this bad, Bonte, running
They've never
the ball.
They've never been this bad.
Well, they've always had elite personnel on the outside, which has masked some of their offensive line deficiencies. We can the play caller making $20 million a year, the head coach, has been able to mask a lot of their weaknesses.
You have a bad offensive line. Like I think about Daniel Jones opening night against the Dallas Cowboys. You got a bad offensive line. You're going to get sacked over and over and over again. This offensive line has been comparable. They've been very, very serviceable.
Yeah, but in the fourth quarter of the Rams NFC Championship game, offensive line got caved in.
Well, they also
2022, your quarterback went down. And Jimmy got hurt like 3 times that year in 2021.
Jimmy's a walking injury,
2023, what happened at the end? Like the Green Bay game, you got bodied, and then you find a way to win.
Jimmy also made terrible decisions in that NFC Championship game.
Yeah, but he also was hurt.
And we knew it was a divisional game. It was going to be tough, and it was going to be rough and stumble. And Aaron Donald's a game record. You're not going to stop Aaron Donald. I don't care who you have. You got Hall of Famers in Canton, Ohio who can't stop Aaron Donald.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
Don't you just love football? Talking about offensive line, defensive lines, all this. That's what makes it the best. It is the best reality TV show, bar none. Although the MLB playoffs have also been very entertaining. Mariners going to win that series, by the way, right? 2-0. Night. See you later.
I had them going to the World Series.
Yeah.
Mariners.
It's pretty.
But it's the Dodgers, man.
I know. What's your final thought today, Dante?
Should I go down this road today?
Come on, do it.
Oh, yeah, you told me to remind you.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm not going to
do it.
I'm not going to do it. I gave my final thought.
Let me guess.
Can we stop?
Shasky's right.
No, you're actually not right. We're arguing about two different things with the offensive line. You want them to invest heavily into the offensive line. I get it. What I'm saying is they've gone about their way, and they spent the second-round pick and a third-round pick, which is high capital to me. The top 70 pick. That's big-time draft pick.
Well, then they're either not identifying the right guys to keep, or they're not drafting the right guys.
That's the conversation. They're not developing, and they're not keeping the right guys.
I think you're more frustrated in Shasky is with Shanahan, the GM, than the head coach. I think we could just all agree on that, right?
Yeah, but again, I understand that they're not going to hit on every single pick.
No, of course not.
In a good draft, if you can hit on 4 or 5 players, that's a good draft.
They went like 3 drafts and they hit on 1 guy.
Right, but they also didn't have a first or second round pick in a lot of drafts. Yeah, that was a bad draft. That was a terrible
like 3
draft.
in a row.
Terrible draft. But who was there for them?
It's
to
your
take an
final
offensive
thought.
line.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. No. But the final thought was what?
Stop taking pitchers out after 100 pitches. Let them go. Let them go. Let's stop being soft.
So ridiculous. You know what the other team
Blake
wants
Snell
you
looks
to
really
do?
good, by the way.
Of course he does, because he's a really good pitcher. He's just kind of a diva. It's the other dugout wants you to take that guy out. They're dying to see anyone else.
Yeah.
They want to see a guy come cold out of the bullpen who only has 1 or 2 pitches. That's what they want to see.
In a high leverage situation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's insane.
What's your final thought, Joey?
He's right. The Dodgers are going to win it all, and I hate them.
That's it? We're ending on that
Is
note?
Dave Roberts going to be the
I would have
first?
talked more offensive line.
I know you do.
Is
Dave
Dave Roberts
Steiny Guru?
going to be the first 3-time World Series champion who we all are like, yeah, he's okay. Like at a manager position. He's going to win 3, and we're going to be like, he's all right.
I'm trying to think.
Like he's not revered.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the guys.
Well, how do they feel about him in L.A.?
I mean,
I don't know. I feel like he gets criticized.
I mean, well, they're just so
I think he's
spoiled down
good,
there,
not
too.
great. I do think he's good. I think we crush him. He's pretty good.
Like he's going to have more success than
saying.
Tommy Lasorda, but he's never going to be Tommy Lasorda down there.
Because of the personality.
Because of the personality.
Tommy Lasorda came from the team from Brooklyn and everything.
And because of Friedman, there's always now in modern baseball, the GM has got more, feel for the roster than the coach. I don't know.
Through 6 weeks, boys, who would you see as the best team in the NFL?
Best team?
Best team right now.
Like right now?
Right now, who's the best team in football?
Kansas City.
Yeah. At 3-3.
Even at
They're
3-3.
the best team right now?
I mean, think about it. They lost to the Eagles. Travis Kelce catches a touchdown. That's a different ball game. Chris Jones contains on 3rd down against Justin Herbert. They get the ball back. They may steal that game in Brazil. The Jacksonville game. I mean, how many times did you see Mahomes throw a pick 6 that goes for 100 yards? And the way that game ended. You know what I'm saying? And then Trevor Lawrence stumbles over his own feet and they steal that game.
Chris Jones blames himself because he didn't try hard
The
enough.
Chiefs could easily be 6-0, 5-1.
I know.
So I'm betting on KC.
God, I hate them.
And they're getting Rashee Rice back
Who's
this week.
the best team in the NFL? You know what? I think one of the best players in the NFL, I legitimately, this year, I think he's a top 5 player. It's Jared Verse. This guy's a monster. I watched him again on Sunday morning. He lines up over whoever he thinks is the weakest dude and just throws that guy to the ground like a rag doll. He is wild. Baker Mayfield's definitely in the mix as top 5 player.
For offensive line talk,
what you got?
We're complaining, and we can look at sack numbers all you want.
Sack line.
They were the top 10 rushing team for 4 straight years.
But not this year.
With the revolving door offensive line. Yeah, it's a regression this year. But we look at past history and we forget they've been one of the top running teams.
But if they have
but they've also led. Besides the Browns, no team has had more quarterback injuries than the Niners.
They got some brittle guys, man.
Adrian Martinez, get ready.
Steven Garoppolo's not exactly durable.
My final thought, happy birthday, baby Nora. 3 years old today.
That's
I love you,
awesome.
sweetheart. She is the greatest thing in my life.
Birthday.
Her and her brother, young Benjamin, who just turned 6 about a month ago as well. That was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years. Guaranteed. I guarantee you, Bonte wants to join Steiny and Goo next.
No.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
I'm done.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Calling all basketball fans. Make your game day experience unforgettable with a stay at Hotel Via, just steps away from the action. Enjoy chic accommodations, stunning rooftop views, and the ultimate convenience for catching all the action. Skip the traffic and relax in style before and after the game. Whether you're celebrating a big win or just want a perfect night out in San Francisco, Hotel Via is your MVP choice. Book now at hotelviasf.com and make your game day a slam dunk at Hotel Via.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
When your coffee game isn't strong, people can tell. Good morning! See what I mean? But at McDonald's, your coffee game is always strong. A medium caramel or mocha frappe, just $3.89. A medium iced coffee, only $2.79. Big flavor, cool refreshment, and your morning's back on track. Don't risk a weak coffee game. Keep it strong at McDonald's. Order ahead in the app today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any offer or combo meal.
Hello, it's Lena Dunham. I host a podcast called The C Word with my dearest friend and historian of bad behavior, Alyssa Bennett.
What is up?
It's a chat show about women whose society is called crazy.
We're going to be rediscovering the stories of women's society dismissed by calling them mad, sad, or just plain bad.
Listen to and follow The C Word with Lena Dunham and Alyssa Bennett. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone. Lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
It's football.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'm going to assume everybody's feeling a little bit better today than they did yesterday after the bad news sunk in. And now it's the day to attack the problems. It's the day to attack the problems if you're the San Francisco 49ers, Goo.
Yeah, and you're talking to me. Evan had to put a straitjacket on me. It's Operation Make the Playoffs, right? And that's what it was before. And now, as sad as it was yesterday, and I don't know how Niner fans are feeling where you go from here, but where you go from here is try to take down a good Atlanta team that looked good last night, beating Buffalo at home. So we'll see what it is, Steiny. I'll react as to new information. How about that? And good morning.
Good morning. Just let's get some news out of the way, 49er related, so we're all starting from the same place. Kyle Shanahan talked yesterday. Here's some stuff I gleaned.
Okay.
And we all gleaned.
Yeah.
Apparently Ayuk is not close still, and the earliest they're talking is week 10. So that's a month away at best.
Okay.
It sounds like George Kittle's going to practice this week, and it feels like he's going to play.
All right, George.
He talked about Purdy, and he said he expected Purdy to do a little more this week, but to me it sounds like Mac Jones is still going to play.
So no Purdy, you don't think, this Sunday night?
No.
All right.
It doesn't sound like it to me.
All right. Give me some Pearsall.
Pearsall, they're going to figure out on Wednesday once he gets into practice.
All right.
So that's basically where we are.
All right, and you're 4-2. And the NFC to me, Steiny, as you didn't ask, but I'll tell you, wide open. And again, forget what what my gut tells me. They got to go out and execute and get it done. And this will be their first game without, their heart and soul, Fred Warner. So we'll see how you attack it. But I wonder how much of Niner Empire or Niner Nation or just the Niner fans at all, what they're feeling today. Do you feel like, okay, it's in the rear view, the injury. Any team has experienced more than us, let me know. But the bottom line is you go forward. And, Steiny, how do you do that, and how good are they when they take the field Sunday night at home against the Atlanta Falcons?
Yeah, I think the question that a lot of fans are wondering about is do you try to make a move right now and acquire somebody to help this team out right now? The problem is that you're going to play the rest of the year without Warner and without Bosa. And so then the question becomes, is it worth it to bring a guy in here short term as opposed to maybe looking for a guy who they could acquire and he'd be on the roster at least multiple years? And so how do you balance, like they're 4-2, which is good.
Yeah, no doubt.
But they're without their two best defensive players and will be. So what do you do now as the trading deadline is? I think we're at about the 3-week mark from the trade deadline.
Well,
let me get that exactly.
I'm going to say this, and I appreciate the question. I'm going to say this to that, as you, Evan, and I discussed in the green room, Steiny. As you get closer to the deadline, are you 6-2? Are you 5-3? Are you 4-4? Nobody wants to hear that. But damn, I got to tell you this, Steiny. I don't know the Niners' identity right now. And, if I'm John Lynch, and I say this all the time, or Kyle Shanahan, and I'm going to say this to you and throw it back to me. I'm one of those big believers. You owe it to Draymond. You owe it to Steph. And we're watching the Warriors do that, if you agree with it or not. But now without Bosa and Warner, who do you really owe it to go all in for at this juncture? Trent Williams? McCaffrey, and those could be sufficient answers. I'm asking you, but if I'm John Lynch, I just wonder what are the ramifications of what transpired Sunday, not just with the loss, but with the green dot. Who's going to be our new Fred Warner? And those are the questions I have. And Steiny, I guess I'm going to be a slave to the results. And I think maybe this week and next week are going to have me, from a fan perspective, I'll have clarity on which direction I want to go. Because I'm trying not to do you. You're rubbing off on me on the macro. This O-line needs to be rebuilt. So do I hold on to capital and draft picks thinking about that? Or am I thinking about the future and the wrong thing right now when you're 4-2 and you're trying to get to the postseason? I don't know. Do I want to naturally let that play out and not go get frisky and spin something? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I can just tell you where I'm at. And
tell me.
888-957-9570. Obviously, I want the fans to jump in here. For me right now, I'm not going to do a thing. I'm not going to. Well, let's put it this way.
All right.
I'm not doing anything where I'm acquiring a player who's a free agent at the end of the year. Like, I'm not giving up any draft capital for somebody who's only going to be here for a little over half the year.
And why is that? What's the biggest?
Because I don't want to give up I don't want to give up a draft pick for a guy whose position we're going to have to replace at the end of the year anyway.
Yeah, I got you.
So the way I look at it,
so that's a rental basically.
Yeah. So the way I look at it is you're 4-2. You have 3 games before the deadline because the deadline's November 4th.
Wow, it's coming.
Yeah. So I'm not doing anything right now, and I'll think about it after we're 5-2 or 4-3, and then I'll think about it after we're 4-4 or 6-2 or 5-3.
Yeah.
But right now, I got to see how we respond, and the next 2 weeks to me are gonna show you if you really do have an opportunity to continue to challenge for the division.
I love that, and I agree wholeheartedly. So those next 2 are obviously Atlanta and home, and do you know, and I should, where the Texan game is at?
At Houston.
Okay, so right now you're thinking, and I heard Bonte joining, Spadoni and Shasky on the roast, and I agreed wholeheartedly with him, Steiny, and we kind of talked about it yesterday. I just think that that caveat that was a good caveat about, hey, the Niners got an easy schedule, went out the window with what I deem uncertainty now on the defensive side of the ball, losing Warner. But when I brought up to you, or I said out loud, who do you owe maybe going all in for? And there's no wrong answer, but it's the OGs, right? It's McCaffrey, right? It's Trent Williams. It's those guys that you would owe. And I get it's the whole team, obviously. But, if I looked at it through that prism, it's Trent and McCaffrey, right?
Yeah, but I don't owe them anything.
Then you might, and I'm saying
if you're a damn thing,
Lynch might think I paid you.
What I owe is to make, if there's a move out there that makes us better now and in the future, well, then you do it. But I'm not mortgaging anything, and mortgaging is way too strong a word. But if you look, the 49ers, they have their first and second and third round picks, all, each of them for the next 3 years. So there's no, they have them. So I don't know that I'm going to be real careful if I'm giving up, let's say a top 3 round pick for somebody who doesn't ensure that we're gonna be successful. And by the way, what's his status moving forward?
Yeah, I agree. I agree totally. So these next 2 games, obviously, it's Operation Playoffs. But do I want to go all in if I don't think we're a championship team
exactly
to get there? And that's where I'm at. So we'll see.
Here's the other thing. Am I fair in saying, okay, if the 49ers are looking to make a move offensively, I mean, the only thing offensively I would think they would need is an offensive lineman or 2.
Or 3. Right.
But what I'm saying is you don't need a quarterback, you don't need a running back, you don't need a tight end, and you don't need receivers. The hope's got to be that in 2 or 3 weeks you're going to be almost whole in those spots, minus Ayuk. So I think we're talking about somebody on defense.
Yeah, my goodness.
But that's the problem. You're missing Warner and Bosa. So you got to give up on the fact that you're going to get a Warner and Bosa, right?
Well, it's easier to get a pass rusher than it is, you're the linebacker, the Ray Lewis, the Fred Warner type. So I'm with you. But, man, this thing, I'm trying to be positive, Steiny. It stinks. And the reality is you'll be without Fred Warner. And I am curious as the D winners, who's going to be that, that green dot, who's going to be the new quarterback, and how would that, how will that play? But I do think they're playing for, if they can stack these next 2 wins, maybe Lynch and Shanny getting frisky at the deadline.
888-957-9570. How would you like the 49ers to handle things where they're at right now? Should they go out and look for reinforcements right now, even if it might cost them a little draft capital down the line? Or are you waiting and seeing? Or are you saying, I'm not likely to do anything like that and let the whole year play out? 888-957-9570. Today, we've got Steve Weish and Jeff Chadilla, both of the NFL, NFL.com and NFL Network. Steve Weish going to join us at 11, Jeff Chadilla at 1 o'clock. So we're heavy on football today, although the Warriors starting a week.
And they got a game tonight, Portland.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Don't forget this Sunday night, the kickoff show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings will be live from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale starting at 3 o'clock. They'll have all the early games on, and the beer garden will be rocking with a DJ and bartender serving Gold Bar whiskey specials. If you're going to the game, you can sign up for the free shuttle to the stadium right now. First come, first served. Go to the Eventbrite page on our website, 957thegame.com, to sign up now.
I joined the military for my kid and his mom. I miss my son a lot. One of the things with the military is tobacco, but I saw a lot of people try to deal with mental issues. Everyone's vaping constantly. After my first hit of a vape, I was hooked like that. Once I got back home from my deployment, I caught my son trying to hit my vape. That was it. I had to quit.
Isaiah started vaping to try to deal with stress and quit because of his son. Learn how he and other Californians are rising above big tobacco at undo.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Granger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Granger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
MLB's postseason is down to 4 teams. Now, the moment these players have been dreaming of their whole life is within reach, where one play changes everything.
Oh my word, what a play!
That's baseball at its finest. October hits different. Postseason 2025. Baseball is something else. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Warriors basketball is back. Don't miss your chance to cheer on your Dubs at Chase Center as they make another run for the postseason. And be sure to listen to the Morning Roast all this week for your chance to score a Best Buddies bobblehead. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
And here is Jake Moody. Snap a bit high. Kick is good. And the Bears win it. Jake Moody, a hero tonight.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Let's talk about it, Steiny.
Go ahead, you start.
I was a big Jake Moody fan, and he deserved to lose his job. I lost that one. But I got to tell you, Niner fans, you could come back and get in line because a lot of people that wanted him out, Niner fans, are mad if you're happy for him, and I think that's a character flaw.
Why would somebody be not? Why would?
Oh, you're doing it now. You didn't do it for us. Oh, it was all over Twitter. Be happy for the dude. Be happy for your ex. You broke up with her.
I'm not.
She found
disagreeing
happiness
with you at all. On that one.
Dude, I thought he was gonna miss it.
You got the YouTube chat up?
No.
Oh, because we got a super chat, but I'm not going to read it.
All right, I'll read it. Hold on. Let me go right now.
I'm not reading it.
Hold on.
I'm not reading it.
You got to cover me. Hold on.
Okay, I will.
Super chat. Truth. Guru, why do you force your hair to be like a white guy? What does that say? I got nice hair. What does that mean? You never heard that before. It's like, man, all I do is comb it, man. Relax. Anyway, that's a compliment.
I might go viral.
Yeah. Anyway, if you hated on Jake in the red and gold, you could still be happy for him that he's doing it in the shy.
Just root for him except for the game against the Niners later on in the season. But I'll tell you this, don't let him kick the game winner against you. Wouldn't that be unreal, that game?
Oh, I forgot. They got Chicago.
No, they got Chicago, baby.
You are right.
Oh, battle of kickers.
Hey, but don't hate the dude, man. Come on. I know you're not, but some people, you fired him. The Niners broke up with him.
Yeah, it's a win-win for everybody.
Yeah. Dude made 4 kicks, though. Wow.
We're talking about the 49ers and where they are right now in their season. We know they're 4-2, and we know they're without Fred Warner and Nick Bosa for the rest of the year. Trade deadline is November 4th. That's 3 games from now. So the 49ers will have 3 more games. Evan, off the top of your – do we know who they play after the Texans?
I think the Rams.
Yeah.
The Rams. Okay, so their next 3 games are the Falcons.
At New York and then the Rams.
Okay, so the next 3 games are Falcons. Then they have the
Texans.
I am totally
at Houston,
spacing. And then the Giants.
Yeah.
Then they're at the Giants. So
little spunky team now. The Giants, Scatterboo and Dart.
All right, so they got 3 games till the trade deadline. They're 4-2. They're 3-0 in the division. So the question we're asking is, what do you do with this team? How aggressive do you want to be if you want to try to, I think, strengthen the defense? This is what Kyle Shanahan said yesterday, and we'll kind of play off it and try to decipher what he's getting at. This is Shanahan from yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we were being that aggressive. I mean, we're looking for things that make sense for our team right now and in the future. Not having Fred makes that harder, but it's, I don't see a big difference between Sunday before that game started and today. It definitely hurts losing a guy like Fred, but in terms of people who are available that can improve our team for this year and next year, I don't see the situation that much different.
All right. Interesting.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, because we never have this intel. We think we do, and that's what's beautiful about what we do at the station, right? In Sports Talk Radio, fans have a forum to give their opinion. Coming out of this season, Steiny, we don't know what Kyle's goal was. Obviously, it's to win the Super Bowl, but deep in their gut, Kyle and John, they know, or it matters what they feel this team can achieve, and they won't ever share that. But these next 3 games, I think if you go 2-1, and I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, if they think they got action or they're a Super Bowl team, maybe you spend some capital in regard to draft picks. Right now, to me, with the state of this O-line, my draft next year, 99.9% of that is me going that direction. So I don't know if I don't want to call it a fool's errand, go get something, a rental, and waste that capital, but still really not got to, bring a guy in here that could help our defense to where we might go on a run. We could go on a run.
I want to play it one more time because there was something that I caught in there that I think is key to the future and maybe even the next 3 weeks.
Yeah, I don't think we were being that aggressive. We're looking for things that make sense for our team right now and in the future. Not having Fred makes that harder, but it's, I don't see a big difference between Sunday before that game started and today. It definitely hurts losing a guy like Fred, but in terms of people who are available that can improve our team for this year and next year, I don't see the situation that much different.
All right, so here's what I'm hearing there, that the urgency to do something has not changed. What I heard him say was before the game, we were not, we were kind of not really aggressive, but we're always listening. And if we can help our team now and in the future, that's what we're going to do. Yeah. Warner gets hurt, and he says, I don't really feel much different than I did before the game in terms of that. But what he did say that I think is interesting is, talking about getting somebody in here for the next year or 2. So it feels to me like they don't want
a rental.
Yes, that's what it sounds like.
Shout out Blockbuster.
Now
Video.
maybe maybe they get to 6-3 and they feel differently, and they feel like a player might be make a difference. Then you do it. But I think where they're at right now, Kyle Shanahan seems to be saying, for the next week or 2, I think we're in evaluation mode again.
Yeah, and they got 3. I'll just say it from my vantage point, 3 tough games, but. I was just thinking about how somber it was yesterday, and for some fans, the rest of the season losing Fred Warner. But I just did a reround, Steiny. I'm thinking about, man, this team's lost Bosa, and I know Bosa's not Warner, but he's that important. You're paying him everything under the sun. So if any team is used to, the injury, situation just being dire, it's the 49ers. So I'm dare not saying Fred's just another guy. But, man, Steiny, when you talk about replacing a guy up front in Bosa and now a guy, your best linebacker, your best defender, arguably your best player, it's just like, what are you actually looking for when you go shopping? How close can you come to filling those voids?
Or do
you just ride it out?
The other thing is, what Kyle Shanahan can't say is, well, now that we lost Fred, we're done.
No, and that's loser mentality.
He's got to kind of downplay it as next man up, but all the same while recognizing that Warner's a special player. So I I agree with him that I don't think it changes their urgency level right now, but he also doesn't want to give up on the season by talking like they can't overcome this, even though we all know it's going to be tough. Let's go to James. James is in San Mateo. What's going on, James? How you doing, man?
How you doing? I just want to know what you guys think, in my opinion, regarding the Niners quarterback. I know Mac Jones is not a diamond in the rough, but he reminds me of the heart of the old school, the Steve Young, the Joe Montana. You know, I think Mac Jones could have played old school football. I mean, he's playing like a wounded duck. I mean, he's getting shots for pain. I mean, I think he takes it personal. You know what I mean? I think Purdy, I'm sorry, but when I think of Purdy, I think more of like I said, Mac Jones, I think of a young Montana, like tough. You know, he proved that.
Right.
When I think of Purdy, I think more of like Alex Smith, Garoppolo, you know.
Right.
And I'm wondering, I'm seriously wondering, like, do you guys think that the Niners, I mean, no one wants to admit, you know, like, okay, we paid him, so we're going to play him, you know. And here's Mac Jones taking shots for pain when Purdy has, I'm sure turf toe is, you know, really bad. But I don't think it's like as bad as your damn leg's going to fall off from the knee down and you're throwing up on the sideline because you're so exhausted. Do you guys think that they're using Purdy's toe injury because they don't want to admit to, holy crap, look what we got now?
You say it before I say it.
I don't think so. Like when you're talking about toughness, I mean, yeah, Mac Jones has put together some gutsy performances here. I'm a little leery of saying, well, he's tougher than Brock Purdy. He's different than Brock Purdy, and he might be able to take more of a shot than Brock Purdy.
And these injuries are different as well. So.
Yeah, but I don't know that he's tougher than Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's been pretty. I think he's pretty tough.
Yeah.
So, but what they do have is they've got a quarterback who's the number 2 quarterback who's played pretty well in the absence of Brock Purdy, and it seems like this injury that Brock Purdy has is a little more iffy than we thought, and so it looks like Mac Jones is going to quarterback again on Sunday against the Falcons, and then we'll see who does it against the Texans.
Yeah, and, you know, I got to check myself, and maybe you can help me, because last week I was all gung-ho, banging the drum of give Brock Purdy 3 to 4 to 5 weeks. Just give him that time. But, Steiny, I don't know why. Maybe it's the loss in Tampa. I don't know why I'm a bit stunned. And he hadn't been declared out this Sunday. But you really feel like it's going to be Mac again to give Brock that some more rest, right?
Well,
I don't know why I'm conflicted on that. I thought maybe, and it's still a football game, 4 quarters, but I thought because it's Sunday night, you kind of, you know, things are not shaky, but you got some question marks now with the Fred injury. I guess I was hoping the toe would be better.
Well, this is Shanahan from yesterday running down the injuries, and listen for when he talked about Purdy.
All right, guys. The injuries from yesterday, Fred Warner did have fractured, dislocated ankle. His surgery set for tomorrow. Nothing else from the game right now. Updates on players who missed the game. We got Jordan Watkins with his calf. Expected to get him back in practice this week. Ricky with his knee. Still evaluating it, whether he can come back this week. We'll have to see him on Wednesday. Brock Purdy, similar with his toe. Hopefully he can get back in and do a little bit more this week. Yetur with his hamstring will have to continue to rehab. And our IR guys, Kevin Givens, will continue to practice. And we're expecting to get George Kittle back into practice this week.
All right, so he says Brock Purdy's going to hopefully do a little more this week. But remember, last week he didn't do much at all.
Yeah.
So I'm just interpreting that as he may be more than just 5 days away from coming back. But and there it is.
Yeah, real quick, I'll just say this about the 2-for-1, because Mac took a shot. It sounds like we know yesterday Trent Williams told us that in his oblique or his ribs or what have you. So he's dealing with that and the leg issue. But just to touch on what Baldy and Low Neal talked about, how debilitating this turf toe is, Steiny. I mean, it's so devastating that, you know, Brock is still out with the one injury, which is his toe, but it's that turf toe, which is, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, Donnie, I'm no doctor. It's kind of worse than the two things Mac is dealing with, because Mac can get out there.
Yeah, and I wonder how much, obviously it's affecting Purdy's mobility, and that's one of the strengths of his game. So if you take that away from him, you're not getting the total Brock Purdy. So.
Have you thought once, had he been under center with his ability to be elusive, Brock Purdy, maybe that game goes different?
I didn't watch that game on Sunday thinking Brock Purdy could have won it. I guess he might have.
Yeah,
but
I just had the thought.
The other thing is Brock's got more mobility, but if the offensive line is playing like it played against Tampa Bay, well, he's going to be running and scrambling, and then he's vulnerable there too. So that's what the 49ers have to decide. The problem with playing Brock, if he's not 100%, is you do risk more injury, and not just to the toe, because you're putting him out there and he might not be as fast or as quick as he normally is, and then he's going to suffer more contact, you would figure.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, and I don't know why I'm acting lightweight surprised, but Steiny, they're about to enter their 7th game, the Niners, and Brock Purdy's played in 2 of them.
Yep.
And, if he's not able to make Atlanta, and then you just wonder, and again, I was telling you, hey, I'd keep him on the shelf, and I'm on that, but I guess I want to see his ability to scramble, being that Mac just took 6 sacks, how big of a difference or impact that has on said game.
Yeah. Let's go to Richie Rich is in Livermore.
Rich.
What's going on, Rich?
What's cracking, fellas? Hear me out, man. This is why you have to make a move, right? I got a couple reasons why. And it may be aggressive, but this is it. You owe it to the Bulls. You owe it to Fremont. You owe it.
Richie, I'll put you back on.
But he was going to that IOU, Steiny. They owe it to, at the top of my list, it was the OG. You owe it to the whole team, but you know what I mean. McCaffrey and what he's doing and the impact and the pounding he's taking, and Trent Williams, how many more years does he have? But again, that goes out the window, and I get somebody could pick up the horn and call me stupid and say, Guru, nobody's wasting capital for the future on something they think might just not be a championship caliber team. Now, how much does Kyle and John want the playoffs, though, Steiny? Because right now they're on track.
Playoffs to me are still on the table. Mm-hmm. And again, that's one of the reasons that I would just wait a week or two, is because they're in a good spot right now, and they wouldn't have to make a move out of desperation or to stay in the race. So that's all I'm saying. Yeah. I would play out Sunday's game, see where we're at. And the reality of the situation is, if you've played 9 games by the deadline, and that would give you 2 days after the 9th week to make a deal, yes, I do think it's going to matter whether they're 4-5, 5-4, 6-3, or 7-2.
I'm with you.
So that's why I would just be a little bit patient.
Yeah.
Let's go to Mark in San Francisco. Hey, Mark, what's going on, man? Let's go to Richie Rich. Oh, Richie Rich got back. Right. What's up, Richie?
What's up, fellas? So hear me out.
Yeah.
So you owe it to these fellas, right? You owe it to us. You owe it to them, because these guys are out there balling out of control. And you don't want to lay down yet. 4-2 ain't no punk of a record, and you're still a player in it. And if you get a pass rusher on the edge to help these linebackers, to help these safeties where you're getting the poor play, to help you get a sack, you're okay. And this is the second thing right here, is that your offense has yet to hum on all cylinders, man, and we're still 4-2. So if you get a healthy Kittle back and you get Pearsall back, and it opens it up for CMC, and they're putting up 3 to 4 touchdowns and a couple field goals, you're balling and you're playing with the best of the rest, dog, and you're out there putting 30 points a game. A good offense still beats a good defense. I don't care if defense wins championships, a potent offense puts it down. And the Niners have always had a good offense. Even last year, we couldn't score in the red zone. We worked the ball across the field, man. So you owe it to the team. You owe it to everyone to go make a move. I'm not saying go give up a bunch of capital, but the more these bottom feeders like the Giants win, it's harder to get Thibodeau, right? So you got to do it now, because in 2 or 3 weeks, Who the hell knows what's going to happen? It's open in the NFL, man. It's any given Sunday, dog. You go get somebody, you help that defense, you go ball out, and you show everybody it's not over yet, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I hear you.
But you got to handle your business and go ahead.
Well, he said one thing that I disagree with, and he said, you don't want to lay down. And I think he just said lay down as like not make a move and just sit tight. They're not going to lay down. They might not be as good as they were, but I don't think they're going to lay down.
After the loss of Warner. That game was in the balance, man.
And maybe you see what this team is capable of in the next week or two, and that's when you make your evaluation on whether you think a move is going to be beneficial.
Now, and I'm Mr. Optimistic, so. Steiny, a lot's gone on with these injuries in the Niners, but I haven't once thought to myself, I kind of threw it to you a couple times, a month ago, when that day does come, when this team gets whole, and then guys keep dropping on the other side of the ball. But we're talking about an offense from the Niners that has not reached 30 points this year, but Kittle's going to help. I'm more excited about Kittle in the run game to see if that helps. But Steiny, what if you don't have Pearsall back, 2 of the next 3 weeks? What if
then you're going to be in trouble.
Right.
I mean, look,
but you still can win games. But to his thought of, he had me thinking, man, they might get some. Whoa, what if that day never comes and the deadline comes and goes, that you never get to see if you can eclipse 30, and maybe that be, hey, we got the Niners. Okay, defense, bend but don't break. Maybe we could put up 20 if I'm an opposing team, but our offense could get us 30. Like, that day needs to come sooner than later. And when you're playing musical chairs at the quarterback position, it makes it difficult to me.
Mark's in San Francisco wants to talk about where we are offensively. Hey, Mark, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well. I think we might be one draft away. I wouldn't give up the draft capital. I think we need to build that offensive line and get a little stronger on offense. I mean, we lost our 2 best players on defense. I don't know if this is our season, the way we're going. I just wouldn't give up draft capital the way it looks right now.
No, I hear you.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Appreciate the call. I mean, there's 2. The 2 extremes would be, well, you got to give up because you don't have them. That's not going to happen. But the other thing is, are there moves out there to be made where you could reinforce this defense to such a degree that you can at least compensate for the losses of Bosa and Warner, but then also not give away the draft picks from this upcoming draft or the next? Like, are there moves out there where they don't have to give up a lot of draft capital? Problem is, those deals probably won't get you a difference maker.
Man, but what if it could, and what if it took Bosa? Like, what if there was a way for you to get Big 98 in Las Vegas, Steiny? And I know Niner fans, Guru, you're tripping, you're dreaming, but do you think, obviously he's not available, and why would the Raiders do it? But if he were a part of a package that could net you Big 98 with the Raiders, would you think Niner fans would just pull their hair out that the Bosa experience in San Francisco would be over, or is that something you'd be thinking about, especially now with him being hurt the way that he is?
I mean, to me, my first thought is, why would the Raiders trade Max Crosby for Nick Bosa, who's just had his second season-ending injury in 5 years? Hendrickson in Cincinnati's interesting, but he's a free agent at the end of the year.
There's going to be a line around the corner, I believe, at the deadline if they don't turn it around.
Now, I have no idea, but would there be something where the 49ers could theoretically give up Bosa and a pick or 2 to get Hendrickson? To get him.
And re-sign him.
And then re-sign him with Bosa's money. And then Cincinnati gets Bosa, who's got a couple more years on his deal. Those trades don't seem to happen a lot in the NFL.
And Steiny, you would almost, and I'm just saying this because we talked about it, you, Evan, and I, like, Bosa's getting paid big time, too. 3 more years. Like, who would want to – you got to be at Lawrence Taylor level to me when we saw you upright and healthy before you got hurt to take a guy that can't give you any games this year and, like you said, a second season-ending injury in his career.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Once again, Niners 4-2, but they're going to play the rest of the year without Bosa and Fred Warner. How aggressive you want John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan to be? They've got some draft capital in this draft. They've got their top 3 picks in the next 2 years. And so would you trade one of those picks to get a player in here that you think will at least maintain to some ability this team's defensive integrity, if you will? I don't know. But that's what John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have to decide. And Shanahan apparently said yesterday that right now they don't feel urgency to make a move. And that tells me that they want to maybe play it out another week or two. What do you guys say at 888-957-9570 is the number. All right, coming up in 20 minutes, we've got Steve Weish, who we've had on before. He's great, NFL Network senior national reporter. I guess he's going to be doing the Rams-Jaguars from London on Sunday. And then at 1 o'clock, we got Jeff Chadiha, another senior writer for NFL.com. Also, he does on-air talent for them, Bay Area guy. So we're going to be heavy on Niners today. How aggressive should they be right now, knowing the position they're in with their defense? 888-957-9570.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority tax relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority tax relief.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow The Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Granger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Granger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
You're gonna have to work on your little advertisement with new vodka.
Why? Oh boy!
You do not sound happy, bro.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, Mark. Yeah, it's I love it. It's great, Mark. Very cool.
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What did you do to deserve that? Evan comes in, leaves, and plays that button. Man,
good question.
Oh,
I don't exactly know.
Hey, Mark.
I guess it was brought up on the morning show this morning, so it was available.
Wow. Is that why this new vodka spot is on the board? Now, you guys, I'll tell you what. Let me tell you something I've noticed. You guys get a lot of content out of me in the mornings, don't you? Between the new vodka and the breakfast sandwich. Did you hear about the controversy?
No.
Oh, this was unreal this morning.
What happened?
It was big.
You got to tell. You got to pay it
I
off
will.
now.
I will. I'm driving to work today, and I'm listening to the morning roast, and I hear Carter's wife, Sierra. Sierra is his wife. Apparently, now this is. I'm not saying it's not impressive. So she makes him breakfast.
Great. Just awesome.
Now, with all due respect, she makes it the night before. She's not waking up at 3:30, but she gives it to him and hugs him goodbye.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and everybody was like they were so impressed they had to get her on. So she called in.
Oh, I missed it. I got to go back.
Wonderful woman, you can tell. Just full of love and exuberance.
Yep.
But the real question was asked and said, well, how long have you guys been married? Okay. And she said 6 or 7 months. I'm like, well, okay. That's fine. She's making his sandwiches now, but talk to me in 2043.
But why be negative and look at it like that? Celebrate the win of what she's doing now for her husband.
And I did. But what I'm saying is, and this is what I do, I give perspective. And I've known Susan for 40 years.
All right. That's a stretch.
Not consistent, but we've known each other for 40 years. She sends me off to work every day with a breakfast sandwich. And we're over twice as old as Carter. So, Sierra, good start. Good start. Long way to go.
But like the weather, you know what you're doing, and you're the best at it. You're kind of raining on the parade.
I'm not raining on the parade. What I'm doing is celebrating Susan. Period.
Yeah. And there have been some days you didn't have that breakfast sandwich.
Right.
And
but
you can tell.
Right.
But she's at about 93%.
Look at
So
her.
I would say basically, 14 out of 15 days she's good. And then
That is awesome.
One day one day she'll just be like, I'll look, and it won't be sitting on the table.
Well,
There's usually a reason.
How come you haven't offered to get Susan on to heap praise upon her?
Over the years,
We let
we've
you
talked
down.
about it. She's just not ready to do that yet.
We had me on a few times.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Good for Carter.
No, for
Honeymooner.
sure.
Thanks, Goo.
Yeah, no doubt.
Sierra's wonderful.
Hey.
Carter, I'm serious.
And they say breakfast is the most important meal of the day.
Yep. Hey, was that her debut on 95.7 The Game?
Yeah.
Very solid. Very solid debut.
Good cadence.
My man.
Oh, man. We got Jeff Jadiha. Steve Weiss joining us first at 11 o'clock.
This your guy. You know him, right?
I know from way back. Steve Weiss, NFL Network senior national reporter, joining us at 11 o'clock. He's doing the Rams-Jaguars. By the way, does anybody know offhand how many London Europe games are there this year that start at 6:30?
Man,
feels like
a lot.
Like, are we up to about 8 or 9 weeks? They may as well just do it 17
But
weeks.
it feels like it's been 3 or 4. I love it now. Remember, I was like, why are you doing it? When you wake up and open your eyeballs and your bet's already in, and you're like, give me the remote.
Yeah, see, I like it when it's tee off on a Sunday at like 7:30, and then it's 8:30, and you're like, oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Check the scores. We got a game. That's already, and that's what I did Sunday, and sure enough, it was 11-10.
Yeah.
The Jets Broncos game.
Yeah.
It ended 13-11.
Justin
but it was 11-10.
Fields, ouch.
What? He threw for -10.
Dude, what does that do? Well, nobody's got him in fantasy, but that's nasty. Almost won, too.
Somebody does have Justin Fields, I thought.
We got a 16-team lead.
Steiny traded him.
Oh,
Now
that's
you're
I did
GM
trade
of the
him.
year. I need a running back.
I got a good one.
Who?
Brian Robinson.
He don't get any carry. Like, I would have did that before.
But you should pick him up now because McCaffrey will get hurt.
If he ain't hurt now, man, dude's a warrior.
He's a
warrior.
I did a little chart on him. He's still logging a lot of touches.
But he's holding up.
Let's go to Jeff in Marin. Jeff wants to talk about Purdy and Mac Jones. Hey, Jeff, how you doing, man?
Good. Thanks for taking my call, guys. So quickly, Purdy is clearly a much better quarterback from Mac Jones. He's more athletic. He's got his toughness. Somebody's saying he's not tough. That's just goofy.
Yeah.
But here's a bigger problem that nobody seems to be addressing. I think Mac Jones has played well, but he is one injury away. We are one injury away from having Adrian Martinez come in as the quarterback. And I haven't seen any articles about this kid at all. Nobody seems to talk about what he looks like in practice or anything else. And in that regard, given that we're one injury away from him starting, this is not the time to be expending draft capital trying to pick up some pass rusher. And in that regard, if there was some real stud pass rusher out there, they wouldn't be up for trade, right? They're going to be playing somewhere. You don't find Nick Bosa's out there available. And so those are kind of my thoughts on it. But again, I'd sure like to know more about Adrian Martinez because the way our team is going, it seems like it's only a matter of time. He's been back up in 3 or 4 games now.
Yeah.
And have you guys heard anything about what he looks like in practice? Has he got a good arm? He's supposed to be mobile. I know he was MVP of the UFL championship game, but there's been an absolute paucity of right. And I actually emailed both Matts, Mayoka and Barrow, saying, hey, what's up with him? What does he look like? What's your thinking? And I never heard back. And There doesn't seem to be any writings or videos about him. What do you guys know?
I just know,
his name's not Aaron.
Yeah, there you go. And I know he almost got on the field against the Rams a couple Thursdays ago. But other than that, Steiny, I don't know. And I'll tell you what, I'm using my dad's Norm's term. It's buzzard luck when you get to the third string quarterback because that's not how you draw it up. You know what I mean? Yeah. So hopefully they don't get there. But he is right. I mean, that could have popped off in Tampa Bay. Yeah, especially him getting hit, sacked 6 times.
Yeah, let's give credit to that last caller. First time I've ever heard the word paucity.
Oh, wow.
On air.
Can you spell it?
Paucity.
Not a bad guess.
It means dearth.
You want to dumb that down more?
It means there's nothing there.
Yeah.
Like a rare, it's not enough. Not enough.
I got you.
By the way, Christian McCaffrey, just some stuff. We're essentially a third of the way through the season. A little more, but for the sake of it, third of the way through the season. And right now, McCaffrey's got 154 touches, which is 39 more than Jonathan Taylor.
Damn.
So if you extrapolate that, let's say, McCaffrey would have 50 more touches by the end of the year than Taylor. He's still on pace for 436 touches, which would be a career high. And it would be the most touches in an NFL season since 2014.
He's earning that chicken.
DeMarco Murray.
Yeah, man. And they ran him in the ground. It was a contract year, knowing they weren't bringing him back. I mean, this league is cold, man.
It's awful.
It is.
It's awful.
No, seriously, Evan,
There's
were
no
like
morality in football, really. There isn't.
Now, let me throw this to you and Evan and the listeners. You can't use Bosa. You can't use Warner. Who's the Niners MVP through 6 games? Because I got my answer. I'll let you go first.
I know who Evans is.
Now, why would you know that?
Because we talked a little bit about it. I'll just be a little different because I think I know.
Okay.
It's Mac Jones.
Well, mine is
McCaffrey.
There's just no, like you, Guru, he hadn't run for Evan. It's like without him, oh my gosh.
We're just going down the list of like touches, receptions. The guy has touched the ball nearly 5 times more than anybody else on the team.
But we understand kind of why, right?
That's what I'm saying. It's like,
and he's not hurt, Steiny. So Evan, he gets the award just from that.
Would you like to know who has the second most receptions on the team right now? Because McCaffrey clearly has the most.
I gotta go
guess
Bourne.
Pearsall.
I'm going Bourne.
Tonjes.
Wow, Jake.
Jake Tonjes.
Yeah. Wow.
It's CMC.
Yeah, thank you, Evan. Yeah, it's not even close, really. Mac, I love you, but you missed 2 games because Purdy's your quarterback, though.
Yeah, but without Mac Jones, their season's shot, probably.
Do we know that?
I think so.
You don't want to see more of Martinez?
Like, what if he came in and just balled out? Brock Purdy did it. Let's keep it real.
Well,
Brock Purdy was Martinez.
I think it's Mac Jones.
Okay.
Just because he's keeping it afloat right now.
I'm not mad at that, but I think that's a slap in the face when you read those numbers from McCaffrey just on that standpoint.
Here's the one thing I think this is interesting. If I said to you, all right, give me a grade for McCaffrey this year.
A B? I'm going to give him a B.
And Evan said like a B+.
I wanted to say.
I revised it to an A.
Evan, I was about to revise it to like, dude,
okay.
I worked at 225 yesterday.
Right.
You know, I took one for the team, you know. This dude's catching the ball left and right. And taking the pounding.
But don't you see
on that?
Don't you see the irony?
I got a couple thank yous.
Don't you see the inherent issue?
What is it?
And that is if you're giving McCaffrey an A through 6 games, and yet their running game's been terrible. I get the rationale.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying he shouldn't get an A, but what I'm saying is we're giving the running back an A, but the running game has been one of the worst aspects so far this season. Now, McCaffrey's made up for it by catching the ball.
It's got to get better, man.
So if what I'm saying is you'd give McCaffrey an A, but the running game in general, you'd probably give it a C-.
Okay, and to that point, just with the offensive line, I came in, and I wasn't throwing shade at Brindle, but there's a clip. There was a screen to McCaffrey. He was out there to block for McCaffrey, Steiny, and just whiffed. Olay, like the bull guys. What do you call the bull guys?
Matadors.
Matador. I'm like, what are you? Didn't even touch the defender. And I'm like, come on, man. Brenda, you got to be better than that. And what did you follow up with? Some stats.
What I followed up with was the 49ers allowed 16 pressures.
Okay.
6 by Pooney, 4 by Trent Williams. So
and 6 sacks.
The strong part of your line was apparently not very good at protecting the quarterback. All right, let's go out to the. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let's welcome in on the River Islands guest line, Steve Weish. Shouldn't you discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? He's an NFL Network senior national reporter, and he's going to be in London for the game Sunday between the Rams and the Jaguars. What's up, Steve? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I will not be in London on Sunday, but I will be doing work from our studio for game day preview.
And you know what? That's my mistake, buddy.
This year.
Gotcha. Hey, let's talk about the Niners a little bit. And they've been banged up by injury. They're somehow 4-2, but they've lost their 2 best defensive players. How do you look at them over the next 11 games in terms of challenging to win the division or make the playoffs?
It's really tough, but you can't sit here and say, they're out of it, because other teams could have injuries. Other players could step up. You do not replace Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. So this is where Robert Saleh's got to be creative with some of his pressures, coverages, things like that. Maybe they get active at the trade deadline. Who knows? But all's not lost. They played fairly well on offense. They'll be getting George Kittle back soon. We'll see if at any point they get Brandon Ayuk back. But as long as they don't sustain like another injury or two, that's the thing. They're on fragile ice in terms of just depth and overall talent. The talent right now, the coaching right now, and I think this kind of pedigree is going to allow them to survive and if they get healthier, improve. But they're just. They're really kind of at that breaking point in terms of they can't probably sustain another significant injury or two.
No doubt, Steve. Pleasure to have you. Last year, 6-11, a disappointing season, and a lot of that, Steve, as you know, was injury. Injuries were a part of it. They happen all over the league. But, Steve, we're taking calls, and a lot of Niner fans feel like, why does this continuously, keep happening? From your vantage point, you covered the league a long time. Is this just, it happens everywhere? Or when you think of the last 2 years for the Niners and what's gone on just with Fred, do you look at this and scratch your head as like, man, this is different?
That's a great question, because years ago, the Chargers continually had injuries on their offensive line. I mean, every year, catastrophic injury, same position group. So there you can say, okay, are they training them a wrong way? Are they doing something, in their strength and conditioning the wrong way? Because it's all one position group. Here it's scattered. Fred dislocated and broke an ankle. Bosa, popped, he popped his Achilles, right? I'm forgetting his injury. But these are different injuries to different position groups. And I know they're on top of the sports science and things like that. So I just think it's buzzard's luck. I just think it's one of these things where they've just got players, Christian McCaffrey last year with the calf. Like, I just don't know. It's hard to pinpoint, when it's an ankle or a fracture or something like that. That's different than continued soft tissue injuries to the same spot, to the same position, where you can look at training or diet or something like that. So I just think they just come upon buzzard's luck for the past couple of years.
Yeah, Steve Weish joining us on 95.7 The Game, NFL Network senior national reporter. What have you made of Mac Jones through 4 starts? He's 3-1. Purdy's got turf toe. I think it's obviously more serious than we thought earlier in the year. But he does seem to give him a little bit different dimension. But what have you seen from Mac Jones? And how would you play the Purdy-Mac Jones thing if Purdy says he's healthy?
Well, to answer your second question later, you put Brock Purdy in.
Yeah.
He's the guy you paid,
sure.
Right? It comes. That's what it comes down to. I hate to make it that simple, but That's the guy you believe in. That's going to be your long-term answer. But in terms of Mac Jones, how can you not love, how he's played? Yeah, he had the bad picks the last game, but he has shown so much heart. He clearly is not healthy. That knee is bothering him. He's gutting through some stuff. But, just the way he throws it, he's got a bigger arm. And just, he's got similar moxie. I just think the fact he's come in and been more professional than I think a lot of people have expected in terms of just producing, his attitude and the leadership. That's an ideal backup situation with a guy who can start and win ball games. He's proven it.
Steve, it's kind of funny when, sports and football, we take calls and everybody has a pair of eyes and they see something different. But Christian McCaffrey, his health before the season started was a concern from the fan base, and this dude is on pace to get over 470 touches. He's not hurt, but he hadn't had, that big, long run. We've taken calls, he doesn't look like he's lost a step. I don't see that. When you watch McCaffrey and see him run behind somewhat of a disappointing O-line, what do you see?
I see a difference maker. I mean, I don't see him losing a step. When he's catching that ball out screen games, I look what he did against the Rams. I mean, he looks like Christian McCaffrey to me. So he maybe hasn't hit that long run yet, but we're not seeing a lot of these explosive runs in the NFL now either. You're seeing more and more teams that set their defenses back and trying to keep everything in front of them. We saw Bijan Robinson do his thing on Monday night
yes, sir.
For the Falcons, but it's not like Christian McCaffrey isn't capable of doing that.
Stephen, and we're joined by Steve Weish of the NFL Network, senior national reporter. How wide open do you think the NFL is right now? It feels like we don't know what to make of some of the teams that we thought were going to be maybe better than they've played the last few weeks. Do you see the NFL being wide open, or do you think it's more of a function of it's still the end of the early part of the season and things are going to start to shake out maybe like we expected?
I think it's both. I think it's both because it's absolutely wide open now because you have a team like the Ravens who really don't look like they're going to be able to rally. Maybe they will once Lamar comes back, but they've got some issues on their defense. You see the Bills, we think they're going to be back in it. They've got to fix some things on their defense because they've been tagged by a single receiver for more than 140 yards in back-to-back games.
Wow.
But the Chiefs look like they're coming around. Detroit's still going to be there. Green Bay is still going to be there. The Niners and Rams should be there if they stay healthy. Seattle, okay, can we start talking about them? I know we've done this before. They're there. That's a dangerous football team. Tampa Bay, a dangerous football team. But the fact that right now we can probably click off 15 or 16 teams, the Colts, right, who are in the mix, goes to show it's wide open. But as we know, once we get into late November, early December, that's going to all kind of funnel into a streamline of the teams that are going to, the cream rise to the top, so to speak.
Steve, it's kind of an unfair question, but I'm going to ask you anyway because you guys were talking about the deadline, and I'm looking at what's going on in Cincinnati, and they went out and got Flacco. But let's just say they fall off a bit. Do you expect a lot of movement in guys like Trey Hendrickson, maybe, available during the deadline?
I would think so. If a team feels it's a pass rusher away and can absorb his salary at that point, I would think that Cincinnati would move him and teams would be interested. We've seen more and more teams kind of do that the past couple of years. Like, say, baseball teams, and you hit the trade deadline, like, well, we're not going to make it, so we're going to sell. But I could see something like that happen. A team like Baltimore's already been at it, making some trades. They traded away a pass rusher to get a safety. So I think that it's going to be a pretty active trade market because of what we just discussed. Some teams feeling that they have a chance, and other teams maybe saying, well, you know what, we waited a year too late to get rid of some guys. They're too old. They're not helping us. Let's see if we can get anything in return.
Steve Weish joining us on 95.7 The Game, NFL Network senior reporter. Give me a couple things. We're a little over a third of the way through the season. Give me a couple things that have surprised you the most this year in the NFL.
One, I'm not surprised by Seattle winning. I'm surprised by them looking so crisp and doing so, the explosive pass game with Jackson Smith and Jigba. Not surprised by the Bucs winning, but, man, is Baker Mayfield making it look easy. Right? We know Baker's got his last two offensive coordinators, head coaching jobs, but it looks easy for him. Biggest surprise is clearly the Ravens just looking a disaster. Didn't see that one coming. Not surprised by the Chiefs rallying.
How about the Colts?
Well, that's the biggest. I mean, that's the biggest thing. Who knew that Daniel Jones was going to come out and play well? Jonathan Taylor, absolutely killing it. Their schedule's about to get a little bit tougher, so we'll see if any of this is smoke and mirrors. But for them to be where they are, nobody saw that coming.
Yeah, Steve, that's my next question. I mean, Baker, that 3rd and 15 run was phenomenal. He was written out for dead, Mac Jones. And I'm looking at a young Cam Ward in Tennessee, and their coach just got fired. But I'm watching Mac and what he's doing with Kyle, and now I've taken a couple steps back. Like, how important is that for these young quarterbacks to get with not a guru, but a guy that knows what he's doing? And I'm wondering now if there's a shift in regard to, you know what, quarterback A might not be as bad as we thought. We got to give him time.
1,000%. That's clearly what's going on. And it's not just with that young player being with a guy who knows what he's doing. It's being with an organization that's got a certain structure to it, right? We see Cleveland turn out quarterbacks like they're turning out, And of course we've seen Baker, go through that. So if you get with a certain organization where guys are like, oh wow, this is how they do things in the NFL. It's not like where I used to be. This is a little different. That can change an attitude. That could change a player's perspective and be like, oh, okay, I get it now. And then they've got the support system around them. They've got a coach who can develop them. They've got players who can help them succeed. That's why some teams are hiring and firing coaches every 2 and 3 years and drafting in the top 5 and drafting quarterbacks. And other teams can sustain. They can develop. They can build. They can pay the players that they develop because they've got a formula that systematically works.
Steve, how does the league feel and maybe front offices? How's the kickoff rule going over, do you think?
Well, I mean, of course, the reason why they did is player safety, and that's been, they've shown less concussions, less significant injuries in the kicking game on the kickoff returns. Overall, I think the fact that there are returns, and that's part of the game now, when we look like they were talking 4 or 5 years ago about eliminating kickoffs, I think that's been the biggest positive uptick because now you do have special teams players. You have guys who can make rosters and earn a living in the kicking game, whereas if you were to eliminate that completely, with the kickoffs and the returns, that changes how you build your rosters. So overall, I think it's been overwhelmingly positive. And you can tell this because you haven't heard people speaking out against it. So it looked odd. It was a shift for us all, but so far it seems like it's gone well.
Yeah, my partner and I aren't. Well, the one thing I'm not crazy about is it just seems like the initial line of scrimmage is awfully deep. You know what I mean? It feels like it's at the 35 to 40 as opposed to used to being between the 20 and 30.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. But isn't it kind of interesting now how teams have lost games because, like, the kicker doesn't have the initial ball drop into that kicking zone, and they get the ball at the 40, and you're like, whoa, this changes things, right? You may go for it on 4th down for a certain,
Yeah.
So I just think some of the strategy we're seeing in the NFL now is so different from the conservative way. Hey, let's punt and live to see another day. Like, no, let's go for it. And if we don't see another day, hey, maybe we can make it back. Because if we're returning a kickoff, we can get the ball at the 40 and we'll have 2 minutes to take it down the field. So there's all kind of interesting strategies now that we're seeing how football is taking shape.
Steve, you had mentioned the Niners obviously losing Bosa and Warner, and I think of an accomplished defensive coordinator who parlayed that job here last time he was here, Robert Saleh, into head coaching position, but now he's without those two. And you got, Michael Williams and the Upton Stouts of the world, a lot of 1- and 2-year players.
Yeah.
What are the expectations look like for Robert Saleh to make this defense bend but don't break? Or, as crazy as this sounds, Steve, are there, do you grade with a curve now because you're without those two stewards of your defense?
No one's going to grade with a curve. That just doesn't happen. I mean, at the end of the season, when all is said and done, you can say, well, okay, this is why this worked or this didn't. But right now, do you think Kyle Shanahan's saying, well, if our defense starts giving up 28 a game, it's okay? No, I mean, everyone's going to be expecting Robert Saleh to do his job, his staff to do its job, and the players to do their job. I mean, this is a sport. There's a reason why Nick Bosa is one of the best in the NFL, but whoever comes in behind him you've got an opportunity now to make a name for yourself. We see guys do it every year. Maybe not at the level of someone as great as Nick Bosa does it or Fred Warner does it, but somebody who comes in and accomplishes certain things. So no one's going to be like, well, yeah, okay. Sure, if you lose a ball game, yeah, they're beat up. We all understand. But going into the games, no one's going to, give you any grace, including, your owner and everyone like that until the end result.
Steve Weiss joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's a senior national reporter for the NFL Network. Last one from me, Steve. You mentioned the Bills, and they've got some things to work on defensively. And the Ravens obviously are hurt, so they're in a little bit of trouble. Philly's gone through a little tough 2-3 week period. Which of those teams do you think has the biggest long-term issue, and which team's got an issue that you think can be rectified the easiest?
Well, I think Buffalo and Philly can rectify things pretty easy. They're pretty solid franchises. They're just still trying to figure out some identity stuff. Even though they've got some holes, I think the Ravens are really, man. They're in a tough spot because even when they were healthy, they were playing terribly on defense. And that's kind of a 2-year thing. They fixed it in the back half of last season, but it's shown itself, already this year in bad ways. So those are teams I look at. I'm not worried about Buffalo. I'm not worried, about Philadelphia. They've got some issues, but I think those are, the Chiefs. You see them kind of rallying. So those are some teams I think will get it back.
Steve, I'll get you out of here on this one. Last night, I was shocked about Atlanta beating Buffalo, but not as shocked as, people not giving the Bears Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams, who's been the butt of a bunch of jokes. But do you think Chicago, with that win last night, and Caleb and Ben have something going at 3-2?
They do. And you can see them steadily building. Remember, early on, people were like, oh, this is a bad fit. Caleb this, Ben Johnson that. It's going to take time. That's a difficult offensive system to learn. And defensively, you're seeing Dennis Allen, those guys, the way they played. Now, look, Washington should have won that game. We can talk about the fumble. I think more the missed tackle on the DeAndre Swift 55-yard touchdown. That was a poor effort. But Chicago's going to be, I like the way they're playing. They're 3-2 now. I think Caleb Williams is so uber talented that once he starts to really get into his groove, he could become one of the better quarterbacks of this great class from last year with Drake May and everybody doing their thing. I think Chicago should be real optimistic to go to Washington and get a win regardless of how they got it.
All right, Steve, we'll be checking you out on Sunday morning on the NFL Network. Good ball game. You guys are going to have Rams-Jaguars. By the way, how long do you think it's going to be before we have a weekly game at 6:30 in the morning coming from overseas?
Probably just a couple years.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see international games. I know they've talked about up to a 16-game slate. I think that's going to be coming the next couple of years once all these TV deals start getting finalized.
Yeah, I don't know how it is for you, but I think football fans love this 6:30 game.
I'm real good with it. I love it.
Yeah. All right, man. Have a great day on Sunday. You got a good one to be a part of, man.
Take care.
All right. That's Jeff. That's Steve Weiss, NFL Network senior reporter, and you can check him out Sunday morning at 6:30. Rams-Jaguars, good ball game.
Yeah, and Niners rooting for the Jags, obviously, but that won't be easy. But Steiny, I got to tell you, we're six weeks in, and we got a version of a quarterback who we thought was booty in regard to Mac Jones, and now he looks the part under Kyle Shanahan, but it's just littered around the league right now. Dudes that we thought were duds, got action.
Yeah. By the way, the Rams-Jaguars from London airs Sunday at 6:30 in the morning, and it's exclusively on the NFL Network. It's available to stream across devices with NFL Plus. So we thank Steve Weiss for his time today. Very generous.
He won't be there. He'll be in the studio.
He'll be in the studios. And as always, Sports Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. 49ers Falcons on Sunday night from Levi Stadium, and it's all about just trying to get to 5-2, as you would like to say, by any means necessary.
Yeah, and it's Tuesday, and I keep going to this. I know you don't have the medicals, but you're assuming and you think right now that most 99% is Mac Jones, huh?
I feel like he's probably going to start.
Okay, all right.
But
and it's not that I'm done watching him. I just want to see Brock now. You know what I mean? I got my Mac Jones fix. Now I want to see Brock to compare and contrast. And I'm not saying his job is in jeopardy, but I want to see if Brock can keep that connection going with Kendrick Bourne. And if there is no Pearsall, you think you got a good chance. And, the impact that Kittle will have, hopefully, in this run game, Steiny.
Yeah, and obviously the 49ers are going to have to do it without Fred Warner and without Nick Bosa. We're talking about how aggressive the 49ers should be to try to bolster their defense or perhaps their offensive line. We're 6 games into the year. Do you want them to go do something right now to bolster this team? Or do you want to take a couple more games to maybe get a better feel for what this team realistically is?
That's where I'm at. I have to, man.
Yeah, I mean, they could be, after the trade deadline's on the 4th of November, so there's 3 games there. So I'm willing to see if they're a 4-5 team, a 5-4 team, a 6-3 team, or even better than that at that point. And then I think I'd feel like I'd have more information to make a decision about whether we should even go for it or not.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this, Steve, he didn't want to hear anything on the grade on the curve, huh?
No.
In regard, because Ross Tucker said it to us a couple weeks ago, Steiny, how good is Robert Saleh? I'm paraphrasing. Get back to me, when he has to devise a defense without Bosa, and now he has to do that without Warner. But damn, Steiny, that's got to be – they're going to show up, they're going to play. They did that the second half or damn near the whole game without Fred, but that's a big ask, man, not to get gashed, like you did last year. And you got Robinson coming in here, London. I mean, Atlanta's they're over 500,
Yeah, and obviously 49ers lose Fred Warner. It's a big loss. Kyle Shanahan was asked yesterday. We had heard about Fred Warner addressing the team after his injury. Shanahan expanded on that yesterday, and he was asked about what Fred Warner said to the team because he's not going to be playing the rest of the year.
I've seen guys do it before. It's not something you ever ask a guy to do or anything like that. You never know where guys are with injuries and stuff. Sometimes they can't even function at that point, depending on when it happened in the game. But it was cool to have Fred come out and do that, asked to do it, and he was in a good place. I mean, guys are hurting for him big time. Not only is it impressive of a football player I've ever been around, but it's impressive of a human as I've ever been around. And the foundation and base he has just as a man and how he lives his life. You guys read his quotes and stuff and how he's looking at this, and that's as real as can be when you hear how he speaks. And that's why we know he'll come back next year stronger than ever.
Yeah, we talked about it, and I read it to you and Evan, an emotional post on IG, giving thanks to God, and God put him in this position for a reason. He'll bounce back, and he spoke to his team. So, man, I was just, again, Steiny, I keep talking about that 4th and 6. Like, I thought that was going to be the Fred Warner game, and somehow they could have pulled that off against Tampa.
Yeah, this is from the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, and I may go to you or Evan for the details on this, but it says, why haven't you talked about Brandon Ayuk erasing the Niners on his Instagram? Apparently that he hasn't done that.
And what's the word,
It was reported, but that's not the case.
What do you call the word that I always send on the thread? You're like, Guru, you got some websites from Russia?
Centel.com?
No, yeah, I got duped. Yeah, my boy Reg V always said.
You got schnookered.
We call it duped.
I call it schnookered. I think more people relate to that.
But duped is...
Yeah, you got both.
It's more street. Schnookered.
They're both embarrassing.
Right.
You don't want to be schnookered or duped.
Yeah. The young lady apologized. She said she got duped. I was like, how could he be mad and he's rehabbing? They're waiting on him, Checks clearing.
Maybe it
was false.
We should talk about him a little bit, Brandon Ayuk.
Man, when do you think he's coming back?
Well, they said, week 10 is, I don't know if it's a target. They didn't want to put a timetable on it. But Shanahan also at the same time mentioned week 10, which is obviously a month or so away.
Yeah.
And was thinking that could be the day. We'll see. They got to get other guys healthy before Brandon Ayuk comes back. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And do you want the 49ers right now to be aggressive? They're 4-2. We know they're decimated defensively. Their two best defenders are not playing. Do you want them to be aggressive right now, or do you want to maybe sit tight? Being aggressive would mean putting those future draft picks in play. Are we ready to do that right now? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This Sunday night, the kickoff show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings is going to be live from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale, starting at 3 o'clock. They'll have all the early games on, and the beer garden will be open with a DJ and bartender serving Gold Bar whiskey specials. If you're going to the game, you can sign up for the free shuttle to the stadium right now. First come, first served. So go to the Eventbrite page on our website, 957thegame.com, and sign up now. That's 957thegame.com.
Oakland, it's the final home game of the season. The Oakland Roots take on Lexington SC Saturday, October 25th at the Coliseum. Stick around for the final whistle for a special post-game performance by Ruby Red and fireworks to close out the season. Get your tickets now at OaklandRootsSC.com. Can't make it? Watch live on ESPN Plus or KTVU Plus. OaklandRootsSC.com. Don't miss Oakland's team, Oakland's movement.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer & Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Jumpstart MD is your Bay Area expert in weight loss and hormone care. And October is Menopause Awareness Month. Let's be real, one size fits all doesn't work. That's why Jumpstart MD created a personalized program that combines weight loss and hormone optimization, all for one low price. Even better, you'll save $200 this month when you choose the plan that fits your life. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to reclaim your energy, your balance, and your confidence.
I spent 14 years in foster care, mostly in group homes. I slept in a lot of different rooms, but none of them really felt like mine.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a permanent home.
Now I have my own room, a place that's mine, and a family who loves and supports me.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Tell Stephen A. I said hello, damn it.
I will not. I'm not going to do that.
You know, we're all going through something.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What does that mean that I could listen to drops from this station from anybody and laugh?
Nothing harmful.
I could just be in a living room, just play it. And I just...
You know, you're one of those guys that laughs at everything.
Perhaps.
Seriously, Steiny, I'm trying to cut down the laughing on it. Seriously. Why? I got the hyena to... It's just too much. I hear myself sometimes. I'm like, dude, take a play out. But are we going to bury the lead on the Steve Weiss interview? It's a great question.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Put one up for the Gipper.
You know what? Do we have it? Because not yet. All right.
Now, why would you... See, I don't like... When you guys do stuff like that...
I'm being dead serious.
It's like, Daryl got a C+ on the test.
No.
I don't like that.
This is a sincere one. I heard him say, great question, and I was...
This is like Carter's wife.
I was thinking about my next question, and so I really didn't hear word for word. Yeah. But I was happy for you.
I don't care about all my questions.
Well, you're happy about it.
I don't need to host it because Willard and Dibs start their. It is kind of. We need a new show open.
It was a great question, and let's revisit it right here and right now.
From your vantage point, you covered the league a long time. Is this just it happens everywhere, or when you think of the last 2 years for the Niners and what's gone on just with Fred? Do you look at this and scratch your head? As like, man, this is different.
That's a great question.
Yeah. Having his eye.
And you know why it was a great question?
I trimmed it down.
You know why it was a great question? Brevity.
Look, boy, my man breaking out the dictionary today.
The brevity. You kept it short and you left it a little open-ended so that he couldn't just say, yeah, no, I think so.
That's a great question.
Oh, that's my guy.
That was sincere. I know Steve Weiss.
Well, you didn't know he wasn't going to be in London.
That was,
you know what?
You know what? I knew when I was.
I had to double back to
That's
that.
not like. I should have. See, this is what happens when I don't set.
I got shades of
stick
Kevin
to the
McHale
script.
when we had him on years ago.
But you notice that was my fault because the intro just has Rams Jaguars from London airs Sunday at 6:30. He'll be, on NFL Network. He'll be in L.A.
Yeah. And Austin and San Jose, you can't come between us. We've been together 8 years. First time he said he's heard you refer to me as your partner. You called me that many a times.
Thank you.
Yeah. He's just mad the Commanders lost. Dude, 2 upsets. Or it's the NFL. There's no other goo. Come on.
I mean, the Commanders kind of owed the Bears after last year.
That is true.
Boy. And Josh Allen.
Bears owed the.
Yeah, the way around.
Yeah.
And Josh Allen has this look. I don't like it. Like, they're asking him to do too much now. Run around, do the whole parking lot, and just heave it like Hercules. Like, Steiny, I'm just saying, man.
Yeah, we're talking. Brian Baldinger was on with the Morning Roast today earlier, and he was asked about should the 49ers be aggressive in the wake of these injuries, particularly to Bosa and Fred Warner on defense, with where they are at the season. How should they play it?
Trade deadline is coming up. I mean, if they want to be competitive, they got to make a move. They have to make. If they sit and just say we're going to develop our young guys, we're sitting tight like that. I don't know. Like if I'm John Lynch, you got to make a move. You might have to eat some salary. You got to move some guys around, extends whatever you got to do. Like they've got to make a move right now.
Well, is there
and typically what you do is you raid good players from bad teams, whether it's Trey Hendrickson, whatever. Like I feel like they've got to be aggressive at this point to really stay in this game right now.
Wow. He said just to be competitive.
I get it. Well, that's the thing. And this is where I always defer to I always feel like the coaches of their own teams, when they're behind closed doors, they know how good they are or how lousy they are.
Yeah. No, they do.
And I just wonder if the 49ers right now feel like if we don't do anything, we're not going to be competitive. And then my question would be, well, how come you think that? You should be getting some offensive players back. That I think that's too aggressive for my take to do something immediately.
Okay.
But that's just me. Right. Baldy certainly knows what he's talking about.
And we love him. But I'll say this to that, though, Steiny. When that day does come, I just hate the fact that other teams will have their Bosa and will have their Fred Warner and may feel like they're closer than the Niners. And why I bring that up is they'll be more willing to spend stuff to get a guy like Henderson as opposed to the Niners, because you're right, Steiny, the $1 million question is, and maybe it's the results of these next 2 to 3 weeks. Where are we at, and do we believe where we're at? Because remember a couple of days ago, last week, Kyle talked about the 4-1, but he brought up to Kawakami, well, we don't, compared it to years past, we don't have a Super Bowl defense. And I said, this guy's not drunk on the 4-1. He's keeping it real. Couple bounces, couple plays. Maybe we're 2-2 or 1-4. 2-3.
Here's the other reason I don't do anything right now is because I do think if you're in the 49ers front office, I think you have to allow that maybe this thing is going to go downhill. And here's the reality: you lose your next 3 games, you're 4-5. You might decide to sell.
Yeah, no.
You might decide to be one of those teams who might give up one of their veterans or 2 of their veterans for draft picks. Like, I think that's still on the table.
Wow.
Not that I want that or that I think it's going to happen, but I just think you got to allow for that. And that's why I wouldn't make a move right. I'd hate to make a move now, give up draft capital, and then realize the guy you brought in doesn't make a big enough difference.
I think that would be dumb, man. I really do with this. And I'm proud of myself because normally I'm going to go all in. It's this year. But now I'm thinking like, and I guess maybe I'm just looking at the status of the O-line, Trent Williams included. Steiny, if this doesn't get better when Kittle comes back, and it's not even fair to George, but I'm just looking at this thing like they don't just need one lineman. They need a few. And, you can do that, free agency, the draft, but man.
And here's the problem. The problem right now with the offensive line is ostensibly your 2 best offensive linemen aren't playing like your two best offensive linemen. Even Shanahan was talking a little bit about Pooney yesterday, and here's what he said.
Yeah, I think Dom has played better before, in his rookie year. I think there was a big injury coming into this season, which was a huge setback for him and has made things more difficult. I'm sure that hasn't made things easier for him, but a lot of guys are battling stuff, and I got a lot of confidence in Dom. He's played at a high level for us before, so I expect him to do it again.
So there it is. I mean, is the 49ers offensive line as bad as it appears, or is Pooney on his way back from an injury that set him back? But what I'm worried about, not worried about, but what I'm hearing is that it sounds to me like neither Pooney or Williams is having a real good year.
Right. And to Evan's point in the green room before the show, and I got to chalk one up for him, Steiny, he was saying, the Niners have won before and their O-line has not really been like super dominant. So is it just like, and I'm using the NBA term, Steph Curry off to a shooting slump, and then we watch that get fixed because he hits shots.
Right.
What does that look like for our O-line? Or 6 weeks in, Steiny, is the reality is this is who you are.
Maybe it gets better. It just improves when Kittle comes back. Maybe Pooney isn't at 100% and he gets healthy. So, I mean, there's no doubt the offensive line can play better, right?
Yeah,
they don't have any new faces there for the most part. So I guess you gotta hope that they're just going to play better and start to resemble who they were. But the question we're asking right now is where the 49ers sit. Do you want to see them be aggressive and make a move to try to keep them in this thing? Or are you saying, no, not right now, hands off future draft picks? Brian Baldinger said they got to get aggressive. I'm not.
Just to compete.
I'm not ready to say that. Are you ready to say that if they don't make a move, they can't compete? 888-957-9570. We'll get to some calls on the other side. And don't forget, at 1 o'clock, Jeff Chadiha is going to join us. He's another senior writer for NFL.com, and he also works as on-air talent for the NFL Network. Jeff Chadiha going to join us at 1. Hey, head on over to YouTube and Twitch to see myself and Guru by searching 957. And while you're there, download and subscribe for all our great content at 95.7 The Game.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief. Shop top brand tires at Big O with the lowest tire price guarantee
guarantee. Now through October 19th, get up to $100 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Nitto, Nexen, or Toyo brand tires. Installation required. Disposal fees extra. Not good with other offers. See Big O Dealer for details.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Granger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Granger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Cloudy for San Francisco, going up to 59.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
I was just a pig in heaven.
I saved the day.
I'm a scientist, and you guys aren't.
That's a great question.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You know, one of the things about the YouTube chat is you never know what's going to come up. And
they fighting?
No, they're talking about one of our all-time favorites, Pam Grier.
That's my crush of my life forever.
I was a big fan also.
I thought it was Halle Berry.
Well, that's the newer, but Pam was before Halle for me, Evan. I mean, she was stunning. Hey.
She's a great actress.
And Jackie Brown, I've watched it 900 million. And that was, she was incredible. I'm a fan. Why would she come up in the chat?
I don't know.
No kids for her.
Well, I just did a quick search on her. Apparently she never got married, had no kids. She did mess around with Richard Pryor. She's romantically involved with him for a little while.
Yeah, Rich.
But we'll move on. Yeah. Let me tell you something. This is just a great text on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. From the 262, Steiny, I hate to be a brass tacks guy.
Oh, boy.
That's what made me keep reading. But it's important to consider that this cap space rolls over to next season, and the Purdy contract only balloons further. To put it in Catholic school terms, they'd be robbing Peter to pay Paul by being aggressive at the deadline. Our listeners are unreal. They're among the best. So, yeah, you got to be careful. You got to be real careful on how aggressive you want to be.
Yeah, and we got to get back to sports too, Steiny, but you brought up Pam, and then I got some R.I.P. to D'Angelo, the R&B singer. He passed away today. Yeah.
And
51 years old.
50 freaking one. What are we doing?
Yeah. But
Dude,
now,
why do we still have our nose to the grindstone, Goo?
I mean, it's what we
Seriously.
do. But if I had a shot of scotch right now with 2 cubes in it, and you, Evan, and I were just sitting around talking, it's like the injury thing. You think injuries only happen to old people or old athletes. It happens to young people, too. A lot of things happen in this world, and that's why I try to preach, Steiny. Just pick up that phone if you're going through something with somebody. Call and tell them you love them. Fix it, because tomorrow is not promised, man.
Yeah, I texted my mom yesterday. And my sister, actually.
But see, that's easy. I want you to text your brother.
No.
See, I'm going to fix it.
Ask me again. All right, ask me again.
I want you to text your brother.
No.
That's a great question.
No. There's a difference between my brother and my sister and my mom, and I like that.
Yeah, but still. I see Evan with his brother, and I just get like,
I never
like
had that.
Evan more because that's what it's supposed to be.
I never had that relationship with my older brother.
And that's why you should fix it. Be the bigger
We never
person.
had there's no relationship to fix.
But your blood. It's not.
Allegedly. Allegedly, he is.
The milkman.
Let's go to
thicker than water.
Yeah.
Let's go to Leroy in Oakland's got some buying and selling thoughts. There he is. What's up? What's up, Leroy? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? What's up, Goo?
You got it?
No, I'm not. I'm not being aggressive if I'm the Niners and going out getting anyone, but I would like to see them be aggressive, specifically Shanahan and Saleh, being more aggressive in their play calling, meaning trusting their players more, because I don't believe when coaches say we're not dumbing down the playbook. Go. Steiny, have you ever heard a coach admit when a star player gets hurt, whether it's on offense or defense, when they've asked a question by reporters, hey, do you have to dummy it down? No, we're not going to dummy it down. No. Sure, you're going to dummy it down, but you guys just don't want to admit it for some reason. And I think that Shanahan and Saleh are dummying this thing down, but they look at it as some knock on them if they admit that they're dummying it down. Let it go. Let the players play. Be more aggressive in your play calling. Saleh's going to have to take some chances. Yeah, these players are young. Yeah, we're hurt. But don't tell us that you're not dummying down the playbook when it's obvious that you really are. So be more aggressive. Let that playbook go like the starters was in there on both sides, and then let the chips fall where they
Hey,
may.
Lee, I got to ask you this. So that 4th and 1 on the Pooney false start, well, I think which went to 4th and 6, off that call, Steiny, I guess if Leroy was still on the phone, he would say hell yes to he wanted Kyle to go for it, right?
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, I would have took the 3.
I feel like
I was aggressive there.
And maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like the decision to go for that on 4th and 6, that wasn't one that burned 49er fans, behind, if you will.
Keyshawn Johnson, it did.
Yeah, I feel like if 49er fans had a problem with it, it wasn't a huge problem with it. And I always think those are never as big decisions as people think, just because if you're able to see the other side of the issue, or of a consequence of your decision, then you're weighing it the way you want. You're just picking one over the other. You know what I mean? Like, he knew, well, if we go for it here on 4th and 6 and don't get it, that means one thing. If we go for it and get it, that means another. If we go for a field goal and get it, that's one. What if we miss,
And what if we don't get another chance to get down here?
Exactly. I may be wrong, but I don't think 49er fans were fuming about that one.
Do you expect this Sunday night that Robert Saleh, all of a sudden, every time we look up, Steiny, some Niners going to be blitzing and just deal with it, I'm not saying slow death, but you can kind of manipulate and manufacture pressure. So do you dial up, a bunch of blitzes when before, maybe you didn't have to. But now I just feel like, to Leroy's point of taking a chance, you win some and lose some. But, man, you got to get to Penix and any other quarterback, Stafford and my guy Stroud in Houston, man. You got to get home, Steiny. You got to make them uncomfortable. And I thought for the most part, Baker Mayfield – had time to do whatever he wanted, and he knew it.
Yeah, I wonder, how much Saleh can do defensively. I do think there is something inherent that if the 49ers before the season thought they were a good team, and now they've been decimated by injury, and they're struggling a little, and now their expectations might not be as high. Well, that is a time when you can take more risks. The problem is you're still tied for first place, so you don't want to be dumb.
Yeah, no doubt.
But yeah, I think there's going to be opportunities to take more chances on this team. I mean, hell, they don't have an interception all year.
And that's going back to last year.
Yeah.
I think it's 22-something games. I can't remember the number, but I mean, man, a good defense or any defense, now you got to take the ball away. And to not have an interception, and you think of Eric Wright, Ronnie Lott, Merton Hanks, Eric Davis, all those ball hawks from back in you got to get a Dion. You got to get a pick.
Do they have anybody in the defensive backfield as good as any of the guys you mentioned?
Renardo Green, I'm just saying. He played at Florida State. He's a work in progress. Young Upton Stout. So, you might not get the fruits of your labor right now, but down the road, these youngsters, you hope, Michael Williams and the rest of the gang, it's going to pay off for them. But right now, you're 4-2, Steiny, and I was going to ask Steve this. You said the league. I think the Chiefs have solidified. This is just me. The AFC, whatever. But I look at the NFC. Who are you really afraid of? Like Tampa's a great, off to a great start, and you were in the game with them. Green Bay, I don't know. Something's up with Love. And Philly, it's wide open right now.
I'm not sure. I mean, I'll give you right now.
And the Rams, you just beat them.
I'll give you right now, but I'm telling you, I just feel like the first 4 to 6 weeks, things are going to start shaking out.
Now,
I'm not saying, the Eagles are going to be back. They might not be back.
Well, they haven't really technically left when you look at the record. They got talent.
Right, and if the Eagles aren't the team we thought, that's possible. But just because the Packers are 3-1-1,
but people said they're Super Bowl favorites with the Micah trade. It's kind of fizzled. No, they still can win it. Yeah, well,
that's dumb.
But it's what we do.
It's dumb stuff.
Yeah, no, it's what we do.
You cannot proclaim the Super Bowl favorite after a week or two.
And now look at the Bears.
What are they doing?
3-2. Just beat the Commanders. Caleb Williams, Steiny. I mean, I was always a fan, but now look, Ben Johnson's doing wonders for him. Oh, they got a fumble. What the Niners got? You create your
now. Let me just ask you a question.
Good fortune. Yeah.
If Moody doinks like we expected him to doink, would you be as high on the Bears today? Then they'd be 2-3.
But I feel like that's a loaded question.
It is a loaded question. That's my point. They're one doink away from being 2-3, and then we just wouldn't be saying, boy, Ben Johnson's doing a great job.
Well, what if I came to work and I got some whoopee the night before at home, and I'm in a good mood?
That's good.
And then you say, well, you're in a bad mood. I didn't get any whoopee. Like, why go there? Like, you got to just enjoy. He made the kick. That's what life's about. He made the kick.
Right.
They're 3-2, so now I'm looking at them like they're 3. What they are, 3-2. Why look at it like?
Because one play, one game-winning kick to me doesn't mean, you were a better team. Like they won the game because of the
But that's how the Niners have got, and they created their own luck.
Right. Are they a 4-2 team?
Yeah.
I know they are,
but
how's their margin for error?
Razor thin.
That's all I'm saying. 888-957-9570. By the way, I want to talk about, we got a little more info coming down the pike about Juwan Jennings. I'll play that in a second.
Okay.
But first, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Nothing. It's just unfair to you and Evan, but I got to do this, Donnie. It's #random. I'm really stressing out on this NBA and Prime League Pass, but I saw an old Maverick game. Mavericks were in Utah. Played a couple games. Cooper Flags, Donnie, just put him down for Rookie of the Year. Oh, my God. He is in a perfect situation.
I'm not taking him for Rookie of the Year.
Oh, my.
I'm not taking him for Rookie of the Year.
So is that a bet? Now that can just be a straight-up bet.
Big odds. You go find the odds. I'm not like you.
Hey.
I'm not like you.
Elaborate on that.
There's a better bet out there for Rookie of the Year. Edgecombe. In Philly. You think I'm kidding?
No, I'm
that
not.
Kid's going to play all year.
But we weren't talking about him. We're talking about Cooper Flag.
I would bet on Edgecombe.
I like what I see, man. I'm just saying, boy.
He's not even going to play.
He can handle the right. He's about to start. Man, Jason put him in the starting lineup.
You wait till they get into crunch time games. Jason Kidd's going to be like, I ain't playing a rookie.
All right, I just had to get that. You have not been betting me.
Edgecombe has like the 5th best odds.
Oh. Yeah, I like okay. Give me run them down, run 1 through 5.
Flag is number 1.
Oh, I tell you who's 2, Ace Bailey, no doubt.
Yep, Ace Bailey,
yep.
Trey Johnson for the Wizards, and Dylan Harper for the Spurs.
Nice. I'm excited, man. We got hoops coming.
Knuppel.
Who he play for?
The Hornets.
Hey, come on now. Who?
Can you what? Do me a favor.
Whatever.
Actually, do you know how to pronounce it right? I'll try to get it right.
I think it's Con Knaple.
Knaple.
Wow, look at E.
And his first name's Con?
Yeah.
Chaka, like Khan?
Kon.
Kon. Now, that's an interesting first name. I don't think I've ever heard that before. Anyway.
The second.
Well, then there was a first. Con Senior. All right. Juwan Jennings. He's mad about something, and I took it out on Kyle Shanahan. Had a shouting match with him on the sideline.
How did it not get captured? But
then after the game, complained about injuries, and Trent Williams told him to shut up. And it looks like trouble might be brewing with Jennings. What did Shanahan say yesterday about, hey, what happened?
You know, two people who know each other pretty well and are pretty competitive about it, things can have really, really intense conversations that don't always come off as a normal conversation, just hanging out, you know, after a press conference with you. But it's stuff that you don't need to make too many assumptions about, because it wasn't anything that big of a deal. Yeah, we were aggressive and intense in our conversations, but I think conversations like that can also lead to making people closer and leading to a better outcome for people.
I got to tell you, man, he's invited to my cookout, man. What did you always say about Gabe Kapler? And I tried to defend him, but Steiny, you said he was a phony. And people sniff phonies out. Say what you want about Kyle, man. Why do I believe that? They had some stuff to say, and maybe Jenny was like, throw me the damn ball. He said what he had to say, and we keep
you're
it
a
moving.
phony.
No, he was saying I want to run.
We don't know that. Maybe he's saying, you know what, I'm sick of it. Everybody thinks you're real, but I know you're a phony.
You know what? I'll say this to that, and what I've always said and defended Kyle, not that he needs me, nobody's ever put him on blast. What if I told you that was if he really was upset with 5 broken ribs and a high ankle sprain or whatever you're dealing with, Juwan, watching your boy be reborn again, wasn't that the time to kind of say, instead of say, go ask him? Because that was respect to me when the reporter said, and he said, go ask Kyle.
Wait, it was what?
Respect. He could have handled that. If he wanted to even give you a little, or what Tua did, snitching.
You are absolutely.
Tell me I'm wrong.
You're out of your mind.
When he said you go ask him.
You're out of your mind.
It was like, I'm not taking the bait to tell you why I was hot or what, you know?
He's afraid. He's afraid. Like, he didn't have the guts.
Obviously he's not afraid.
Like, I'm not being like, he didn't have the guts.
But he had the guts to argue with the coach, Steiny.
That's a cop-out answer. That's the way I look at it. I get it. You don't want to talk about it.
Yeah,
That's
he didn't
fine.
go public with it.
Yes, he did. You got to a shouting match with him on the sidelines.
But, yeah, he didn't pillow talk is what I'm saying to the reporters. Go ask him.
He did. That's a cop-out.
Evan, you take that as a cop-out.
Why didn't you just say, I'm frustrated I didn't get the ball?
Sounds like he was pissed about something, and
but the fact
that's the political answer.
And there we go. Which is respect to me.
No, but it means he's pissed.
Oh, no doubt about it. I'm saying that.
It was also after he revealed, which I didn't realize at the time, which is true. Players don't often tell you what they're hurt with. Like, that's the job of the coach.
And he's catching heat for that,
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. I think that's why we detected that tone in Trent Williams.
But a lot of people didn't like him using that forum to divulge that he had 5 broken ribs.
Well, who do you think's the most important person out there that's got to weigh him talking about his injuries? And if it's the way to go about it or not. Kyle Shanahan,
no
right?
doubt.
Okay, well, let's ask Kyle Shanahan. Okay. Hey, Juwan Jennings running down the injury list when it's not his job. That's cool, though, right?
Yeah, I think Juwan's in a good mental space. I think, Juwan's a very emotional player. I think that's one of the things that makes him great. So anytime we have a tough loss like that he is banged up and playing through a lot of stuff, I don't think he's in the best mood, especially after a loss like that. But Juwan is good. Juwan battled completely to come play in that game. I know he'll battle again to do it this week. Got a lot of love for Juwan. I hope he can get healthier so he can get back out there and be more consistent for us.
Juwan Jennings.
He did.
Little
that was a big
cut at the end.
The C word.
Little bit of a cut at the end.
Consistent.
Once you get healthy,
I got
Mr. Holdout.
How do you play anything with 5 broken ribs?
You know what?
No, I'm serious. Come
I
on.
don't know, but I'll tell you what. Must be pretty tough.
Have you broken any bone? I have not.
Broke a bone in my foot.
Ooh, Jordan. Remember he broke it against the Warriors back in the day.
Yeah, stepped on Billy Fike's foot after
Now
his
that
jump
I
shot.
didn't know. Me and my brother
It was
were there.
after college. I was an Iron Man in high school and college.
Oh, you're a broken foot.
Yeah, I broke my foot.
Stepping on somebody.
5th metatarsal.
Cast.
Yeah. Yep. 6 weeks. Damn. No, it was more than that. I made the shot.
I wish we had footage.
It was in a summer league.
You have no video of your playing that. Well, you're D3.
I believe it's Scotty.
I not only don't have video, I can't even find a story about it.
I'll watch it.
Oh, do you know? Oh, God. Don't let me get a call that says, Sonny, we found some old films of your games back in high school and college.
Oh, come on, man.
Lock myself in a room for a weekend watching those.
Knowing you, you'd probably be disappointed in yourself.
Wow.
I might be, actually. Depends on the game.
I thought it was quicker.
Dude, no. And
I never thought that.
Evan, wow.
I never thought I was quicker.
That's not how I remember it.
In fact, as the great Pete Carrill said, the coach of Princeton, one of the things we had trouble with was Maddie's slowness. He said,
What he said?
Leading up to the game, it was really hard to simulate his slowness in our practice.
So you were easy to guard.
He called me molasses.
Called you Luca.
Dude.
That's right. I had 8. I got 8 against Princeton. And you might say 8? Yeah, the game was 41-40, so it was a big night for me with 8. I got a big ass.
Dude, yeah, you do.
Yes, I did. I still do. All right. More Kyle Shanahan talking about he had some good stuff yesterday. Talking about Jennings, the shouting match. And this is Brandon Ayuk we will start to get into. And he was asked about Ayuk yesterday. Remember, week 6 was one of the first times we heard that it would be on the Sooner side to get Ayuk back. Well, he's not ready, but this is what Shanahan said about his timeline.
Yeah, no time frame. I always look around that week 10 thing, but we're not putting an exact date on it. I know he's rehabbing real hard and put together a few good weeks here, and hopefully he's getting closer and closer, which I believe he is. But no, we're not giving an exact date on it.
So we'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10 even sounds like week 10 actually sounds, just like a number he threw out there. It could be 9 or
because Sonny, that wasn't just a torn Achilles. He wrecked a lot of. He wrecked the whole knee, man. And I'm just getting I'm bringing up my guy, Dre Greenlaw vibes, and I don't want to jinx IU because, Greenlaw was dealing with far less, but it robbed him of the season. He came back and, had to go back off. But, man, you do think if IU's going to see the field this season, And if it's week 12 or 13 at that point, let's just say there's a delay, Steiny, is it worth it? Or you just say, hey, you know what, Brandon? Or if you're in the playoff hunt and you can make the playoffs, who am I to say just go out there and do it?
Shoot, I was going to say something.
Because Uncle Looney asked who were our games like. I text Spreewell for me. But, I know you said Daly didn't remember.
So the question was, who was your game like, not who you wanted your game to be like.
Evan, that's what I'm saying, Spree.
So you acknowledge you weren't the most cerebral player.
No.
You acknowledge you're highly volatile.
Phil Handy called me the Black Bill Lambier to you, and you respected that. Others laughed, but they didn't understand. Bill had game. But to me, that's who I was, Spree.
So one guy sees your game and says it's lame beer, and you say it's Spreewell. Like, they're two different players.
Yeah, he was wrong. He was wrong. I didn't like it.
You're more likable than Lambier.
But I can try.
Probably not when he's on the court cheating.
No, I'd hard
Worse
foul
than Lambier.
Me and you would
you'd hard foul
for anybody.
I'd line the ball off your head so hard,
at the Warrior World Tournament.
I'd knock you out.
That dude was 6'6". We were about to get into it. Dude at the Warrior World Tournament, I had to send a message. God, a hard foul. Everybody was scared. No, but they had my back. I was ready. I had to send a message. Dude, he was big, and he looked like, that's an OG with waves. I might have to, okay. Yeah. We lost.
I know you did.
I lost. I'm out.
All right. We've got Jeff Jadia coming up at 1 o'clock, senior writer for NFL.com. He's also on-air talent for that network. He's going to join us at 1. Earlier today, we had Steve Weish, also of the NFL Network, and Baldy was on this morning, and what we're weighing is how aggressive the Niners should be about making a move to solidify most likely their defense, but I'll give them a little offensive line too. And should they entertain giving up future draft picks for a player or players that are going to bolster their team right now? Is it worth it? Is it worth it? And right now, my feeling is it's not worth it. Let's wait to make sure.
Yeah, there you go.
More of us knowing who we are. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And don't forget, this Sunday night, the kickoff show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings is live from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale. It starts at 3 o'clock. They'll have all the early games on, and the beer garden will be open with a DJ and bartenders serving Gold Bar whiskey. If you're going to be at the game, or you want to go to the game, you can sign up for the free shuttle to the stadium right now. First come, first served. Go to the Eventbrite page on our website, 957thegame.com. All you do is you drive down to Laughing Monk, you hop on the shuttle, you go to the game, you hop on the shuttle, you get back to Laughing Monk. Go check it out, 957thegame.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
They say the hardest part of getting something done is getting started. Well, we did that 30 years ago when California first took on the tobacco industry. Now, smoking is down 60%, lung cancer 52%. A couple of our cities have already ended tobacco sales. A California without big tobacco isn't just possible, it's already happening. See our progress at undo.org.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Jumpstart MD is your Bay Area expert in weight loss and hormone care. And October is Menopause Awareness Month. Let's be real, one size fits all doesn't work. That's why Jumpstart MD created a personalized program that combines weight loss and hormone optimization, all for one low price. Even better, you'll save $200 this month when you choose the plan that fits your life. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to reclaim your energy, your balance, and your confidence.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Warriors basketball is back. Don't miss your chance to cheer on your Doves at Chase Center as they make another run for the postseason. And be sure to listen to the Morning Roast all this week for your chance to score a Best Buddies bobblehead. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
Let me tell you what my new name is. Jawan Jennings. Trade me or pay me.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
He wasn't done.
I know. Well, yeah. Pods, they got a game tonight. Dude, let's go, man. We got football and hoops.
I got a big sports day ahead of me.
Talk about it.
I got to stay in the city tonight or today for till about 9:30. And I'm just been. So what do we got? We're gonna have what's the baseball game? Dodgers.
Yeah, Dodgers Brewers.
What time?
5.
Perfect.
You got a 4:00 football game.
Who?
South Alabama and
Liberty.
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 Yeah, 4.5. If you're into that.
Can't play football on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
They're playing.
That is bad. There's 4 games tonight.
Then we got Warriors at 7.
Blazers. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I got stuff to do. Yeah. I can figure it out for sure. Brian Baldinger was on with the morning show. This is, and I want you to hear what he said about Fred Warner and what he thinks of him. And it was a great little story. I want to play it and then try to make a point after it.
There's only one Fred Warner in this whole league. I do this every week, sit in this film room and watch every game and every play. There's nobody I would rather watch on a daily basis than Fred Warner play football. Because there's an absolute joy to his violence and the way they played. And, for I remember, I'll never forget this, guys. His rookie year was 2018, his third-round pick, BYU. And I'm doing the game, 49ers and Vikings at US Bank Stadium. And I'm down the field before the game, and I see John Lynch. And I asked John about who's their Mike linebacker going to be. And he didn't hesitate. Fred Warner's our Mike linebacker. And there was a lot of other guys there then. And from that first day in 2018 for 132 straight starts, Fred Warner lined up every Sunday, every week, every game. And you just think that he's just going to go like a maniac, like a Full Metal Jacket, go make every play like he does and just bounce up off the ground like he always did. And he was just going to do this forever.
Yeah, well, he got hurt on Sunday, and now the 49ers got to figure out what to do. And this is what I'm getting at
Mike
here.
linebacker, Steiny.
And this is what Baldy, we had a cut from him earlier where he said the 49ers have to be aggressive right now in order to stay competitive. But here's the conundrum. Fred Warner and Bosa are irreplaceable. Like you cannot replace them. You can bolster the rest of the defense with players, but I'm not sure you can replace them. So, in fact, I don't think you can. So if you can't replace them, is it enough just to go get some reinforcements? And if so, what's the goal of the reinforcements? To turn them into a Super Bowl contender? To give them a better chance at the playoffs?
The move is for now, N-O-W. Right now.
I'm not.
I get it.
When you say right now, I'm out. 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks from now, let's revisit it.
Man,
that's kind of the way I would go about it.
It's the first time we wholeheartedly agree. And I think that's what they're doing. And Steiny, what if they're 6-2 and that's still not enough for them with what they've been through in regard, I won't call it sport tragedies, when it comes to draft capital? They might be like, hey, we love y'all, but we don't love y'all that much.
Yeah, and so, John Lynch over the course of the next few weeks has to figure out exactly where this team is and what their ceiling is. But not only that, he's got to figure out what their floor could be, too.
That will reveal itself.
That's the thing. It's not outside the realm of possibility that the 49ers could continue to be competitive and challenge for the division. It's also possible the season could start to slip out of their hands and they don't make the playoffs.
Well, let me help you out, Steiny. You go, if they're 4-4 in a couple weeks, all bets are off.
I would
At
not
that point,
tend to
come on
disagree
now.
with you there. Let's go to Dave. Dave's in Fresno, wants to talk about how aggressive the 49ers should be. Hey, Dave, how you doing?
Hey, fellas, doing good, bro.
Thanks.
Doing good. I was going to say about the trades, it's from the Niners aspect. You have to look at it like this. Well, you don't want to give up assets. I agree with that. But what are those assets? These first-round, second-round picks? In their history, they haven't really been that good, if we're being honest. So, right now, people are probably grinding for a trade because they're not getting early dividends from the haul they had this past year. I know it's early, but I'm not seeing much impact from the young guys. Nobody's getting sacks, INTs. I'm not seeing nothing game changing. So right now, if you're the Niners, it doesn't have to be a replacement for Bosa or Fred. If you can get a premier talent or a young player who, you want to keep around for a while, or I'm just going to throw some names. I'm not sure if they're available, a Sauce Gardner or a Myles Garrett or whoever can help your team, regardless of position. You just need some juice. You need some impact. Because right now, especially on defense, with those two guys, nobody's bringing anything to the table. It's just guys clocking in and getting a check. There's no impact. There's no difference making going on. So if you can, whether it be a first, second, third, whatever, you just have to call around and see what you can do. Because even if you hold those picks, they're not guaranteed to be, a slam dunk pick. I'd rather go for a sure thing and then just hold on to picks, and then they turn out to be more development projects. So give me an established player who can help me regardless of position, and I'll be cool with that.
Appreciate it, Dave. I'm looking at, and I don't think that factors in. I don't think it should factor in a way. If you don't think the 49ers have drafted well, does that mean, who cares about the picks? Because you don't draft well, so you may as well trade them.
Hell no.
But I'm looking at the draft from last year. I think it was pretty good. Last year they drafted Pearsall in the first round. He looks like he can play. Renardo Green's already played a lot. Yep. Pooney's already a mainstay. Mustafa got hurt, but is coming back. But he's very positive. Garendo, not sure what happened to him this year.
Whoa, man.
Cowing, he's still on the roster, right? Jacob Cowing. And then Jarrett Kingston, and then Tatum Bethune. He just supplanted Fred Warner.
5 solo tackles the other day. But I'm with you. And let's just say his point was the drafts have been bad. That's like missing 9 straight shots, but you got to hit the 10th. And you don't rob yourself of that opportunity of trying to improve your team, Steiny, and they got to just go to the lab. And last year, they didn't get second-guessed, and if they did, maybe I didn't hear it, but it was all defense. I got to believe this upcoming draft for the Niners, regardless of what the season culminates with, this season, a playoff berth, not making the playoffs, you got to bolster your offensive line. And for that matter, I got to check myself now too, Steiny, with this injury to Bosa. You got to still add, and you could do it via free agency and the draft.
You're talking about after the year.
Yeah, after the year, no doubt.
Yeah, gotcha.
They're losing in the trenches, man.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. How are we assessing the 4-2 start? We're essentially a third of the way through the season. That's the one thing that I think is clouding this whole thing is if I just said, hey, how good are the Niners? I think you'd get all kinds of different answers.
But the one truth would be 4-2.
That's a truth number-wise, but Shanahan, Lynch, they evaluate
I hear you.
in a different way. And it is fair to look at this team and say, yeah, they're 4-2, but they're not a great team.
Right.
In fact, they still have to prove to me they're a good team. Not me, but the people.
But with these injuries, wouldn't you believe if we put a poll up, if you're really being real, that more people would check that box as your answer?
Which one?
They're
going to
4-2
fall out?
Not fall out, but come, we're 4-2 and we've had some good fortune, but man, this might just be too tough to overcome.
Well, that's why I like getting the national perspective. And we had Steve Weish on earlier today, and he's not giving up on the Niners making the playoffs.
Yeah. And I'm not either.
No, I don't. And I don't. That's the point. I don't think it's time to. There's 11 weeks left. There'll be plenty of time to say, you know what, this isn't our year. But you can't give into it not being your year because it looks like it might not be when you're 4-2. Like you gotta play it out.
Yeah. And
a little longer.
Yeah, I'm with you. So this Sunday night, right, they host the Atlanta Falcons. If I were to ask you right now, and I'll tell you why I'm doing this exercise, Steiny, who the best defensive player on the Niners is
right now
will be on that field Sunday, what would your answer be? I have mine, and it's concerning.
Who's their best defensive player right now?
In your estimation, when they take the field Sunday against the Atlanta Falcons.
Is it D. Winters?
I was going to say Lenore.
Oh, yeah, I'd probably say that.
I love the secondary all day, but Steiny, that's on the third. Like, I want it to be my linebacker or somebody on the front. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting you brought him up because he was brought up to Shanahan yesterday talking about his leadership, and is there any way that he can not replace but do some of the things Warner did in terms of play calling?
When it comes to that stuff, I mean, a Mike linebacker directs the traffic just like a center or quarterback does on offense. So that's more position-based. You don't have the corners making the calls and everything for your front and strengths and where the pressures come from. But, I mean, I like Demo talking that way. I mean, guys who have been here and guys who have played at a higher level, we need them playing their best at all times, especially in a situation like this. But it also means that it doesn't mean that guys just start making stuff up and doing stuff that they don't have to do. But there is, Demo's been one of our better players here over the last few years, and I love that he's basically, in my opinion, saying he needs to play that way every week now, going forward more than ever.
All right, Kyle Shanahan on Lenore. Did somebody ask Lenore if he could do the defensive play calling, and he said yes?
Well,
and then Shanahan said, yeah, that doesn't happen.
Right, I got you.
Or did I may have misinterpreted.
Hey, you brought up Garindo, and Steiny, we can do Brian Robinson, but he wasn't drafted by the Niners. But I got to tell you, that is somewhat of a shock on what I thought he was going to be to this Niner team, to where you didn't even need Brian Robinson Jr., neither here nor there. But what's up with Nick Martin? Dude's been inactive. Now, is it one of those things we're going to see what he can do when he's able? Or I thought he was going to have a part in this, even with Fred and Bosa there, like he was going to be a part. But that's a question mark. We haven't seen much of him at all.
Well, I think they need Williams, Collins, and Nick Martin, and hell, Upton Stout too, to keep playing. You know what? Here's a little under the radar thing. Jordan Watkins, he could play Sunday. It sounds like he's practicing this week along with George Kittle. So maybe they get him back, and slowly but surely the offense starts to look like itself. And now we can reassess the team in a different way. I think that's the other thing. If you look at this team, I don't think they're great right now, but part of that's because I don't think the offense has been great.
They haven't, and again, I'm just saying it, but Stan, they haven't scored 30 yet.
They haven't scored 27. But yeah, they got to start figuring out a way to put more points on the board.
And this is just how sports work, right? Because in a vacuum, I'm looking at, and I said it before the Tampa Bay game. The Seattle Seahawks, who the Niners beat with Brock Purdy at Seattle, they beat Seattle. But Seattle and Darnold were able to put up 35 on Tampa, and that's why I'm Simple Simon when it comes to this, Donnie. I'm thinking, if you can do that and they can do that, Kyle and Mac Jones will be able to do that. And they didn't.
Well, they didn't because
they can't run the rock.
And, yeah, their offensive line wasn't good enough.
And they couldn't block.
And they're paying the price for not having some of their top-line receivers. Let's go to Chris. Chris is in San Jose. How you doing, Chris? What's going on, man?
I'm doing excellent. I thought it was going to rain all day today, so kind of happy about that. Yeah. The rains aren't as bad as I thought they'd be.
Yeah, okay.
That's about the only positive thing I'm going to say on this call. A couple of things, and you always take a win. You can't go back in history. I truly believe that we are incredibly lucky to be 4-2. Let's just say you lose against the Rams, you lose against Seattle. They're both 5-1, and you're 2-4. That's how fine the line is right now. So, and you guys were talking about personnel and, everyone kind of, up and down with the draft because they got stars like Warner, Kittle. They drafted those guys. They get credit for that. But, it's abysmal when you really look at their draft record. So to take it a step further, Warner's been paid, Kittle's been paid, Bosa's been paid, Purdy's been paid. All of these guys have been paid. they've all been injured.
Yeah.
You know, Diamador Lenore, I'm sorry. If he's our best defensive player, we're in trouble. I don't buy into the PFF all the time, but he's the 100th ranked quarterback in the league. You know, the Eagles have 2 or 3 cornerbacks better than him. Same with the Broncos. You go around the league, all these teams, I mean, we overvalue our own guys. So I called in, I think it was Dibbers. I talked to him a couple of weeks ago. And, you know, we're talking about making these fringe moves for this season, which I get. You never want to give up on a season. These are professional athletes. They're going to go out. They're all trying to get paid for the future. They're trying to make their mark. You don't give up on a season ever. So if you want to make some fringe moves, that's fine. But I look at it from a different perspective. I'm not the GM. You know, I'm able to be a little bit cutthroat, like I'm playing Madden over here.
Sure.
And I know I get guaranteed players in return. But, again, Bosa, Warner, all of these guys are getting older. They are often injured, maybe except for Fred. But he's going to be dealing with that serious injury a while. So from my vantage point, it's just so glaringly obvious, which is what I told Dibbers, we need to rebuild. We need to rebuild. The window is gone. You know, the trenches are awful. The cupboard is bare in talent. I understand Kyle is a great – I believe in Kyle, even with his shortcomings. I know that the grass isn't always greener. He's a great coach. But somebody needs to be held accountable, and it's got to be someone in the front office. John Lynch and his boys, I don't know what's going on there, but like the last caller said, this draft class is a dud. You know, Michael Williams, he looks okay. Your third-round pick can't even see the field, so what's wrong with that? I mean, somebody's got to answer for something, because I'm here to tell you, we're going to fall off a cliff, and we need to decide who is going to be leading the way for the rebuild.
Hey, real quick, though. Yeah. Don't you think you're being short-sighted? I hear you in the passion, but you've been to 2 Super Bowls since 2019. So, yeah, if the cupboards are bare, but come on, I feel like you're omitting the good stuff, the good times. You didn't win it, but they were dominant for a long time, man.
I hear you, but contrary to what you're saying, you say I'm short-sighted. No. I'm actually long-sighted here, Goo, because in the short term, these next 2 years are going to be – I mean, what are we doing here? Yeah. It's not going to pan out. I'm thinking about the long term, brother.
Yeah.
These guys are getting older. We missed the window. You got it. I mean, you don't want to trade superstars, because what are you going to get for these guys with their massive contracts? You know, you're not going to get much. And then, you know, you got to hit on the draft, which they have about a 30% chance of success. You know, if that.
You know, hey, Chris, great call. Really appreciate it. And
he's done.
As Gary Ranich would say, you know, the way you feel is the way you feel.
Yeah.
The one thing he said at the beginning that I would agree with is he said, you know, I think they've been lucky. All right, I do too.
Through the 6 game?
Yes.
Okay, right. They have. Well, come on now.
Okay, but yes, they have. Okay, they have. Yeah. But because they've been lucky, they're 4-2. And, like, you got to give it another couple weeks. If they were 2-4, yes, then I think we're in a totally different spot. And I'm totally with the caller on you can never punt on a season.
But are you going to mortgage the future to go in the playoffs and maybe get bounced in the first round if you're lucky to make the offs?
No, definitely not.
And he came strong, Steiny, and this triggered me. My guy Austin in San Jose. Caller coming strong, Guru selling the pass. Did it sound like I'm selling the pass when you talk about, I mean, you can't just say they haven't built anything. They had their chances, and now the chickens are coming home to roost in regard to now your best players that you paid handsomely are injured. And Ayuk is one of them. He's younger, but I'm not selling the pass. That hit me. But Steiny, they built something, and now maybe you're at the end of that.
Right.
And now you got a defense littered with youngsters.
That's what he's saying.
You know,
he's saying the window's closed. He's saying the window's closed. But that's a very fair opinion, I believe.
Now, I need to see how this year plays out before you say that.
Okay. I mean, I'm not saying I subscribe 100%, but if you're telling that there's some 49er fans that are looking at this like, look, the window's closed. We've got to take this into a different direction. That's fair. And you know what? It may become unquestionable 4 weeks from now, depending on what happens. So I kind of get that. And you know what? I mean, when I look at this team moving forward, this is where I'm a little different than you. I look at, okay, here's what I would do realistically. Trent Williams is never going to be Trent Williams again. He's good for good. He's good for him, but he's getting worse. McCaffrey looks good, but he cannot do this for multiple years, I don't believe, at this level. Nick Bosa. Well, now we got to worry about if he can reach the level that he's reached in the past.
I get what you're putting down. Keep going,
I got to keep going. Fred Warner. We don't know now, and I'm not saying you write these guys off, but no, now there is a little doubt in terms of the future. Similar to, Brandon Ayuk. Are we going to miss him for the rest of the year? What do we expect from him next year? So there is something absolutely to this team. Maybe this team's best players are all, most of them are on the downside of their career, and bringing them back next year doesn't ensure anything except they might take another step back.
All right, I hear that, and I swear to you, I hear the caller's point. And I'm going to just say to you, to me, Daryl Johnson, Steiny, when I hear rebuild in football, that consists of offense and defensive lines. Like, you got to build those up, and that takes time. You know what I mean? Like,
right, maybe by the time that they build them up, those guys are going to be fossils.
No, you could be right.
Like, if it takes 2 years to build up the offensive line, Christian McCaffrey may not be running behind it.
And as far as this year, 85 coming back to me is their last pit stop of, okay, because you asked me, Goo, can they fix it? Can they start blocking better? And he's only one guy, but he's great at it. So when we do see Kittle back, hopefully you see McCaffrey going for 100 yards, and some might be like, what are you smoking or drinking? That's too much on Kittle. That's not all his job. But, Steiny, at this juncture, through 24 quarters, I just really believe this might be who their O-line is. And then on the flip side, you got some youngsters on the defensive line. But, Steiny, they're not causing ruckus yet, and now they got to cause ruckus and stop the run without Bosa and Warner.
Well, they're not going to be able to do that. Probably. The defense is just too young. And that's why I don't we gotta play a few more games to see if we can get more of a pulse on this team.
Man.
Now I get people out there who are saying you don't need more of a look. Yeah, they're 4-2, but look, like my guy Harry, they're not going anywhere right now this year. Okay, well, if you don't think they're going anywhere, should they strategize with that in mind right now, and what would that look like?
And there are some Niner fans in my world that I know, Steiny, that would rather not make the playoffs than to make it and get bounced.
Oh, that's
and
ridiculous
get
to me.
Better draft position.
I think most Niners would say no chance. Here's the thing. If you make the playoffs, you're going to be making the playoffs with a young team. Who cares if you get your ass kicked in that first game?
I wonder what.
I can't believe most 49er fans are not taking that.
I know some.
You think?
Yeah.
All right. Head over to YouTube and Twitch to see Steiny and Guru by searching 957. And while you're there, download and subscribe for all our great content at 957 The Game. That segment was also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice. And Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-814-1500. That's 800-814-1500. 800-814-1500.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer: an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Goo, I love you. You're like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get with Goo.
But I got to tell you, you are the man. You are a box of peanut brittle.
It's the Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Show. Let's go.
Let me be as clear as possible.
It went down during the break.
Let me be as clear as possible here. If you're actually saying that you'd rather miss the playoffs to have a better draft pick than making the playoffs with this particular team, I'm going to say it. You ain't a Niner fan. You're not a Niner fan.
Well, what about the Warrior fans that said they would have rather lost the finals? And it was worth it. We got Durant. Steiny, oh my God, I couldn't believe that existed. And then what about Giant fans that some were so out on them that they were
they're
like,
not fans.
Well, you can't tell them that.
I'll tell them right to their face.
But you can't revoke their license.
I did. They're gone.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you want to miss the playoffs? Yeah, you want to miss the playoffs 2 years in a row? I mean, you might anyway.
Well,
you may as well try to make the playoffs.
I guess it just boils down to if you think you're just going to be a slaughtered ram.
Oh, because they're so great at drafting.
Well,
same people that are saying they can't draft for a damn. Oh, but let's tank.
Well,
not yet, people.
Hey, before we even move forward, Snotty, seriously, just apologize to Evan.
I won't.
I agree with you. All right, during the break, I got to just set it up. Giannis was on the TV, and, we'll get into it some tomorrow, but there's still some whispers, and maybe he can end up in the Bay.
Maybe.
And last year, I was front row at the game, and I watched Draymond have one of his best defensive performances, and he just shut Giannis down. You came in the next day, and Evan brought it up to us in the break and said that was one of Dre's best defensive performances of his career. And you just snapped like a tarantula on Evan, and I remember.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe that I would say that about a regular season game.
I have the quote.
Oh, my.
No, you don't.
Steiny, you don't want to go out like this. Tell him don't play it. Tell him don't even say it.
There's no way he found anything.
No, it's because I remember tweeting it out. So I have the quote.
Wow.
It's going to be taken out of context.
I'm going to shut up and let you read it.
There's multiple witnesses in here. I'm simply
Put your hands behind your back, Steinmetz.
The
radio cops got you.
Get Evan out of there. Risotto,
they
get Evan
got
out
him.
of there.
Simply reading a tweet that was tweeted out.
By whom?
By us. By me.
Okay, go ahead.
You said these words the morning after Draymond Green held Giannis Antetokounmpo to 12 points.
Allegedly, but go ahead.
Here it is. Quote, that may have been one of the greatest defensive...
Can he finish?
Number one, that's all I said.
No, you said like
during
the greatest.
Break, I came in and said, you shut your mouth. I said that you said that Draymond had one of his greatest games against Giannis. That's literally what the quote is.
And I second
that. Like, I need the tape.
That may be one of the greatest defensive performances from Draymond Green. I don't think Giannis scored 1 point when he was guarded by Draymond. He could do absolutely nothing.
A lot of people are saying, it's okay, man. We love you.
You're allowed to give a
apologize
compliment.
to Evan. That's all.
No.
You are something else.
No.
This is bad.
I'm surprised I said that about it. What one?
He found the quote.
That game was in this. Well, he found his quote, not mine.
He doesn't make the quotes.
Back to the Niners.
Yeah, I love it.
Today we're not talking Warriors.
Just say
we're
sorry.
not talking Warriors.
We're talking L's.
Yeah, I know Horace. I don't know. I know what he's up to. It was a hell of a performance. Good for him.
One of his greatest.
Just
per Matt Steinmetz.
Say you got me, Evan.
No. What did I doubt?
Why are you so ashamed of saying that, by the way?
Because it doesn't sound like something I would have said about a regular season game. That's all.
Did, and it's okay.
Yeah, you know why? Because I had to mollify Warrior fans because the one guy who finally played a good game, if you don't give him credit, but he's the heart and soul. Okay, good game, Draymond. You helped us win a game in December.
Oh, I know. That was an AI-generated quote, huh? That's what Apollo Crews said.
That was yours. No, it was Evan-generated.
Please.
It was
From your
Evan-generated.
lips.
I just put the link in the YouTube chat for people who want to go read it.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Just take the L and let's get back to the Niners.
No.
You took one, Snotty.
No. I won't.
Sir, can you please put your hands behind your back? This is the radio police. You've been captured. It's not a felony one. He got you.
That's right. That's right, Gurney Rabbit. I got misquoted.
Oh, look at you.
See, I got to check that. I got to. All right, forget that now.
Yeah, but you're mad at fans if they thought like that.
I just do not believe. If I told 49er fans right now, you can make the playoffs and get the 23rd pick in the draft, or you can miss the playoffs and get the 9th pick in the draft.
Oh, Steiny.
I'm going to the playoffs.
This is shocking from you.
What are you kidding?
Well, I'm assuming the first round, you lose that first game.
How old is their defense?
Yeah, young.
You don't want to get them to the playoffs this early in their career? Even if they do take one on the chin. I'm not, you know what? I'm not talking to those people. They don't have a forum on this show. Let's tank. Let's get a bit.
But I'm not doing my Evan. I'm not tapping into my Evan. But the last few years of the Giants, when I was lighting candles, hoping they would make it, you kind of had that energy of, okay, you can make the last wild card, but what are you going to do? Remember, you were mad on the wild card that they got too many teams anyway.
It's a joke. But once you get in, you got to take your chance.
Well, that's my mantra.
Well, why would you not want to make the playoffs with the Niners? Just because they probably won't go all the way to the Super Bowl?
I could get a better offensive lineman at 9 than I can 23.
Well, you ain't getting one at 9. They haven't drafted an offensive lineman at 9 in their whole tenure.
That's going to change. I really believe it. You need we're watching it.
You don't know that.
They need their new.
Go draft a receiver again.
Well, you could get one at free agency, but they need their new. Trent Williams.
What? Let's go to Flea in Oakland.
Our man.
These are not fans we're talking about here. Hey, Flea. Flea, how you doing? Flea in Oakland. We'll get him in a second. Right. Let's go to Flea in Oakland. What's going on, Flea? How you doing, buddy?
What's going on, guys?
Talk to us.
Steiny and Goo, y'all a legendary duo in the Bay Area. But Goo, I'm finna tell you something, man. I don't think you should ever speak on the Niners no more, man. For you to say the Niners should miss the playoffs and try to get a top 10 draft pick, that's like gambling.
Yeah. But, Flea, I didn't say that. I said I know Niner fans that have told me that to my face.
They're friends. They're not fans.
No, they're
your friends.
Goo, I want you to call those Niner fans live on the radio, and you ain't going to find one. You can't
Flea, I can do it.
A Niner fan wouldn't even utter that. A real Niner fan would say, what?
All right. Okay.
Come on, Goo.
Yeah, I didn't say that, Flea, but I'm telling you, you listen to the rest of this program and see if we take calls. We just had one.
We won't take calls.
You think the guy that just called a couple calls ago?
Flea, we ain't taking calls.
Steiny and Goo, this is the last thing I want to say.
Go ahead.
I'm going to go and listen to you guys. This is all I want to say. That defense was probably our worst defense in about 5 or some years. Them guys couldn't stop. The backfield, I heard y'all talking about the defensive line. The defensive line was getting stops. Our corners and safeties, and I don't know I forgot the linebacker name that took Warner place, but the Niners should cut that dude today, man. They should cut that dude today. He was getting beat. My son could have beat them.
Wow, Flea.
They garbage.
Wow.
Now, if we make it to the playoffs, we're going to have to go make some trades during the year, but our defense is horrible. Next week, Atlanta fit to pass on us all game long. Watch.
Appreciate you, Flea.
And see,
let me be clear.
And those were my Harrys I'm protecting, but I could have them call in.
They're not.
I don't subscribe to that.
Right.
I'm playoff all day, every day.
You've made that clear.
Flea.
What I'm making clear is they're not fans. They're your friends. That's all I'm saying.
No, they're diehard.
No, they're
49er.
not. They're not. You can't call them a diehard if they don't want their team to win.
We took a call
so
from
they
a
don't want their team to win.
That came at me. Don't you think he would say, Goo, that's what I'm thinking?
So
that guy that called 3 calls
so
ago.
let me get this straight. Let me just get this straight. We were 4 games into the season, and you said Kyle's doing one of the greatest coaching jobs I've ever seen, and now you want to pull the rug out from him, possibly, or a fan, or your buddy.
But what if those fans didn't subscribe to what I said about Kyle? That's why I'm telling you and Flea, I didn't say that. I'm playoff or die.
But what I'm saying is, I'm not like you may have a couple friends, but that is such a minority take. I believe
it's on social media too. Just type in 49ers, and we just took a call from a guy that said we needed to rebuild.
You're giving credence to like 2% of fans.
All right, give me this. 2%. Did we take a call where the guy said it's time to rebuild?
Yes, but that doesn't mean don't make the playoffs.
If we had asked him the same question, there's no doubt he would put his stamp of approval.
I don't know
get
about that.
9th pick and miss me with what I think is going to be a one and done.
The 9th pick. You're gonna
as opposed to the 23rd.
You
pick.
have that's right. You have how many first and second year players are playing on this team?
A bunch.
Okay, let's say 12.
Yeah.
Okay.
On your
for 14 draft picks. For 14 draft picks, you're going to say, I know we have a lot of young players, but let's not even give them playoff experience. We just
took a call or 3 calls ago.
What percentage of fans do you really think believe that? I think it's like 2%.
It could be, 23, 20, I don't know. But we just took a call a couple minutes ago.
Oh. Let's go out to the River Islands guest line. Welcome in Jeff Chadiha. Shouldn't you discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Jeff's a senior writer for NFL.com, and he's an on-air talent for NFL Network. Jeff, thanks for joining us, man. Appreciate it.
Oh, good, man. Always happy to be on with you guys.
Yeah, I don't want to bring you into what we were just talking about, but my partner's trying to actually say that there's some legit 49er fans out there that would
I agree with it,
rather
Jeff.
miss the playoffs for the 9th pick in the draft as opposed to make the playoffs and end up with 24. Oh, God.
This is what we do, Jeff.
Hey, I get it. Hey, look, I get it. It worked well for them last year. They got a pretty good player out of it. And look, it's a mystifying team this year because all those injuries, and they've been able to win games. But you're right. It's almost like it's fool's gold to feel good about yourself and be confident in what you're doing, but to realize that you're not going to go very far into the season or even in the postseason with those kinds of epic injuries. And when Fred Warner went down, it felt like that was the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak. It's just I think they're better off being in the draft, getting better players, and loading up.
Wow, Jeff, I can appreciate the honesty.
But he didn't say give up on the playoffs.
No, and I'm not lobbying for that. He's just saying it's going to be a tall task. But when you look at the Niners now moving forward and Kyle and Robert Saleh, how do you kind of get off the mat? And with this NFL, I told my partner a couple minutes ago, I feel like the NFC is wide open. How do you bounce back and how, to manipulate or try to, lower the blow of losing the guys you just mentioned, Warner and Bosa?
Well, I think you look at the team that you just played, and you look at what they're going through, and they don't have Mike Evans or Chris Godwin or Jalen McMillan or Bucky Irving. They've lost a lot of players themselves, and they're sitting there at 5-1 because the quarterback's playing at an MVP level. And so I do think there's a lot of inspiration out there around the league. And I do feel like the first time in maybe a couple of decades, this league is as wide open as it's ever been. I mean, I feel like there's probably legitimately 20 teams that are real playoff contenders and probably 10 that are legit championship contenders. And so that's got to give you some level of optimism about what you can do. I mean, they found ways to win without Nick Bosa. They found ways to win without Brock Purdy. I think that you sell that to your team, that we can still find ways to win even without the guys that we have.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, brought to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We're visiting with Jeff Chadiha, senior writer for NFL.com. He's also on-air talent for the NFL Network. Is it realistic to think that, at least on the offensive side of the ball, if you were Kyle Shanahan, that you got to plan for the team getting healthy, at least on that side, in the next few weeks to just give yourself a better assessment of where you're at? You think that's a fair way to go as opposed to maybe trying to do something right now?
I think so. I think a lot of these teams right now, and they're in a great situation, obviously, because they're on the right side of average. But I think that they're in a position where they can do some things, writing that offense as best they can. Look, Mac Jones has been a revelation. The way he's played for them, the opportunities he's given this team, with some of the issues we're talking about. I think, you get Purdy, you get Kittle, you get Ayuk, you get some of the guys on the field at the same time, Pearsall, and you feel better about where you're at. I think you even look around the NFC West and say, well, the Rams aren't pulling away from this, and they've been much healthier and in a much better situation. You just beat them a couple of weeks back. So Yeah, I think that's probably the best way for them to go, because when you don't have Nick Bosa or Fred Warner, I mean, I don't know what you can expect of your defense, no matter how good Robert Saleh has been calling plays.
Jeff, I got to ask you, I've been telling everybody that'll listen, I've been on an apology tour, for quarterbacks like Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold, and you just mentioned Mac Jones. It's been a short sample size, but he's been a revelation under Kyle Shanahan. Are you at all shocked, or had you written, as honest as you can be, Mac Jones off for what was going on in his career before being a Niner?
Well, to be honest, I didn't even know he was there.
Wow.
So watching him trot out there to play, so I guess I hadn't written him off. I had just forgotten about the guy. But there is something to be said for, what Sean McVay, what Kyle Shanahan, what Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota, what they've been able to do with quarterbacks, because a lot of guys who've gone through their ranks have ended up coming out the other side looking pretty good. And so that speaks to how they coach it, how much easier they make it for the quarterback. I think their philosophy, if you look at how they approach the position, is to make it easier for the guys. They're not asking to have a Patrick Mahomes or a Josh Allen. They'd love to have those guys, but I think the way they call plays, the way they structure their offense, it makes it easier for the quarterback to be comfortable. And so I think that is probably a testament to them as coaches and what they've been able to do with the players they've had.
Jeff Chadilla joining us on 95.7 The Game, senior writer for NFL.com. Let me ask you a little bit about Christian McCaffrey and what you've seen from him so far. His rushing attempts down a little bit, but his pass catching up. But he's still on pace for 436 touches this year. But he hasn't been effective in the running game. Have you noticed any slippage on his part? Or what do you think's going on with him with a little bit of a tweak to his role?
Well, I think, one, he obviously is getting older, and he has had a number of injuries throughout his career. So sooner or later, you're going to slow down and maybe not be as explosive as a runner as you might have been. And he's always been exceptional in the passing game, and that what separates him from a lot of backs. And so you can still get him in space away from the line of scrimmage and have him do things with great mismatches that take advantage of that. So I'm not surprised that it's going that direction for him, but I don't think you want to have him on pace for that number of touches given the way his body has felt over the last last couple of years. I mean, he really is. When you start talking about things to keep this thing moving with all the injuries they've had, the last thing you want to have is for him to go down again. And so I would probably caution against them overusing him at this stage, given the way the rushing yards has gone down. But again, he's still a factor, and you can see that in the way he plays.
Jeff, I think George Kittle, who's been out since week one, I think he's one, if not the best tight end, one of the best tight ends in football. Do you think I'm being unrealistic because this running game and offensive line's just not been there, as you guys talked about? He's due back, and hopefully it'll be this week. Is it too much expectation on him if fans are thinking maybe our run game will improve with the tight end coming back?
I don't know if one man makes that big a difference in that spot. Now, if you're talking about a center or a guard, it might be a different story. He certainly helps being back, but I also look at who they've played. I mean, the Bucks are a tough team to run the football against. I mean, they got some big guys in there. You look at the Rams; they've got a great defensive front, a lot of young, talented players at edge and at linebacker, and in the interior. And so, I don't think that that's just the case of personnel. I think that's a matter of opponent, and so I think that will probably improve with him being back. But I think it'll also improve with playing different teams.
Jeff Chadilla joining us on 95.7 The Game, senior writer for NFL.com. Do you see the Niners making a trade? They're 4-2 at this point, and what would it depend on in your mind seeing the 49ers make a trade?
Well, it depends on how realistic they are about where this season is heading. Now, if you get all those guys back on offense and you're playing – you're in a place where maybe mid-season you're talking about being 6-3, 7-2, or even 5-4, and you think, hey, we can get a guy in here to be a difference maker at edge. You're not going to replace Fred Warner, but maybe another pass rusher. I think that is what would drive it. Now, if you're sitting out, 'cause I really do believe the way this season is playing out, one, it's wide open. But two, I imagine that on both conferences, 9 wins will probably get you into the playoffs, depending on where you sit. And so a lot of competition within their own division. A lot depends on what the Rams and Seahawks are doing. But, yeah, I think if they feel like they're in a place where they can make a move, get better, and make a push into the playoffs, I could see them making that move because, I mean, some of these guys aren't getting – McCaffrey's not getting younger. Trent Williams not getting younger. Kittle's not getting younger. I mean, this is a year where you could win it without having optimal talent.
Mm-hmm. Jeff, let me ask you about Niners got a stud receiver, Ricky Pearsall, when he plays. And his coach in college, Herm Edwards, said to us, you got to protect the player from himself because he goes hard. But when he's been out there, I love it. But he hadn't been out there. He's hurt. How big of a concern would that be for a young guy like him to miss some games early on in his NFL career?
Well, it's always the best ability is availability. I mean, that's always the rule everybody lives by. And so if the issue is how he plays, then he's got to look at himself and figure out how can I take better care of myself. I think about Ladd McConkey with the Chargers. He talked about coming out of last season and recognizing I got to get down faster. I got to protect myself more. I got to be ready for guys to take shots at me when I'm on the ground. And it's okay to be that guy who gets out of bounds or avoids a big hit just to be able to stay on the field. And I think you have to be honest with yourself about that if you're Ricky Pearsall, because you're not the biggest guy in the world, and you're playing a system that's going to put you in positions to take hits. And running after the catch is big in that offense. So you've got to be able to deal with contact and running through it. And so that's why the top end to look at himself and figure out what I can do to make sure I'm on the field, because the amount of guys they've lost,
Jeff, we're losing you a little bit. We'll try to get you back. If so, we'll get you back. If not, thank you so much for your time. I did want to ask him about, I wonder if I could generalize, national media, if I would say to them, are the 49ers more snake bit with injuries than any other team in the league? I wonder if national writers believe, oh, yeah, the Niners, or they just say, yeah, the Niners are hit like everybody gets hit.
Well, you know what? It's funny because we had Sam Weiss on from the NFL Network, and he said, Steve Weiss, thank you, Sam.
This isn't Cleveland.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Jeff's back. Jeff Chadilla, senior writer for NFL.com. Real quick, I was wondering, the 49er fans out here and even some objective, observers feel like the 49ers just are snake bit with injury. I'm always curious from a national perspective, the way you look at that. Do the 49ers stick out to you as a team that gets injured more than others, or do you just see the NFL, most teams have injuries and some get hit harder than others?
I think it's the case that most teams get hit harder than others. I look at the Chargers as being an example of that. It's like every year they're losing players. Yeah. The Bills have gone through it. You look at what they've lost year in and year out. They're losing a player at a key position at a difficult time. And so I feel as if the Niners, maybe it's their time. But, again, when you have some older guys who've been around for a while, who've played a lot of football, that team has played, in 4 NFC Championship games in the last 6 years, something like that, and 2 Super Bowls since 2019. I mean, that's a lot of football. Yeah. And so I think that adds up over time, and it begins to take a toll on the guys who've been around, who've been your core players.
Jeff, what are you seeing from Trent Williams, man? This dude's been a godsend since he's been with the Niners, but now there's obviously some slippage. You look at his age, and we take calls like, he's the problem, but he's been an all-pro, got you to the Super Bowl, NFC Championship game. What are you seeing from Big 71?
I haven't watched him that closely, and I know that when you're starting having the struggles, there's always somebody that people want to blame for that. I think he solves more problems than he creates. And look, when you're older, you think about what that offensive line was when he showed up, and the players they've lost. They've lost 2 or 3 key players from their 2019 season. I know he wasn't there for that one, but he was been a big part of their ability to stay championship caliber. And he's 36 now? I think 36, 37 this year. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I mean, so how many guys at that position have been able to play at a high level for a long time? Like, I live in Kansas City, And I can tell you what they've gone through just trying to find a left tackle. They were dying to get him here 4 years ago whenever he went to San Francisco. So I get it. You know, he's older. He's probably not what he used to be, but he's still probably better than 90% of what's out there.
Jeff, is it fair to think that when you're looking at this 49er team right here, right now, with the injuries they've suffered, that it's a long shot that they can get to the postseason?
I wouldn't say long shot, because I've been surprised. Again, I look at Tampa Bay being 5-1 with what they've lost. I know they're in a weaker division, a division that's getting better. I wouldn't say a long shot because they're well coached and they've got a lot of guys who won a lot who are still good players. But I feel a lot like it's not like the Ravens. That's a long shot,
right?
Well, yeah,
yeah. But I feel like if they can cobble together a few more wins and get some guys healthy on offense, they're probably going to end up being around a 9 or 10 win team, and that might be enough. But again, do I see them being a player in the playoffs if they get there? I don't see that happening with this team, as banged up as they are.
Yeah, speaking of banged up, Brock Purdy's dealing with turf toe, and this offseason, you know, he got a contract. He got the bag. Jeff, can you share with us when you got that news or you heard that news about Brock being the Niners quarterback for the foreseeable future? Your thoughts?
Well, look, I've gone back and forth on it because I'm one of those people who thinks there's certain players who warrant that kind of money, and then other players where you say, this is a big risk here that you're taking. But I come around to the fact that he's, you know, earned it. He obviously saved them when Trey Lance didn't work out, and so he's a young guy. I think he fits what they want to do offensively. I think he's a good match with Shanahan. And again, I think over time the cap keeps going up, money goes up. You're going to have other guys come off the books, like a Trent Williams, like a Christian McCaffrey at some point. And so it's not going to be as much of a hindrance as it feels like right now. So I guess I'm okay with it. I mean, he's not in the same realm as a Mahomes or a Josh Allen, someone like that, but I also don't think he's Tua Tagovailoa either.
Right. Hey, Jeff, Kansas City, huh? That's a long way from Ron Bergman's, huh?
yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, that's one thing you and I have in common.
Yeah, old Bergie. I haven't heard that name in a while. San Jose Mercury News.
Yeah,
but it's a fun place to be right now. There's a lot of. I'm not a Chiefs fan, but trust me, I hear a lot about them every day.
I'm sure. Hey, man, thank you so much for joining us. Always a pleasure, and good luck to you the rest of the season.
Same, guys. You guys take care.
All right, that's Jeff Jadiha, NFL Network senior writer.
Yeah, he was good.
So there used to be do you know this story or not?
No.
I probably said it before. It's not a big deal. But Ron Bergman was a sports writer.
Okay.
He passed a little while ago now. But he had this nice house in Oakland, and he lived by himself. But he would rent out rooms in his house to what he would call wayward sports writers. And so anytime a sports writer in the Bay was maybe going through a little, some issues with family and stuff, he would
open his doors.
He would rent a room to you for very, very little money. And so over the years, there were, maybe a half a dozen of us that over the years lived with Bergie.
Wow.
That's what we called him. And he helped get us over the hump during some tough times. Ron Bergman, that's one of the reasons I love.
Now, seriously, Steiny, I know we'll get back to Jeff and his thoughts on the Niners, but, that says a whole lot about one's character as you just laid that down. And don't take this the wrong way, and I hate who I am for asking, did you make it to his service?
Yes.
Okay.
Heavens, yes.
He was. That's just me, Steiny.
Yeah.
He sounds like a great dude, man.
He was a great guy.
Jeff didn't sound too high on Brock, but he says he's coming around, one. And then also, two, Steiny, again, I said to you all in Flea and the people out here, I won't name them, but maybe tomorrow we can get them on the phone to call in. But there were 4 Niner fans that felt they were down from that injury to 54, and that conversation came up to where they just feel like the start over, they want to attack that. And I'm like, no, you got too many games left.
Exactly. It's not the time nor the place. I guess that's what I'm saying. And I don't want to placate those kind of fans.
No.
That's all.
But what about the national narrative? Because you mentioned Weiss, and now we just had Jeff on in regard to Steiny. It feels like nobody's crying or playing a violin for you.
I agree. And I also noted
NFL.
that Steve Weiss was like, yeah, they got a shot at making the playoffs. Yeah. And then when I said long shot to Jeff, he's like, I wouldn't say long shot. So, I mean, those two guys there kind of talking about the 49ers outlook and what they think of it, to me is like, you got to keep playing games right now before you give up on the season.
Yeah, there's a 3 seed, and I know it's week 6 going into week 7, Steiny, 4-2. And right now, I would tell you that's the best thing that they've earned because they earned that 4-2 record. So it would have to be bad football, to continue for them, to go away to where come the deadline, they do what the Giants kind of did when they Buster got rid of the bullpen.
But also, what do you think about the other thing he kind of mentioned was there are so many injuries around the league that somebody's going to win it, and they're going to have gotten through a lot of injuries. Like this is the team that ends up winning it. Yeah, it may be the most healthy.
I feel like the Chiefs have 2 of their Super Bowls like that,
Maybe.
They beat Philly the year Mahomes had a bad foot or bad toe or ankle, what have you. So it just comes with the territory. But again, Steiny, I don't see it, and I'm here to watch it. I got my popcorn. But you're right. What if all of a sudden you get the reinforcements back with Kittle, Brock Purdy, and Pierce all comes back, and you're able to put up 30 or 35 points a game? Because right now, I guess what I'm telling you and what I feel 100% insane is this version of the Niners offense through 6 games can't help that defense. You got to do more, too.
Yeah. And, we talked a little earlier about, like, do you owe it to? Oh, you owe it to McCaffrey and Trent Williams. It's like, no, not yet. I don't owe them anything.
Well, it's not time to make a move.
Right. If we're 6-3, then we'll think about whether we owe them or not.
And are the Bengals or any other team that you look to go plucking for, are they out of it,
Yeah. Let's go to Cliff. Cliff is in Vallejo.
Cliff.
What's up, Cliff? How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing well. Thank you guys for taking my call.
Thank you.
I couldn't agree more with you, Steiny, when it comes to this subject right here. Whoever thinks that it's okay to miss the playoffs, to get a higher draft pick, they're bandwagon fans, and they'll be off the bandwagon soon enough because we won't be winning a Super Bowl this year or the next probably. But if you can get to the playoffs with these young guys that are doing – I couldn't disagree more with the caller a few callers back, Dave, that said the 49ers don't draft well. Well, all of these guys that are out, other than one maybe, are 49er draft picks that have taken them to multiple Super Bowls. We got 4 guys playing this year: Mikael Williams, Alfred Collins, Stout, Upton, Siegel. These guys have helped get some of those wins. We are 4-2. We could be sure 2-4 just as well, but we are 4-2. You can name plays, the ball being punched out on the goal line against the Rams, the play against the kid from Arizona on the sideline. Those plays were made by those rookies on this defense that were drafted by this team. And, Guru, please don't have your friends call in, because I don't doubt for 1 second that they are your friends. But I doubt like hell they 49er fans.
No,
They'll probably be busy this time of day watching Love and Hip Hop or whatever else is on TV. But they are not 49er fans. Those what you call bandwagon riders.
Evan called them spoiled. Evan, our producer.
You don't want these young guys to get tested in the fire in playoff time. It's going to do nothing but make them better. I'm a 49er fan. I can say that. In 1981, 3 rookies was placed out there on the field. Ronnie Lott, Carlton Williams. You can go on Eric Wright. Those guys got placed in the playoffs, not the team favorite to win the Super Bowl, and we know what they went on to do against the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah. Hey, Cliff.
Get in the playoffs, and anything can happen, and nothing else. Get these young guys some experience. Go ahead, Steiny.
Yeah, don't be a stranger, Cliff.
Yeah, he agreed with it. I'm just telling you what was iterated to me, but Evan used the word that he said for fair weather, spoiled. And maybe that's it, spoiled. But I'm playoff or die. I get that.
Here's the thing, though, about the defense. All right, so let's run down their young players.
Okay.
Williams.
Yeah, Siegel.
Collins.
Stout. Renardo
Green. Mustafa.
Keep going.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is what I don't understand. If the 49ers somehow do make the playoffs, okay, the only way they're going to make the playoffs is if their defense is really good. Right? Or at least
but don't break, but
sure,
the experience is really good.
But average or above.
Okay. All right.
Assuming, and so if this defense gets into the postseason, if this team rather gets into the postseason, defense is probably going to be half the reason. And then you will have gotten to the playoffs with an incredibly young defense.
I can't argue that.
And that would bode real. Now, what might happen is the defense may absolutely fall apart. And then you got to make an evaluation from there. But what if the defense gets better and better and better over the course of the season, relatively speaking, without Warner and without Bosa, but then by the time you get to the playoffs, your defense will have improved since this point, and maybe you got something not only for the postseason, but for the upcoming year.
No, I get all that, and I get what the caller was putting down, Steiny, and that's why the first caller I had to jump in and talk to him about the one that was talking about this is a rebuild. But real quick, I know we're up against it. I do want to ask you this. What do you have at this point today on Tuesday more confidence in? Because I am a little, you can sense the trepidation in my voice about, is this Niner offense and O-line going to be able to create 30 to 33, 4, 5 points a game? Can they take it up a level or two, getting Kittle back and Brock back, as opposed to this young defense to bend but don't break?
They're gonna need a lot of things to get better, I think. Hey, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. This Sunday night, the kickoff show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings will be live from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale, starting at 3 o'clock. They'll have all the early games on, and the beer garden will be rocking with a DJ and bartenders serving Gold Bar whiskey specials. If you're going to the game, you can sign up for the free shuttle to the stadium right now. First come, first served. So go to the Eventbrite page on our website, 957thegame.com, and sign up right now.
Are high-interest credit cards or personal loans weighing you down? Unlock gives homeowners a smarter option. With a home equity agreement, you can tap into your home's equity for cash today. There are no monthly payments. Here's how it works. Unlock provides funds upfront and in exchange shares in a portion of your home's future value. That means you keep control with the flexibility to use your equity your way. Pay off bills, invest in home improvements, or set aside savings for peace of mind. For thousands of homeowners, Unlock has been the key to moving forward without the pressure of another payment. Put your equity to work for you. Visit unlock.com to learn more about a home equity agreement. That's unlock.com to learn more.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Not available in all states. Actor Portrayal. Home equity agreements are offered by Unlock Home Equity Solutions, Inc. In certain states, NMLS number 2657081. Visit www.consumeraccess.org for more info.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
Still spending on search ads, hoping to capture new customers? The truth is, search reaches people who already know your brand and is rapidly being replaced by AI. If you want real growth, you need to get in front of new customers on streaming TV, where attention is high on their favorite programming. Viant has proven technology to reach the right customers on the best programming, delivering real outcomes. Want better results? Visit ViantCTV.com today.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
I spent 14 years in foster care, mostly in group homes. I slept in a lot of different rooms, but none of them really felt like mine.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a permanent home.
Now I have my own room, a place that's mine, and a family who loves and supports me.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapo Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Holy cannoli, this is crazy.
3 career farts in my 12 years on air.
Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's new. Steve. Whitley. That's new.
You know, he does not know who we are.
I made it up.
I got a picture on my face.
I know you got a picture, but he doesn't remember who we are.
I think you're wrong.
I don't think so.
We've been doing it for 8, man.
Yeah, but we don't see him a lot.
But
anyway, let me tell you what I'm going to do right now because it's who I am. I'm going to take one on the chin.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to take one on the chin and give Evan his props, but it's going to come at a cost. But go ahead. I denied saying something that apparently I said, And go ahead, Evan, stick it in my face right now. My big takeaway was...
Talk to me.
That may have been one of the greatest defensive performances by Draymond Green.
No, talk, man.
To my way of looking at that game, I'm pretty sure, and I was locked in.
Okay.
I don't think Giannis Antetokounmpo scored 1 point while he was guarded by Draymond Green.
He was 0 for 6. 0 for 6 with Dre on him.
He could absolutely do nothing.
Nothing. Oh, man.
Okay.
Like, go ahead. The floor is
So
yours.
there it is. Greatest defensive performances by Draymond Green. Yeah. And I was mistaken. I said that. I didn't think I said that. But here's the bigger lesson for all you guys out there. Now tell me I'm a Draymond hater. You can stick it up your Guglioni. I give him credit when credit is due. That I have never been more proud of my ability to be objective. And right there it is, ladies and gentlemen. That is the opposite of hater. That is how you assess play accurately. So, yeah, I was mistaken. I didn't think I went that far. But let that show you all out there that your boy Steiny, he knows how to give credit where it's due and when it's due.
I agree with you.
Thank you, D.
Well, hey, you're the spin doctor right now, but Evan, I got to tell you this, and Steiny, you're a part of it. This reminds me when I went to court and fought a traffic ticket and didn't know that they had video. So I ran a red light. So I'm up there saying I'm not guilty. They go play the video. I had the green Cadillacs, the video, Steiny, and there I go running the red light, and they go in front of everybody. Is that your car, Mr. Johnson? I said, oh, I ran the red light. I misremembered. No. It was so embarrassing. They went on to the next, Steiny, but that's how that sounded. Dude, he pulled up the audio.
You know what? I should never doubt that I may have forgotten something after that deposition that I had to give, where every fact that I thought I had was absolutely wrong.
Oh, boy. These young whippersnappers got it all, man.
One of the greatest defensive performances by Draymond Green. You know what? Can we make sure Draymond hears that at some point?
Yeah, when we get him on in 7 years.
He's got to come on this year.
He will when he's at TNT.
And
or whatever.
Hey, when we were at Pier 39, I did ask Fetsis, I said, Evan, my witness, Draymond did have DPOY in his hands at a juncture last year, Steiny.
I don't think he did.
And something happened. And I don't know if it was his play, but the narrative switched and he didn't get it.
I think it was on the morning of March 17th, 2025.
One of the greatest defensive performances by Draymond Green.
That's a 4.
Horace Bird with a very, very pertinent question on the YouTube chat. Hey, Evan, are you happy now?
I am. Okay. I am happy.
And that's all that matters.
Steiny. Sir, is that your Cadillac? And there I go right through the red light video. Yeah.
No, Apollo. Draymond has not been blacklisted from 95-7 the game. We'd be happy to have him.
And we've had him on.
But he just...
I'm going to shout out Brownie Blends.
I just remembered it so vividly because you're right. You don't say things like that very often. And when you did, I was like, maybe it was.
Can I give maybe I'll use a guru. I was drunk.
Well, no, use that one. I was drunk.
What, you don't think you ever said that? Thanks, Evan.
Oh, man. I'll tell you what, who's the last caller the Niner fan that said that?
My man, Flea.
Flea, and we had another one that just called us, talking about even in 1981. Remember he mentioned all the Niners, that he wanted playoffs.
Yeah, I think that was him.
No, Flea was before saying, come on. I didn't say that, but that's how I fan. But Steiny, wow, man. Hey, I get it, but, man. You were trying to put it like I said it, and I didn't like it.
Yep. What are you Warrior fans going to say now? Nobody talks more objectively about Draymond Green and the Golden State Warriors.
That's what you learned from that lesson,
now, huh? Absolutely. You know what, Evan? Thank you. Shut up, Evan. No. Thank you, Evan. I needed that to reaffirm that I am a straight down the middle guy. Thank you so much.
Yeah, people don't think that I help you out, but I'm trying to let people know who the real Steinmetz is.
But the way Ev came in and brought it up originally and said you said it, and a light went off. I go, he did say it. But he went
and I got to take this shot. I mean, it's unbelievable. I'll say, hey, any chance you could find that sound from Windhorse from 2 days ago? We talked about the Warriors and Giannis, and he's like, oh, boy, that's going to be tough. I don't know. It didn't come through, and but he can find something from 9 months ago. He can find something from 9 months ago.
My knowledge of drops and random old sound is like your knowledge of Bob Dylan lyrics.
All right.
Oh, man. That was
you know
pretty
what?
good, man.
Noted. That is noted. Where are we now? Right. Okay.
Warriors tonight too. Portland.
I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna watch a lot of sports today. Hey, how about this? Not for nothing. You know what? Something happened to me yesterday that's never happened to me before. Not happened, but I was exposed to something that I've never heard of this before. You ready?
Go ahead.
So I leave yesterday, and
I'll stay at 225.
Right, like I said, I had a networking obligation, and I'm sitting down talking at a restaurant with my friend Dave, and this couple comes in and they sit next to me. It's about 3:00.
All right.
And the woman says, "You gonna be showing the Falcons game?" And Dave goes, "Yeah, probably." She's like, "Yeah, I'm here to watch the Falcons." And I was like, I have never met an Atlanta Falcons fan in my life. Have you?
Yeah.
Do you know anybody that likes the Falcons?
Yeah.
You guys do?
Yeah. I got a friend named Maurice likes the Falcons. Yeah. Well, he's from Atlanta, Steiny.
Anyway.
But we could add 50 names to that list. You met a Mariner fan? I don't know one Mariner fan.
No, I don't think I do.
How about a Raven fan? Baltimore.
Yes, Baltimore Joe.
Oh, well,
my friend Baltimore
right.
Joe is from originally from there. Who else? Cardinals?
Matt Hefner. I used to work with him from St. Louis.
So he likes the Cardinals?
Yeah, from St. Louis.
Like, does anybody like the Cincinnati Bengals?
I can't.
Well, actually, I do know a guy who likes the Rick Bucher.
Rick.
He's from Cincinnati. Let's see.
How about Milwaukee Bucks? I've never met a Buck fan.
My buddy Dana.
So I know one too.
He likes all those teams.
You found out Dunleavy likes the Green Bay Packers.
I didn't know.
Yeah, we got it, but he had the AirPods in.
By the way, Raymond Ritter, the great Raymond Ritter, almost made one of the biggest mistakes he's ever made in his career as the president of communications.
Yeah, he wouldn't have been able to sleep.
I'll tell you it right now. We were supposed to have Mike Dunleavy on last week, and I was like, he's like, what you should ask him.
This is great.
To start out on a good foot. You should ask him about when he pitched in Dodger Stadium in high school in a state tournament game, and he went up against Brett Saberhagen, who later would win the Cy Young Award
Rolay
at least
for Leeds
once.
Relief Awards. Yeah.
I think you might be thinking of Quisenberry.
And I am.
Anyway, so I'm like, Dunleavy pitched it. He's like, yeah. I'm like, okay. Now we're 2 minutes from going on.
We're all juiced.
And Ritter, the phone's ringing. It's Ritter, and I'm almost not going to answer it because I'm going on the air. And he goes, hey, my bad. That was Steve Kerr. That was Steve Kerr who pitched at Dodger Stadium.
Steve was
against Saberhagen.
Yeah.
Yes. So that was, anyway. Hey, Sports Talk on 95.7. The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Coming up on the other side, we've got Crossover with Willard and Dibs.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, New Comcast business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we've believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
It's almost here, budget season. Are you trying to do more with less? You're not alone. Thousands of companies from $10 million to $300 million in revenue trust My Outdesk to solve staffing gaps, control costs, and accelerate growth. Whether you're scaling, cutting overhead, or battling turnover, My Outdesk's elite global talent helps your team move forward with confidence, fast. Book your strategy call and find out how much you could save. My Outdesk, where momentum meets results. Visit myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
It's football. You know, we're all going through something.
One of the greatest defensive performances by Draymond Green.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, crossover time with Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, the fellas.
What's up, guys?
Willard and Dibs. That's kind of nice. I'm happy to be here.
Sure.
Like,
that's right.
Yeah.
It's Dibs.
Yeah.
Hi, Dibs.
You know.
How was yesterday? We were like, was it scary?
Not scary, but it was like, you know, you get a flat and you go through the Bay Bridge Toll Plaza and you feel that brrr, and it's like, oh, Schmidt, Casey, I better pull over and just check. I mean, and you pull over, you check. Left front good, left rear good, right rear good, right front. Oh, no. We got ourselves a flat. So you have two choices. Either you pull out the jack and you, like, jack it up and you change it and you change it yourself, or you realize that you pay for AAA. And so you call AAA and AAA goes, oh boy, yeah, about that. Your membership lapsed 6 months ago. So you can pay now. Actually, we're going to have to send you over to membership. Meanwhile, vroom, 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 I'm on the shoulder and people are, you know, it's pouring rain and people are flying by me. And so I'm like, okay, do I get out and change it myself? Still no. And so you call and you get transferred to membership and they go, yeah,
oh my God,
it's going to be $99 for the year. And there's sorry about that. There's a $75, like, oh, you screwed up last minute charge. Do you want to pay that too? Fine. Yes, I'll pay it all. So you pay that. Meanwhile, here comes Caltrans, and shout out the young man on Caltrans.
Wow.
He pulls up behind me, and I'm thinking, is this going to be one of those classic tush pushes where they tush push you like however far? I'm not in a lane. I'm on the shoulder, and I get out, and it's just like sheets of rain. And he steps out, and he goes, what's going on? And I said, flat tire. He goes, I'll change it. Get in your car. And
that's why you got here so fast. I had you at least at 3.
Yep.
I said,
yep.
And I said the same thing. What? And he said, I'll change it. And I said, do you need my jack? He's like, you got a spare? I said, I have a spare. Get in your car. And so I get in my car and I call Nahegan and he's like, look. Are you going to need to take a day? Do I need to book? Somebody else look. I don't know what's going to go on. And I said, Caltrans is changing my tire. I'll be there at 2:30. You're the man. I'll see you soon.
Did you give him a 10 or a 20?
Did you get charged for it?
No, and I'm not going to tell you what I tipped him out.
But you gave him something.
Of course, I gave him a little taste.
If I know Dibs,
he gave us
he
something.
might have given him like 50.
That's why you got it. I go, I'm here to 315, 320.
Did you have to Venmo him? Do you have cash?
Do I have cash?
Do you? I know you do.
You know I have cash.
What would I have done, though, is the question.
Can I get your Venmo?
Seriously.
Can I sell you?
No, can I get your Venmo, and then I'll send your Venmo to someone else so they can Venmo you, because I don't have that either.
I have cash, and so the young man took care of me, and I was like, as he was, hey, hold on. And, thank you, sir. And he's back.
Class act, man.
And he rolls on, and, I'm driving on my donut, and I'm like, I wanted to get here, and I was hoping to get here by the crossover, but obviously there's no chance of that. But I got here by 2:20-ish. So there you go.
Great. You did great. So you didn't get his name.
Is that part of Caltrans' job, or did he do
when
you
you're
a
on
solid?
the bridge, they want you off. Yeah.
No doubt.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So they'll
I think
even
it's part of
change
his
a
job.
tire.
Yep.
Wow.
He changed the tire.
You know what?
I'm impressed.
Every once in a while, you realize, you know what? Society's not that bad. I mean, it's not great, but really, that's good to know.
It's great to know.
Just good to know.
Yeah. No, and and he came out and he was like, boom, jack it up, off go the lug nuts, and then
pouring rain.
Because that membership call would have been another 20, 30 minutes possibly. Longer. I would have been with you with him.
Yeah, you would have had an 8-hour shift.
Dude, 20 to 30. I mean, honestly, and I love AAA. I'm not going to disparage them. They've been very good to me. But when I called the person and they're like, oh, yeah, Yeah, it lapsed. Yeah. And I said, I've been a member for 28 years. And she paused. Pause.
Thank you for your...
I said, I've been a member for 28 years. Can I get a little grace here? Like 1997,
Pause.
I started being a member of AAA. And she was like, no. Let me send you over to membership. And then I hung up and I called back. And the second person I talked to was like, you've been a member for 28 years. We're going to take care of you. We're going to wipe away that $75. So
nice.
That's kind of where... Like customer service, sometimes it's like a dice roll.
Oh, there's no doubt.
It's kind of like last night, Buffalo in their game against Atlanta. It's like Buffalo should never lose to Atlanta in that spot. But you know what? Atlanta was better last night.
And they lost to New England at home, Buffalo. So,
yeah. And so we talked about this outside, Grandy and I, real quick, right before the show started. Like, and I'll ask all three of you as we pivot from my right front travails in the NFL. Who's good?
I got one team, and
Who's
it's going to
good?
shock you right now, and they're getting their guy back, but it's the Kansas City Chiefs. They were in the slow lane, now they're in the fast lane. I'm worried about them, Willard, but I think the NFC is wide the hell open. We talked about it today. I think it's truly wide open.
Want to know who's good?
Who's good?
Whoever we last saw be good.
So is that Tampa?
No.
Chicago?
We're idiots. All of us.
Jake Moody, ladies and gentlemen.
Now Kansas City is the best team in the NFL.
I never was
They're
down
9
on
days
them.
removed from losing to the Jaguars. They had a good game.
Yeah.
It's a week-to-week league. A lot of these teams are good. A lot of them are good. Buffalo's a little overvalued. That's their only problem.
But I just think Kansas City, they went to the Super Bowl last year, and lost.
Kansas City's good.
Yes.
Still don't know if they're going to make the playoffs. They're also a third-place club.
Willard, stop.
They're a
going
third-place
We got to
club.
bet. We like how we feel.
They're in third place.
You got me. But
if the season ended today, they ain't going. So anyway, I mean, a lot of these teams are good.
Yeah.
I think
who's good?
New England's good. Buffalo's good.
Detroit's good.
Indianapolis is good. I'm convinced. Jacksonville's good-ish. I think Denver is really good. The Chargers, if they're healthy, will be good.
That's an if, so we'll throw that out.
But they've lost their two best offensive linemen, and I don't. At least one of them, maybe both of them, are not coming back.
That's kind of my point about the question. Like, if you want to look 6 weeks in,
change. Yeah, it's
6 weeks
change.
in, what we've seen and what we know. Like, who's good? We thought Baltimore was good. Baltimore is not good because their quarterback is hurt.
9 days ago, Philadelphia is 4-0.
Lamar.
9 days ago, Philadelphia is 4-0 and leading the Broncos by 14 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And now we won't even put them on this list because then the next quarter and 5 days of their lives made them look silly. They're 4-2, their wide receivers chirpy, and now they're bad. But they could be good again. I mean, Detroit is good.
You know who I think's good? I think the Rams are good.
The Rams are good.
I think the Rams are good.
Well, I watched that Ram game. I know some interest in it against the Ravens, and that Raven defense was up into the end. Like they were in it.
I don't think Puka's playing this week.
Yeah, Jacksonville, right? Yeah,
in London.
And there are no wrong answers. I just was struck by talking to Grandy, and Grandy has a friend who does tiers at the end of the week. And this week, I believe he had just one tier with all 32 teams. Like,
that's great.
Because nobody knows. It's
that
very
is clever.
And so I just was wondering, like, what people thought about, like, who's good? Because the Niners are 4-2, but none of us think that they're good because they're all so broken, right?
So we think what if we do this now instead of doing it on the show? I looked up the fan graphs. That's a baseball thing.
Okay. Yeah.
But the NFL version of fan graphs.
Have them do it because I already got it wrong in the green room.
So here's what's fun about this. This is sort of like AI.
I completely messed it up.
This is
I'm
robotic.
fascinated with AI.
This is just math. This is take everything you know, because we think we're smarter than math, because we know that Fred Warner and Nick Bosa are hurt. Well, they don't know that. They're simply looking at
the schedule.
Where are you in the standings? What's your remaining schedule? Here's the mathematical odds, okay? So to win the Super Bowl, the math says the favorite is, who do you guys think? Go around the room.
From where they are now and
they are now, the remaining schedule, their chances of winning the division, how they would have to maneuver going forward.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Dibs?
I thought Detroit.
I was going to guess Tampa Bay.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah. All right, Goo got it. Okay.
All right, now's where it's going to. Let me tell you, this is going to get wonky fast. Who is number 2 in the entire NFL?
The Indianapolis Colts.
Dibs?
Yeah, the Colts.
Steiny?
They're 5-1.
Well, they're in a terrible, notoriously bad division. 5 who are they? The only one of 2 5-1 teams?
Steelers are 4-1.
I'll say the Steelers.
The correct answer is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, wow.
They're number 2.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Now I'll take Indianapolis.
Who's number 3? Now you'll go Colts?
Yeah, now I go Colts.
I'll take the Rams.
Okay.
I'm going to go Green Bay Packers.
It is the Indianapolis Colts. Steiny is 3 for 3. Now we get to 2 teams that are tied for 4th.
One's going to be the Eagles.
And one's the Niners.
Guru?
The Chargers.
The Eagles and the Niners.
Wow.
The Eagles and the... Have you noticed nobody has said we have not gotten to Bills, Chiefs, Lions, Packers. We've not gotten to the big biceps, so we think of the league. Y'all would be shocked. You want to know? Watch me get to the Buffalo Bills at 4-2. All with better mathematical probability of winning the Super Bowl this year. Bucks, Steelers, Colts, Niners, Eagles, Patriots, Broncos, Jaguars, Chargers, Seahawks, Packers, Rams, Falcons, Lions, then the Buffalo Bills.
So they're at the bottom of the 4-2 teams.
Correct.
For a reason. It must be their schedule's harder than everybody else's, and maybe their division
and they have a
isn't
loss,
as winnable.
They have a loss in their hip pocket against the Patriots, the other 4-2 team in their division.
Who saw that coming?
That's why the Niners are sitting up here tied for 4th because they've banked 3 division wins.
3-0.
Makes sense. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGZFM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. We talked a lot today about... should the 49ers try to do something? And here's where I'm going to start. Shanahan was asked about the aggressiveness of he and Lynch right now. I thought it was interesting.
Yeah, I don't think we were being that aggressive. We're looking for things that make sense for our team right now and in the future. Not having Fred makes that harder. But it's, I don't see a big difference between Sunday before that game started and today. It definitely hurts losing a guy like Fred, but in terms of people who are available that can improve our team for this year and next year, I don't see the situation that much different.
So what stuck out to me there were 2 things. One is they don't feel like there's any more urgency now than there was 4 days ago. But the other thing was something you said yesterday, which is they're not really interested in a rental. It doesn't feel like.
I wouldn't do that. Now, the other thing is you're asking him at week 6, and maybe 2 weeks from now they'll be 6-2.
Sure.
And then the calculus changes a little bit. But I would firmly, this is just me, I would push against the idea of moves that go all in on this year.
Yeah.
Even with a good record. I just think that that's poor management of an organization. And
what's the theme behind that? Your energy behind that thought, just about what you think they are personally?
Well, I think that they have arrived. They've been trying to tell us for all year, all offseason, and I think for the next couple of years, they're really pushing against this idea of, as Dibs would call it yesterday, F them picks.
Okay.
Their drafts.
I got you.
Their drafts are super important right now. And I'm going to argue or debate with anybody, and I've heard a bunch of them call you guys today with the whole, the Niners suck at the draft, so who cares? Let's take, that's not where they are in their evolution. I'm not a window is closed guy, but in their evolution, they're at a spot where they need to start bringing in some inexpensive, talented players to replace guys who are getting older. Yeah. So I'm not saying you can't give up a pick or 2 or whatever, but I wouldn't be flippant about that at all.
Where I am now this morning looking at what Richard Sherman said on his podcast about the offensive line, which is The interior is really, really bad, and we're going to play it during our show. And it's really the center. He didn't want to call out the center. Jake Brendel.
He put up a video of Brendel not blocking for McCaffrey.
Right. And Dominic Pooney is having a bad year, and Connor Colby's a rookie who's not doing great. Your tackles are doing fine. We can look at Trent and look at plays where he's missing. That happens. And actually, McKivitz quietly has had a good year over there at right tackle, but your interior has been so bad that you can't run the ball. So, you go out there and you trade for a pass rusher. Well, you still can't run the ball. Absolutely. And you trade for a linebacker. You still can't run the ball. And you can't trade for a center who's really good because the really good centers are on really good teams, and those guys don't become available. So if you want to talk about like draft capital, then this past year they spent their top 5 picks on defense. How about this year?
No doubt.
You spend your top 5 picks on the offensive line.
Totally agree.
Because that's where you have the biggest need.
Yeah.
So,
no doubt.
But that's not until March.
Yeah, right.
So in the meantime, you're going to have to just eat it.
And what you guys... Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I don't know if it's eat it. Like, to me, and this is what you and I were debating yesterday, Dibs, I really think that this is a middle ground trade deadline. And some people, people don't like it. Farhan moves on the margins, things like that. But I think that you owe it to a team with a good record to help them, but you owe it to your organization to not pants yourself to go after a Super Bowl with multiple stars no longer on the team.
Look yourself in the mirror for real.
You got to also be, right? You have to run your organization.
Yeah.
And it would be stupid for them to mortgage the future at a time where they have just put $265 million that's going to kick in next year into a quarterback and mortgage everything that they need to build around him going forward to chase this year because you've snuck out with some close wins.
Now, I watched both. I almost got jumped here. You guys missed this from the callers and Steiny. And these words didn't come out of my mouth. I told the story. So I was with some what I deem diehard Niner fans, watching both games yesterday, and they were distraught. It was everything you talked about when you asked me how did you feel, from a fan standpoint with Fred Warner. And they were saying, and I said it to air, that they almost, to get a 9th pick in the draft as opposed to the 23rd pick, they were like, we're going nowhere this year. If we make the playoffs, we're bounced in the first round. I'm just watching this ping pong of it, and I go, oh, my God, I'm Mr. Playoffs or Die. So we had Flea call me, jump me as if I said it. Another caller from Vallejo say, he's a Niner fan from 1981. If you could get to the playoffs and the experience for the defense, and I agree with all that, but Steiny was incredulous about there's no Niner fan that looks at it like, I said, well, we did that when the Giants all these past years. Was it really? They're not going to win the World Series. Is it worth it to make it, retool, rebuild? But I almost needed security, and I had to say, Dibs, like I'm saying now, Willard, I didn't say it. I'm just telling you what some Niner fans said in front of him while I was there.
I never understand it. I never do, and I get it that that's sort of the way I fan, and everybody gets to fan the way
playoff or die.
I never understand the kick the season guy. What a weird, like, what are y'all doing here?
Steiny said they're not fans.
If you want to kick the season, then go on vacation. Warriors start next week. You can watch something else if you want.
Tonight.
No one's making you watch the games. I'm not going to kick the next 3 months of my sports life at 4-2 because you've decided that something that could happen can't happen. Like Dibs and I talked about this last week. I never, the whole thing that makes sports special is the thing that we don't think is going to happen happens.
Baker Mayfield on line 1.
Steph Curry's entire career.
Wow.
Again,
Brock Purdy.
I'm not saying you mortgage yourself
I got it.
in that effort, but don't leave.
Yeah.
don't go on vacation. Let's do this. Let's see what happens next.
Yeah, to me, it's I don't know if it's simple, but I think it's straightforward. You're 4-2 now. The trade deadline's after the next 3 games. So you got 3 games before the deadline. You'll have 9 games there. So, or let's just say 8. It gives you a week or so. I mean, you may be 4-4 at that point and think, you know what, we see where this is going. All right, well, that'll lead you in one direction. What if you're 6-2? Well, then maybe you do want to get some reinforcements in here because now you're knocking, now you're close to 10 wins in a playoff spot maybe.
I don't see the 49ers in any way, shape, or form, even if they were to lose the next 3 in a row, selling. Because I don't even know who would.
I got you.
Well, how do you sell?
Well, that's what
what are you going to get back?
I had that same question.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I had that same question too. Like, what does that look like?
You know what I mean? Like, the only person that pops to mind that the Niners would be like, this is a proven player who, in theory, you could have is Brandon Ayuk, and that's not going to happen because A, he makes too much money, and B, I don't think we're even going to see him play before the trade deadline.
Oh, that's, yeah.
You know what I mean?
There was a false story about him yesterday. I was like, oh, what's he mad? And he wasn't even mad. That was
got
false.
weird, didn't it? I guess he never.
What a word.
Someone said he never by the way, for people who don't know, this was like the story got generated that he unfollowed the 49ers on Instagram.
Upset.
And I don't think he follows the Niners on Instagram, but I guess I heard, and I don't know, but I heard he never refollowed them from when he unfollowed them last summer. I don't know that he was ever following them. And he's still.
Well, he's not mad. He's trying to get back.
He's got a link under his name to his 49er page on the website. That's still there. So that counts.
I mean, like what? In a way, he's on the Niners. He knows what's going on.
Yes.
He doesn't really need to follow him.
No, that's a good point. He's like,
he's in the know.
I don't need to see your pictures.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Right.
I'm here. I'm in the locker room right now. I don't know. Whatever. But
I mean, he's there, but is he there? And when will he be there? And meanwhile, you've got Jawan Jennings playing with 5 broken ribs.
What did you make of him letting us know that?
You don't talk about it. Like, you don't talk about it. And that's just the code. Whatever. I come in here with a flat tire and I do 7 minutes on it. And that's because that's what we do.
Yeah.
And I'm a sports talk radio host who got a flat tire, and I've done, more time on that than I probably should have, but it's what we do. It's content, and we're all like normal people. But when you're a football player, you're a gladiator, and you have 5 broken ribs, you don't talk about it. Like
anything to do with, I'm watching a guy just picked up off the street, Kendrick Bourne, for the second week in a row, get umpteen catches and umpteen
that's what I
yards.
said to Mark. Like he's
human.
If I was going to put myself into that, it was not about Kendrick Bourne, it was about Demarcus Robinson. So Demarcus Robinson, and actually you guys
Only
talked
2
about
catches,
this
though.
earlier. Yes, but and you guys talked about, you didn't see it on the broadcast. You actually saw it on the broadcast. You saw a quick glimpse of it on the broadcast where D-Rob goes out and he has a drop, and then they cut to Shanahan, and you can see Shanahan turn to Jennings and pull the mic down, and he starts to
I got it.
He starts to go bark, bark, bark.
Yeah.
And then the camera cuts back to the next play, and the next play is Demarcus Robinson goes for, I think, 34 or 31 yards. And, the argument continued with Jawan and Shanahan. But you could actually see a little bit of it on the broadcast. And then whatever happens, happens. And they go in the locker room and they come out. And the first play from scrimmage, Jawan Jennings, false start on that first snap after he was hot for whatever reason. And I bet it was not because, hey, Kyle, my ribs really hurt. It was more like, Kyle, why am I not out there? It's a 2-minute drill. I've got no targets yet. Throw me the ball. I can drop it like he does.
But we talked about the divas, right?
I don't know the specifics of it, but to me, you can't convince me that he's not feeling sorry for himself. That's why you say, I have 5 broken ribs and a shoulder and, a knee and all the things that he's got. You say that. This is after, again, what do we know? We know that he was ticked all off season. We know that there was some sort of an embellishment of a calf injury. We know that he missed camp. We know that he's now playing hurt. We know that he's not getting targets. We know that people off the street now have 300 yards the last 2 weeks.
There we go, man.
And he's yelling at Kyle Shanahan on the sideline, and then he's telling reporters the thing that players never tell reporters.
Steiny said
that all adds up to he's feeling sorry for himself.
And what did you say yesterday? You weren't, no fault of your own. You weren't in practice catching balls from anybody.
When were you going to build rapport with Mac Jones? He has rapport with Kendrick Bourne.
Yeah.
There was only one time to do that. It was during camp. You skipped it.
Can this offense get to 30 or more if they need to for this team to be successful? If you expect maybe just a tick back from the D, can they up it? And am I living in la-la land thinking the run game is going to be better when Kittle comes back Sunday night?
No, if he comes back, I think it will be. But the answer to can they ever score 30 is if their offensive line plays better. And if that's Kittle, then that's Kittle. But that's
You're
how
running out of ifs, though,
that's
right?
how that's how you score points. You get great play from the offensive line.
Oh,
Hey,
nice
Jess, what do you got,
Steiny? Is that new?
It's not raining anymore.
PWC.
No.
Price Waterhouse, but I don't know what the C
That's
is now.
not sharp.
Clearing.
Yeah.
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 A little
You look
swag.
good. Oh.
Hey, you all bundled up.
Yeah, look at him.
Oh,
my
you see
man.
yesterday?
It's chilly. Yeah, but it's not raining
Is it
anymore.
a little chilly?
It's chilly.
Okay.
It's got a little.
The sun's out.
All right. Sun's out, guns out. Hey, what do you got coming up? Any guess?
It's Fat Tuesday.
Cosell?
Didn't know that.
Yeah,
it's Wednesday, Scoop.
Cozell's Wednesday. Fat Tuesday. The Niners have a problem with an offensive line. We're going to have offensive linemen on.
Randy Cross.
Schlereth at 3,
Okay.
Feliciano at 5, Fat Tuesday.
This Feliciano guy is taking off.
And his
Have
daughter.
you noticed?
Well, I would be on YouTube to watch him because
that's the best part.
Because some people
Keep
call
it down.
Some people call him Large Spadoni.
Oh, do they call him?
They do. They call him Large Spadoni. And if you're on YouTube, you will hear the 2 or 3 or 4 times that he cusses, which will happen. But if you're listening on radio,
Take the over.
Grandy's
All
going to
right.
dump that.
Big day from
But if you're on
Grandy coming
YouTube, you can hear the potty mouth from Tennessee.
Grandy's a good finger.
All right, gents. Well, have a good one and have it right here on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, let's go. Let's do this. Here we go, Tuesday. Fat Tuesday. And don't tell them that I said that.
Man, I
Don't
thought it was
tell
actually
them.
Fat
No.
Tuesday.
It's not actually Fat Tuesday. But I'm trying to do whatever I can to make Tuesday fun because you know that we think that Tuesday
stinks.
It's the worst day of the week, but
No doubt.
but your tires all stayed on today.
Yeah, so far.
So it's doing better than Monday.
Well,
at
I got a
least.
loaner. My car's in the shop again.
Well,
so,
is it out 4 tires?
Yep.
Did it work?
Yeah.
You're here.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's ride.
On Bart. Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it is. But don't, please, hey, YouTube people, don't tell them that I said it's Fat Tuesday.
Man, you called him fat.
Well, no, just I called the day fat. PHAT if you want.
There you go.
We could do that.
Well, there's an actual Fat Tuesday.
I know.
I don't think that's today. I don't know when that is.
It's right. It's Mardi Gras, right? It's like right before Mardi Gras or something.
No, it's before Mardi Gras,
Yeah.
but I don't know when Mardi Gras is.
I don't either.
Yeah.
I think that it's always like it happens.
Yeah,
but
I've
if you
been
go
there.
to New Orleans, it's just happening at all times. I've never been to New Orleans.
You've never been to New Orleans?
No, it's one of the
Oh,
two.
my
It's one of the
goodness.
two major
Okay.
American cities that I like really want to go to.
That in Boston?
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. And I was supposed to go to New Orleans, and then them silly Orange Bowl people. Did you know that there's like, and I know the bowl games are all different now, but there's like a draft. There's an at-large draft for those BCS, what they used to call the BCS bowls.
Right.
And one year when I was working at USC, they had their flights, their hotels, everything was all set. They're like, we're going to the Sugar Bowl. And it was one of the Carson Palmer years or whatever. And I'm like, all right, cool. Like, I've never been to New Orleans before. And then out of nowhere, that draft thing happens, and the Orange Bowl people with the Blazers shocked everybody, and they drafted USC to come play Iowa. And we went to South Beach instead, which was also great.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, it was also great.
Yep.
But I've still never been to New Orleans.
February is Mardi Gras.
Oh, exciting. It's
you got
coming
that
soon.
coming up. Yeah. It's actually the Tuesday. Fat Tuesday is the Tuesday after the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Like 2 days after the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
And don't we have do we have Monday? Did they do it this year? Is it right leading up to President's Weekend?
No, actually, then this would be, I guess, 10 days after, because President's Day, I think, is the Monday, and then Fat Tuesday is the next day.
No, that's what I'm saying. Did people okay, so you're saying the Super Bowl is not up against that this year?
No, I don't think so.
Because I thought this year was the year they finally did get the Super Bowl. Is the Super Bowl on the 8th or the 15th? Granny, were you looking
It's on the
up?
8th. Yep, the 8th.
Okay. All right.
Yep. So Fat Tuesday is 9 days later.
Next year. It's next year. It's in 2027. I heard. Okay. Did you hear about this? We're off on such a tangent, but this is
so
fun.
Many. Yep.
This is fun. Just everybody put this in your hip pocket, hippity hop to the hip, because you're going to need to know this now. Not this season, but next season. The 2027 Super Bowl is on President's Day weekend. So we have the day off after the Super Bowl. Here's the problem. Want to know what date the Super Bowl is actually on?
I'm just looking at it right now. Yep.
No way.
Oh, yeah.
Yes way. Good luck, men. It's on February 14th. Have a day. Honey, what do you want to do tonight? How about if you have all my friends over so we can get drunk? Yeah.
Dude,
Happy
seriously.
Valentine's Day.
Yeah. Valentine's Day. Don't get me started on Valentine's
I won't.
Day.
You'd be wrong.
I won't. But anyway.
Valentine's Day can be moved. The Super Bowl cannot.
It's going to be.
You're not going to record the Super Bowl because it's Valentine's Day.
Next year, the February 15th is Valentine's Day.
Wrong.
Or 13th.
That's my half birthday.
Oh, God. How many of those do you have?
Just one.
Feels like they're always a month away.
It's February 15th every year.
All right, let's get back. Let's put the train back on the track.
Let's try.
Well, here's what I would love. I want to dip my toe in the water on this, and we would really love, until Schlereth's going to be here at 3. Until then and after that, we'd love to hear from you and give us a quick answer, and then you can support your take. Are the 49ers still in the window? Is the window open or closed? And there's a bunch of reasons why we're asking, and we'll get to all of the things, the offensive line investment and the trade deadline and all of the things that will matter here. But what I keep hearing a lot of people say when they either call this station or engage on social media and they're talking about whether or not the Niners should do this, that, or the other at the deadline, the person that often does not want them to do anything at the deadline is like, the window's closed. The window is closed. And I know what you mean by that. I think that if that's your take, you mean Trent is getting old, Christian is getting older, George is getting older, and Fred and Nick are now in the midst of major, major injury. And if you view that as your core, and I think you should, I get people saying the window is closed. I don't look at it that way. I feel like Kyle Shanahan and the Niners don't believe in the window. In other words, football is not like the NBA, where when Steph Curry retires, all right, got to start over now. Football, you can do things on the fly. You can, here we go, 2 timelines. I don't think it's 2 timelines. There's always just a timeline. But there are years, like now, where you have to start hitting on draft picks and bring in new young talent and have them replace guys who are going to be on their way out. But that's not a total rebuild, and I would never call the window closed for any organization that likes its quarterback. If you like your quarterback and you want to pay your quarterback, then you're in the middle of trying to win. So that's how I would answer it. But 888-957-9570, how would you answer that when someone says, is the 49ers window opened, closed, or you can throw a third answer in there of closing, or, I don't know, N/A, like you can do whatever. How would you answer it? Is the window open or is it closed?
Like, what's the window? Is the
Super
window
Bowl
this year?
Yeah, right. Just here we are. It's what is it? It's October 14th.
Yeah.
Is the window open?
For the Super Bowl, no.
Yeah.
The window's closed.
It is.
If you can, like, fancy yourself as a playoff team, yeah, the window's open for that. But for you to make the playoffs and, like, really go through and win and beat all these other good teams, I don't think you can do that now. So the window, for me, is more about, like, next year. And so next year, can Bosa come back and be healthy and good enough? I don't know if he can. Kittle's going to be 32, and he's starting to wind down, and McCaffrey's getting to where he's starting to wind down, and Fred Warner will be coming off a major ankle surgery. He can be back, and he can be as good as he can be. Your quarterback's going to make $53 million. So for this year, right now, I don't think that your window is open. I don't know if it's totally ironclad, closed, shut, but I look at what they have right now and take Nick out and take Fred out. What you have right now is an offensive line that's not very good. You have a defense that's super young without its two best players, and you've got a quarterback who, when he comes back, is going to still be trying to work through a major toe injury.
So I don't know that, I think those are all fair answers. I don't know that when we talk about in sports, the window, a championship window, it's ever whittled down to 1 year. When I say we're talking about now, I just mean answer from the perspective of here we are now. But the window is a larger thing than any 1 year. So, in other words, because, in fact, someone just hit us on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. 925, thank you for listening and texting in, says the Niners are in a complete rebuild after the slew of injuries this year, or else this will be Warriors 2.0. I totally get the sentiment. Just my way of thinking, I don't think the word rebuild exists in the NFL unless there's one caveat to that. And you know exactly what it is.
Yeah, new coach, new GM, new quarterback.
Yep, We're rebooting.
Agreed.
The New York Giants are in a rebuild, and it looks like they might have found their dude.
Maybe.
And now you build around that guy. But that's how I've, in recent times, since the Niners' appearance in the Super Bowl, when people go, oh, that was their chance, the window's closed, I go, no. You have a quarterback. You have a quarterback. You have a coach. You have a GM. And you paid that quarterback. That just means they need to do a really good job of filling out the roster around that person. And we can have a healthy conversation as to whether or not they've done that to this point.
Sure.
I know a lot of people, you're like, oh, they're terrible at the draft. It's like, they're not terrible at the draft. Last year's draft looks like it was pretty good. This year's draft, I don't know. It's intriguing at least at this point.
All right.
But that's their job. That to me is not a rebuild.
No, it's a retool. Is what it is.
That's just NFLing. That's on a yearly basis. Right. We try to build the roster again.
But if you look at the future, if they're not going to win the Super Bowl this year, and I don't think that you believe they are, I certainly don't think that they will, and the odds will tell you that they are not a great candidate to do so. So you look at next year, and your left tackle is going to be 38, and he needs to be replaced. And your pass rusher is coming off another ACL, and I don't know how good he'll be. And your tight end, who's a real difference maker, we don't even know how good he'll be when he comes back this year.
Yeah.
Your running back's getting older. And so when you look at all these other key pieces on your team, even your fullback that you use more than any other team, he is quietly getting older.
Absolutely.
So as you start to think about not a rebuild, but a retool, you've got about 6 or 7 or 8 different players who you need to replace over the course of the next year or two, while your quarterback is now, growing into being a franchise guy.
No doubt, but I'll remind everybody how quickly those kinds of things can happen in the NFL. The last time the 49ers had a left tackle who they loved and needed to replace, they did it overnight. Joe Staley was leaving.
But that was incredibly unique.
Yes, it was. But these things can happen.
They can.
A lot of the great players, like Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey, were both overnight, boom, you're on the team, let's ride. And now all of a sudden, you're going for it. And if the Niners are moving salary around with the way they're kind of behaving right now, does that make them open to be able to be a team that, again, takes advantage of situations like that down the road? Maybe. I don't see that as impossible. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Austin and James, you'll be first up. But let's get this conversation going right now. We'll take your calls. How do you see the window for the Niners? Open, closed, or do you want to throw a different answer in there? That's fine too. 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls right now. This Sunday kickoff show, Lone Neo, Evan Giddings live, Laughing Monk, Sunnyvale, starting at 3 o'clock. All the early games, late games too, beer garden with a DJ, bartenders serving up Gold Bar whiskey specials. And if you're going to the game, you can sign up for that free shuttle, which is a great idea, but it's going fast, first come, first serve. The Eventbrite page on our website is where you go to sign up, 957thegame.com. Sign up now. We're also sponsored by Moderna, and it's Willard and Dibs.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
This is Greg Nemitz from the Autism Society. The Pettinelli Financial Golf Tournament raised over $100,000 for our organization. Thank you, sponsors, players, volunteers, and thank you, Pettinelli Financial.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, that's a great question because I think that, it's a great question and a hard question to answer.
On 95.7 The Game.
Fat Tuesday. Don't tell anyone I said it. I'll deny it. But, yeah, the Niners have offensive line problems, so we're bringing in the offensive line.
Well, and maybe a couple of these guys could come in and help. I know one of them who might be close enough to where
I think he'd like to.
Mungo. I don't know if he would like to, but I think he's available too.
Oh, he would like to. Yeah. Shut up.
Well,
yeah. Shut up. That's our guy.
Yeah, and Richard Sherman in his podcast talks about the interior offensive line and how they're kind of messing it up. Like, if they were not so bad, and I'm paraphrasing, but they're the problem right now.
Well, here, you want to hear it?
I do want to hear it. I've heard it twice, but I want to hear it again.
This is from the Richard Sherman podcast on the Niners O-line.
The interior offensive line was the issue late in the game. And I knew that would be the Achilles heel for this team. But it's not just on the passing plays, not just from the pass protection standpoint. It's ridiculous on plays that are set up successfully. You got guys in space. All you got to do is block your guy. Get in the way. Christian McCaffrey, let him do his work. And you can't even do that. And that's where it's starting to become devastating to this offense because you can draw up the perfect play. But if you have guys that are incompetent, unable to get the job done, unable to block people, unable to block linebackers, then you can't run these plays. And you should be able to expect your center and your guards to be able to get out in space and get up on Levante David is an incredible player, all pro bowl, big time guy, been playing for a long time. I got a ton of respect for him, but you should be able to at least be able to get in his way. He shouldn't be able to shock shed and tackle Christian McCaffrey right where they were. And I think that's happened throughout the season on plays that are drawn up well. And we're looking at the center, get up on guys, and just whiff.
Woo. I mean, he called them incompetent.
You shouldn't be able to shock shed.
You got to be real careful when you say that fast, by the way. But anyway, go ahead.
I mean, Grandy's already ready for John Feliciano coming up at 5. But the defensive linemen come up.
Don't test me.
They shock you. They shock shed. They shock you. They put hands on you. And now you go back. And then they get hands on you again. And they shed you. And now you're in the hole. And here comes McCaffrey hoping that up. Hopefully my guard and my center were able to not get shock shed. And hopefully they were able to get to the second level. And if you move, like Vita Vea is a big guy, shout out Milpitas High School. But if you can move him a little bit over and then you have a run going up the middle, then McCaffrey can at least get through that line and get to the second level, make a linebacker miss, or you get a guard out there to make a block, and now you've got an explosive. And I'm looking at all the run plays that McCaffrey had, and most of them were, like he's talking about, shock shed. Like, the Bucs were able to shock your line, shed your block, and then now McCaffrey's running into a sea of, should be creamsicle, but it wasn't.
It's a big word. Incompetent. It's whoa.
Yep.
It's one thing to struggle, have a hard time with execution. Incompetent? Like, if you're working in a company and someone at a high level decides you're incompetent, you get fired. Like, that's how that works. Sherman was like, I don't mean to call out one guy, but let me go ahead and call out one guy.
People looking at PFF grades and things like that, and I hate to harp on one guy, but it's been incredibly debilitating to this offense consistently. And there are plays that are drawn up for bigger gains that you can't get because one guy, throws a fly in the soup. And that's something they're going to have to address this offseason, no question about it. If they go again, like I said last year, if they go again with this same lineup, they're costing their team and they're leaving guys out to dry. And they're wasting Christian McCaffrey's years because he's making plays that could go the distance, could be bigger gains, but it's one guy every time that's throwing a fly in the soup. So that's something I'm sure Kyle Shanahan has addressed and will continue to address. They don't have an answer in-house right now. Maybe they try to address it at the trade deadline, but again, that's not a position you really bring somebody in and change things.
Now, he never says it, but he's talking about Jake Brendel. Is that correct, Randy?
I assume, yeah.
He's talking about the center, Jake Brendel.
Yeah. I mean, one guy. And a lot of times on any given play, it's one different guy. And if you want to look at the PFF grades, and he's talking about PFF grades and whatever, he doesn't really give that much credence to it, and he's right to not do that. But if you look at the PFF grades for the season for their 5 offensive linemen, Trent is mostly good, and McKivitz is mostly good, and then your center and your 2 guards are mostly bad. And I know Connor Colby's a rookie. Dominic Pooney's the one that's a little bit of a head-scratcher for me. And you watch that game on Sunday, and he had a couple of whiffs. He had a false start, a critical false start on a 4th and 1. And then the center, Jake Brendel, if you can't control that middle of the line, the A-gap, as we like to call it, the 2 A-gaps, if you're getting A-gap, a lack of control, then you've got no chance to do anything.
No quarterback can handle pressure straight up the middle. No quarterback. I mean, unless you want to just have somebody scrambling for their life all the time. Like, sure, Lamar Jackson and Jaden Daniels can handle that better than most, but that's the pressure from the edge. You can roll out, you can step up in the pocket, you can do some things. If that pressure's coming straight up the middle, especially if you're Mac Jones with an injured leg, you're dead. You're dead, and you're going to get sacked more than 5 times in a game, which is exactly what happened. Let's go to Austin in Redwood City. Hey, Austin, thanks for the call. What's up?
Hey, not much. Just chilling, listening to you guys.
Sweet, man. Thanks. What's on your mind?
Hey, so the window from the Super Bowl is still open. Last time I checked, 4-2, not 2-4. So that window was still open. But to address the defensive line and the offensive line, man, hey, there's some things we got to move on from. Next season, this might be both the last season with us. He may not play next year. The following year for us, we got to make some type of trades. It's a rebuilding defense, basically. We got rid of Hufanga. We got rid of Greenlaw. We got rid of Armstead. It's about time. The window's closed. We got rid of Debo. The window is getting there. But as far as this season, the window's still open to be 4-2.
Interesting, Austin. Thanks. No, go ahead. You had more?
And one more. Not only that, Christian McCaffrey, he doing this thing. But at the end of the day, man, you got to hold him back from himself. We got to give Robinson some touches, give some Robinson touches like they did Mason's. Where's Mason's touches at? Give that to Robinson so we can, the door hold up for Christian McCaffrey for the end of the rest of the season.
Austin, thanks. Yeah, the touch thing with Christian, I don't know, man. I'm
done with it.
I get where everyone is. Me too. I get where everyone's coming from. You're not wrong. I hear you. I don't know what everybody is supposed to do about it. You want to bring in a worse player to execute important plays? Okay. If you want,
whatever.
Brian Robinson is not Christian McCaffrey. By the way, he's not even Jordan Mason.
Not even to execute important plays, but to execute any plays. And you know what? I'm done with it. And I live with a 3-year-old, and I do breakfast every morning. And if you don't want to eat, don't eat. You want to be hungry? Be hungry, and I'm going to take you to school, and if you want to throw yourself on the carpet at 10:15, that's going to be on you and sadly on them, and they get paid to deal with you, but you're not doing it. And so with Brian Robinson Jr., I want him to get more touches. They don't want him to get more touches, and they don't want him to eat his breakfast. So you know what? I'm done with it.
Yeah.
Give McCaffrey the ball every single time.
I look at it a little bit differently. I don't think that coaches in the league go into games the way we do. I don't think that they go, all right, we got to keep Christian under 20 touches, so let's sub in Brian here and here and here. The game evolves as you're playing it. You don't know if you're going to be down 7-0, 14-0. You don't know if you're going to be up 7-0, 14-0. Do you want to know why the 49ers keep putting McCaffrey in the game? They want a first down. They want a first down. That is how, in the moment, I believe the thought process to be. They want a first down. And if there's somebody that gives them a way better chance at a first down than someone else, that person goes in the game if he's healthy enough to do so. Is that going to wear him out? It might. It might. I do think, I think it's somewhat funny, though, that we're gonna worry about Christian wearing down and getting hurt in the face of all of these other players getting hurt who, in some cases, are younger than Christian, and they're not experiencing the reps that Christian is experiencing. I don't know if any of you have looked at your fantasy roster lately. Everybody's hurt. Everybody is getting hurt. You just played a team that is, by the way, Ibuka, multiple games.
Yep.
Multiple games. Bucky Irving, not coming back yet next week.
Yep. Evans, Godwin.
Yep. All out.
And I told you, keep your eyes on K. Dotton. And he had a nice game, 5 catches.
Yeah. He had a nice game.
He was more impactful than Jake Tonjes.
Yes, he was.
More impactful than Luke Farrell.
Well, the Bucs offense was more impactful than the 49ers offense.
I mean, not really. If you look at the time of possession, Niners. Overall yardage, Niners.
Yeah, time of possession does nothing for me when you huck the ball over everybody's head and get a touchdown in 2 seconds.
Well, I mean, the Niners had explosives as well.
Not as explosive.
Honestly, the game offensively was pretty balanced. It was pretty even, but the Niners had 2 turnovers, and that was the ball game. The thing about Brian Robinson Jr., he had 5 snaps. 5.
Yep.
And that is where, okay, you trade for a guy, you trade a 6th-round pick, which is not a lot, but it's a pick. It's draft capital, and he gets 5 snaps. Can we not come up with something where they can be out there together, where you can have 2 running backs on the field at the same time, and you can scheme it up a little bit differently? I don't know.
Look,
that to me is where I get frustrated.
Well, but here's where this is how I would answer it. I've got to give the Niners, and maybe you could just say, well, then it was a bad move, and I'd hear you. But I got to give the Niners some room for, you know what? Maybe he's not as good as they thought he was. Like, does he look good to you when he's on the field?
He doesn't get a chance to play.
No, but when he does, here's the evidence.
Yeah, he looks all right.
He looks, very mid,
right?
Whatever.
I mean, is he as good as, I don't know, Jake Tonjes catching the ball?
It's a totally different position.
Right, but you put Juszczyk out at tight end, and you've got Brian Robinson for 5 snaps. How is he supposed to show you what he exactly is?
Again, this is the same thing that we talk about all the time when people want to see draft picks. It's like, we haven't had a chance to see him. They do. They're with them every single day. I think the evidence is everywhere with the other running backs behind Christian. They're disappointed. Isaac Guerrero can't get on the field, and now they won't even let him return kicks. And did you notice who they subbed in to return kicks?
Yeah, Brian Robinson.
Yep. And they don't stick you in to return kicks if they're worried about your health and being involved in the every down offense. That's not where they put you because it's super dangerous and physical and violent. So, this is just me. I haven't heard this, but I'm looking at their behavior. I don't think they're very impressed with Brian Robinson. And so they're trying to get first downs. And they like Christian's chances to do that,
of course,
a lot better than Brian's.
So Christian plays 64 snaps, and he wound up with, 24, I think,
whatever
touches overall.
Sure.
And so, he had 17 rushes. He had 7 catches. So actually 8 targets, 25 of his 64. He got the ball his way, thrown or carried. And when Brian Robinson's out there, he had 5 plays. So, can you put him out there for more? Can you give him more? Instead, what you have is you've got Demarcus Robinson for a handful. You've got Jawan Jennings, who's mad. You've got Jake Tonjes, who wasn't targeted. I'm just looking at what they're doing offensively, and it's all Christian, and I get that, but maybe you want to try to, mix it up a little bit.
I mean, if you want 2nd and 8 instead of 2nd and 6, again,
with Christian, you're getting 2nd and 8.
Okay, then maybe you get 2nd and 10. I'm just going based on what I think they think. it doesn't look like you're right. His numbers are going down, not up, as he gets to know the offense better.
Well, I don't think he's not getting chances, and they're not always right. No. You put Sky Moore out there to return kicks, and how's that working out for you? Are they right about that?
I think you're misunderstanding what I said. Why his numbers are going down? His snap total is going down,
and his numbers are also going down.
Right,
you're right.
The snap total is going down.
Right.
As he gets to know the offense better, that tells me they're not very impressed with him.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
All I'm saying is you went out and traded for him.
I understand
and now you don't believe in him, and you drafted Isaac Garendo, and he is healthy as a daisy, and yet you don't believe in him. So
there's your argument.
Maybe the problem is you.
Yes, you made bad
Deebo
moves.
Samuel on a Monday night is looking spry, and he looks great, and yet you got rid of him. And so, personnel-wise, you brought in Brian Robinson, and you don't trust him. You brought in Sky Moore, and God, please stop letting him return kicks. You drafted Isaac Garendo,
no one else
and
can do it.
Can't play.
Right.
So
they're bad moves.
These are bad moves.
But you don't want them to try to justify the moves by putting them on the field more if they're not playing well, do you?
I don't know if they're playing well because I don't get to see them.
But they do.
Don't think that they're playing well.
They don't. Right. They're in practice every day, and they don't like what they're seeing.
And that's fine.
Yeah.
And
And again, I don't know. That's not a report. That's my judgment based on what I'm seeing them do.
I'm no expert, and they're football experts, and I'm not. And you've got Jawan Jennings, who is yelling at the coach, and he played in 77% of the snaps, and he got 3 targets in the game.
Yeah.
And so whatever.
That's not on Kyle. That's on the function of the offense and Jawan and Mac. It's clear Mac is looking for Kendrick.
Right.
You're looking for him.
It's on all of them.
Yeah.
It's on all of them. And they're all frustrated. You don't have George. You don't have Ayuk. You don't have a lot of guys that you'd like to have. I get that. But what you do have, I don't think that you are deploying in the right way.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I just don't think they're loving what they're getting when he is out there. Nick in Berkeley is next up. Y'all see the window as open, closed, or other? Hey, Nick, thank you for calling Willie and Debbie. What you got?
Man, the window's open, but the screen is torn. You feel me? It's like, it's like this, man. And what we're talking about is attributes, man. Attributes of players that fit in certain systems. And so, why? Okay, so why did we get rid of that previous caller? He said he listed 3 players that we got rid of. And this ain't on Shanahan, but it's an organizational thing, man. We got rid of Delaney Walker right in his prime. He rolls off 8 Pro Bowls in a row. Why would we do that? He's the leading catcher on the leading receiver on the team, and he played multiple.
Well, that was a completely different. Nick, breathe. That was a completely different regime. But okay, go ahead. Delaney Walker. That was a long time ago.
I know. So, but right now, currently, I'm just why did we get rid of Mason? And this is what I was trying to compare it to, because we should have kept Mason and Greenlaw. You can't expect players not to get hurt. But you got 5 players around, and why are we not drafting the best player on the board every time? We get we get these random picks of these guys, and everyone's scratching their head what? And there's some other lineman or some other special teams guy, potentially some athlete on the board, and we just got with the Jaguars, man. They just out physical us. They had more.
Well, Nick, I think they're trying. Nick, thank you. I think all teams are trying to pick the right guy. And it's a hell of a math problem, and you have your positional need. You have the best guy available. The draft is a crapshoot. I still, forever, I'm going to laugh every time someone thinks the 49ers are just awful at the draft. That just means that you're not looking at what other teams do in the draft. Everybody has hits and misses. Is their batting average higher or lower than others? I don't know. Have to do a super, super deep dive.
Deep dive,
I think that they've got a lot of homegrown players they like, and so they get credit for that. Do they have some high-profile misses? You damn well better believe they do. On and on and on. By the way, how many Pro Bowls did Delaney Walker have after he left?
3.
3. Okay,
3 in a row.
Not 8 in a row.
3 in a row. Okay. 3 in a row. But
that's fine.
And you can't keep every good player. And you and I were talking yesterday about Aaron Banks, who, you could have kept Aaron Banks, and man, it'd be nice to have a guard like that here, although he's been hurt this year. But the contract he got, you didn't want to pay. You had Dominic Pooney on a rookie deal, and you thought, man, Dominic as a rookie, boy, we like the way this is trending. And Dominic Pooney's having a bad year. And I'm going to ask John Feliciano at 5 o'clock today, former Niner offensive lineman, about do linemen have slumps? Because he looks to me like he's slumping.
Shut up! That's probably going to be his answer.
Whether or not he's hurt, if you're hurt, it doesn't mean that you have to false start on 4th and 1.
No, it doesn't.
That to me is mental.
It doesn't.
Not physical, John.
I mean, don't forget Jalen Moore, who, by the way, didn't even win a starting job with the Chiefs, but he started on Sunday night. Did you see him? Ooh, he was giving Aiden Hutchinson fits.
He was.
He played great.
Yep.
He played great, so don't forget that one either. But again...
Do you know why he didn't start for the Chiefs this year?
Well, the Chiefs guy told us he didn't win the job.
Yeah, because they drafted a rookie in the first round, and he won the job.
Yeah.
Crazy how that works.
Look, if you want to make a point about the offensive line, the lack of going after talent in the draft is, at minimum, a head-scratcher. I know what the Niners' position has been in the past, which is we're not going to force a pick into the wrong spot. We're not going to take a 3rd-round grade in the 1st round just because you want an offensive lineman. This was supposed to be a great D-line draft. They got a bunch of guys. Early returns, I'd say, are more positive than negative. But yes, I would love to see them invest a little bit more in the draft in the offensive line. Although, kind of an interesting graphic that came out yesterday that Grandy sent us, which is a graph of all of the teams in the NFL and how much draft capital percentage they put toward the offensive line. And you get a very mixed bag signal. The Niners are second to the bottom. In other words, only one team has invested even less than the 49ers. But of the top 4 teams, the 4 teams that have invested the least, 3 of them are the Bills, Broncos, and Niners. Pretty good organizations. And the one that's invested the most is the New Orleans Saints. Pretty bad organization. Now,
It depends on what the timeline is based on when you invested in that.
Completely. It's
because
also,
the Eagles have invested a lot in it, but they've done it a while ago.
Actually, well, I guess. Like the graphic would actually say otherwise. The Eagles are kind of middle of the pack in the NFL in terms of what they've invested in the O-line. But one of the teams that's invested a ton in the O-line is the Chargers. And then they lost 2 offensive linemen to major injury this year. And that crushes you. So you get a mixed bag there, but I think it's a fair question.
It depends on like where you draw the line, because I'm looking at the Eagles depth chart, and they drafted Lane Johnson in 2013 in the 1st round, and he's still there. So that, to me, would count. I don't know if the graphic
The time frame of the data is the Shanahan and Lynch era, so since 2017.
Okay.
2017 to now.
All right.
And actually, the Eagles are closer to the bottom than they are to the top. But they're middle of the pack-ish, but closer to the bottom in terms of investment than they are to the top.
Okay. And I wonder, and I have to look at the graphic to get exactly what the reference is, because I'm looking here, and it's Jordan Mailata, who was a 7th-round pick in 2018, Landon Dickerson, Cam Jurgens, Tyler Steen, all drafted by the Eagles, and 2 seconds and a 3rd and a 7th. And so, I mean, does it mean that you have to draft high draft picks? Is that where... Is it just like draft picks at all? Is it weighted based on what round?
The data that Willard's referring to is weighted by round. So a first-round pick means a whole lot more than a 7th-round pick.
Okay. And so that to me is it's a good graphic. It's interesting, but at the same time, I look at Philadelphia and like Jordan Mailata, who was a 7th-round pick, and he's there now 8 years later. That becomes a much more heavily weighted pick than, taking a guy like, I don't know, somebody who you drafted in the 1st round and then you eventually traded.
Right. All right, more on this for sure because it's Fat Tuesday, so here comes our offensive lineman to help us out. Schlereth in 5 minutes, John Feliciano in 2 hours. Grandy's grades are going to be today. That ought to be interesting. I'm giving everybody a pass. We're brought to you. No, I'm not.
Come on.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank.
Come on.
Here for you.
No, come on.
No, probably not. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel, deeply committed to contributing to their clients' goals and empowering the community all around them. And I've been a client now for 7 years, and I'm so happy to be a client of Fremont Bank, a local bank that has that local feel. It's not a big box bank. It's a bank that when you deposit your money in that bank, they will repurpose it. They'll reinvest it into home ownership and philanthropy and everything else that makes the Bay Area so great right here all around us. They got 21 branches that we all can support throughout the 9-county Bay Area. They started there in Fremont, downtown Fremont, with the anchor branch at Fremont Boulevard and Capitol Avenue. And you should go down and see that branch. But wherever you are, go out and see the branch in your neighborhood, because you know that the money gets reinvested into businesses and home ownership and philanthropy right there in your area. You want to support nonprofits, you want to support philanthropy, then you want to support Fremont Bank. They're here for you. They're the bank that you want to be a part of. It's full service banking with no compromises. Here for you and here for good.
Tune in for the Ghost Report on Fridays during the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Jasky. Brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen, your neighborhood brew pub on Main Street in Redwood City, where we are talking about who's scaring the competition this week.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Viant. Data-driven advertising made simple. The key to reaching new customers is not overspending on search or social. It's streaming TV, where you can make the right impression with the right audiences. No stress, no guesswork. Just smarter advertising that drives new business growth. Viant. Visit ViantCTV.com to learn how easy data-driven advertising can be.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area flooring authority. Selection, expertise, price, guaranteed installation. Visit floorstores.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Granger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, we're live in the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk is righteously brewed here in San Francisco. We have built a Tuesday that hopefully will help the 49er fans at least understand what's going on.
How so?
Because we got offensive line problems.
Yeah.
So we're going to bring on a bunch of offensive linemen.
Okay, we should probably give today a nickname.
We should, shouldn't we?
We should.
All right, you want me to do it? I'll do it.
You won't.
I will. Mark Schlereth is coming on right now. More on that in a second. John Feliciano in 2 hours. We got offensive line problems. So, Stink, I'm calling it Fat Tuesday. That's what today is. It's Fat Tuesday. We need to figure this out.
All right, and what are we going to figure out? What are we going to get new players? What are you going to do?
You tell me what we need to do. So joining us here on the River Islands guest line, it is Mark Schlereth, Odyssey NFL insider, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Listen to the Stinkin' Truth podcast now on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. So first off, how's the podcast going? What were you hitting on this week?
Podcast is going good. We were just talking about the teams in general, like the Baltimore Ravens, the falling apart of the Baltimore Ravens. Now the Buffalo Bills falling apart. Kansas City all of a sudden, like 1 week they look great, the next week they look average. If you're talking about NFL in general, and if what the thing you wanted was parity, you certainly got it, because I don't know that there's any team that I look at right now that's going, wow, that team is really good. Maybe you could make an argument for the Rams, but everybody seems to be struggling right now, and I don't know that it's going to get any better. At some point, some teams will separate, but right now, everybody's pretty even in general.
I think that's a fair observation, and I wonder where you think the 49ers sit in that, because let's be real, especially when you factor in the injuries, their 4-2 record looks better than I would argue they've looked as a football team. Wouldn't you agree?
I would, and that win against the Rams on a Thursday night was big time to be able to figure out a way to get that done. To be sitting at 4-2 and missing the majority of your offensive stars, if you will, and then some of the defensive injuries that you've had as well. I mean, it's amazing that you are sitting there at 4-2. That is incredible. But yeah, I mean, there are a lot of teams that are injured right now, and it's one of my big pet peeves about how the NFL is constructed. So I'll just go back, and I hate to be the old guy in black socks on his porch shouting at clouds, but allow me to be the old guy in black socks shouting at clouds on his porch. The way we orchestrate or the way we develop NFL teams is we pay an exorbitant amount of money to quarterbacks, to wide receivers, to edge rushers, to left tackles, maybe to a dominant defensive tackle. Like, that's where our money goes. And where we try to save money is in the backup players. When I first got in the league and I was playing for the Redskins, every guy that was a backup on our football team had started somewhere else for 4 or 5 years and came to us and was a backup offensive lineman. And where teams try to save money is on the offensive line. So you may pay, your tackles big money. You may have to pay a guard that, gets to that point money. But then all your backups are first and second year guys that probably shouldn't even be in the league. But that's what you've got, and you try to save money by paying those guys minimum wage, and then you have 1 or 2 injuries up front, and you're screwed, because the line of scrimmage is so important. And you can look at what Mike Vrabel's doing with the Patriots right now. You dominate the line of scrimmage. We make so much out of paying wide receivers and paying this guy and paying that. If you dominate the line of scrimmage, both offensively and defensively, you win regardless of who your quarterback is, who your wide receivers are, all that stuff. But if you get trucked on the line of scrimmage, you're screwed. You cannot win. I don't care who you are. And so it's just really interesting how we value and what we value and how fantasy football seems to have affected, organizations for the most part.
Yeah, I don't have any centers, guards, or tackles on my fantasy team, Stink. I don't know if you do, but I tried to draft a couple, but they wouldn't let me. And just to take this to the 49ers, is this where you look at the Niners and you see this as maybe their biggest problem? Because they have a backup quarterback and they've got a backup tight end and backup wide receivers, and they've looked good at times, but it seems like the offensive line is the area where they're struggling.
Yeah, that and being able to stop people up front on defense and be able to put a consistent pass rush together. When you lose players there, and now you guys are, not only down Bosa, but now you're down Fred Warner. And, man, it makes it really hard to win in the National Football League when you have injuries. And so, yeah, it's definitely a problem, guys. But, it's a problem all over the place. It's a problem all over the league. And it really feels to me like the further we get away from actual football, the more injuries we get, and under the guise, if you will, of player safety. And we want to keep our guys healthy. And so we're not going to practice and we're not going to do this in full pads. And we're not going to have I don't think you develop kind of a kinesthetic awareness of what's going on and, leverage and how you push on a guy and how your body reacts and all that stuff. And I think it's one of the reasons it just feels to me, and maybe I'm wrong, but across the board, it just feels to me that there are so many more injuries in today's game. And everybody wants to point, they're bigger, faster, stronger. And I'm like, everybody is. So that's not, I don't think that's it. I don't think it's you're bigger, faster, stronger. I think that you're less skilled because you don't work at it. And what you do in practice doesn't necessarily mimic what you do in football games. And guys aren't prepared. They're not, quote unquote, calloused for that.
It's interesting, Stink, that you would say that. And by the way, Insider Calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Mark Schlereth with us here on Willard and Dibs every other Tuesday. Stink, when you say that, it's fascinating because the criticism of Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers team under him, which has often been among the most injured in football, the thought is that he runs one of the more aggressive camps in the NFL. And the reason he does that is because of what you just said. He believes the same thing, that you need to build up that sort of callus in your body in order to handle an NFL season. So, A, what's your reaction to the fact that hasn't worked for Kyle? And B, what is your experience with a quote-unquote Shanahan-type camp?
Yeah, well, it was different in my time because, we put on pads twice a day and we went out and beat the snot out of one another. It was a different deal. I will say that one of the big things that I always thought Mike did an exceptional job of was once the season started, and that's obviously Mike being Kyle Shanahan's father, once the season started, we weren't in pads we were in pads for the first 20, 25 minutes of a Thursday practice. That was it. But we had the little foam shells on and helmets, and it was full go, no pads. What we did on the line of scrimmage was 100% identical without pads on to what it was if we had pads on. And I felt like, for me, we played faster on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday doing that when we got into the game, it was very similar to what we were doing. So I don't know. I'm not there at practices. When I go to San Francisco to be at practice, I only see the Friday practices. But I don't know if it's I believe in that style of practice. I believe that that's the best way to keep as healthy as possible. But I don't know what we're doing in the weight room. I don't know what we're doing, tying everything together. It may just be incredibly bad luck. I have no idea, but man, it just is, it's just disappointing, and I was really hoping for Kyle in San Francisco that, hey man, we'll get through this until the bye week. We'll get everybody back and guys will get healthy and maybe we'll be healthy throughout the remainder of the season. But it's an epidemic across the league right now with injuries.
And with the Niners, and you lose Fred Warner in the first quarter, as a player to see that, how devastating is that for the rest of the game to try to recover and go out there and play football?
Yeah, it's always it's always tough, but as soon as that guy gets carted off, and you put your hand back in the dirt, you better have your focus on, otherwise you can get your ass kicked. And so that's just one of those deals that every guy that plays this game understands the danger of playing this game. And it's not a matter of if, it's when. There's 100% likelihood that you're going to get injured, and that it's just the way the game is. And every guy willingly accepts that and understands that. And you feel for your guy and you say, man, that sucks, and love you, man. And then you go back out and you just try to get it done. So it just is the way it is. And you hate it, but you understand that's how it works.
Stink, what's the right way for the 49ers to approach the next few weeks? The trade deadline is coming. You've got a 4-2 football team, but it's a football team that's missing so many stars. So, how much capital do you want to give away to go after building around this particular group? What would you say?
Yeah, I would say that I probably wouldn't want to give a ton of draft capital away. This was one of those that, hey, you started that rebuilding process last year. Young receivers, young defensive backs, some young players. You've had some injuries again this year. And, you're sitting at 4-2, and you've done it with a kind of skeleton crew to this point. And so I don't know that you want to give a lot of draft capital away. I would say that you kind of stay the course. You see if you can get healthy. Listen, man, the rest of the league is pretty meager as well. And I think Kyle Shanahan's a hell of a coach. I think he puts his players in a lot of really good positions to win. And you've been doing it with a backup quarterback. You're sitting at 4-2, bunch of backup wide receivers. It's impressive what you've done so far. And there is nobody that's running away with this thing. I don't think the Rams are going to run away with the division. I don't think the Seahawks are going to run away with the division. So would I be willing to give up all my draft capital? Probably not.
And when you look at what the Niners need, and many people would look at the offensive line, and I'm struck by what I heard you say earlier today on another show about the offensive line, where you could be 59 for 60 as an offensive lineman. You get beat once, and now all of a sudden you're the GOAT. How much pressure is on these offensive linemen to just basically be perfect every play?
Yeah, I always say it's the most skilled position in football, and people laugh at me, but I'll just go ahead and make my case for you guys in your audience, okay? I've seen a corner transition to safety. I've seen a safety transition to linebacker transition to edge rusher transition to defensive tackle or defensive end transition to defensive tackle. I've seen a D-tackle transition to offensive line. The transition from offensive line is fan. You don't go anywhere else. You don't go to a different position. You go fan, you go O-line, fan. There's nowhere else to go. It's like officer and a gentleman. And so, you think about this. Every time you line up, you're lined up against a guy that is equal in size and strength, but is exponentially more gifted as an athlete than you. And you line up against that guy, and you're expected to win 65 of 65 battles. And if you give up one sack, you're a piece of garbage, and that guy goes to the Pro Bowl. And there is no other sport, if Steph Curry drives by Wemby, and lays it up, people don't go, Wemby sucks at defense, we got to get him out of there. You say, man, that was a great matchup. We don't line up a heavyweight against a welterweight. It doesn't happen that way. This is the one position that actually happens. So your footwork, your ability to communicate in 5 playing 1, your footwork, your hand placement, your hat placement, understanding leverage, understanding how funnel guys, where you want guys to go, understanding where your help is. It is so incredibly technical, and people have no idea how technical and how nuanced the position is and how much technique goes into playing that position. Every little step works. I say this all the time. Hands are independent contractors, but feet work in a union. Your feet have got to work perfectly in unison together. They have to tickle the grass. They never come up out of the ground. And it's so intricate. I could talk for hours about it. And it's why it's the toughest position in all of football.
Stink. Mark Schlereth is with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. It's interesting, Mark. You said earlier that it's part of the culture of football for people to watch their teammate get hurt, tap them on the back, and then just keep moving on. That's the way a locker room is built. But I'm also curious what happens to a locker room when you lose your best players seemingly repeatedly, and this time their leader. Can you relate to this? Did this ever happen to you? What do you think is happening to the Niner locker room in the wake of the Warner injury?
Yeah, I mean, it's just at some point you're just like, really, here we go again. I mean, just snake bit again, and you look at how tough the season is, and it's got to be hard. But again, I think one of the things you have to understand as a player is almost all of us get our opportunity when somebody gets hurt. And, I was a rookie. I was on IR as a rookie. And back then you could come off IR after like 6 weeks. And 6 weeks I started practicing. And then, a couple weeks in, and Mark May tears his ACL, and next man up. And that next man happens to be me. And they go out to Philadelphia to play a game against the Eagles, who had the number one defense in football. And I know they thought, oh man, this is going to be a good game for us, right? We got a 10th rounder out of Idaho. We're going to eat, we're going to feed. And I went out there and whooped some ass and got a game ball and got in a fight and the whole 9 yards. And you get your opportunity, man, you have to take advantage of it. So somebody's going to get an opportunity, and can you take advantage of those opportunities? Can you play to a standard, to a level, that Fred Warner actually has set for that whole team? So, that's the cool thing about, the cool side of tragic injuries like that is somebody else is going to get an opportunity, and it may just launch that particular individual's career.
And that's kind of been the Niners season this year, where Jake Tonjes has gotten an opportunity and he has stepped up, and, receivers and whatnot. And even Connor Colby, the left guard, has gotten a chance and he's come through. And I wonder what you think about this Atlanta game coming up on Sunday Night Football, based on what Atlanta did last night. Has this game with the Niners gotten tougher for San Francisco over the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you look at a couple of weeks ago, and Atlanta lost to the Carolina Panthers 30-0. And, and their quarterback got rattled, and they ended up pulling him. And, he made a couple of mistakes and then threw a pick six and then threw another pick. And eventually they just pulled him out of the game. And, he was rattled, looked awful, and they couldn't do anything. And then all of a sudden, they've won a couple games in a row, and they look pretty dominant offensively, defensively last night against the Buffalo Bills. And so, yeah, they're playing with some confidence right now. And all of a sudden, the lowly NFC, South, which has just been a dumpster fire with New Orleans and Carolina and Atlanta, and, Tampa's the only one that has a legitimate shot at winning things. All of a sudden, Carolina's 3-3 and playing better and won 2 straight games. And, they've kind of rebounded. Now Atlanta playing better. And like I said, that division isn't the sad sack that it normally is.
Hey, Stink, did you catch all the sideline antics, the arguing between Juwan Jennings and Kyle Shanahan?
No, I did not. I was, I try to get caught up on Mondays and some on Tuesday. So I watched the 30-minute cut-ups of the game, going play by play by play. So I don't get to see a lot of the sideline stuff that goes on.
Yeah, no, fair enough. But just let me let you know, like, both guys are like, hey, whatever, emotional stuff. But basically, Kendrick Bourne off the street is getting all the targets. Juwan also admitted to reporters after the game that he's not just playing hurt. He started detailing the injuries. He's like, I've got 5 broken ribs. All of these things, to me, after a contract holdout in the offseason, it sort of feels like he's barking and feeling sorry for himself. I see what's going on in Philly, where now they won't run the ball. They're also not winning games anymore. Like, I don't want to paint all wide receivers with a broad brush, but what's your take on that position and the way some of the guys are handling struggles in not getting targets?
Yeah, well, I mean, I want guys that can get 0 targets and throw some great blocks and be happy and excited and ecstatic about a win. versus guys that, get 10 targets and get 100 some odd yards and 2 touchdowns and lose and throw a party, at the restaurant after the game. I just don't like the selfishness. And again, this goes back to the fantasy football we talked about when we started this show. You guys do realize that you're like receivers are like children. A lot of them, not all of them, but most of them are like the diva ones are like children. One, you're completely dependent. 10 other guys have to do their job exceptionally well for you to sniff a ball. And 2, you guys whine and piss and moan if you're not fed. You're just like toddlers. And it's incredible. And like I've said this many times, like if you're going to whine and piss and moan, what I would like to do is take you down to one-on-one offensive line versus defensive line and let some defensive tackles put you in at guard and let defensive tackles beat the living piss out of you so that you understand what everybody else has to do for you to sniff a football. It is the ultimate team sport. And that position, to me, is the ultimate dependent in that team sport. We're all dependent on one another doing our jobs, but there's no position that's more dependent on everybody else doing their job than wide receiver. And the fact that you guys don't understand that blows me away. It just absolutely befuddles me.
There it is.
Talking about toddlers.
There you go.
Yeah,
that's a good
I've
answer.
got one, Sting.
That's a good answer.
I live with one, so yeah. I mean,
you know what I'm talking about.
I should put some wide receiver gloves on her and watch her run around the house and throw fits.
She's a diva.
Yep, no doubt.
That is right.
Stink, we'll talk to you in a couple of weeks. Thank you so much.
All right. Take care, guys.
Okay, there it is. That's Mark Schlereth, Odyssey NFL Insider, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. Mark is the host of the Odyssey original The Stinkin' Truth podcast. Remember to listen to the Stinkin' Truth podcast on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. I had a feeling we might get a decent answer out of him
good answer.
About that issue.
Yeah, and I heard him earlier talking about the offensive line part of it, and he's right about where, you're expected to go 65 for 65, and, the old lineman's going up against, you're going up against Micah Parsons, let's just say, or Nick Bosa, who is 6'4", 265. He's faster than you, stronger than you, quicker than you. He's a better athlete than you. Make sure you block him every single time.
Don't mess up.
Never mess up. And if you do, well, that guy goes to the Pro Bowl, and then you're a bum.
Well, I mean, again, this is a wonderful window into the thought process that's happening out there, I think, in certain position groups. What, again, is the name of our next offensive line guest, John Feliciano, at 5 o'clock? What's the name of his new podcast?
Not Our Fault.
Not Our Fault. And this is what, you just heard it from Schlereth. You're hearing it all around. And I know that we're spending a lot of time today on It Is Your Fault, but I also think within your fault, it's not your fault. Like, I think most people are more upset at the structure of the 49ers roster-wise and the fact that they haven't put more emphasis on getting young, building, high draft pick offensive linemen. But that's the way a lot of O-linemen think. And if the wide receivers are the toddlers, the O-line, they are the parents.
Or the grandparents.
It's a thankless freaking job. And you have to do it perfectly. And when you do one thing wrong, like think about parenting.
Oh, God.
Like really, there are those commercials about being, kind of like a foster parent or whatever, where they're like, all people, just be there. Will you just keep the kids alive? Will you just give them some love? Just give them a hug once a day. Tell them you love them. And you do that. And that's really the basis of parenting. But we also all go to bed every single day feeling like failures.
Or you send your kid to school with the wrong sandwich, and he comes back. It's like, Dad, I told you I don't like mustard on that. And it's like, okay, I'm sorry. I worked 12 hours today. I paid the bills. I did this. I did that. I put mustard on your sandwich.
There you go.
Like,
welcome to being an offensive lineman.
Right, exactly.
A couple of weeks ago, I go home. I cook steak for my children who are under my roof.
Medium rare, too.
Well, but it came out medium.
Oh, boy.
And they're like, Dad, a little more red next time. Oh. A little more red next time, huh?
Shut up!
Shut up! All right, 888-957-9570.
They didn't yike it.
They didn't. They did. They didn't yove it. All right, 888-957-9570. That is the number, is the window for the Niners. Do you see it as open? Do you see it as closed? Grandy's grade's not far away. John Feliciano at 5. It's Fat Tuesday on Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, and Dan Dibley over here to talk about Golden State Lumber and Showroom. They've got locations across the Bay Area, and they can supply your plan to customize your home into a multi-million-dollar project. Golden State Showrooms can deliver precision-crafted windows and doors that elevate every project, and they specialize in luxury and ultra-luxury upgrades. They also offer options for any budget. And their brands include Quantum, Western, Marvin, and Milgard. Golden State can manufacture custom orders that others won't even attempt, like 15-foot doors, live edge designs, oversized pivot entries, and much more. You can count on installation experts who can support you. And they also have specialized delivery with trucks designed for window and door transport as they partner with builders and homeowners to ensure project success. You'll also find options that increase energy efficiency as well as fireproof options for your home or your business. And that's become so important with all of the fire danger we all have here in the Bay Area. Go to goldenstatelumber.com, scroll through their image gallery, and you'll realize Golden State Lumber and Showroom makes the extraordinary possible. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Calling all basketball fans. Make your game day experience unforgettable with a stay at Hotel Via, just steps away from the action. Enjoy chic accommodations, stunning rooftop views, and the ultimate convenience for catching all the action. Skip the traffic and relax in style before and after the game. Whether you're celebrating a big win or just want a perfect night out in San Francisco, Hotel Via is your MVP choice. Book now at hotelviasf.com and make your game day a slam dunk at Hotel Via.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Dubs fans, it's time to score big at Cordelia RV Center. Every new 2025 RV must go before year's end with deals you won't see again. Don't wait. Hit the road in style and save thousands. Located at 680 and I-80 in Fairfield or online at CordeliaRV.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Granger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Granger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Let me tell you about this new Pretzel Cheddar Club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
There's a lot of teams going into the Shanahan tree and the outside zone stuff. Shut up!
On 95.7 The Game.
We get to do that again in an hour and a half. 90 minutes from now, John Feliciano reacts defensively to something that Richard Sherman says on his podcast. That's my prediction.
Perhaps.
Yuck it in.
I mean, I don't think that he'll be that defensive. And speaking of Kukusha, it might be time to fade the Dibber. Although I'm still 19-8.
Well, this is what I've been saying all year. Yeah, like, you have built up some room.
Yep.
But also true, you done lost 3 in a row, dog.
And there's a regression that we knew was coming. And
this is your first losing streak.
And last night was whatever. I mean, Washington, you had the lead, you had the ball, you had everything. Go down and score.
Yeah, but would they? Like, even if they had conservatively, let's see, what was the score at that time? It was 24-22. So if you go down and, like, you needed a touchdown to cover the spread. If they kick a field goal, they're still only up by 5. The spread was 5.5.
It was 5.5.
Yeah,
okay.
You needed a touchdown.
Right.
And Jane Daniels fumbled the ball.
And Jake Moody is a threat, ladies and gentlemen.
Can we spend a moment on Moody?
Moody, bro. Moody. Anybody have, I mean, you don't have kicker envy because you got Eddie Pinero, Eddie Money.
None. And Moody missed another one last night. He got it blocked.
But it was his fault. It was a low kick.
Kicked it into people's butts.
Right,
it's a kicker's fault. But no, great night for Jake.
Yep.
And he was so excited after the game.
Shouldn't he be? I mean, he was excited.
I'm
but
being sarcastic.
No, he was excited, but he's not a smooth operator. Shout out Sade.
Can we play it for everybody?
I wish you wouldn't, because I watched it live. Interview. And my first thought was, first of all, dude, take your helmet off.
Right. It gave me Ricky Williams vibes. Do y'all remember this?
Yeah.
Like, some of you aren't old enough to remember.
Well, he had real anxiety.
I know he did, but do you remember the whole Ricky Williams, like he would not take his helmet off?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, good. We go to Grandy because it makes us feel better because he's
he's 29.
I know, but he's a throwback, so you remember stuff.
He's an old soul.
Lucas, who's not here today, is usually sitting next to him with a complete blank stare, no clue what the hell we're talking about. If it hasn't happened in the last 3 weeks, Lucas is unaware of it. So anyway, Jake Moody is. I think us Niner fans, you're right. We don't have kicker envy, so we're good here. It allows us to just be happy for Jake, and we wanted Jake to get that microphone last night and do one of two things. Either rip the Niners organization for their lack of psychological care or give us the human interest. Dude, cry. Cry. You're a third-round pick who got absolutely kicked in the rear, sent to a practice squad on the midway, and then ended up on Monday Night Football being a hero. Do something emotional. Instead, he kept his helmet on and just was yeah. It's a great day.
Yeah. Football.
All right.
Right?
All right. So let's see. Here's the on-field interview with Lisa Salters on ESPN.
Jake, the most made field goals in a Bears debut. Come on. What is this night feeling like to you after the year you've had?
I mean, it feels amazing, to get, all that support after the game from all my teammates. I got here not too long ago, but for everybody to embrace me and, take me in as one of their own, it's an amazing feeling.
What were you saying to yourself after things kind of went sideways in San Francisco?
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to have a fresh start, and I always believed in myself, believed in my teammates. Shout out to Scott and Tori. They made that operation really easy on me. And same with the O-line up front, protecting great on that last one. That you can't draw it up any better.
You missed an earlier one, so what were you saying to yourself as you lined up the game winner?
I like to say you're only as good as your next kick, so you can't dwell on the past. You got to move on and focus on the next kick.
Lisa's trying to find multiple ways to be can you tell us about the emotional journey of this? And within seconds, he's I got to give it to the long snapper. Because we drew it up, really? What do you mean you drew it up, dude?
The operation.
You just kick the ball. There's no
praise for the operation, though.
Snap
the
ball
hold.
And kick the ball. There's no, nobody is staying up all night. All right, here's how we're going to kick field goal.
Yeah.
Here's what we're going to try. You're going to go over here.
I'm going to point the laces out. I'm going to hold it. I'm going to hold the point with one finger, maybe two, and you're going to run up and kick it in the middle of the ball, and you're going to try to kick it up in the air and straight.
I think I figured out why Jake Moody was missing so many. He thought we were drawing up plays.
Yeah.
He's you go over there, and I'm going to go over here, and then this guy, we're going to do X out, Y, Omaha, and then I'm going to – what are you doing, dude? Just kick the ball straight, which last night he did. Awesome.
Over and over and over.
Good for you, Jake. Monday Night Football in the damn rain.
Yeah. Sideways rain, wind, and the whole thing, and a game-winning kick, and he drilled it. So
he drilled it.
I wonder if there are some Niner fans who are where was that? I mean,
I didn't feel it.
Some people are happy for Jake, and I do think that other fans are what the F? Where was that when we needed it, Jake?
I think we'd feel that way if Pinheiro was struggling. But the guy has not missed a field goal try yet with the 49ers, and so we're good here. We're good here. Don't you feel like I wish success to Jake Moody?
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how I am as a person. So, yeah.
I've got nothing against Jake. Is that you know what I mean? If you got anger about that situation, it's at the Niners for using a third-round pick on somebody who didn't kick the ball straight for you.
Right, and that's another reason why you could look at the Niners and say they're not good at drafting, and that's a whole nother topic outside of Jake Moody. But, Cameron Latu is a guy who's out there playing football for other teams, and that's another wasted draft pick, and Ty Davis-Price and Reuben Foster and all the rest of it. And so, yeah, you could look at Jake Moody and chalk that up to another blown draft pick. But just for the Jake Moody part of it, yeah, Jake, go out there and have a career.
Yeah.
Just don't kick a game winner against the Niners.
My other favorite part, well, he might. He plays the Bears and Niners are on the schedule. I don't think Jake will still be their kicker.
Yeah, I mean, Carlos Santos, he's a great kicker, and he's coming back.
Right, he's just hurt. He got a little quad thing. And so who knows? Who knows what's going to happen with Jake Moody going forward? It would be pretty funny if the Bears-Niners game has Jake Moody kicking in it. But the other thing that struck me as funny, and this is, look, what else are you going to say? But he's just I'm so thrilled that I'm being accepted by my teammates as one of their own. Jake, they don't even know who you are.
Right.
Caleb Williams was literally I haven't even met the guy yet.
Totally.
Plus, they don't accept you as a teammate. They accept you because the ball went through the uprights. I keep trying. We've talked about this before, and right, Feliciano has told us, other ex-players have told us, the kicker is on. He is a teammate as long as the ball is going through the 2 yellow poles. As soon as it's not going through the 2, you're not a teammate. You're a hired gun. So that was especially funny to me because I think Jake just arrived this week, at least to the active roster, just elevated. So I just want to thank all the teammates for accepting me. If they accept you so much, take your helmet and jersey off and go through the locker room and high-five them and ask them if they know who you are.
Who are you? No clue.
Take the jersey off and just be like, yeah, what's up, Caleb? And he'll be like, I'm sorry, are you a reporter?
Yeah.
Or
the mustache looks familiar. And if you're on the offensive special team side of it, you might know him a little bit. And he got a great celebration, which was cool.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Want to tell you about this Sunday kickoff show with Lo Neal. And Evan Giddings will be live from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale starting at 3 p.m. They'll have all the early games on. Beer Garden will be rocking with a DJ. Bartenders serving Gold Bar whiskey specials. If you're going to the game, you can sign up for the free shuttle to the stadium right now. And it's first come, first serve, and they go like hotcakes. So you should get over to the website right now and do that. The Eventbrite page on our website, 957thegame.com. All right, let's get back out to the phones. 888-957-9570. We'll do Grandy's grades probably in about 45 minutes, 45 minutes, around 420, 425, somewhere in there. 420, Grandy's grades.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, boy. Anyway, John Feliciano at 5. Let's keep going with you. How about Big Bad Falcon Hater in Atlanta? Hi, Big Bad Falcon Hater.
Well, yeah, usually y'all know me by Mr. Jones, but my alias out here is the Big Bad Falcon Hater.
Okay.
Yep, that's me again.
You do you.
But, yes, sir, they coming out to the Bay, right? We heard up. We need to be serving barbecue falcon meat at the tailgate before and after so they can be sick to their stomachs. You understand? As I said, I'm from here. I was at the club with them last night. They was all gallivanting, playing all the music. And I'm like, yeah, we'll see y'all in San Fran. What a hurt-up team. Now, do you know they ride the highs of the highs, but they also the lows of the lows. And the last time they came to San Francisco, we lost. We cannot be losing to a team that has never won a Super Bowl. Also, Raheem Morris, we used to whoop him all the time when he was the defensive coordinator with the Rams, right? His game plan ain't changed. Cal's game plan ain't changed neither, right? So we already know what he do. We have a good idea of what he do, and he do it without Aaron Donald. My thing is, Niner fans, show up. Everybody. We need to be loud and deep because they going to come. And we need to send them back home with some cornbread and greens in a sad face. You understand me? Niner gang, bang, bang. We going hunting for falcon meat, okay?
That is a wonderful rant.
Great call.
I have never had falcon meat before.
I don't know if anyone has.
Yeah, Big Bad Falcon Hater, thank you. I don't know.
It sounds to me like it'd be pretty tough. Like the falcon's a very active, aggressive, athletic bird.
I feel like you might get arrested, too. Like, are falcons, is anybody shooting a falcon?
I don't know. You might come across one on the road, fresh roadkill.
Falcon, roadkill, they're bird.
I understand it. You do know that birds sometimes wind up on the road and get hit.
Usually not birds of prey.
Fair enough.
And eagles.
My old cat.
Swerve, you don't want to hit an eagle.
Cliffy the cat. I just was over at my old house last week helping my son learn to drive. And here comes Cliffy, not with a falcon, but he had a bird. So
a pigeon.
It was a smaller bird than a pigeon. But if you're a bird around Cliff, you better keep your little head on a swivel.
Better recognize.
He coming for you.
Well, the cats, because my cat used to do the same thing. He would bring you a pigeon.
Yeah.
He didn't want to eat them.
No.
They want to show you what they can do.
Dude, he came prancing in.
Yes.
Like he was swaggering.
They bring them to you.
Yeah.
It's a gift. They're like, look what I got you.
So we brought it
for
in the
your
house.
half birthday.
And it was alive. And my son was in there, and I hear him go, oh, my God. And I was like, what? And he's like, it's alive. And apparently he was able to get it from the cat, and he holds it in his hands, and he goes outside, and he throws it. And the bird flies away.
Oh, it did?
It flew away. I'll show you the video.
Was that the Princess Bride? What movie was it where it's like, free? No, maybe it was, I think it might have been Mel Brooks' History of the World or one of those.
Right.
The guy in jail where he's like, he had the pet birds and they all died, and he's like, be free, free.
I don't
throws them
remember
out the
that.
window and they just go, bonk.
I should
They
remember
just
that,
fall
but
on
I
the
don't.
ground.
Yeah.
That's what I thought you were going to tell me was about to happen.
And I'll show you the video.
Bird still had wings?
My ex-wife is watching this through her Ring camera at work. And she's barking at me through the speaker on the Ring camera like, go help your son. And I'm like, no, I'm leaving. And he was able to get the bird from the cat and throw it out.
Oh, my God.
Anyway, falcon meat.
I don't know why this story is
I'll show you the
killing me.
video. There's video. And I was incredulous. I'm not helping my 22-year-old son.
The cat got the bird.
In the house we go.
Brings it into the house.
Prancing.
Then your son acquires the bird.
Right.
Then your ex-wife is screaming at you on the Ring camera.
Correct.
To help.
Right. And I'm like, no, I'm leaving.
Then your son throws the bird
out the door.
And then the bird flies.
It almost hits me in the face.
What is going on here?
I'll show you the video. That's what's going on here. And it all comes from falcon meat.
And let me guess what the cat was doing the whole time. Chilling.
Totally. He's like, oh, on to the next bird. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Oh, my God.
Because there are more birds in our yard who they've got no idea what they're in for.
Oh, that's too good.
Falcon meat. I'm kind of with you.
Yeah.
I don't think that
Back to the Niners.
Like, you can't go to your local meat shop and say, no, I'm not feeling like Charlie Soul today. Do you have any falcon meat?
Go to Costco all the way to the back.
Right.
Be like, do you guys have bulk falcon?
Right.
I don't think so. Although we could call their offensive line bulk falcon.
Yeah.
My point is this. I haven't had one yet, but I'm about to make one. I like what he said with regard to, look, the Falcons are coming off of a short week. They're going to be riding high. This is a team that beat the Buffalo Bills by double digits and also lost to the Panthers by 30.
They got shut out by the Panthers.
Totally. So I don't really know exactly what to make of this team yet. I don't even know who's quarterbacking the 49ers. I'll tell you this, though. This is one hell of a pivotal football game. This is a tremendously, organizationally pivotal football game. Because if there are those of you out there who want the 49ers to really make something out of this season, trade deadline and in terms of execution, after what has taken place with the injuries, knowing also that you will hit the road immediately after this game to go play at Houston and at the New York Giants. Not world beaters, but also not maybe the pushovers that they looked like at other points in the season. Plus, it's on the road. Plus, I would argue both of their defenses cause problems for quarterbacks. And we don't even know what's going on with the quarterback position. So this is a springboard. This fifth win and your last home game before the deadline, except for the one that's right up against the deadline, which is the Rams, and is also not going to be easy. This is a springboard game. I think that the whole idea of the Niners still making something of this season and heading to the playoffs and everything, this is a linchpin on Sunday night football in your building.
Yeah, it's really the next couple, 2 or 3, I believe, because you've got games that the Giants are a team that's getting better. The Texans are an interesting one because they have a really good defense, and their offense is kind of hit and miss, and they're going to give you the ball a bunch. And this Atlanta team is a little bit the same, where Atlanta's defense is better than many people think, and they kind of showed it last night on Monday Night Football. But yeah, they're coming in on a travel spot and a short week, so that's an advantage to the Niners. But you look at the Niners and who's their quarterback and who else is injured and all the rest of it. So if you look at the advanced metrics on these next 3 games, the Texans, the Giants, the Falcons, the Niners, they're all right in that same area. None of them have a very good or elite offense. And the Niners, actually, if you look at EPA, expected points added, which is one of the advanced metrics, the Niners are dead center on both axes. So they are dead center as a defense. They're dead center as an offense. They are the epitome of an average team, the Niners.
Yeah. And that's what they look like right now.
Right.
I mean, I was throwing this at Grandy before the show. Do this exercise. Forget 4-2. Forget 4-2. When have you been watching them so far through these first 6 weeks and you're like, ooh, they look like a good team right now? How often have you felt that?
Like for a whole game or
whenever you felt it? You can answer it however you want.
I felt that way every game.
Really?
For a drive or a drive or two.
A drive or two.
Maybe a quarter. And that's your point, I think.
Yes, my first answer was the first half of the Rams game. That looked like a good football team. They were operating on both sides of the ball.
Yep.
They were humming. They were moving the ball. They were not doing field goals. They were doing touchdowns. And then outside of that, like it's the opening drive in Seattle. That was good. You look like a good football team. I don't know. Second half in New Orleans at times. Arizona game, never felt it. Jacksonville game, never felt it. Tampa Bay game, marred by what I think is the most significant of all of the injuries, and never felt it anyway. So, I mean, you're sitting at – that's kind of what I'm getting at. You're 4-2. You're okay. You got something that you want to – we got to bolster the roster, right? They played 6 football games, and there's none of them where you feel like, ooh, that's good. They played a great game. That's a good team.
Yeah, not a complete game. Like the New Orleans game, they were never, I think, threatened with that game. But, that game maybe was closer than it probably should have been. And, New Orleans had the ball with a chance to drive down and still beat you. And so there's that. And I look at Sunday's game against Tampa Bay where you have a 1-point deficit and you have 3rd and 14, and you had 4 or 5 chances to tackle Baker Mayfield.
No question.
If you tackle Baker Mayfield, you might win that game, and we might be looking at all this a little bit differently. And you could say that about all the other previous games, but that's kind of who the Niners have been, and the advanced metrics would indicate that that's the same thing. And what's interesting is the teams that are closest to them in all these metrics, one is Philadelphia. Yep. Philadelphia is dead, middle, mediocre. Arizona's the same. The Bears are right there. Carolina's right there. These are the teams that they are having, keeping company with.
Yep, exactly.
And yet they're 4-2, and they could be 2-4.
No doubt. Let's do it real quick. Let's do Bobby in Los Altos real quick. 888-957-9570. Hey, Bobby, what's up?
Hey, thanks for taking the call. This will be a quick one. I was going to talk to you. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Jake Moody, but I can't get over the Falcon thing. I'm pretty sure it's probably illegal in California, and if you can buy it, it's probably $100 a pound. So I have general rules, and I would never barbecue something that expensive. I think you probably need to sous vide Falcon meat and then maybe sear it on cast iron. It seems like a waste to barbecue Falcon.
Yeah, I agree. I'm going to stick with chicken. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, your cat, if you see a peregrine falcon running around your cat, you better get that cat inside because Dibs, that cat is in big trouble, bro. Okay, Moody, this is all I really wanted to say. Obviously it worked out for both sides, right? He obviously wasn't fit for this team. And, I'm happy that he's found a place in Chicago and enjoying that moment. And so, Willard, when I turned on the car, all I heard you was going sentence by sentence, just attacking the brother. Can you just let Moody enjoy his moment?
When was I attacking him? When was I attacking him? The interview, Bobby. The interview is funny. You got to see it, too. The interview is funny. Lisa Salters is trying like hell to get him to share something human. And he's sitting there, thanks, Bobby. He's sitting there with his helmet on, being like, hey, man, we run this great snap. Can't call that play any better. I'm like, what's the call? It's the field goal team. Snap it and kick it. But maybe I've never interviewed Jake Moody. Maybe he's just not a very expansive talker. It was funny. It was not what Lisa was looking for. That's what I would say.
Right.
In a moment like that.
But you don't always get the answer you want when you're a sideline reporter.
Grandy's grades in about a half hour. Feliciano in 1 hour. Is the window open or closed? Your calls continue. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
McDonald's has classics, but then there's the classic. 2 beef patties, sesame seed bun, made perfect with iconic Big Mac sauce. And now I can snag one with fries and a soft drink with a $9 Big Mac Extra Value Meal. That's a Big Mac, medium fries, and an ice-cold Coke, all for $9. Score the classics at Mickey D's. They're classics for a reason. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing. Coca-Cola is a registered trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
I found out that one of my players was vaping, and I said, hey, right now is the time to be honest with me. He said almost everybody in my team was vaping. The next day, all the parents came in. I said, how many of you guys think that your kids are vaping? Not one of them raised their hand. There was a joint fight to make something better. We don't sit back and let it happen.
Coach Sanchez is exposing Big Tobacco's playbook. Learn how he and other Californians are beating Big Tobacco at undo.org.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight. Looking for something spooky to do with the whole family this harvest season? Come to Children's Halloween Haunt at History Park on Saturday, October 25th. Enjoy hay rides, carnival games, a mini pumpkin patch, cultural fall crafts, and of course, trick-or-treating at History San Jose's House Museums. History Park is located at the corner of Phelan Avenue and Center Road. Tickets available at the door or online at historysanjose.org. See you at the park.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th. New Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on
video. Every Thursday you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone, lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
You're just like toddlers.
Now, back to
Will and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Mark Willard, your skin is so thin, if you were a beverage, you would be a Zima.
Got him. Text of the day nominee.
Y'all remember Zima?
Oh, I love Zima.
Did you bring those to some parties?
Never brought them to parties. No. I was too ashamed to bring them to parties, but I'll tell you, in high school, it was all about 2-liter bottles of Bartles and James wine coolers.
Oh, did you do Bartles and James?
Yeah, that was high school for us.
I was the Jack Daniels country coolers.
Okay.
Those came in those little 4-packs.
Yeah.
Dude, you carry those in your right hand and put a watch on your left hand. You walk big into that party.
It was a swatch is what it was.
Yeah, you damn right it was.
Smirnoff Ice. Another throwback beverage, Grandy. You remember? That's your high school era.
Smirnoff Ice. You guys ever get iced?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
And you got to chug that thing now.
Yeah, you got to do it.
Yep.
Immediately, no matter the situation.
And that's kind of your high school era, I think, right? Smirnoff Ice. And
yeah.
Feels like about 12 years ago, because he's now 29, so I try to put myself in the Grandy and high school sphere, so to speak.
Yep. I'm trying to think of what are they all grabbing today? Because I got.
Now they're doing the Borg.
The Borg?
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is.
Which is blackout. It's like blacked out beyond recognition drink type of thing.
We missed another B.
I don't know the total acronym, but it's basically
that's Bober.
It's
my daughter asks for Bober sometimes. That's when they put those little pellets in the drink.
Keep her away from the Borg.
Yeah.
The Borg is where you get your own beverage and you just bring it with you. That way you don't get roofied. Yeah. It's like a gallon jug that you make, and you give your Borg a nickname.
Why isn't it just BYOB like it used to be?
Because now you don't BYOB. You make your own cocktail and you keep it in this gigantic gallon jug and you drink it all day.
It's still BYOB. Just bring your own beverage.
Right.
You put it in whatever the hell you want it to be in. I should know what they're doing because I got 2 of them at my house.
You should. You really
should know what they're doing.
Yep.
I did, boy, this is another one of those word to the wise. A handful of weeks ago.
Blackout Rage Gallon. I apologize for not knowing.
Blackout Rage Gallon.
Correct. So it's basically a gallon. You fill it with whatever you want to fill it with. What? You drink it all, and then you black out.
If you're worried about being roofied, so you bring your own drink, and it forces you to black out.
It doesn't force you.
Sort of like defeat the purpose.
No, because you're blacking out on your own terms, right?
But then you have no control over what happens next.
I mean,
you don't know when.
You do.
You do.
Steve Kerr Thursday. I do.
What's going on here?
Well,
why, Fitz? You know what's going on. You're listening to the show.
For the love of God.
No, we're talking it out. Yeah, we're talking it out.
What?
I mean, because. And don't ask your parents to go, hey, will you bring me my hoodie? I left my hoodie at home, because then that is an invitation for the parent to go in and look for the hoodie. And then all that stuff that you hid behind the hoodie, yeah, we find it. That's what happens in there. Big old case of cans in the back of the closet, covered by about 4 layers of clothing. That was a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's fine.
It happens. I
did it.
I somehow missed that with my 2 kids. My first
You
2.
did?
Yeah, they did not.
Miley gonna get you.
Dude, gonna get you, sucker.
You're not gonna have any energy for it either.
Quest and Keon, 90-degree angles, those boys.
What?
Squares.
Wait, when she's 16, you'll be
70. 70.
For the love of God.
Right. And at that point, you know what?
Like, whatever, babe.
Whatever. Yeah. If you can hide it from your mom, you're going to get away with it. Because
Let's go to Dibs, half in the bag.
Let's go to Dibs under the Afghan in the rocking chair.
You can hide it from your mom. That's so perfect.
I mean, yeah. Anyway.
My dad used to bring those to me all the time. Now, listen, don't tell your mother, but
my older siblings, they had a deal with Dwayne, the late, great Dwayne, rest in peace.
R.I.P. Dwayne.
Yeah. And, Doug especially, because Doug was a star athlete, and so he got certain liberties that I certainly never did, but I was too busy, sitting at home playing dice baseball. I wasn't getting into trouble.
High Noons, Trulies.
Yep, all that. White Claw.
White Claw.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yep. Okay.
All right. Good luck.
Oh, is it that Twisted Tea thing?
That's out there.
Yeah, a little Twisted Tea.
And there's also that Four Loko. Are they still selling the Four Locos?
That's been around for a long time.
Yeah, look at Grandy chiming right in.
And Grandy, are you young enough to know what this 6-7 crap is? You know
it
what
really doesn't mean anything.
I know it doesn't mean anything, which is what it means. Like, it's sort of abstract.
You just do like a hand motion. You go, 6-7.
I know, and it looks like you're balancing a couple of you-know-whats. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Unfortunately, I do. It has infiltrated my world, my quietly peaceful elderly world, because my lovely wife is on TikTok, and so she's also an elementary teacher. So she hears it from the 4th and 5th graders, and so she actually had to go ahead and
4th and 5th graders doing it. I thought this was more of a high school thing.
It all trickles down,
but they don't know
6-7, 6-7. It's just.
I'm way too old for it too. I did not know what it was. I had to look it up, and then I realized it means nothing.
What I learned over the weekend, though, is the fact that we sort of know, but we don't really know, makes them very uncomfortable. If you want to really, really, because as you know, you get to a certain age, all you want to do is embarrass them. I don't care. You know what I mean?
Yep.
If you ask me to come give you a ride from school when you're a sophomore, yeah, I'm going to roll down the window. Hey, honey, over here.
Dude.
I mean, yes, we're going to do this. We're going to do this. You want to be embarrassed? Let's lean all the way into it. Go to your high school kid and do, hey, 6-7, what's up? Just do it. They will recoil like they hate it. They think it's their thing, even though they don't even know what the hell it is.
Right.
It's very funny. That's all you can do is have fun with it.
That's all you can do.
The whole world is doing this thing, and nobody knows what the hell it is because it isn't a thing.
Well, it's a thing based on something that was actually a nothing. It's based on a rap lyric that it was an innocuous rap lyric. It's not even a thing.
Isn't Jonathan Kuminga 6'7"?
Yeah, I think so.
I might have we got to make something out of that this year. We're going to do something with
little
that.
6'7"?
I feel like there's an opportunity.
Bay Area is Jonathan Kuminga.
What up, John?
Did you see his highlight dunk against the Lakers?
Oh, my God.
Wrong-footed from 12 feet, left-handed smash-a-rooney? Oh, my God.
Out of control. Out of control.
This guy is a ball player.
It was Sunday. It was tucked right into the middle of all the NFL games, so you had to go search it out.
It was one of those things where he's supposed to take another step and then dunk, but he just decided to right-legged jump, left-handed curl. Dude.
I believe that was the personification of the ha-ha. That was the ha-ha.
Yeah.
That's what people are talking about.
Sports, man.
Thank you.
Smashed on him.
And
that poor guy.
And he's 6'7", bro.
6'7".
You know?
That poor Laker guy, I don't even know who it was. He just is.
Oh, I don't either.
He's just out there trying to, like, make a buck.
Live his life.
And he got absolutely smash-a-rooney. Smash-a-rooney.
Oh, gosh.
Yep.
That was funny.
6'7".
Dude, it was incredible. Someone texted in, is 6'7" like Skibbity?
Skibbity? What?
You know all the... There's the whole language.
Sure.
It's a whole language. You know what it means when something slaps, right?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah. When it slaps, it's, like, really good.
Yeah, it tastes good.
Right.
Yeah. There's a whole thing. And if anybody is high school age and listening, they think that this is so cringe.
You saying cringe makes it even more cringe, by the way, and you know that, which is why you did that.
That's why you said it.
Stop! Stop! Stop!
All right. All right, we'll do something else. Sheesh. Hey, Sunday, kickoff show. Lo Neal and Evan Giddings, who apparently is having rough luck in the fantasy league. So, if you see him, tap him on the back and say, you deserve better. Live Laughing Monk, Sunnyvale starting at 3 o'clock. They're going to have all the early games on, and as I've been saying, the late games too, because they're starting at 3 o'clock. The beer garden's going to be on one. The DJ, bartenders serving up Gold Bar whiskey specials. Who knows? Maybe high noons as well. If you're going to the game, you can sign up for the free shuttle to the stadium right now. It's first come, first serve. So go to the Eventbrite page on our website. That's where you sign up, and those spots fill up really quick. So get over there now, 957thegame.com, 957thegame.com. All right, Feliciano will get back on track, we promise. Feliciano's coming up at 5 o'clock. Grandy's grades are about 10 minutes away. 888-957-9570 is the number. Is the window open? Is the window closed? Let's keep talking it out on Willard and Dibs.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first serve. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Dubs fans, it's time to score big at Cordelia RV Center. Every new 2025 RV must go before year's end with deals you won't see again. Don't wait. Hit the road in style and save thousands. Located at 680 and I-80 in Fairfield or online at CordeliaRV.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and miss the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Granger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Viant, innovating digital advertising. Didn't think you could advertise on the largest sport platforms? Think again. Viant helps brands show up where it counts, on live sports, where audiences are the most engaged. It's simple, smart, and built for results you can actually measure. No wasted time, no wasted spend. Viant. Visit ViantCTV.com and get your message in front of the right audience today.
Jumpstart MD is your Bay Area expert in weight loss and hormone care. And October is Menopause Awareness Month. Let's be real, one size fits all doesn't work. That's why Jumpstart MD created a personalized program that combines weight loss and hormone optimization, all for one low price. Even better, you'll save $200 this month when you choose the plan that fits your life. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to reclaim your energy, your balance, and your confidence.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
In San Francisco tonight, clouds, possible showers, and a low in the mid-50s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
This is Greg Nemitz from the Autism Society. The Pettinelli Financial Golf Tournament raised over $100,000 for our organization. Thank you, sponsors, players, volunteers, and thank you, Pettinelli Financial.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
48 hours, am I right? 48 hours.
Fresh Kerr?
Fresh Kerr. Every single week.
Oh, Steve.
Steve Kerr. Thursdays. Or at least this Thursday.
Yeah.
I mean,
it'll move around a little bit.
It's a fluctuation sensation.
That's a buck, yeah. Depending on the schedule.
Yeah. Exactly. But anyway, it starts this week on Thursday. And, oh, by the way, you know what happens?
Oh, yeah, thanks a lot.
But thank you, Steve. You know what happens a week from tonight? It's a basketball game that counts.
The opening.
We will be live at Splash. And I want to say that a couple of times because it's not a home game, which means we will be at Splash for the show. And I don't know about you. I don't want to speak for you. We're going to be at Splash after the show, too.
Oh, yeah. Watch that game.
I'm not going home.
No.
I'm going to stay. Lakers, Warriors, Splash next Tuesday. Y'all should be there. That's the spot to watch the game next Tuesday. So that'll be fun.
Very fun. Super fun and a super exciting game. They got the Lakers, and then you come home, you got Denver, and then Portland on the road the next night, and the NBA, the schedule and the rhythm and the routine, we start to get into it.
Yeah, and those of you who do have tickets for Thursday's home opener will be out there that day too. That is still sort of TBD. with regard to our exact location, but we will be out there on the Thrive City Greater Chase Center Splash property somewhere, getting you ready for that one too. So make sure you come on by and say hi to your afternoon radio hosts at the home of the Warriors, 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Willard and Dibs doing it, getting ready for a Warrior season, and meantime trying to, breathe life into this Niner season, keep this thing alive.
I mean, it's got plenty of life. I just don't know if it's got any sustainability. And so, Feliciano at 5. We'll do Grandy's grades here in 5 minutes. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? We're talking about whether the window is open or closed, because I hear a lot of people say right now that they feel like, this team's in transition, the window is closed, don't go after something too hardcore. And I'm with part of that. I think in this moment, without knowing what the Niners are going to do the next 2 weeks, if they're 6-2 in a week and a half, we're probably having a different conversation. I think you need to help your team. They're 4-2. They've earned that. So you need to help them, but you're not going to do that at the expense of your future. You're not going to make bad business moves going after a Super Bowl that, quite frankly, is very, very hard to come by this year with your key defensive players already gone, and they are irreplaceable players. With that, we all agree. But in general, I don't think the 49ers really believe in this idea of a window either being open or closed. In football, you've got a job, and that is to constantly, if you're a good organization, and we've seen some do it, the Ravens, the Packers, etc., like it is your job to replace players on the fly. It's not like this is a big team. It's not a basketball team. Steph Curry retires, we start over. It's not like that. So, yes, you've got an aging left tackle and an aging running back and an aging tight end and now 2 defensive stalwarts who are dealing with major injury. It is the 49ers' job with roster construction to be ready for those things on the fly. And so I would just be very hesitant to go all in on this year, knowing that you're 4-2, but let's be realistic. Like, I don't want to say you're lucky to be there or you've caught breaks, but the margins are so narrow. And I think for all of us, it's pretty believable that they could be 4-4 in a week and a half. They could be 6-2. But I don't think anybody nobody's putting all their chips in the middle of the table that this is a great team right now.
No, and I also look at the upgrades. And yesterday we got into a debate about getting a pass rusher. And I still think that if you can go out and get one, you should. But as you take a more broad look at this team and where they are overall, well, you probably need a linebacker, you need a pass rusher, and you also need some offensive line help. So if you're really looking to get this team better and better enough to where you can possibly go on a run, now you're talking about adding 3, if not 4 people, and hoping that your quarterback and your tight end both come back and are healthy. So there's a lot of ifs around how you would get this team to be in a spot to where you get to December or January and you actually could go on a run. So yeah, you have Atlanta at home. You're favored. You'll go to Houston. And if you're not favored, it'll be a 3 or 4 point spread. And then you'll go to New York. And depending on how you've done and how they've done, that'll probably be a game where you're also favored. But if you look at the next 3 games before the deadline, you're probably not going to go 3-0. You may go 2-1. I think 1-2 is probably more likely. So if you get out of the Giants game and you're 5-4 and you're 2 days away from the deadline at that point, you're probably not going to look to make any real upgrades. You're going to be 5-4 and you'll think, okay, we're going to play this out. We have 8 more games. We can still make the playoffs and we'll see what we have and see what we can do.
Cleveland Farrell just got released from a practice squad.
Right. I've been saying that he is a great target all along.
Available.
He was available before on the practice squad.
Right. You don't need to give up anything. Nothing.
And when he's on a squad, it's the same thing. You can just sign him.
You can sign him, yes. Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
You can straight up sign him. So, I mean, he's a body. He's a guy. He's not really what I would call an impactful player, but you need bodies. Yeah. You need people who have played here. And I don't think that he played for Robert Saleh. That might have been post-Salah?
No, it was post. Yeah, he was on the team just 2 years ago.
Right. So he was here with, I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Yeah.
And he actually was really mostly good.
He was good.
Setting the edge and, doing those things.
All right. 888-957-9570. We'll get back to your phone calls ASAP, but right now we've arrived at that time, and for many, this is what they're waiting for, especially after a loss. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, for Grandy's Grades.
All right, guys. Always like doing grades after a win. Unfortunately, this one doesn't feel quite as good after the loss and the Fred Warner injury. But as always, we will go position group, basically by position group, and we begin with the quarterback spot, which, again, was a Mac Jones start. I know he threw 2 interceptions, and the second one basically ended the game. I think it's a little misleading, though. I thought Mac played a pretty good ball game, threw for nearly 350 yards, didn't throw a touchdown, but kept the Niners' offense afloat when the offensive line was doing very little for him, and the run game wasn't really supporting him either. I thought Mac was better than average. I gave him a solid B for his performance, which you look at the stats, I think it looks like it should be worse, but I think it's misleading. A B for Mac.
I purposefully don't go look for your online grades before we do this because I don't want that to shade what I'm thinking about this, so I write them down before I know what you give him. You gave him a B. I gave him a B.
Yeah.
I agree with everything you just said. Mac Jones was really good in this game. He was really good. The only you can't give him an A, though, because of multiple turnovers, ball security in the pocket, left a little something to be desired. One of the interceptions wasn't his fault at all. But what's going on around him, particularly up the middle of the offensive line, makes it exceedingly difficult. But I look at the throws, man. When he ripped it downfield, it went where he was trying to get it to go. And there were a lot of high-level throws that he executed. So better than average is exactly the way to put it. I give him a B also.
Yeah, I'm in the exact same spot with the grade, and I actually look at your grades, and then I don't internalize them, and then I go about doing my own thing. I actually look at your grades, and I just to try to get a sense for what Monday is going to be like, because you do them on Sunday, and then they get put out, and I love the grades that you put out because you're really astute and you watch football, but for me, it would have been a much higher grade if not for that last interception. And I've watched the playback today a couple of different times, and he's got multiple people open, and it's 4th down, and he had checkdowns available that would have still got them the first down, and he forced the ball when he didn't need to force the ball. So it goes from an A-. I had it at a B- before, but I bumped it up to a B because of what you're saying, Willard, and about the level of duress that he had to fight through. So he gets a B.
Yeah. Absolutely. I agree with you guys as well. Up next is skill positions, which is running backs, wide receivers, and tight ends. Not much of a run game once again. I think that's less on Christian McCaffrey and more on the offensive line. I mean, just ask Stink, for goodness sake. If you missed it, go back on the Odyssey app and you can give that a listen. There were some mess-ups in the wide receiver room in this one as well. Kendrick Bourne had a drop, but he bounced back from that, had a good game once again. Juwan Jennings had a really, really rough game despite playing through all those injuries, and he might have had a worse off-the-field day than he did on the field. Demarcus Robinson had a really bad drop as well, but considering that you didn't have anything going in the run game again and you still managed to pass the ball for 350 yards, I thought Kendrick Bourne bounced back really well. Jake Tonjes had an amazing second half, and McCaffrey in the pass game continues to be an absolute hero. So not good. There were some issues, but not bad at all for me. I thought skill positions got a B-.
Yeah, I'm the same, B-, and I was going to go lower, but then when you think about a couple of monster Kendrick Bourne catches, you talked about the Tonjes, which was a key one in the second half. There were a few drops, and McCaffrey in the run game, I don't really put that on him as much. We'll get to offensive line coming up. So they didn't fumble the ball. They didn't drop more than I think I think there were 2 passes that were drops, and by and large they were pretty impactful, and Shanahan schemed it up great, so I had it as a B-.
Yeah, I'm a little harsher on these guys than you were. I'm going to C for these skill position players. Look, I sympathize with Christian McCaffrey and the holes that are being opened up, but there's also just there has not been the dynamic play from him, and he has to at least share in that a little bit. But he's not the reason that they got to see. They got to see because a Demarcus Robinson drop, a Juwan Jennings massive penalty, and a sideline fight. Like, I'm sorry. That's absurd. With everything going on with this football team, you decide now with Fred Warner on his way to the hospital and the 49ers playing from behind because of an interception that set up an opening touchdown because Kendrick Bourne went the wrong way. So you have that play, and then you decide now's the moment to go start yelling at your coach and then admitting all of your injuries in detail to the press after the fact. Sure, there's plenty of good to make this not a D or an F, but there's plenty of bad to prevent this from being an A or a B, if you ask me.
Yeah, I like that. And also Bourne with the false start, and I didn't account for Bourne going the wrong way on the sight adjust. So, yeah, I'd like to change my grade, but I won't because it's in pen.
Lock it in, Dibs.
Yeah, it's locked. I yacked it in.
You got to yak in.
And up next is the offensive line. I don't think I need to say all that much. I thought it was an absolutely atrocious day by almost everybody on that offensive line, some worse than others. That's all I'm going to say. They got an F. Terrible, terrible performance, no redeeming qualities.
All right, I'm going to give him a D just because, you did move the ball. You did have a quarterback go for 300 some odd yards. So, there's a redeeming quality in there somewhere that it's yes, he got sacked too many times. There weren't enough holes, but they're blocking someone. But, yeah, there's not a whole lot that's good to say. Too many penalties, too many whiffs. Vita Vea literally picking people up and throwing them to the ground.
Literally.
You got beat. You got soundly beaten. You get a D from me.
It's a D. Yeah, and I can't go full F because of what you're saying, Mark. And 347 passing yards. You had enough plays where you had explosives, and I'm looking at the sheet. Bourne for 41, Bourne for 56. These are plays that were blocked up enough to where you could at least make throws down the field. So it was not a complete disaster, but man, Dominic Pooney, I can't wait to talk to John Feliciano Mongo at 5 o'clock to talk about a slump because he's in a world of hurt. The tackles I thought were mostly good. The interior three were terrible.
There was a play. It was end of the first half. Niners in a really, not a 2-minute drill, even quicker than that, like a 1-minute drill. They were at about midfield, and they drew up a screen to McCaffrey, and there was a lot of space on the left side. Levante David was approaching McCaffrey, but the Niners had spaced Jake Brendel out there, and it was Jake Brendel versus Levante David. He gets a block down, or at least just gets in his way. McCaffrey probably gets 25 or 30 yards, and Brendel did nothing.
He got 3 yards.
Absolutely nothing.
Probably
cost him 20 yards.
Yep, at least. You're right.
So, offensive line, absolutely terrible. Over to the defensive side of the football, we start with the front seven. That's the down linemen and the linebackers. This was really hard for me to grade because you lose Fred Warner in the first half. Already, or even the beginning of the season, the heart and soul of that group, even more so now without Nick Bosa. You lose him. What do you really expect out of that group? So that is part of this here. Honestly, it wasn't absolutely terrible. It still wasn't very good, and I can't forgive not being able to get Baker Mayfield down on that 3rd and 14 that she eventually converted and got a first down. It led to a touchdown. Front seven without Fred Warner, not absolutely terrible, but still not good. A C- from me.
Yeah, C- is what I have, and I'm glad you pointed out that 3rd and 14 because that was the absolute game-changing play, and I would have gone lower if not for Fred Warner and what he did early in that game when he completely blew up a screen pass, and it looked like Fred was going to have one of those days that we love where there's going to be a punch out. Maybe he gets an interception. Fred was everywhere, but you can't shy away from the fact that Tampa rushed for more than 100 yards. You had 1 sack and 1 QB hit, and you're really doing nothing in terms of pressuring the other team, and yeah, it's just not good enough. C-.
This is interesting to me. I actually gave them a B-, and I'll tell you why. I understand everything you guys said. It's all accurate, but at the same time, what are we really asking of these guys? There's no Nick Bosa and there's no Fred Warner. Plus, there's the pit in their stomach of the fact that there's no Fred Warner. So, look, this is pro football. I'm not here to make excuses. I thought they rushed the passer better than they did the previous 2 games without Nick. They just didn't quite get to Baker enough. He's shifty. He's very good. Yes, the tackling was very poor. I'm not going to give him an A. I'm not going to give him even a B+. But at the same time, that group is just like their legs have been ripped off of their body. Their right leg and their left leg are both gone. I don't know exactly what to expect. Tatum Bethune, I thought, considering the circumstances, you came in there and did about as well as anybody could have asked of you. So I was not offended by this group, looking at all the things that might have offended me by this game. So I go B-.
Up next is the defensive backfield, so the corners and the safeties. It's the secondary. This is a good Tampa Bay passing offense. Baker Mayfield might be the favorite to win MVP through 6 weeks of the season. He's really good, but Tampa also either began the game or very soon in the game were without their top 4 receivers in Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Emeka Ibuka, and then also Jalen McMillan, who we forget about, a rookie last year, had an okay year, but was expected to be top 3, top 4 receiver for them this year, and you got beat consistently by receivers named Cameron Johnson and Tez Johnson and Sterling Shepard, to the tune of Baker Mayfield throwing for 256 yards and 2 touchdowns without forcing a turnover. Bad performance by the secondary. The secondary looks young and inexperienced. It makes sense, but still bad performance. A D from me.
Yeah, I actually went C-. Some of the similar reasons, but again, you're talking about babies out there who are going to make mistakes against a plus quarterback. Also, a little bit of a nod to Malik Mustafa, who is just back playing football for the first time in many, many months, and actually thought he played okay at times. But in general, the youth is evident and the mistakes are very evident, and they're paying for that dearly. They've got no pass rush, so they're being put on an island. I find it to be kind of an impossible situation for a bunch of really young players, but at the same time, this is the NFL. You have to perform, and they didn't do it very well, so to me, that's a C-.
Yeah, I split the difference with a D+. I'm right between you two. Too many blown coverages, and I'm thinking about the Cameron Johnson touchdown where they bring Stout on a blitz and they drop Huff into coverage. Huff has got the guy covered, and in the back end, Diamond Lenore and I don't know if it was Siegel or the safety, there was a lack of communication because Cameron Johnson was wide open, and the other one for Tez Johnson, amazing catch. Yes,
Yep.
He was also wide open. He had about 8 or 10 yards of terra firma in front of him. You're young. There's no pass rush. I get it. You can't be leaving these guys open that much. It's a D+, guys.
Fair. And then we got special teams. This is a weird one because Eddie Pinheiro was awesome. Made all of his kicks once again. He's incredible. He looks like the best kicker in the NFL, not just accuracy-wise, but also kicking really good from distance. So that half of special teams was an A++, as good as you possibly could get. But everything else was a bit of an issue again. The Niners continue to lose the field position battle on kickoffs. They consistently are giving opponents the ball at the 35 or more, whether it's a touchback or bad kick coverage. They can't return kicks or punts to save their lives. And Sky Moore is making a name for himself by catching punts inside the 5-yard line, and it drives me crazy. But again, Pinheiro was awesome and kept them in the game with his right foot. A B- for special teams, but I'll separate it A+ for Pinheiro and an F for almost everything else.
Pretty good. I also have a B-, and it's for the many of the reasons you laid out, and I just can't stomach the Sky Moore thing anymore. You caught a punt at the 2, you caught a punt at the 4, and I wasn't going to text the group, but I was thinking of you, Grandy, grinding your teeth. I hope you had your mouth guard. I hope you had your mouth guard in, because on that second punt, I was worried about the teeth because I know how you grind on it. Eddie Pinheiro, my God, like they're lining up for a field goal. Just go do whatever you need to do. It's gonna be made. And Morstead, a couple of good punts, and I don't think that Eddie had more than one touchback on kickoff. So yeah, B-.
I went B because I actually think that outside of what Sky Moore's doing, it was a pretty good day for the special teams. Sky Moore made 2 plays that are complete head scratchers. I don't know why that's difficult to get through his head. But outside, if you take those 2 plays out, I largely think this was pretty well done. Yes, there's Pinheiro. He's the lead story. Morstead was good. Their coverage of kicks was solid enough. They didn't let anybody break through and get to midfield. The ball security was good from Sky Moore and Brian Robinson Jr. Literally, those two more catches are the only bothersome thing for me. So I'll go B.
Last but not least, it is coaching. The fact that the Niners were in this game and they legitimately had a chance to win it or at least tie it late in this ball game and have a chance to win it on the road, down everything that they were down, learning in game that you're going to lose Fred Warner, not just for that game, but for the rest of the season. I was impressed, and I think a lot of that comes from the coaching staff in general. There was the spat between Shanahan and Jennings. That doesn't impact my grades here at all. I thought it was a solid day for the coaching staff, a B for the Niners coaches.
I'm going to give them even better. I'm going to give them an A- because I don't really know necessarily what it is they did wrong. The only reason it's not an A is because, quite frankly, at some point, it is your job to have the team ready for adversity. But I also, this is where I do sort of want to give people a pass. When you lose Fred Warner, you lose Fred Warner. Your pants are down around your ankles. So I don't know necessarily what a coach is supposed to go out there and do. Hey, 7th round, second-year player, get on out there and run the show, okay? He's not ready for that. So that, combined with what you just said, Grandy, they were in the game. The play calling was solid enough. I'm not coming after Kyle for going for it on 4th down. I would have too. They gave him a chance to win. That's what coaches are supposed to do. A- for me.
Great play calling, great use of the timeouts at the end of the first half. However, when you've got 10 men on the field, either you or the defensive coordinator has got to be able to do the math, count it up, and call timeout. I had to give him a B- because not because Fred Warner got hurt on that play. That's an unfortunate circumstance, but when you see you've got 10 out there, you call timeout, and the spat too, to me, you got to be able to keep that stuff behind closed doors. I'm not blaming Shanahan, but that was just a bad look. So it's a B- for me.
Grandy's grades every Tuesday, at least when the game is on Sunday. So we'll be doing that again a week from today. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Here come Mongo. It's Fat Tuesday, everybody. John Feliciano, he was on this offensive line the last 2 years. He joins us every Tuesday at 5. And if you haven't heard what Richard Sherman said on his podcast about the 49ers O-line play, you are going to want to hear this. We will not only play it for you, we will play it for John Feliciano, and that's coming up next on Willard and Dibs. All right, also got a message for y'all. When life hits you hard, an accident, an injury, you have to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. And I'm not just saying that. These are good people, very, very trustworthy. They've been doing the good work for a long, long time. In fact, for over 40 years. Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice. And remember, Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com, Habas Law. They'll fight to make it right.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
McDonald's has classics, but then there's the classic. 2 beef patties, sesame seed bun, made perfect with iconic Big Mac sauce. And now I can snag one with fries and a soft drink with a $9 Big Mac Extra Value Meal. That's a Big Mac, medium fries, and an ice-cold Coke, all for $9. Score the classics at Mickey D's. They're classics for a reason. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing. Coca-Cola is a registered trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th,
New Comcast business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapo Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay, and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs. If you're doing what I'm doing, then you're listening on the radio. If not, you could check them out and see what kind of hat Willard's wearing right now on YouTube.
Hawker hat. I keep telling you.
Keep waiting.
Hawker hat.
Waiting for my Hawker hat.
Don't worry. It ain't your half birthday. It ain't Christmas. I got you.
What about Hanukkah?
Hanukkah?
I'm Jewish
No,
now.
You're not. No, you're not.
I'm Jewish.
No.
When you marry a Jew, you become not Jewish, but Jewish. There's a difference. There's a difference.
It's a very important pause.
You better be careful.
Pause.
No, My daughter is Jewish, I'm being told.
Yes.
And
that's actually
pause.
That's automatic.
Right.
Then again, that's according to Judaism.
Correct.
I
become Jewish.
Right. I hope this doesn't offend anyone because this is me. Like, my mom is Jewish. So when you're born, you're like, you're Jewish. And I'm like, but that's my dad. Like, why am I not allowed to follow that? Like, who died and made you the king of me?
Yeah, that's fair.
So, like, I'm considered Jewish. I also think that's rude to Judaism because I did nothing to earn that. I never went to temple in my life. I had no bar mitzvah. I've celebrated Christmas every year. Hanukkah also. We celebrate everything. For years, I didn't even know why.
Kwanzaa, Diwali?
Well, no.
Okay.
But anyway, you get it.
I do.
Like, that's just an odd. I'm like, wait a minute. You can't just declare that half the family decides all of this.
Where do all roads on this show lead?
Judaism.
Kaminga,
yes.
Did Kaminga choose to be a Golden State Warrior? He didn't, Mark.
Well, actually,
he got drafted.
Oh, hold on. No, this time he did.
Well, initially, he got drafted. And I think about my own religious journey, and John Feliciano joining us in 8 minutes. Mongo, I was baptized at 10 months old, along with my 3 siblings. It was a four for one. I was baptized as an Episcopalian. I got the water put on me. I was 10 months old. I didn't have the ability to say, what the hell's going on around here? So I was baptized Episcopalian, and my daughter is Jewish. So therefore, I am now old enough to choose. I choose to be Jewish.
Okay, but when she gets old enough, she gets to choose if she doesn't want to be Jewish. And I know some people will be like, no, she doesn't.
Well,
but I see it as it's a religious faith.
I do too.
It's not an ethnicity.
I'm going to say this,
or
though.
Is it?
When it comes time for her bat mitzvah, y'all better get your checkbooks out now, because I'm coming.
Not going to be as big as the one you're going to write.
Dude.
Ooh, dog. I went to one of those recently.
I'll be getting, no, I won't be getting Social Security. Not quite. I'll be 67.
Better save up.
When she has the mitzvah.
Better sign another new contract.
Dude, seriously.
Another one. Sign a new contract and be like, I get 2.
Seriously.
I'll produce. I'll edit.
I'll do anything.
I'll do the overnights also. Anyway, John Feliciano in a few minutes. Hey, everybody wants to talk about the Niners' offensive line, including offensive linemen. We had Mark Schlereth earlier, and Brian Baldinger was on the morning roast, as he often is. And this is what he said today about the Niners' O-line play.
I remember doing a breakdown in the run game, and regardless of formation or motions or shifts, the 49ers basically ran 5 plays. And they always came back to that. There was a wind back play at I formation. There's, outside zone stretch. There's a power where the guard's pulling. I don't know that they have a signature run right now that they can count on that's going to get them yards when they need yards, and or just a drive starter on first down where they're picking up 6. I just don't see it now. Losing Kittle, you lose a lot on the edge in all those plays, okay? But they haven't really established a run that they can really go to right now, where you can really crease the defense, and so that. To me, that they're still struggling to find that. Now, you could say, okay, the offensive line, they've had to change at left guard. The center doesn't look great right now. McKivitz has had some trouble. Trent's not the same guy. You can say all that stuff. But those are going to be the 5 guys who are going to be out there week in, week out right now. The guys that we saw, Barge at left guard. So I just think they got to get to where they've got back to their 5 basic runs that they can count on. And until they do that, I think they're going to struggle because the play action pass isn't going to be as strong without it.
I mean, that's all spot on in terms.
So good.
Yeah, it's very, very good breakdown. The issue is, and this is what we'll throw at Feliciano, I don't know, is there a good answer? How do you fix this? I love it when people are like, just play better. Well, okay. And yes, at a fundamental level, there is some of that. Kyle Shanahan admitted this week that Dominic Pooney is struggling. And yes, he believes that the knee injury that he suffered preseason and aggravated in Seattle is, quote, making it harder for him. But at the same time, Big Boy Pro Sports, no time for that because everybody's dealing with something. he's like, look, he's played really well for us before, and I expect him to do it again, but he hasn't so far. All right, if Brendel is struggling, Pony is struggling, Barch is out, Connor Colby is a rookie, okay, go play better.
Go play better.
Oh, thanks, Coach. Okay,
right.
That's not going to happen.
Play better on 3.
Yeah, that's not a fix.
It's not. And this is, I'm thinking about what Stink said earlier, Mark Schlereth, and he talked about, and I want to get this right. He said, your hands are an independent contractor and your feet are a part of the union. And so your hands, what you do with your hands, that's on you. Your feet have to be in concert with the other 8 feet in the offensive line. All 10 of your feet have to work together in concert. And if one guy messes up, then a run play doesn't work. And interesting about that comment from Baldy there about, you've got 5 different runs that you go to, and right now you don't have your go-to run. You can't really run up the middle. And I'm looking at my game log, and I'm looking at some of the film here, and McCaffrey, boom, it works. You go right up the middle, B-gap, and everybody seals their guy, and you get a guard to the second level, and you get 7 yards. And then the very next play, you try to run an outside zone toss play, and it gets blown up because the blockers can't even get off their initial play. So it's not even, can you do it consistently? Because they're not. I like what Baldy said about what's your go-to run right now? They don't have it. And part of that is no George Kittle. Because when you have Trent and George and Juice, you can, all right, you got Trent on the left, and you start with George on the right. You bring George in motion to Trent's side, and then you go left. You've got Juice in front of Christian. You've got Trent out there, and you've got Kittle. I like our chances there, going outside zone with those 3 or 4 guys in front of Christian. But right now, you don't really have that.
I'd say their go-to run is a pass play.
Well, for the most part, yeah.
That is. Their go-to run is to throw the ball to Christian McCaffrey out of the backfield.
It has been.
That is their go-to run. That's how they try to get 4 yards on first down or 6 yards on second down. That's how they try to set up third and manageable. They can't do it on the ground. Certainly not consistently, and usually not at all.
McCaffrey's long on Sunday was 11, and I'm just looking at this sequence where they're down 14-10. They get the ball back. McCaffrey for 7. McCaffrey loses 3. Now, all of a sudden, you go from second and short to third and medium, and you pick it up with Marquez Valdez-Scantling in a nice pass. But to your point, it's like you're not able to just have a drive where you run it 7 or 8 or 9 times and you start to just gash people. And offensive linemen prefer to run block than pass block. They prefer to go forward as opposed to backward.
You would think.
Yes.
I don't want to speak for them. We have one who's going to join us in a sec.
Yeah, and he'll corroborate what I'm talking about because, he and I are cut from the same cloth.
Clearly.
Well, think about your life. Yeah. In your life, do you prefer to go forward or go backward?
Depends on what I'm doing. If I'm leaving the driveway, I prefer to go backward.
Fair enough.
After that, I prefer to go forward.
In terms of bigger, broader, gigantic things
forward, of course.
Of course, let's go forward.
Yeah.
Move ahead.
We're talking about the Niners situation on 95.7 The Game, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. This is also the home of John Feliciano every Tuesday on Willard and Dibs, and he joins us now live both on 95.7 The Game and the YouTube feed. So get on over there so you can see Mongo. Hey, John, what's going on today?
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
We're doing all right. John joining us here on the River Islands guest line. Hey, before we play this for you, and I don't even know if you've heard it, it's on Richard Sherman's podcast, but what's your real review? Come on, John. Your real review of how the 49ers offensive line is currently playing.
I just watched it again. I feel like the bigger problems are on the outside.
On the outside?
Kittle, we desperately need Kittle back.
Sure.
gone are the days of Chris Conley. I mean, Juwan is still there, but he's not playing like he's, capable. I'm guessing it's because of the broken ribs. BA is a great blocker. Debo is a great blocker. I think we're missing that right now.
And also,
obviously, yes, the offensive linemen need to play better.
Yeah, and also I think the Kittle part of it, John, I'm just looking at this play late in the second quarter where they try to run that outside toss, and Tonjes gets moved about 8 yards back, and Juice can't get out there and make a block, so McCaffrey has to cut it up inside. How much of the Kittle factor is kind of leading into what you're talking about in the outside zone?
I mean, it's huge. I mean, there was about 4 or 5 times where it's not just Tonjes, it's the other tight end, and a couple times with the receivers. I mean, especially when you're running outside zone so often, those guys are so important to success of that offense. And I think the big thing is it's shining of what Kittle brings to this offense.
John Feliciano's with us. Okay, we got to play this for you. Need for you to react to this because Richard Sherman on the Richard Sherman podcast, I mean, it's no Not Our Fault podcast, but it is Richard Sherman's, and this is what he said about the current 49er O-line play, and we'd love to get your reaction. Here it is.
The interior offensive line was the issue late in the game, and I knew that would be the Achilles heel for this team, but it's not just on the passing plays. It's not just from the pass protection standpoint. It's ridiculous on plays that are set up successfully. Plays that are set up successfully, you got guys in space. All you got to do is block your guy. Block your guy, get in the way, Christian McCaffrey, let him do his work. And you can't even do that. And that's where it's starting to become devastating to this offense because you can draw up the perfect play. But if you have guys that are incompetent, unable to get the job done, unable to block people, unable to block linebackers, then you can't run these plays. And you should be able to expect your center and your guards to be able to get out in space and get up on Levante David is an incredible player, all pro bowl, big time guy, been playing for a long time. I got a ton of respect for him, but you should be able to at least be able to get in his way. He shouldn't be able to shock shed and tackle Christian McCaffrey right where they were. And I think that's happened throughout the season on plays that are drawn up well, and we're looking at the center, get up on guys, and just whiff.
And there's more where he points directly at Jake Brendel and says, I don't want to blame one guy, but. What's your take on what he's saying here, John?
I'm guessing he's talking about that screenplay that Jake doesn't touch. I think it was Levante David.
Yep.
But that play is drawn up to go outside, so Jake's blocking it like it's like Christian's gonna go on the outside. Christian goes inside because Christian's the man. He knows what he can make a play anywhere. Unfortunately, he didn't make the play there, so Jake's kind of sitting there with his pants on his ankles when he's thinking the play's going outside and it cuts in. Pooney didn't play a great game. I think Pooney's that injury has really been messing with him. And like I've been saying over the last few weeks that Connor's doing. I think he played a better game this week than he has the previous two. But he's a young guy that he's trying his best. I think hopefully Barch gets back soon, and I think that's going to help the offensive line a lot. And hopefully Pooney keeps getting healthier so he can get back to what he was doing last year.
Is that really the fix? Is you're hoping that Barch gets back and gets healthy? Because Mark and I were joking earlier, like as a coach, you just say, "All right, get better. All you guys just get better." Are there things schematically that the Niners can do to try to use as a workaround for these guys who maybe are either injured or just aren't quite playing well enough?
No, man, I just got to man up. One other point he was talking about is the sacks. We gave up 6 sacks. I think 2 of them were not on the offensive line. Tonjes was supposed to chip the guy when Colton gave up that sack. He doesn't chip him. And then Trent gave up a sack. So that's 4. And then the other 2 were just we got our ass kicked on 2. I watched it again. I watched it 2 or 3 times now. they're not playing as bad as everyone's saying, but I think it magnifies when you lose and you can't run the ball. There was a 2nd and 10 play when Tondres catches a screen. It was late in the game, and he runs right to the linebacker. I don't know why he doesn't follow the blockers, but we get the 3rd and 1, and then we don't get the 3rd and 1. Then the 4th down play, Purdy jumps all sides. So like, it's we were right there. Unfortunately, those little things happened and we didn't win the game.
Vita Vea picked up Dominic Puni, laid him down gently like a toddler, and then trampled over him. Is that the worst possible moment for an offensive guard?
Yeah, and people, my thing I love the fans and I love the love that I'm getting, and people are asking me to come back. But as soon as I saw that for Puni, first thing I did was go to 2023. We were back. It was a 2-minute drive. We were backed up, and guess what happened? Vita Vea put me on my ass. The same thing. It just happened to be BA caught a big pass and ran for like 30 yards. But I sent it to Puni as hey man, pimps go through this shit from time to time.
It's okay, John. No, John, we promise our YouTube audience that they're going to get a couple of those. So it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I thought I was allowed to say that one.
No, not really.
That
Yeah, no, you can say the first word. You can't go to you can't say the second word, John.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're learning.
Yeah, I mean, Vita Vea's got to be 370. I'm like, you're no small potatoes, but that's a big man now.
Yeah, and and he's still got it. I don't know what people were thinking, but Vita Vea is still elite.
Hey, John Feliciano with us as he is every Tuesday. Can we back up and get a comment on what this? I mean, you've been a teammate of his. What does it mean emotionally to this team to lose Fred Warner?
Oh man, it's rough. Once when Bosa goes down, you kind of all the leadership of that defense all falls on Fred. And then when you lose him, it's like a gut punch. A great teammate, a great player, and a guy that he just loves ball, and his enthusiasm is just bleeds onto the team, and that is a big loss.
And what's that like on even both sides of the field, obviously, because as an offensive player, you're not in the huddle with him, but just having a player of that stature go down, does it cast a pall over the entire game? And how do you as a player try to shake that off and still get out there and play 3 more quarters of football?
Yeah, I mean, you try not to think about it. But whenever you need to play, and the offense is on the sideline watching the defense, you're always like, "Where's 54?" Because Fred's going to make that play for you. But now with him being gone, you look to D. Winters, who I think is going to be a phenomenal linebacker. I think he's going to keep going, and they're going to have a deadly combo with Fred and D for hopefully a long time. But yeah, it's going to be hard to replace Fred.
John Feliciano is with us. John, especially because of your affinity for the Bills and the fact that they played Atlanta last night, and that's the 49ers' next opponent as well. Give us a little X's and O's breakdown on what you saw them do to Josh last night that is now waiting for the 49ers in 5 days.
Yeah, man, it's been a tough couple days for me, man. San Francisco losing. I thought Buffalo versus Atlanta was a shoo-in, but obviously it wasn't the case. That D-line kind of got after the Bills' O-line, and they did a great job of running the ball. So we gotta make sure D-line and linebackers need to make sure they don't run the ball and keep the ball away from the Niners.
Well, I mean, it's just Bijan Robinson, so no big deal, right?
It's kind of Christian's fault. Didn't they train together in the offseason? So, I mean, thanks a lot, Christian. Look, he got a lot better, and now you got to play him.
How much does coming off the bye really help a team like, well, any team really, but the Falcons go into that one last night coming off a bye, and they're at home. How big of a deal is that even this early in the season?
Yeah, you kind of hate having it this early, just because you would. I mean, a week like 10 bye week is kind of like the premium for me. But yeah, obviously the coaches do a lot of self scouting on bye week, so I'm guessing that the Falcons coaches really took a hard look at themselves, and they looked like an elite team last night. So hopefully they suck next week.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, John, a quick pivot. We'll get back to 49ers, but did you deliver Ambien to your entire family? I've never heard your house so quiet. What's going on?
I put my foot down. I said, "Wife, get this in order."
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
No, was there an actual conversation?
Yeah.
And
I said, "Hey, put these kids to bed earlier."
What time zone are you in right now?
Eastern.
Okay, so it's 8:11 in the evening?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
and everybody's been fed and bathed and they're already in bed?
Yeah, showered, bathed, yeah. They brushed their teeth. They're my wife's up there now, keeping them quiet, making sure they go to bed.
Is she reading them the classic go the blank to sleep as a story?
No, I think she's choking them out.
Also a bedtime technique.
Well, that's better. Yeah, thank goodness for that. That makes everybody feel so much better.
A little guillotine. A little,
a little,
some jiu-jitsu stuff.
Yeah.
Just
helping them out.
Mild threats, not like, major ones.
No.
Okay.
Nope.
Perfect. All right. John Feliciano's with us. Okay. Hey, can we go bigger picture and like they're 4-2? All right. That's great. Mm-hmm. We can also see that, man, it was razor thin. There seem to be losing stars every week. I know some guys are coming back, but like, I don't know, John, like how realistic are the long-term thoughts? And I mean that just this season for this team, considering everything that has happened.
I don't know, man. You obviously with all the injuries, you kind of get scared and kind of want to just chalk the season up. But I mean, I think the Bucks are one of the best teams in the league. They're a play or two away from being undefeated right now. Every game goes down to the wire, and they know how to finish a game. With us, with all these injuries, somehow we keep pulling games off. I think that's a credit to the players that are playing and to the coaches. I don't know. I don't know if I'm just a homer or what, but I still see all their goals right in front of them. I think hopefully BA gets healthy here soon. Get him back in a few weeks. He'll be a giant help. I'm sure John and Kyle are going to look into some kind of trade or something during the trade deadline. So I'm actually excited to see what's going to happen in the next few weeks.
Yeah, like I wonder if you can put a name on some of those things. Like if you want to be optimistic, I get it. There's a long way to go and a lot can still happen. But if you were to name specifically 3 or 4 things that need to happen for the rest of the season to go well, what would you say?
Health. We got to trade for a defensive piece, either linebacker or DN, and get some of our guys back, man. Those are the only things. I think once we get Barch and BA and Ricky, all our guys back, I think we'll be all right.
In the locker room, is this something that players openly talk about? Like, you've lost Bosa, you lost Fred Warner. Do you talk amongst yourselves about how you want to add a piece, or is that just something that now you're a media star you think more about?
No, yeah, it's definitely now that I'm a media star. When you're in the locker room, you try to be like, oh yeah, we're good. We got everyone we need in this locker room. But obviously, it helps when we got Randy Gregory my 2023 year. I thought that was a big get. I thought he played well for us. But it's always nice. It's you hear. I mean, Randy had a pretty big name at the time of a pass rusher kind of guy. So like if you get a guy with like a big name or just someone that is respected around the league, that always helps with morale.
Hey, John, as an offensive lineman, and I know you didn't get to play with Mac Jones, you've played with Brock Purdy, but how different of a job is that, blocking for those two guys, because Brock is so much more mobile?
Yeah, Brock will definitely help you out in if you get beat or things are not looking so good. You know that he could kind of weasel his way out of there. With Mac, the positive is you always know where Mac's going to be because he's going to be in the pocket. I think he's been playing well. Obviously, he kind of he had a bad pick in the first or second series, but besides that, I thought he's been playing well.
Hey, John, I was wondering about offensive linemen and slumps. I know Dominic Pooney is injured, but I can't get beyond the mental part of it where, he false started on that 4th and 1. To me, that wasn't injury based. As an offensive lineman, can you go through a slump?
Oh yeah, 100%. And I think he's definitely going through that right now. So it's the seltzer water, dude. Came out of nowhere.
Let it ride.
I'm drinking the sparkles right now too, man. The same thing happens, John. So yeah, belch away, dude. It's all good.
Yeah, I think Pooney's definitely going through a slump. It's very mental. Obviously physical as well with the injury, but he is when you get in those slumps, man, you're trying to dig your way out so bad, and you want to get out so bad that you actually go deeper in. If they need someone to come out there and get in his head and help him out, vet minimum is not that expensive.
Okay. Hey,
there it is.
John, what do you see as your role right now? Is it just are you in contact with any of the guys?
Yeah. I mean, not front office wise.
Right.
A lot of the players I still talk to.
Okay. Like, do you have any conversations with these guys over the last week?
Yeah. I mean, Bosa, McCaffrey, all the old linemen. They're my guys, man. I'm always sending them inappropriate videos on Instagram.
Okay. Me and
Pooney talked a little bit, especially after the Vita Vea thing. Just because I know how he feels. He's down right now, and man, like he has 12 more games to play or whatever it is. Like, yep. Buddy, you got plenty of time to turn this season around. No one's even going to remember the first 6 weeks.
Yeah, what'd you say to him?
Exactly what I sent him. I sent him a video of me getting ran over by Vita Vea, and I just said, pimps go through this kind of stuff, man. It's all right.
I'm gonna have to Google that here, John. I'm gonna have to see that for my own bemusement. Just because Vita Vea is a monster.
I'll send you guys right now. It's it didn't feel good. I'll tell you that, right? It was he tricked me, and it's my fault for even falling for it because he's not going outside. He's quick for his size, but he's not going to beat you outside. So he kind of made I think I said the freaking wrong thing.
Who'd you send it to, John? Did you just send it to Christian McCaffrey?
No. No, shoot.
That's
anyways. Vito was acting like he was going outside, and I fell for it, and then he just went straight down my neck and blew me up. But like I said, we got the ball out, and it was a big play, so no one remembers that, but it happened. It definitely happened. Here, I got it now. I sent it to the. Sorry, I forgot his name. the guy that always texts me the freaking link. My guy.
It's not Lucas. You sent it to Lucas?
Lucas.
All right.
Lucas.
Well, Lucas isn't even,
pull it up.
Lucas isn't even here today. So now we're like, now
Lucas, what are you doing?
I know. Days off on a Tuesday. What are we doing? What are we doing?
I'm here once a week, Luke. Lucas. Send it over.
Yeah. All right. We'll get it from him. And we need, we'll go through Luke. You need to be able to send it directly to us, John.
Yeah, that's my bad.
All right,
man.
put your number. Put your number in the YouTube chat right now, and then we'll text you. All right, so I'll take that as a no. Oh man!
I'll send it to Dibs. Hey Dibs, I'll send it to you on Twitter.
I appreciate that.
There you go.
I'll share.
There you go. We'll DM some mobile numbers.
I'm always bugging Mongo in the Twitter DMs just to try to make sure he's agitated for the segment. Got to keep you on edge, Mongo.
Hey, your boy Lawrence played great last week, huh?
Not so sparkly, no. I mean, he's a work in progress. It's a week-to-week league now, John. We're taking it one game at a time, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. At least my guy's able to get out there and answer the bell every week. Yeah.
All right. He missed half the year last year.
Well,
hey, John.
Boom.
Boom. Hey, Sunday night football. Give me from a player's perspective, because I know you guys, it's still like that, right? That primetime thing, the lights are on. How do you, is the preparation different? Is the thought process different when Sunday night football is coming to your building?
Man, it's Sunday, Monday are the best times to play. Sunday night football, Monday night football. It's a different feeling. You have all the extra trucks there, the camera trucks. Sunday's way better because you get to kind of watch all the other games, especially the 1 o'clock games. By the time the other games are on, you're kind of on the way to the stadium. But Mondays kind of sucks because you're just sitting around all day.
Yep.
And you also lose time on the next week. So Sunday night football is kind of the best, especially if you're at home. Nothing beats Sunday night football.
Yeah, people always say that, and I don't think fans really give it a lot of credence, but like that short week thing, does that help the 49ers this week that the Falcons are on the short week?
That's a hope. I hope they don't feel good. I hope they're injured and they gotta limp onto the field on Sunday night.
All right, man. Go read Goodnight Moon to your kids.
Yeah, I don't do much of the reading.
Okay. Me neither, John. All right, buddy. We'll talk to you next week.
All right.
There he goes. John Feliciano on YouTube and on 95.7 The Game, which are two different experiences.
Yes,
by the way.
It is continuing to be maybe my favorite segment of the week. I love the Cosell. Stink was great today. We have so much fun doing so many things, but not only do you never know what he's going to say, but also when he just straight breaks it down, incredible. And he was talking about the Tonja screen, and I have it in my notes, and I didn't realize it until he described it. If Jake just takes that to the outside, that might be a 20, 25-yard play, which would have prevented the 4th and 1, which led to the Pooney false start. There were so many micro moments in that game, and I'm not trying to Tuesday afternoon quarterback it, but when he describes all these little things, and you think about, well, if Kittle was there, and Tonjas has been awesome, but if Kittle gets that screen, he probably knows to follow the blocks around the outside. And so all these little things, Mark, about who you have and who you should have. You have Connor Colby, a rookie, and we're expecting him to be awesome, and he's a rookie.
He's a rookie.
Sixth round, 7th round rookie. And I don't know if Ben Barch is the bee's knees, but he's your starter. And so all these little things that he's pointing out, he's making great points.
Well, I shouldn't say this, but through the years, the more and more I watch and the more and more I listen to the people who actually do it for a living, I realize that 99.9% of us, and yes, I'm talking to you, I'm talking to me, and I'm talking to all of you listening, and I know you think you're the 0.1%. We have no clue what we're watching when it comes to football. We have no clue. what we're watching.
Especially when it comes to line play, right?
None. You have no idea what dudes were supposed to do and what led to XYZ. The whole thing is a concert. The whole thing is a concert. And if one person is out of place, someone else has to get pantsed. I mean, the best example, I think the easiest one for us, like how many of you, as soon as Mac Jones, I think it was the third throw of the game, the third play of the game, he throws a pick, and how many of you, and I'll raise my hand, oh, for crying out loud, Mac, what the hell was that? And then something that happens all the time, in this case, got explained to us. That doesn't usually happen. But we get a sideline reporter who goes, oh, by the way, they're down here talking about it, and Kendrick Bourne is apologizing to everybody because it was his fault. And that kind of led to questions in the press conference where Kyle Shanahan said the same thing. And you're never going to hear a quarterback go to the podium and be like, yeah, Kendrick went the wrong way, so I threw it to where I thought he was going because it's where he was supposed to go, but he didn't go, so it got picked off, and I ended up with my pants down. But that's what happened.
Yep.
And there are so many interceptions that are not quarterback's fault all the time. And there's so much going on down on the field, whether they're playing through an injury that disallows this, somebody goes the wrong way, and it makes a receiver or a quarterback look ridiculous. So I tend to just kind of, as much as I can, because we all have a critical eye, and we're all emotionally involved. But that's why, as much as possible, I try to get stupid and make nachos. That's it. That's what Sunday is.
Sure.
Because the idea of us being able to tell, and you want to know, again, this whittles down to, there's Mark supporting the front office again. We have no clue. We have no clue what we're watching 99.9% of the time.
In real time, I agree with you. And when I rewatch it, you see things you didn't see the first time, and I take detailed notes. And even at that, I still don't fully know what's going on. And when he's describing the 6 sacks, and I'm now going through it again a third or fourth time, and he pointed one out, the last drive when the Niners are down 11, and, McKivitz gets beat. And he says, Jake was supposed to go out there and chip. He's supposed to chip the defensive end, and he didn't. And I'm watching it here. He misses the chip. He whiffs the chip.
Yep.
And it's like he sculled the chip in golf parlance. And because he didn't get the chip, now McKivitz can't get out fast enough. And so now McKivitz gets beat. And I do think that what you're saying is right, because we all look at the box score. They gave up 6 sacks. The O-line, you stunk. And so that's the straight line that we all make. And I do think it's true to an extent, but if you go through all 6 sacks, sometimes it's, oh, wow. Like there was one where Pooney just whiffed. He just missed the guy.
Right.
He blocked air, and okay, that's on you. But this one that Mungo was talking about, Tonjes is supposed to get a piece on his way out, gets no piece, and now it's on McKivitz. It's really not.
And sometimes a sack is on the quarterback.
Right.
I don't know how many of you set your alarm to watch the Jets play football in London on Sunday morning.
Oh, the wake and take, yeah.
Justin Fields just sat there with the ball.
Oh, my God.
He just sat there with the ball. And just like left, right, no, how, you, no, sack. And he's incredibly mobile. That was one of the most mysterious football games I've ever watched. And then, to make matters even worse, you watch the Jets play for 3.5 quarters, and you're like, this is some of the worst execution I've ever seen. I don't know what's leading to what. I just know that this looks awful. And then you look at the scoreboard, and they're winning. And I'm like, I don't even know. I don't know how we got here. So, like, what are the inner workings of a football team and what leads to the X's and O's that we see out there? All I know is we see about 3 things, and there are about 103 going on. So I just try to take that into account. It doesn't mean that we can't, not like a play call or a draft pick or whatever. Like, I think that we can take the view from 10,000 feet and assess things. But for me, what I do as a fan, at least, is I like when there's a turnover, I don't just automatically be like, turnover. There's that stupid quarterback again with a turnover, because there are so many things that can lead to a turnover. Even, by the way, if it is a sack in the pocket and a quarterback loses the football, and we'll go, oh, the ball security's got to be better. Oh, no, like you try to hang on to a ball when Vita Vea hits you. Like, that's difficult to do. So the whole thing is shared. That's all. And there's just now, John didn't run from this idea, though. The offensive line's not playing well. He didn't run from that. They're not playing well.
No, you can't run from it because they don't produce explosive plays on the ground, and the pass protection is inconsistent. And I think I had maybe the highest grade when we did Grandy's grades because, they were able to get some explosive plays in the pass game, but I think about the bread and butter of Kyle Shanahan and his offense. You've got to be able to run the ball. And you played that cut earlier from Baldy from this morning about they've got 5 different runs that they like to do. And I'm looking at my notes, and they ran that same toss to McCaffrey 3 or 4 times. And the one that I looked at earlier when they lost 3 yards, they run the toss, and Kendrick Bourne is the wide receiver. He's supposed to come in from the tight formation and block the linebacker, and he whiffed. He straight airballed the block, and that linebacker was able to burst through. So even though you had the tight end out there, you had the tackle out there, and they're trying to create that seal rather, so McCaffrey can get all the way out and around. Well, Bourne didn't make his block, and so now McCaffrey's hit, and he loses 3. So to your point about, looking at it once and looking at it twice and thinking, oh, we're going to point the finger at this person. Oh, he lost 3 yards. Offensive line. But it's not always just that simple.
How many times, and I feel like we've seen this a lot recently, how many times have you seen a player look done, and then the next year he doesn't look done anymore? Debo. Or we can go much broader on this. And if you play fantasy football, you probably realize the ebb and flow of this. How y'all doing with Travis Etienne this year? He looks fantastic. He looked done last year.
Yep.
Everybody thought they were going to bench him. They were going to give the job to somebody named Tank Bigsby. And then as the year started, they traded Tank Bigsby. They're like, get off the team, and we're going to go bell cow Etienne. I know your guy, Bashal Tootin, he gets a little carry in there here and there.
Yep.
But Travis is playing really well. He was awful last year. So what happened? Did Travis was he born again?
Liam Cohen.
Or is it Liam Cohen?
Yep.
Or was he dealing with an injury that we didn't know about? Or. This is what's going on a football field year to year.
How about Rico Dowdle?
What in the hell is that?
Right?
The Cowboys have not been able to run the ball for 3 years. This year they're doing much better, but they had that guy.
Yep.
And he never got, yards. And then they let him go. He's played 2 games, and he's practically one of the NFL's leading rushers.
30 for $183 last weekend. And the Cowboys have the worst defense in football, but he gave him 30 totes.
And he went for more the week before.
Right. It just, your point is well made. It's circumstance, it's coaching, it's surrounding, it's a lot of things. And that's why Mongo and I will continue to go back and forth about Trevor Lawrence, because Trevor didn't look good this weekend, but he's looked better this year because he has an actual head coach and a coordinator who I think has provided a more stable environment. And you mentioned Chicago. They got sacked 9 times by Denver. 9 times. They lost 13-11. And I've told you this before, but for the audience, one of my longtime friends and a former neighbors on that coaching staff. And,
with the Jets, yeah.
And I'm worried. I'm worried about.
Oh, well, it's too new. They're not going to fire him yet.
I mean, the way they're going about it.
I know, but
they're 0-6. And did you see the way they managed the end of the half?
Oh, I watched it.
I know you did.
It was the most confusing, the most confusing 2-minute drill I've ever watched, and that's not hyperbole. It was the most confusing. First of all, for those of you who weren't awake, this was great. There's a lot of ways to describe it because it was bad the whole time. But the key was at one point, I think it was 4th and 1 or 4th and 2, and they line up to punt the ball. They're in their own territory. Call it about the 35, 40-yard line. Yep. They're in their own territory. They line up to punt the ball. Everybody on both continents knew that it was a fake for multiple reasons. Like, what on earth are you doing? They sat there, They stick their starting running back, Breece Hall, into that up back position. The Denver special teams coordinator is running up and down the sideline yelling, fake, 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 and then they still don't quick snap it. They just stand there. The whole world knows it's a fake. It is. They convert, and then once they convert, they proceed to just run the clock out. Over the next 2 snaps, they just let the clock run down. Why would you fake a punt to then run the clock out? But even more so, I don't even know if that's what they meant to do, because if you were watching the game and you could see the looks on people's faces, total confusion.
Right.
Everyone's staring at each other like, what are you doing? Are we supposed to, you want me here? That's how the whole thing looked as the clock went from basically 30 seconds to 0.
Yeah, they convert the fake, then they run it for 5 yards. Fields gets sacked. They use a timeout. Okay, fine. It's going to be, you got a 3rd down play coming up. Fields with a short pass for 6 yards and end of half.
And then stare at the clock as it runs down.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why I'm worried, because it's one thing to be 0-6, new coach. I get it. Quarterback still figuring it out fine. But the way they're going about it, and earlier in the year, they had that blocked field goal for a touchdown, and the coach, is it Aaron Glenn, I think?
Glenn, yeah.
He's running up.
They ran with him.
He's going bananas like, we just did the thing, and then they lost that game too. So I'm just worried. This 0-6 looks a little bit more Harry High School than, and I'm thinking about Chip Kelly as a Niner coach, 2-14, and I'm thinking about some of the Urban Meyer experiences and some of the other situations we've seen that it looks like 0-6, fine, but the way it looks like they should be 0-13.
It does, but you're not going to fire someone after 6 games. You know what I mean?
I hope not.
Especially Aaron Glenn was a great Jet. There's a little bit of an emotional tie there between him and the organization, so I'm sure they'll do nice by him, but he very, very much looks in over his head. When you watch the Jets play, you're like, are y'all ready for this? Do you know exactly what's going on here? He looks totally in over his head. So, the whole thing has got to work together, which is why over time, I think you can see when coaching staffs rise to the top. And I'll give credit to a bunch, not just Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh. I think by and large, you watch what McVay does. The Rams look buttoned up. You watch what LaFleur does. They look buttoned up. Obviously, Andy Reid. Normally, I'd say John Harbaugh. Weird week last week. I understand that.
Weird year.
I get it. But
McDermott in Buffalo, they are always rock solid.
Yep, they're buttoned up, and Peyton in Denver, very much buttoned up. Sometimes he does some weird stuff. I'll give Dan Campbell some credit because he had to replace 2 coordinators, and they still look like a good football team.
Steichen and Indy, they have their ass together.
Looks good, yeah. Sirianni, you won the Super Bowl, but sometimes I'm still not sure. But those are the groups that have the ship running in the right direction. Pause. But that's what works usually. None of them are all going to work all the time.
Of course.
And you're going to have bad years, and you're going to have bad plays and bad games and everything. But over time, they have an operation that works, and people know what they're supposed to be doing, and all of them have to be doing it at the same time, or else turnovers and losses.
And I also think that if you have that stability and you have that structure, you can have a year like the Niners are having, where you've had 2 catastrophic injuries to stars, you've had 2 or 3 other significant injuries to stars, and yet you're still 4-2. And I think that is, to me, a tip of the cap to the structure, also the players who are out there. But Shanahan's doing it with a backup quarterback who was a cast-off, basically, and a group of wide receivers who also were largely cast-offs. Kendrick Bourne and MVS and Sky Moore.
To a degree, DeMarcus Robinson, too.
For sure, DeMarcus Robinson. So you've got McCaffrey, you've got Trent Williams, and beyond that, you've got a cast-off quarterback and a bunch of receivers who most teams didn't want. And so, and Jake Tonjes, who was never allowed to catch a ball before this year.
That's correct.
And now he's TE1. So I do give a lot of the credit to Shanahan for being able to do what he's done with that.
All right, 888-957-9570. You want to weigh in on anything? We're still here for another 20 minutes or so. This Sunday kickoff show, Low Neal, Evan Giddings live from Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale starting at 3. If you haven't been to Laughing Monk, you ought to go check it out. Great place to watch the games. The food is awesome, and they'll have all the games during the day on as we get ready for Sunday Night Football. Beer Garden's going to be rocking with a DJ. The bartenders will be serving up Gold Bar whiskey specials. And if you're going to the game, you're going to want to get on that shuttle. You should sign up right now on our website because spots go fast. So go to the Eventbrite page on our website, 957thegame.com, and sign up for that free shuttle from Laughing Monk over to Levi's. This is Willard and Dibs.
Oakland, it's the final home game of the season. The Oakland Roots take on Lexington SC Saturday, October 25th at the Coliseum. Stick around for the final whistle for a special post-game performance by Ruby Red and fireworks to close out the season. Get your tickets now at OaklandRootsSC.com. Can't make it? Watch live on ESPN Plus or KTVU Plus. OaklandRootsSC.com. Don't miss Oakland's team, Oakland's movement.
When your coffee game isn't strong, people can tell. Good morning! See what I mean? But at McDonald's, your coffee game is always strong. A medium caramel or mocha frappe, just $3.89. A medium iced coffee, only $2.79. Big flavor, cool refreshment, and your morning's back on track. Don't risk a weak coffee game. Keep it strong at McDonald's. Order ahead in the app today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service. Hey, Bay Area, slam dunk and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during October, and you'll be automatically entered to win tickets to the Golden State Warriors game on Christmas Day. Every time you donate, you could help up to 3 people, bringing strength and support to individuals and families when they need it most. This is our way of saying thank you for being a hero in your community. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to learn more and schedule your donation today. That's StanfordBloodCenter.org.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Where the 2 right lanes are blocked
Turn
off.
to the traffic leader, KCBS.
And a motorcycle involved here.
Brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers, where now's a great time to trade for the best. A new Honda. Get more for your trade and into an affordable HRV at your NorCal Honda dealers.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapo Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
My wife's up there now, keeping them quiet, making sure they go to bed.
Is she reading them the classic go the blank to sleep as a story?
No, I think she's choking them out.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, if only it was, appropriate, then it wouldn't be so inappropriate.
Yeah, it wouldn't be so funny then either. It's only funny because it's not actually happening.
Because it's him. Yeah, because it's Mongo.
I don't read.
Yeah, well, I don't. I mean, I read the internet.
Yeah.
I read your comments on Instagram.
Occasionally. Yep.
I read stories. I read sports writing.
Right, but your kids are old enough now to where you're not doing story time.
No, correct. But I did that a lot.
Oh yeah.
I'm the book reader. I was a book reader, but I'm not going to read one for me. A book?
Oh yeah.
No.
I'm on book I think 10 this year.
Book.
And it's because I've been taking BART a lot. Thank you, Grandy. And so when you're on BART, then as opposed to just sitting there on your phone, got about a 30-minute BART ride. I've been reading. It's kind of fun, Mark. Getting into it a little bit.
Is it, though?
It is, actually.
You sure?
I got one chapter left in my current book, and I'm looking forward to the trip home so I can see how this thing ends.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, I admire you.
It's new for me.
I do. Oh, is it?
It's not something that I've been doing for the majority of my adulthood.
Yeah, I just don't have the patience and the comprehension and the excitement for it.
Yeah.
I just don't. Sorry.
Well, you don't have to apologize.
I'm not going to be the smartest person in the room.
When you catch a good book and you read a good book, like I just read No Country for Old Men.
Oh.
Cormac McCarthy.
That was a great movie.
And the book is even better.
And people always say that. And I'm always like, that's not, I mean, I guess it's possible.
Yeah.
But no, it's not. Because it took you longer and there wasn't popcorn.
I read the book first, and so when I went to watch the movie, I knew it was going to happen. And normally when you do that, the movie's good, but
I don't do much of the reading.
That movie is unbelievable, and they completely honored the book. So when you're watching the movie, you're remembering the book, and you're going, oh my God, the Coen brothers, you guys nailed this.
I'm not big on the book is better, people.
It's not always better.
Well, but I'm just like, but that's for you. Don't make me feel less than me because I decided to do the hour and 48-minute thing with buttered popcorn and my feet up.
No,
yeah. I just like, the book is better.
The movie is probably a 9.6 out of 10, and the book's probably a 9.7.
Oh.
So it's one of those where it's close.
Yeah, it's close. Hey, the Warriors play tonight.
The Golden State Warriors?
The Golden State Warriors.
You know how I knew that?
How?
Our buddy Cam is in the office this evening, and he's the one who runs the board for the Warrior games.
He's also the one who, or was the latest to take down my hard luck fantasy football team. Thanks, Cam. How about try this? You go into go into Monday Night Football with those stupid little analytics that tell you it's 50-50. 50-50. And then I lost by 40. So figure that out.
Yeah, he must have had Bijan.
DeAndre Swift.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah. And others.
Yeah, sure. I got motorboated by Spadonuts.
That sounds more fun than it actually is. Anyway, Warriors at Portland tonight. You'll hear the game on 95.7 The Game. Here are your start. Did you see it? Did you already see who the starters are?
No.
Take a guess. Who's starting?
I have no idea.
Come on, do it.
Steph.
Yep.
Pods.
Yep.
Draymond.
Nope.
Jimmy.
Nope.
TJD.
Nope. You got 2 out of 5.
Yeah.
One of your favorite guys is in the starting lineup.
Yep.
You really like him, Dibs.
You love him.
You like him.
Will Richard?
Yeah. Will Richard is starting with Steph Curry.
You love Will Richard.
Brandon Pajemski. Al Horford.
I should have had that one.
And 6'7", y'all. 6'7", y'all. Yeah, Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh, boy.
Jonathan Kuminga.
But
y'all wanted him to start.
Bay Area is Jonathan Kuminga.
He's starting tonight. How about that?
I mean, I was told that the head coach doesn't really care for young players.
No.
And he's starting a bunch of them.
Well, he actually said that apparently in the pregame presser.
He deserved it.
Yeah, he's like, I don't like him, but I'm going to start him. And that's actually why I'm starting him. I'd like to get him out of the game quickly so I don't have to look at him anymore. He said that's a direct quote from Steve Kerr about Jonathan Kuminga. Get him in the first quarter so I can get him out of here so I don't have to look at his face anymore on my basketball team.
Oh, yeah, thanks a lot.
Do you have the sound of that, Grandy? Could you play that? Steve Kerr, pregame.
I don't care.
No, he didn't.
I got my own complaint.
Hey, while we're on the Warriors, I wanted to mention this to everybody because yesterday Golden State celebrated the organization's 2024-25 Team Members of the Year at Splash at Thrive City. First of all, it gives us an opportunity to remind you that we'll be at Splash next week. Next Tuesday, watch Party Willard, y'all. Let's go. Lakers and Warriors in L.A. We can watch it together here. So we'll be at Splash. Come see us. The food is awesome. But this gives us a chance to mention some of the names that don't normally get the pub. You know, Steph, Jimmy, Draymond, and then there's all the people kind of behind the scenes. So the Team Members of the Year program recognizes with the Warriors employees who embody Golden State's organizational values year-round. So we wanted to congratulate the following team members. Sean Bell, Senior Director of Partnership Development. Natalie Estillo, Coordinator of People Operations. That might be one of my favorite job titles I've ever heard. I'm the coordinator of people operations.
Yeah, it's the new human resources.
Yeah, is it?
Yeah.
Is that what that means?
I believe so, yeah.
Are you sure? I think maybe she's just handling the people.
Right. Or maybe she's doing operations on people.
I don't know. It's possible. Congrats to Caitlin Guzman, Manager of Marketing with the Santa Cruz Warriors. Darren Lee, Senior Manager, Ticket Operations. Brittany Laerdal, Director of Construction and Development, and Ryan McGinley, the videographer. So congrats to all of those fine people from all of us here at 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, fantastic. It's
You know what I
great.
mean? Yeah.
It's awesome. Yeah, and you know, you have such a big corporation to be able to highlight